Chapter 2499. Within 10 breaths, you will die if you don't roll. The sudden change also made the black-clothed old man's heart startled. He couldn't help but suddenly raised his head and looked at a carriage in the center of the caravan. Only a faint voice could be heard from the carriage in an instant. I saved Xu Fei's caravan. If you don't want to die, immediately disappear from me. The faint voice also made the complexions of the two black-clothed elders of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce instantly become extremely difficult to look at. Another black-clothed old man who had never spoken hugged his fist to the carriage and said, "My friend, this is a matter between the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce and the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. I also hope that your excellency can sell me the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. I am not familiar with your Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, so why should I give you Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce face?" The sound in the carriage was still so flat and calm. "Your excellency is really going to be an enemy of my Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce." Hearing the unceremonious words in the carriage, the faces of the two old men in black shook slightly, and there was also a gradual increase in coldness in their voices. "At least with the two of you guys from the early days of the tribulation, you are far from qualified to be wild in front of me." Inside the carriage, Jiang Chen's voice also added a hint of impotentness. "Within 10 breaths, you will die if you don't roll." Jiang Chen's arrogant words also made the hearts of the two black-clothed elders soar. Both of them stared at Jiang Chen's carriage with murderous aura. "We want to see how your excellency can protect the people of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce today. Kill me." Following the two people's orders, the breath of the many black shadows behind them burst out, and then waved the magic weapon in their hands, and flew towards the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce with a terrifying murderous aura. Seeing the people from the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce have been killed, Xu Fei's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Just when he was about to prepare to meet the enemy, the Blood Thousand Kill beside him came out with an understatement. A ray of blood quickly spread out from the palm of Blood Thousand Killers, and as soon as the figure raided by the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce came into contact with the blood, it strangely turned into bursts of blood in the air. Dozens of cultivators of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce all disappeared completely as if they had evaporated out of thin air. "You? Who are you?" Looking at this scene, the faces of the two old men in black couldn't help but show an unprecedented look of astonishment. Except for the mysterious man in the carriage, this mysterious man who has been walking side by side with Xu Fei also has such a terrifying strength. "The 10-breath time has come, and my master gave you a chance to survive, but unfortunately you didn't cherish it." The faint voice of Blood Thousand Killing fell, and a palm print was brewing from his palm again. "Let's do it together." Seeing Blood Thousand Killing, the eyes of the two black-clothed elders suddenly shrank. Even if they were moving at the same time, the powerful aura of the two tribulation cultivators came like a torrential rain, causing Xu Fei and others to do so. There is an illusion of stagnant breathing. Looking at the two oncoming people, the expression of the Blood Thousand Kills did not change at all, and when he raised his hand, he hit the two with a palm. The powerful offensive of the two black-clothed old men instantly collided with the palm prints of Blood Thousand Kills. The two men's fierce offensive, in front of the palm prints of the Blood Thousand Kills, was completely vulnerable to a blow, and almost collapsed at a touch. Lightly smashed the offensive of the two people, the Blood Thousand Kills a few fingers, and the two censored sword fingers directly penetrated the space, and shot out at the two black-clothed old men like lightning. The two old men in black had no time to react, and they had been hit by the censored sword fingers. Two low-pitched collisions sounded one after another, and the figures of the two old men in black were also like broken kites, flying upside down in embarrassment. Looking at the scene before him, Xu Fei couldn't help taking another breath of cold air in his heart. Although he was in Wanshelling not long ago, Xu Fei had already seen the terrifying power of the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King with one move. The two tribulation cultivators of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce joined forces, but they couldn't even stop them. "This person is too strong, retire." The two black-clothed elders stepped on the ground and flew upside down for hundreds of feet. They were embarrassed to stabilize their figure, and a pale look appeared on the old face, and one of them hurriedly shouted in horror. The mysterious man in front of him was too terrifying. Even if the two of them join forces, there is no resistance at all. If they continue to stay here, they will definitely die. Another black-clothed old man also forcefully suppressed the churning aura in his body, and the two of them instantly turned into two vague shadows, shooting backwards like an escape. "Now that I escaped, it's a pity that it's too late." Looking at the two people who were retreating in panic, Blood Thousand Kills couldn't help but shook his head secretly. A group of blood-colored flames suddenly appeared in his palm, and immediately spread to the two black-clothed old men. Go! The blood-colored flames spread quickly in midair, and they caught up with the black-clothed old men who were running away, and they suddenly stunned their bodies, and a mouthful of hot blood spurted out. The two desperately urged their true essence to resist, but they couldn't stop the power of that censored flame at all. I only heard a screaming scream in midair, and the bodies of the two of them, along with the Yuan Ying, were being burned into nothingness by the censored flames. Seeing that the two tribulation cultivators of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce were wiped out in front of him, Xu Fei also never recovered from the shock for a while. What I am most fortunate this time is that I let Jiang Chen go with them. Facing the interception and killing of two cultivators from the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce, he probably didn't know how he died. And at the same time when the Blood Thousand Kills killed the two tribulation cultivators of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. In Wanshelling, a ghostly black shadow flashed across the sky. The shadow finally sensed something, and in a flash, he landed at the place where the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King fought against the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King. When he felt the censored breath in the field and the giant snake that had been cut in two, his pupils finally couldn't help but shrank suddenly. Naturally, it is not difficult to see with his eyesight that this giant snake is the corpse of the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King that crosses the tribulation period here. The bloodthirsty Snake Demon King has fallen. This bloodthirsty Snake Demon King, but the overlord who has been entrenched in this 10,000 snake ridge for so many years, countless tribulation cultivators are hard to handle. Now this bloodthirsty Snake Demon King was killed by someone unexpectedly. Could it be that the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce that had passed through here before failed to do it? Chapter 2500. Convergence of the Strong. The man in black did not recover from his horror for a long time. Xu Fei, the deacon of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, but the cultivation base of the pinnacle of Hidao is absolutely impossible to kill the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King in Wanshelling. The man in black instantly thought of the two mysterious people in Zhao Guang's mouth that had joined Xu Fei's caravan. Could it be that those two mysterious men failed to kill the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King? Thinking of this, the look of the man in black couldn't help but change drastically. This bloodthirsty Snake Demon King has dominated Wanshelling for many years, and it is far more difficult than the average tribulation cultivator. Since Xu Fei's team had the existence of killing the bloodthirsty Snake Demon King, the two cultivators who he sent to intercept Xu Fei during the initial stage of the tribulation were also dangerous. The man in black no longer hesitated at the moment, he turned into a black shadow and quickly swept towards the sky. The black-clothed man appeared outside the forest where Jiang Chen and the others passed. When he felt the censored aura around him that hadn't completely dissipated, his face suddenly became extremely difficult to look at. Are all dead, two tribulation monks, dozens of Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce elites, all died in this way. He originally thought that the news that the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce received was extremely secretive this time, and he took the two tribulation cultivators secretly, and he could easily get that thing in his hands. But he didn't expect Xu Fei's team to hide such a strong person, and the whole army brought by his trip was wiped out. No matter who you are, if you dare to ruin the good things of this sun will definitely make you pay a heavy price. The black-clothed man's voice fell sharply, and his figure disappeared without a trace in a flash. After solving the interception of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Chen's next journey also became very smooth, and he hardly encountered any trouble. Qingyuan Tianyu is the place where Qingyuanzong is one of the top 10 immortal gates, and the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce was founded by the Qingyuanzong. Under normal circumstances, there is no idea of daring to play the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce caravan easily. Jiang Chen and the two followed Xu Fei's caravan and resisted Qingyuanzhou City, the central city of Qingyuan Tianyu. As the center of Qingyuan Tianyu, Qingyuanzhou City is undoubtedly quite prosperous here. Because this is where the headquarters of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce is located, there are often rare treasures in the outside world in Qingyuan Zhoucheng, attracting the attention of a large number of monks. The prosperous level of Qingyuanzhou City is even worse than that of Shuiyanzhou City in the Silent Blood territory. Here the strong are like clouds, and the geniuses like rain. Especially after the news of the pill of transforming tribulation came out not long ago, it attracted countless monks to come. Even the strong men who crossed the tribulation period were almost everywhere. Soon after Jiang Chen entered Qingyuanzhou City, he met no less than 10 tribulation monks in a row. Among them, there are many powerhouses who have the peak of crossing the catastrophe in the quasi-Mahayana period. These guys should have been attracted by the legendary pill of transformation. The legendary pill of tribulation, but the heaven-defying pill that can help the monks of tribulation and even the quasi-Mahayana monks easily break through the Mahayana period. There are almost no monks of this realm that can withstand the temptation of pill of tribulation. It seems that in this auction, the pill of transformation will inevitably be sent for a sky-high price. It is probably not an easy task to obtain the pill of transformation. Feeling the grand occasion of Qingyuanzhou City, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low whisper. Just when Jiang Chen was amazed by the horrific appeal of the pill of dissolving tribulation, there was a sudden violent spatial fluctuation in the sky above Qingyuanzhou City. I saw a huge, pitch-black, and unicorn-like alien beast, carrying a chariot and appeared above Jiang Chen and their heads. The mysterious Cha Luan that suddenly appeared, also quickly attracted the attention of countless eyes around. The sound of shocks resounded in Jiang Chen's ears instantly. This is the Black Unicorn of the Nine Li Immortal Sect. Unexpectedly, even the people of the Nine Li Immortal Sect were attracted by the pill of transformation Jia. Hearing the discussion from the surroundings, Jiang Chen's eyes also penetrated the carriage and landed on the chariot in the sky. This black unicorn seems a bit extraordinary. Jiang Chen looked at the black unicorn carrying the chariot, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The strength of this black unicorn is extremely strong. I am afraid that at least it has the strength comparable to the peak of the tragedy and even the quasi-Mahayana cultivator. What surprised Jiang Chen even more was that Jiang Chen also felt a breath similar to the Zilin family of the Longevity Immortal Palace from the body of the black unicorn. This black unicorn should also have the blood of a fairy beast. Xu Fei looked at Che Luan flying by in the sky, and couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. Unexpectedly, even the Julie Immortal Sect came to Qingyuanzhou City. Deacon Xu knows who is in Cha Luan. Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a curious look in his eyes. Because of the existence of Blood Thousand Killing, Jiang Chen now knows everything about the top 10 immortals of the Poxian universe. This Nine Li Immortal Sect ranked 4th in the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe, and was more powerful than the Blood Fiend Sect. It seems that this time the battle for the Pill of Transformation is destined to be a battle between dragons and tigers. Among the entire Julie Immortal Sect, there is only one person who can be qualified to use this Qilin Chiluan, except for the master of the Julie Immortal Sect. That is Li Xiao, the first day of the Nine Li Immortal Sect. This person has an extraordinary talent. He is the peerless Tianzhao whose cultivation base has reached the pinnacle of the crossing tribulation, and he is also known as the first person among the Tianzhao crossing the tribulation. In the entire broken universe, only 3 quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao can suppress it. This guy came to Qingyuanzhou City on this trip. He obviously came for the pill of transmigration. He wants to break through the realm in one fell swoop and become the 4th quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao in the Poxian universe, and even the first Tianzhao in the Poxian universe. Xu Fei slowly explained. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. The pill of transformation should also be useful for the monks in the quasi-Mahayana period. Wouldn't the 3 quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao compete for the pill of transformation? Probably not. The quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao is different from the general quasi-Mahayana monks. Even if they don't resort to any external force, they can break through the Mahayana period without any difficulty. What's more, the pill of the Jia is not belonging to the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Its owner seems to require that the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce must be auctioned within a month. Except for a few nearby domains, no one else will be able to catch it in a short time. Xu Fei shook his head and said. Hearing Xu Fei's words, Jiang Chen was also slightly relieved. Fortunately, there are only a few nearby domains. If all the people from the top 10 immortal gates are attracted, it will be even more difficult for him to obtain the pill of transformation. Even now, it is still not an easy task for him to get the pill of transformation. Whether it is the blood of the Blood Evil Sect or Li Xiao of the Nine Li Immortal Sect, it is obviously not a good role to deal with. Chapter 2501, Free Market. During the conversation between Jiang Chen and Xu Fei, the unicorn Chiluan in the sky quickly flew towards the center of Qingyuanzhou City. Little friend Jiang Chen, thank you for your care along the way. Now that Qingyuanzhou City is full of people, it's not easy to find a place to live. If little friend Jiang Chen doesn't dislike it, he will go with me to the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce and stay in my residence. At that time, I will get you a VIP post for the auction so that you can participate in the next auction. Xu Fei couldn't help but smiled and said to Jiang Chen, "So it will trouble Deacon Xu." Jiang Chen did not refuse Xu Fei's kindness either. He was unfamiliar with the place where he was born in Qingyuanzhou City. It would undoubtedly be much more convenient if he lived directly at Xu Fei's residence in the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, and then quietly waited for the next auction. After walking in front of Qingyuanzhou City for about half an hour, the group finally arrived in front of a tall building in the center of Qingyuanzhou City. Above the gate of this building, on a golden plaque of unknown material, 4 characters are engraved with dragons and phoenixes, Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. After entering the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, Xu Fei still had something to deal with, so he ordered one of his cronies to take Jiang Chen and 2 to his residence first. Under the leadership of Xu Fei's cronies, Jiang Chen and the 2 settled in a courtyard of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. "Master, the pill of transformation has attracted too many strong people to come this time, and even 2 or 3 of the top 10 immortals have come. With our financial resources, it is not easy to take the pill of transformation." Shui Qianshu looked at Jiang Chen in front of him and couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "It's okay, even if I have the financial resources, I don't plan to directly take the pill of transformation." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "The attraction of the pill of transformation is too great. Anyone who photographs the pill of transformation of tribulation will become the target of the public. It may not be easy to take the pill of transforming tribulation to leave safely. The pill of transforming tribulation is the legendary pill against the heavens. At the auction of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce this time, a sky-high price will inevitably be sold. Obviously, he does not have the financial resources to bid for the pill of transforming tribulation with the top forces of the broken universe." Jiang Chen knew very well that the auction was probably just the beginning of the battle for the pill of transformation. No matter who photographed the pill of transformation, no one else would let him leave with the pill of transformation easily. They can hide in the dark and fish in troubled waters to see if they have the opportunity to get the pill of transformation into their hands. Hearing the words, the Blood Thousand Killer didn't say much. He immediately raised his head and asked, "Master, the blood of the Blood Fiend sect is innocent, should have already arrived in Qingyuanzhou City. Would you like me to inquire about their situation?" Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "No, they will naturally show up when the auction is held. When he came to Qingyuan Tianyu on this trip, he didn't come to assassinate Wu Wu, and naturally there was no need to care about the whereabouts of Wu Wu and others. If Blood Thousand Kills went to inquire about the situation and found out his identity by Shui Wu Wu, he would get into unnecessary trouble instead." Although the Blood Thousand Kill had once again concealed his breath and changed his appearance, he might not be able to hide the eyes of the Blood Evil sect. The last time they assassinated Shui Hongyang, they did it so secretly and simply, but the result was still exposed. In the Blood Fiend sect, there are obviously some methods that can see through their identities. After the 2 turned over and discussed, they settled down in Xu Fei's courtyard. It was not until the second day that Xu Fei appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others, dragging his slightly exhausted body. "Little friend Jiang Chen, this auction of my Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce has already been scheduled for 3 days. This is a VIP post for the auction. When you take this VIP to participate in the auction, there will be someone special to entertain you. And, with this VIP sticker, you can enjoy a 10% discount on anything you buy at the auction." Xu Fei directly handed a VIP sticker to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't help clasping his fists quickly and said, "Thank you, Deacon Xu. Little friend Jiang Chen is polite, it should be me thanking you. Without your help, I am afraid I might not be able to return to the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce alive this time." Xu Fei waved his hand, and then smiled and said, "If little friend Jiang Chen is bored in the next few days, you can go to the free trading market in Qingyuanzhou City to see. Then you sometimes have a lot of good things. There are many ancient artifacts. Someone once found a mysterious magic weapon in the free trading market, from an unknown little figure to a peerless powerhouse in the Mahayana period." Jiang Chen was somewhat interested in the free trading market that Xu Fei said. His real purpose in coming to Qingyuan Tianyu this time was actually to seek a breakthrough opportunity. Since the free trading market of Qingyuanzhou City is so extraordinary, if he can find something to make his breakthrough in it, there is no need for him to deliberately fight for the so-called tribulation pill. Under a guide arranged by Xu Fei, Jiang Chen came to the free trading market in Qingyuanzhou City. The free trading market in Qingyuanzhou City is in a special building. When Jiang Chen and the others came to the door of the free trading market, it was already busy with people coming and going like a tide. This free trading market actually has the support of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, and the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce has also arranged some guards to maintain the order of the free trading market. For those who enter here, there are no restrictions. Because of this, the free trading market can be described as a mixed bag. Some people here buy amazing treasures at a very small price, and some people spend a huge price to buy back a bunch of waste products. In short, all transactions in the free market must rely on their own means and skills. After entering the free trading market, Jiang Chen found that the scale of the trading market was quite magnificent. There are almost all kinds of vendors in the huge trading market of thousands of meters. Jiang Chen glanced over these vendors one by one, and a look of disappointment suddenly appeared on his face. There are many kinds of items in this free market, and there are also many weird things, and the quality is also very good, but for the current Jiang Chen, it is not very useful. Mr. Jiang Chen, there are 3 levels in the free trading market. The more you go up the trading market, the more precious things appear. If the first level does not satisfy you, you can go to the second or third level. At this moment, the guide arranged by Xu Fei seemed to have discovered Jiang Chen's disappointment, and could not help but quickly explained. Jiang Chen suddenly lifted his spirits. In that case, take us directly to the second floor of the trading market. Chapter 2502, Weeping Blood Demon Fruit. Mr. Jiang Chen, you need to pay an entrance fee to enter the second and third floors of the free trading market. The entrance fee is 1,000 yuan for the second floor, and 10,000 yuan for the third floor. The guide said quickly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He now finally understands why the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce will support this free trading market. This free trading market has a huge flow of people. There are countless people who come here every day. Enter the second floor and pay 1,000 yuan at a time, and the third floor pays 10,000 yuan. The admission fee alone is probably a huge amount. Income. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at the moment, and asked Shui Qiansha to pay the entrance fee of 1,000 yuan stone and entered the second floor of the free trading market. Entering the second floor of the free trading market, the noisy sound suddenly weakened a lot. The area of the second floor of the free trading market is not smaller than that of the first floor. These shops on the second floor are obviously more advanced than those on the first floor. Each shop is a crystal stone platform made of unknown materials, and the surface is as radiant as a mirror. Jiang Chen could vaguely feel that these crystal stone platforms could autonomously form an invisible barrier to protect the objects on the stone platforms. Jiang Chen just glanced at a distance and found that the items on the crystal stone platform were either one level higher than one level. Because the entrance fee of 1,000 yuan stone was required on the second floor, most of the low-level cultivators were shut out. 1,000 yuan stone is not a small sum for the vast majority of Yuan Ying monks. The monks who entered the second floor, at least had their cultivation bases reached the distraction stage. These monks all quietly looked at the items they were fancy, and then discussed in a low voice with the stall owner to exchange terms. Jiang Chen's gaze also slowly swept across these crystal stone platforms. Although the things on these crystal stone platforms are rare cultivation treasures from the outside world, there is nothing that fascinates Jiang Chen. After strolling on the second floor for a while, he had been quietly following Jiang Chen's blood thousand kills, but suddenly he stopped. His eyes also fell on the crystal stone platform on the left. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and couldn't help looking at the sight of blood thousand killing. At the sight of blood thousand killers, there was a quaint wooden box the size of a palm. In that wooden box, a blood-red oval monster fruit was lying quietly in it. Even across the protective barrier of the crystal stone platform, Jiang Chen could vaguely feel a strong blood qi that diffused from the blood-colored fruit. This blood-colored fruit is definitely a dream treasure for people who cultivate blood. Master, this fruit should be the weeping blood demon fruit. It is a kind of demon fruit born by absorbing essence in blood. Generally, only the ancient battlefields with many fallen monks can be born. If it can be obtained, it may help me to break through and become quasi-Mahayana. Monk. Blood Thousand Killer looked at the weeping blood demon fruit, and a hot expression flashed across his eyes. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. If this is the case, then find a way to trade over. He came to Broxian Universe alone, where he was weak and did not have the top spot at all. If the blood thousand kills can break through the quasi-Mahayana monks and even Mahayana monks, it will also be of great help for him to cause trouble for the Blood Evil Sect in the future. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and walked towards the crystal stone platform where the Weeping Blood Demon Fruit was located with the Blood Thousand Kills. This fellow Taoist, but what did he fancy? Behind the crystal stone platform, an old man in black robes with a cultivation base in the amalgamation stage saw the two of Jiang Chen approaching, and he couldn't help but ask with a smile. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense with the black robe old man either. He directly pointed at the Weeping Blood Demon Fruit with his finger. How do I sell this thing? Haha, it turns out that the Blood Weeping Demon Fruit that fellow Taoist fancy. The black-robed old man smiled slightly and said, this Weeping Blood Demon Fruit is a good friend of mine, and he obtained it from an ancient battlefield at a huge price. This thing is not very useful for ordinary monks, but for those who cultivate blood. People are definitely the treasure of dreams. When the black-robed old man spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the Blood Thousand Kill next to Jiang Chen, then stroked his beard and said, this Weeping Blood Demon Fruit is only traded but not sold. I want to exchange it for life-like treasures. Hearing the words, Blood Thousand Killing couldn't help frowning slightly. Life-type treasures are extremely rare and rare. He has plundered the stars in the universe over the years. Although he has obtained a fortune, there is no life-type treasure that can be obtained. Life-type treasures, whether it is God's domain or broken universe, are extremely rare. The only life-like treasure that Jiang Chen can handle right now is the branch of the Sacred Tree of Life. This branch of the Sacred Tree of Life had already been used by 1/3 of it last time. Jiang Chen thought for a while, then decided to separate a branch of the God of Life tree again and trade this Weeping Blood Demon Fruit for the Blood Thousand Kill. Now that Jiang Chen's cultivation has reached the 9th heaven of the God King, and it is not the way of life that he cultivates, the effect of this Sacred Tree of Life on them is no longer great. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore, and saw that with a move of his palm, a 3-inch Sacred Tree of Life appeared directly out of thin air in his palm. He faintly looked at the black-robe old man and said, how about I use this branch to exchange your Weeping Blood Demon Fruit? Feeling the breath of life emanating from the branch in Jiang Chen's hand, the black-robed old man's eyes suddenly lit up slightly. The black-robed old man was not in a hurry to exchange either. I saw him calmly saying, friend Taoist, the Weeping Blood Demon Fruit is a wonder of the world. I seem to be a little bit disadvantaged by this branch in exchange for the Weeping Blood Demon Fruit. I'll change with you. Sorry, I only have such a branch. If you don't want to change it, then forget it. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he wanted to turn around and leave. Friends, wait, I changed with you. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to leave without saying a word, the black-robe old man couldn't help stopping Jiang Chen quickly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen exchanged the Weeping Blood Demon Fruit with the branch of the God of Life tree in his hand. Take it. After Jiang Chen got the Weeping Blood Demon Fruit, he threw it to the Blood Thousand Killers beside him. Blood Thousand Kill suddenly couldn't help but looked at Jiang Chen gratefully. He obviously didn't expect that Jiang Chen would actually be willing to exchange this Weeping Blood Demon Fruit for him. Jiang Chen said indifferently, you don't need to be polite. After all, our current situation is not so good. I also hope you can break through as soon as possible. After all, my Blood Evil Sect is not so easy to deal with. Blood Thousand Evil can also be regarded as the top arrogant of heaven-transcending journey of the immortal breaking universe. Once it reaches the quasi-Mahayana stage, its strength can reach a very terrifying level. The two of them work together, even if they face a real Mahayana monk, they may have the power to fight. They really have some capital to contend with the Blood Evil Sect. Chapter 2503, Immortal Monument Change, in exchange for the Weeping Blood Demon Fruit Empress. Jiang Chen and the others wandered around on the second floor of the free trading market, but they didn't find anything worth buying. Let's go to the 3rd floor and take a look. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and walked directly towards the entrance of the 3rd floor of the free trading market. At the entrance to the top floor, there is a middle-aged monk guarding here. Both of them are wearing the costumes of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, and they are obviously members of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. The cultivation base of these two people also reached the existence of crossing the catastrophe period. With two robbers guarding the entrance to the 3rd floor of the free trading market, it can be seen how high the specifications of the 3rd floor are. After paying the entrance fee of 10,000 yuan, Jiang Chen and the others quickly passed the stairs in front of him, and the free trading market appeared in his vision. Compared with the previous two floors, the area of the third floor of the free trading market is undoubtedly much smaller. The entire third floor space is only 100 meters in size. The decoration here is much more delicate than the second floor. The pale blue strange stones covered the entire third layer, and the soles of the feet stepped on it, and a faint warmth poured into the soles of the feet, giving people a refreshing feeling. The number of people on the third floor is very small, and there are less than 100 people in total. On the third floor of the free trading market, the entrance fee alone requires a full 10,000 yuan of stones. Even for the monks of the same way, this is also a huge wealth. Ordinary Hidao monks did not dare to easily step into the third layer of the free trading market. Almost all those who can appear on the third layer of the free trading market are strong men whose cultivation base has reached the tribulation period. The arrival of the two Jiang Chen did not attract too many people's attention. Just as Jiang Chen was about to look at the situation on the third floor, the Blood Thousand Killers on the side suddenly sensed something, and the somewhat solemn sound transmission also rang directly in Jiang Chen's ears. "Master, the bloodlessness of the Blood Fiend sect is here too." Jiang Chen's heart shuddered slightly, and he swept through the third layer without a trace, and soon found the three censored figures on the left side. Among the three figures, the head was a young man with a grim complexion wearing a blood-colored brocade robe. The young man's aura is extremely strong, and he will not be inferior to the Blood Thousand Kills, and he has obviously reached the peak of the triumph. Jiang Chen didn't need to think to know that this young man should be the first arrogant of the blood evil sect in the world, with no blood injuries. Beside the bloodless, there are two blood-clothed old men. The aura of these two people is even more profound. I am afraid at least two monks who have reached the quasi-Mahayana stage. Seeing this scene in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Shui Wuhuo came to Qingyuan Tianyu on this trip, and he really came prepared. A Tianzhao who crossed the peak of the robbery, and two quasi-Mahayana cultivators, such a lineup is afraid that even Mahayana cultivators can contend one or two. Fortunately, they did not directly deal with the blood without injury, otherwise I am afraid they will really encounter a lot of trouble. Be careful, just ignore them. Jiang Chen spoke to the Blood Thousand Kill. Even if Zan no longer paid attention to the blood without injury, he wandered around on the third floor of the free trading market on his own. They have completely changed their appearance and breath now, and the three of them may not have discovered their identities. This free trading market can also be regarded as the territory of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Shui Wuhuo has really discovered their identity, and he may not dare to do anything here. Even if they really want to do it, even if the three of Shui Wuhuan are not weak, they may not be able to win them. And when Jiang Chen and the others were looking at the blood without a trace, the blood without a wound was also keenly sensing something, and couldn't help but look towards the two of Jiang Chen. "My son Wuhuan, what's the matter?" At this moment, the two quasi-Mahayana monks beside him also sensed the peculiar appearance of bloodlessness, and couldn't help asking with a puzzled look, "Nothing." Shui Wusheng shook his head and said, "It just feels that the breath of these newcomers seems a little special." One of the quasi-Mahayana cultivators couldn't help but smiled slightly when he heard the words, "Those who are able to freely trade the third layer of the market are originally not ordinary people, and some are special and nothing unusual." Shui Wusheng nodded, did not say anything, and continued to pay attention to the booth in front of him. The two Jiang Chen ignored the bloodless glances, and checked on the third floor of the free trading market. Jiang Chen came to a corner on the north side of the third floor. Here, there is a huge jade platform impressively. Some medicinal materials, scrolls, and all kinds of weird things were scattered on the jade platform, and each of them looked nothing ordinary. Around the jade platform, there are no less than 10 tribulation monks gathered at this moment. Obviously they are more interested in the things on the jade platform. Jiang Chen's gaze penetrated the crowd and stopped on a gray-robed old man behind the yutai. The old man looks very old, and his figure is slightly rickety, looking like an ordinary old man with a dying year. Jiang Chen knew very well that the gray-robed old man in front of him was by no means an ordinary person. He was probably at least a strong man who had reached the quasi-Mahayana stage. The gray-robed old man just sat there cross-legged, ignoring the onlookers around him, but closed his eyes tightly there and rested his mind. Even if someone asked occasionally, the old man just opened his eyes and simply quoted a price, and then he closed his eyes again, and gave no room for bargaining. Even the monks who were originally interested in some treasures on the jade platform eventually chose to give up because of the high price quoted by the old man. Jiang Chen glanced at the somewhat weird gray-robed old man, and immediately looked at it on the jade platform. Although this old man has a strange temperament, all the things he sells are not extraordinary. Some of these medicinal materials were unheard of even Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen could also feel the terrifying energy emanating from the medicinal materials. His eyes moved slowly on the jade platform. Soon, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on an object at the corner of Yutai. This is a light yellow piece of copper, which is already covered with patina, and it is obviously very old. If you look closely, you can still see some strange patterns that have been corroded on the copper sheet. The things sold on the jade stage of the gray-robe old man are rare treasures from outside, and only this mysterious piece of copper is out of place on this jade stage. Jiang Chen looked at this mysterious piece of copper curiously, and when he was about to ask, there was a sudden inexplicable movement in his body. Has the Immortal Monument changed? Feeling the movement of the Immortal Monument, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Chapter 2504, Mysterious Copper Piece. It took Jiang Chen a long time to recover from his consternation after feeling the abnormal movement from the Taoshan steel. Since the last time the fairy monument helped him destroy the mysterious monk who came from the immortal world, he has never appeared in any abnormality again. Jiang Chen obviously didn't expect the immortal monument to move at this moment. Boy, the origin of this piece of copper is very difficult, think of a way to get him. Just when Jiang Chen was frightened, a voice that made Jiang Chen slightly familiar also rang directly in Jiang Chen's mind. This voice was surprisingly the same as the voice that Immortal Tablet used to help him kill the cultivators of the immortal world. Hearing this voice, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stun slightly. Although he was still calm on the surface, there was an unconcealable heat in his eyes looking at the copper sheet. The origin of the immortal monument is extremely mysterious. I am afraid at least they are all treasures from the immortal world. Since the voice in the immortal steel said that this piece of copper is not simple, the origin of this piece of copper is definitely extraordinary. Although he had decided in his heart to find a way to get this piece of copper into his hands, Jiang Chen didn't show it at all. He moved his gaze away from the copper sheet without a trace, and then looked again at the other objects on the jade platform. He smiled and said to the gray-robed old man who closed his eyes and calmly said, "Old sir, I don't know if you can show me this piece of copper." "No, you can buy if you want, or if you don't, please." The gray-robed old man opened his eyes and glanced at Jiang Chen, and said lightly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help rolling his eyes. The temperament of this old guy in front of him is really not ordinary. He shook his head and looked at the piece of copper carefully. The surface of this piece of copper looks extremely rough, just like ordinary copper pieces. Most of the mysterious patterns on the copper sheet have been corroded, but they are quite profound and complex, giving people an extremely extraordinary feeling. Because these complicated patterns are too severely missing, Jiang Chen doesn't look at them at all. What on earth is this piece of copper that can actually arouse the idea of the immortal steel? Jiang Chen felt a little unbelievable. No matter how he probed, he had never found anything special on this piece of copper. If it weren't for the sudden sound of the immortal steel, Jiang Chen would have been hard to believe that this thing would be a remarkable treasure. Don't look at it, this is the most expensive thing among all the items I sell. There is no one, so the price will be very expensive, and you may not be able to afford it. Just when Jiang Chen was stunned, the faint voice of the gray-robed old man suddenly came. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and then he smiled and asked, "I wonder what is so strange about this piece of copper." This old guy actually believes that the copper piece is more precious than any treasure he sells. Does he know the value of the copper piece in front of him? Rest assured, this piece of copper is not in this world. This old man may know the origin of the piece of copper, but it is impossible to know the true value of the piece of copper. No matter how expensive it is, you will not lose out on buying it. At this moment, the voice of the immortal monument sounded in Jiang Chen's mind again. The gray-robed old man said irresponsibly, "I don't know what is so strange about this piece of copper, but he is the most expensive thing in my place. If you want this piece of copper, you can take 1,000,000 yuan stone or let's change a Thunder Giantian pill." When the gray-robed old man said this, many people around couldn't help but feel an uproar. In the Poxian universe, although yuanxi is said to be the universal currency of immortal cultivators, every piece is priceless. Even among the tribulation cultivators who can take out 100,000 yuan of stones, they are already very wealthy. The $1,000,000 stone, even for the top 10 immortal gates of the Paxian universe, is not a small amount. As for that Thunder Jiatian pill, it is one of the top elixirs to break the immortal universe. It is a peerless treasure pill for the immortal cultivator to break through the Mahayana period, which is enough to weaken the threat of the immortal cultivator by at least 30%. This kind of pill is almost priceless in the Paxian universe, and the value of each one is not under the $1,000,000 stone. The gray-robed old man in front of him sold an unremarkable piece of broken copper at such a sky-high price. This old guy is really not an ordinary lion's big mouth. Even if this piece of copper really has some origins, as long as it is not a fool, who would be willing to spend such a price to buy this piece of copper that does not know what its use is? Hearing the gray-robed old man's price, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laughed. "Old sir, your price is too expensive, I can't get the $1,000,000 stone and the Thunder Jiatian pill." Although there was a reminder from the immortal monument, Jiang Chen did not easily exchange this piece of copper. If he didn't exchange the piece of copper with this old guy for a while, maybe it would make this old guy vigilant. "If you think it's expensive, you don't need to buy it." The gray-robed old man rolled his eyes, and immediately said astonishingly, "Although I don't know what the effect of this piece of copper is, he has something to do with the Taoist heavenly feather in ancient times." This piece of copper turned out to be the practice ground of Taoist Tianyu. As soon as the gray-robed old man said this, the entire third floor of the free trading market fell into a short silence for an instant, and all the suspicious eyes fell on the copper sheet in front of the gray-robed old man. Even many people's eyes revealed a faint glow of hot light. Feeling the changes in the monks around him, Jiang Chen's complexion couldn't help but change slightly. It seems that the Taoist Tianyu in the mouth of the gray-robed old man is certainly not an ordinary person. "Master, Taoist Tianyu is a superb monk named Paxian Universe in the ancient times. According to some ancient books of Paxian Universe, he is also the last one to ask about the existence of Immortal Universe when the road of Paxian Universe is cut off." At this moment, the somewhat solemn voice of Blood Thousand Killing also rang directly in Jiang Chen's ears. When Jiang Chen heard this, his mind couldn't help but shook slightly. Obviously he did not expect that the Taoist heavenly feather with such a big background would turn out to be the universe of Broken Immortal, the last immortal who soared into an immortal. Now that the fairy road in Paxian Universe is cut off, the top 10 fairy gates have been pursuing the emptiness and misty fairy road. If this piece of copper really has something to do with Taoist Yu that day, I am afraid that the top 10 immortal gates of the Paxian Universe will be crazy about it. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and immediately raised his head to look at the gray-robed old man and said, "How does the old man believe that this piece of copper is related to the Taoist heavenly feather?" "My guess." The gray-robed old man smiled and gave a very unreliable answer. Many monks heard the unreliable answer from the gray-robed old man, and they couldn't help shaking their heads speechlessly. Taoist Tianyu is the last immortal in the Paxian universe, and anything that has a little relationship with him is enough to cause the 10 great immortals to win the battle. If this copper piece really has something to do with Taoist Tianyu, how could it be placed here by the gray-robed old man and no one cares about it? Chapter 2505, 9 Li Shanzong, Li Xiao. The gray-robed old man's unreliable answer also caused most of the people in the field to lose interest in the copper piece. The water in the free trading market is already very deep. Naturally, they will not believe that this piece of copper is really related to Taoist Tianyu because of the words of the old man in the gray robe. The asking price of this gray-robed old man was ridiculously high, enough to stop most of the monks in the field. Even if there are people who can afford it, such as Shui Wowan, no one is willing to take this risk when they are not sure of the true purpose of the copper sheet. The main purpose of their visit to the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce this time was the pill of calamity that the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce is about to auction. 1 million stone is not a small sum for them. If 1 million yuan of stone were spent on this piece of copper, it would have a huge impact on their next auction of the Pill of Tribulation. Seeing that the many cultivators in the field were retreating, Jiang Chen was also slightly relieved. He couldn't help but spread the voice to the Blood Thousand Kills. "The Blood Thousand Kills, do you have 1,000,000 stones?" Blood Thousand Kill was slightly taken aback, but still replied. He used to be the Heavenly Crossing sect of the Blood Fiend sect, and now he is a monk who crossed the peak of the tribulation. These primordial stones were originally intended to be used to purchase treasures to break through. Now that Jiang Chen bought him the Weeping Blood Demon Fruit, he didn't need to buy other treasures for the time being. "Old sir, I bought this piece of copper." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and immediately said directly to Xu Chen, "Give this old gentleman a million yuan stone." Following Jiang Chen's words, the eyes of many monks around him all gathered on Jiang Chen's body. Many people even looked at Jiang Chen with foolish eyes. They obviously did not expect that someone would actually buy this humble piece of copper for 1 million yuan. Although Blood Thousand Kill had some doubts in his heart, he still took out a million yuan stone and handed it to the gray-robed old man according to Jiang Chen's instructions. Seeing that Jiang Chen really took out 1 million yuan to buy copper pieces, the gray-robed old man couldn't help but a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. This piece of copper was indeed obtained when he was exploring the ancient ruins in a place where Taoist Tianyu was suspected of practicing. Over the years, he has done detailed research on this piece of copper, but he has never found anything special. He bid the price of the copper piece so high, and he wanted to test it out to see if anyone could see the mystery of the copper piece. The boy in front of him did not hesitate to spend 1 million yuan on the purchase of copper pieces. Could it be that he found some clues? "Take it, this piece of copper belongs to you." A dark glow flashed in the gray-robed old man's eyes, and with a wave of his palm, the copper piece flew towards Jiang Chen directly from the jade platform. Jiang Chen was overjoyed, and he reached out and grabbed the copper piece. At the moment when Jiang Chen's palm was about to touch the copper sheet, a ghostly black shadow appeared out of thin air in front of Jiang Chen, and grabbed the copper sheet in his hand. At the same time, a faint chuckle sounded slowly in Jiang Chen's ears. "Hee, this fellow Taoist, I also have a good eye on this copper piece. I don't know if the friend can cut love and give it to me." Seeing this black shadow appearing out of thin air, Jiang Chen's complexion instantly became extremely gloomy. What appeared in front of him was a young man in a black dragon print robe with handsome features and a gentle smile on his face, but this smile gave people a hairy feeling no matter how they looked. Behind the young man in black, two figures followed closely. The auras of these two people are extremely deep, and their cultivation bases are both strong men who have reached the quasi-Mahayana stage. One of them, a middle-aged black-clothed man of quasi-Mahayana period, had a breath on his body that made Jiang Chen feel very familiar. This black-clothed middle-aged turns out to be the Black Unicorn of the Luo Immortal Sect. Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly shrank involuntarily. Since the black-clothed middle-aged man is the Black Unicorn of the Luo Immortal Sect, the identity of the young man who grabbed the copper piece is also ready to be revealed. This guy is not Li Xiao, the first arrogant of the Luo Immortal Sect, but who else can he be? Li Xiao's sudden shot also caused many people in the field to show a look of surprise. Many people in the field are very clear about Li Xiao's identity. They obviously didn't expect that this Tianzhao figure of the Luo Immortal Sect would actually fight for this mysterious piece of copper. Is this piece of copper really a stunning treasure? Even the bloodless eyes could not help but show a look of surprise. Naturally, he knew very well that Li Xiao came to Qingyuan Tianyu this time for the same purpose as him, but to come to the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce auction. Now that the auction has not been held, Li Xiao is actually willing to spend 1 million yuan stone to buy this mysterious copper piece. Could it be that in the eyes of this guy, the value of this piece of copper is still higher than that of the pill of tribulation? "My son, do we have to plug in?" At this moment, a quasi-Mahayana monk behind Shui Wuhuo couldn't help but whispered. If the kid was only interested in the piece of copper before, they might not care about it. Now even Li Xiao of the Luo Immortal Sect seems to be interested in the piece of copper. It can be seen that this copper piece is really not simple. "No, when I came to Qingyuan Tianyu on this trip, I had only one purpose from beginning to end, and that was to obtain the pill of transformation." Shui Wusheng faintly smiled and said, "Since Li Xiao is willing to fight with that kid, let him fight. If he spends 1 million yuan to buy this piece of copper, it will be more beneficial for us to take the pill of transformation." After coming to Qingyuanzhou City, Shui Wuwan almost found out the main opponent who came to compete for the pill of transformation this time. And Li Xiao of the Luo Immortal Sect is undoubtedly one of his biggest competitors. Now that Li Xiao is willing to spend 1 million yuan to compete for this mysterious copper piece, he is naturally very happy to get his opinion. "Your Excellency is Li Xiao of the Luo Immortal Sect." Jiang Chen stared at Li Xiao coldly, "But I bought this piece of copper, I don't know what you mean." "Haha, I am also more interested in this piece of copper, and I hope that fellow Taoists can give Li a face and give me this piece of copper." Li is grateful. Li Xiao smiled and looked at Jiang Chen. As the number one arrogant of the Luo Immortal Sect, Li Xiao is still very confident about his identity. Even in the entire Poxian universe, few people dare not give him a bit of face. Li Xiao, you too value yourself too much, and I am not familiar with you, so why should I give you face? Jiang Chen snorted faintly, and a sharp chill filled his body. Return the copper sheet to me immediately. Chapter 2506, Don't come to provoke me. Old sir, I am also a little interested in this piece of copper. I wonder if you can sell this piece of copper to me. Li Xiao didn't even look at Jiang Chen, but directly looked at the gray-robed old man. Prince Li Xiao, you seem to have broken the rules of the free trading market. You should know that this is the site of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Even if you are a member of the Li Immortal Sect, you may have to converge here. Grey-Robe shook his head, and then said faintly, I have sold this copper piece to the little friend just now, so return the copper piece to him. An imperceptible cold light flashed through Li Xiao's eyes. He obviously didn't expect that this old guy would dare not give him any face. Li Xiao didn't say much, but directly looked at Jiang Chen. This friend, giving me this copper piece is good for everyone. For some unclear things, some should not be offended. Offending people is not a wise choice. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face and said coldly, Li Xiao, I will say one last time, return the copper sheet to me. The corner of Li Xiao's mouth slightly raised a icy arc. If I say no. Jiang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the same place out of thin air. His figure had already appeared ghostly in front of Li Xiao, a palm protruding out like lightning, firmly confining Li Xiao's palm that grasped the copper plate. The sudden scene also made everyone who looked around couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Everyone present is very clear about what identity Li Xiao is. This is an extremely talented genius from the 10 Great Immortal Sect, Li Immortal Sect. Even if you look at the entire broken universe, few people can compare with it. Among the monks who crossed the robbery, its combat power was even more hailed as a nearly invincible existence, even capable of competing with the quasi-Mahayana monks. Such an enchanting figure who crossed the peak of the calamity was able to imprison Li Xiao's palm, which is really incredible. The mysterious man in front of him is by no means an ordinary person. I didn't expect you to have such strength, but it surprised me a bit. Seeing that Jiang Chen was able to imprison his palm, Li Xiao couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in Li Xiao's cold eyes. As the number one arrogant of the Li Immortal Sect, a great monk whose cultivation has reached the peak of the tribulation, Li Xiao is still very confident in his own strength. Although the mysterious young man in front of him just unexpectedly confined his palm, even so, it is by no means an ordinary tribulation monk who can easily do it. Such a character, looking at the entire Poxian universe, I am afraid that only the top 10 immortals can be cultivated. Li Xiao knows almost everything about the top Tianzhao of the 10 great immortals. He really couldn't think of which power among the 10 great immortals would have such a peerless arrogant. Li Xiao knew very well that the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe were by no means as simple as the surface. Ordinary people say that he is the number one arrogant of the Li Immortal Sect, but who knows that the Li Immortal Sect still hides a more terrifying existence than him. This child, maybe also a Tianzhao figure hidden in the dark by a fairy gate. Li Xiao originally thought, his competitor who came to Qingyuan Tianyu this time should have only one person, but there should be one more person now. Unexpectedly, there are such characters in this Qingyuan Tianyu. It seems that this trip to Qingyuan Tianyu has become more and more interesting. Shui Wowan looked at the two people in the field, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen stared at Li Xiao with cold eyes. Li Xiao, the first arrogant of the Li Immortal Sect. Others may be afraid of you for 3 points, but it is a pity that your identity is useless in front of me. I am not in the mood to waste time with you here. If you let go now, maybe it's still too late. The smile on Li Xiao's face also became colder and colder. For so many years, you are the first person who dared to speak like this in front of me. As Li Xiao's words fell, a magical light burst out of Li Xiao's eyes. The two stalemates in the field seemed to have been used to hold the body, maintaining such a posture and standing there motionless. The entire third layer of the free trading market fell into a deadly silence, and almost everyone's eyes fell on the two of Jiang Chen. I saw that Jiang Chen's palm that imprisoned Li Xiao suddenly squeezed hard, as if it had directly caused Li Xiao's entire palm to lose his strength, and the copper piece that was originally in his hand also fell involuntarily. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed the copper piece in his hand. And across from Jiang Chen, Li Xiao stepped on the ground and stepped back 5 or 6 steps, and there was also a pale look on his face. Seeing this scene in front of him, countless onlookers in the field couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The first arrogant of the dignified 9 Li Immortal Sect, the almost invincible existence among the cultivators of cross-tribulation, was actually at a disadvantage in the confrontation with this mysterious young man. This is too incredible. What is the origin of the mysterious young man in front of him? There is such a terrifying power. The old man and the black unicorn behind Li Xiao also appeared directly beside Li Xiao. The majestic aura of the 2 quasi-Mahayana monks also permeated the 3rd layer of the entire free trading market. Li Xiao, since the establishment of the free trading market, no one has dared to make trouble here. Even if you are a member of the 9 Li Immortal Sect, you may not be able to afford the consequences, just stop it. At this moment, the faint voice of the gray-robed old man who sold the copper piece rang again. You are very good, I took you down. Li Xiao glanced straight at Jiang Chen, and then faintly said to the 2 people beside him, you two, step back. Jiang Chen didn't bother to pay attention to Li Xiao, directly greeted the blood 1,000 kills, and then strode towards the door of the 3rd floor. When he passed by Li Xiao's side, his footsteps paused slightly, and said in a voice that only 2 of them could hear, don't try to provoke me, otherwise, you won't leave Qingyuan Tianyu alive, trust me. Jiang Chen ignored Li Xiao's extremely gloomy expression, and immediately disappeared into everyone's sight with blood 1,000 kill. Li Xiao's eyes gloomily looked at the back of Jiang Chen and the 2 of them leaving, and a sneer sneered in his eyes. Hee, I didn't expect Li Xiao to be threatened one day. This trip to Qingyuan Heaven is really interesting. Look up the origins of these 2 immediately. Before the auction, I want to know their details. Chapter 2507, Fairy Crystal Fragment. Immediately after the 3rd layer of the free trading market, Jiang Chen did not continue to stay in the free trading market for a long time. Li Xiao of the 9 Li Immortal Sect seemed to be extremely interested in the piece of copper in his hand. Although in this Qingyuanzhou city, Li Xiao may not dare to do it easily, but he is not afraid of 10,000 and just in case. Once Li Xiao started, a Tianzhou figure who crossed the peak of the robbery, plus 2 quasi-Mahayana powerhouses, could also cause him a lot of trouble. There is still a bloodless existence on the side. If he and the blood 1,000 killers make full use of their efforts, it is extremely likely that they will be identified by the blood without injury, and the situation will become even more troublesome at that time. After Jiang Chen left the free trading market, he went straight back to Xu Fei's residence. After returning to his residence, Jiang Chen directly ordered blood 1,000 kill to guard the door, not allowing anyone to approach his room, and then shut himself in the room. When Jiang Chen moved his palm, 2 things appeared in front of him. This piece of copper, which looks very simple, is exactly what Jiang Chen bought with a 1,000,000 yuan stone. As for the other item, it is the legendary monument. Senior, can you tell me what this piece of copper is now? Jiang Chen stared straight at this piece of copper, which was so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary. He really couldn't see what was special about this thing. Boy, if you can see through this piece of copper, how could it fall into your hands so easily? The voice in the immortal steel said with contempt, one of the immortal roads has been cut off from the immortal cultivating universe for many years. Even if it is the Mahayana monk here, you would never want to see through the origin of this piece of copper. Jiang Chen groaned slightly, but how can I be grateful to the 9 Li Immortal Sect? I seem to have discovered something. The voice in the immortal steel said faintly, the kid can find out because there is a descendant of the fairy beast beside him. Although the descendant of the fairy beast is not good in blood, he has also awakened some abilities. Jiang Chen was surprised. It turned out to be that black unicorn. The black unicorn can at best sense the immortality on this thing, and I don't know what the copper piece is. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's complexion couldn't help but change slightly. The immortal road of Poxian universe is cut off, and the top 10 immortals have been pursuing opportunities to become immortals, and will never let go of anything related to immortals. Even if the black unicorn just felt the fairy aura in the copper, it was enough to make the entire 9 Li Immortal Sect go crazy for it. It's really troublesome. The blood evil sect has not yet been resolved. I didn't expect to come to Qingyuan Tianyu on this trip and provoke the behemoth 9 Li Immortal Sect. The matter was over. Jiang Chen was too lazy to think. Since this piece of copper contains immortal energy, it is likely to come from the immortal world. Even if he was asked to choose again, he would still choose to include this piece of copper in his bag. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen shook his head, took a deep breath, and asked at the Immortal Monument, "Senior, I don't know what this piece of copper is. This thing is not a rare thing in the immortal world. If it weren't for your current strength and need to improve, this thing is no different from garbage in my eyes. But, for you now, that is definitely a great opportunity, even if it's just a fragment. Watch it well, I'll help you restore this thing to its true colors." When the voice in the immortal steel spoke, a mysterious light burst out from the immortal steel, covering the copper sheet. Fragment. Jiang Chen looked at the copper sheet that was shrouded in the light of the immortal monument, and there was a curious look in his eyes. He was a little expectant, what kind of fragment this piece of copper was. After a few breaths of time, the light on the immortal monument spread out quickly. A crystal shard with a crystal clear body and an extremely irregular shape appeared directly in Jiang Chen's sight. Above this crystal fragment, a faint fairy light exuded. Even if it is just a fragment, it exudes a sacred and inviolable sacred sword intent. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, under the pressure of the sword intent emanating from the crystal shards, it seemed that he couldn't help feeling a small feeling in his heart. Shenwei. This is the real Shenwei. Jiang Chen has only felt this kind of immortal power in the Immortal Palace of Longevity. Senior, what exactly is this crystal fragment? Is it a fragment of a fairy? Jiang Chen recovered and couldn't help asking in astonishment. The voice in the immortal steel said quietly, "This is not a fragment of an immortal weapon, but a fragment of an immortal crystal. Whether you are the masters of martial arts in the divine realm or the Mahayana monks in the universe breaking the immortal universe, the final step is to ascend to the immortal realm and ask Tao to become immortal. Once you become an immortal, you can gain longevity, immortality and immortality. And the foundation of immortal immortality lies in the fact that a fairy crystal is condensed in them. The fairy crystal is also the essence of the immortal's power." Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance. "Senior, this fragment in front of me is a fairy crystal fragment. Yes, this is indeed an immortal crystal fragment of an immortal, and it is also an immortal crystal fragment of a sword immortal." The immortal monument said indifferently, "If you can master the energy of this immortal crystal fragment, you will naturally be able to break through the dominance of martial arts, and it will even allow you to surpass the dominance of martial arts in a short time and ascend to the immortal realm." Hearing the words of the immortal monument, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a glowing look appeared in his eyes. This so-called fairy crystal is undoubtedly somewhat similar to the realm spirit crystal condensed by the realm gods of the gods. It's just that the realm divine crystal can only be condensed, but this fairy crystal is directly born in the body of the immortal, far from being comparable to the realm divine crystal. Fortunately, this time there was an immortal monument reminding him to buy this immortal crystal fragment. The value of this immortal crystal fragment was many times higher than that of the so-called pill transformation pill. If he was able to obtain this piece of fairy crystal fragment, he was already worthwhile to come to Qingyuan Tianyu this time. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and a sharp light burst out in his eyes. Although his strength is not weak now, but after all, it is difficult to compete with the real Mahayana monks of Poxian universe, and he has scruples in his actions. With this fairy crystal fragment, he may be able to break through the martial arts master in a short time. He didn't need to worry too much about the Mahayana monk who broke the immortal universe, and had the capital to truly turn the immortal universe upside down. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, and directly asked the immortal monument, "Senior, I don't know how to use the power of this immortal crystal fragment." Chapter 2508. Half-Step Master. The immortal steel said indifferently, "You are not an immortal now, you don't have the power of immortality in your body, there is no way to directly refine the power of the immortal crystal, you can only eat it and slowly absorb it." After hearing these words, Jiang Chen swallowed the fragments of the fairy crystal in front of him without hesitation. Although Li Xiao of the Li Immortal Sect does not know that this thing is a fragment of the fairy crystal, he also knows that this thing is related to the existence of immortals. Therefore, Li Xiao will never let it go. Even for this fairy crystal fragment, Li Xiao might contact the Mahayana monk of the Li Immortal Sect to come. Jiang Chen did not intend to leave the fairy crystal fragments in the slightest. He must use the power of this fairy crystal fragment as soon as possible to break through the dominance of martial arts. "Boy, you are crazy, and you swallowed this fairy crystal fragment. If you don't want to die, spit it out." Seeing that Jiang Chen swallowed the fragments of the fairy crystal in one bite, the furious shout of the immortal monument also quickly sounded in Jiang Chen's ear. The fairy crystal is the essence of the power of the fairy, even the most common true fairy. The power contained in it is also very huge. Although this immortal crystal is only a fragment of an immortal crystal, its energy is not known to be 1/3 of the real immortal crystal, but it is not something that Jiang Chen District God King Zhou Tian can bear. Senior, don't worry, it's okay. Jiang Chen smiled faintly at the sharp shout from the immortal steel, and didn't care at all. He naturally understood how powerful this fairy crystal fragment was, and the immortal steel was obviously worried that he could not withstand the power of the fairy crystal fragment at all. Jiang Chen is still very clear about his situation. Since the activation of the system, no matter what Jiang Chen swallowed, there has never been any sign of being blown up. Even if this fairy crystal fragment was a fairy crystallization, Jiang Chen didn't worry at all. After Jiang Chen swallowed the fragments of the fairy crystal, it instantly turned into a stream of light and sank into Jiang Chen's dantian, suspended in the vast ocean of swordsman power in Jiang Chen's body. Then, there was no more then. There was no system prompt sound in Jiang Chen's mind, and his body did not react at all. What the censored is this? Jiang Chen was stunned for a long time, but this time he couldn't help but say, "Senior, have you made a mistake? How come I swallow this stuff without any response?" Seeing that Jiang Chen swallowed the immortal crystal fragments without any response, the voice in the immortal monument was also silent for an instant. With its eyesight, how could it be easy to make a mistake? It is almost certain that what Jiang Chen swallowed was definitely a fragment of the fairy crystal of a sword immortal. Although the strength of this sword immortal is very censored, in its eyes, the energy contained in this immortal crystal fragment is also enough to burst the Mahayana monk in an instant. Jiang Chen's cultivation base was one level lower than that of the Mahayana monks, and he was able to completely withstand the power of the fairy crystal, which was really incredible. Just when the Shanbei fell silent, a belated system prompt finally sounded slowly in Jiang Chen's mind. "Ding! You swallow the fragments of the true fairy and immortal crystal, and set off to comprehend it 100 times. Ding! You comprehend the power of dominance, and the experience of dominating the power is 10*100. With this prompt sound resounding in Jiang Chen's mind, Jiang Chen also clearly sensed the changes in his body. I saw that there seemed to be a bit more powerful than the Kendo divine power in his body. Although it was only a trace, it was guarded in the center by the majestic Kendo divine power and stars in the center, like a king who dominates these Kendo divine powers. Is this the divine power of the master of martial arts?" Feeling the presence of this power, Jiang Chen couldn't help but murmured. Dominating the divine power, as expected, and the martial arts divine power of the divine king realm, it is completely different from the same level of existence. Even if Jiang Chen only has a trace of dominating power now, his combat power has more than doubled compared to the previous one. With Jiang Chen's current strength, even if it is facing an ordinary quasi-Mahayana monk, even if he does not use the power of the immortal monument, Jiang Chen is confident that he will be killed in a short time. Now that I have a trace of dominating divine power, it should be regarded as reaching a half-step dominating state. If I want to break through the real martial arts dominance, I am afraid that all the power in my body must be transformed into dominating divine power. This is obviously a long way to go. Jiang Chen shook his head, cast his happy thoughts away. His eyes could not help falling on the fragments of the fairy crystal suspended in his dantian. The energy in this fairy crystal fragment doesn't seem to have been absorbed by me much. The immortal steel just said that the energy of this immortal crystal fragment is enough to make him easily break through the martial arts master, and now he only has a trace of the master's power. Next, how can he fully use the power of the fairy crystal fragments for himself? Now I can only try to cultivate and see if I can absorb the power of refining the fairy crystal fragments. Although the immortal steel has just said that an immortal who does not have the power of the immortal element cannot refine and absorb the power in the immortal crystal, but he has only one try now. Just when Jiang Chen was about to meditate and try to refine the fairy crystal fragments, another system prompt sounded in his mind. "Ding! You are nourished by the shards of the fairy crystals, and you get the power of dominance 10*100. Jiang Chen was stunned immediately. This fairy crystal fragment in his dantian seems to be able to automatically nourish the martial arts power in his body, and gradually transform the martial arts power into the master power. In order to confirm his guess, Jiang Chen simply did nothing and waited quietly. About 10 minutes later, the familiar prompt sound of the system sounded again. A look of ecstasy suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. With this fairy crystal fragment, the dominating divine power in his body will increase almost every once in a while. If this continues, even if he does nothing, he will be able to easily break through the master of martial arts under the nourishment of the fairy crystal fragments. Feeling the change in Jiang Chen's body, the voice in the immortal steel couldn't help being surprised. This kid not only swallowed the fairy crystal fragments unscathed, but was also able to continuously refine and absorb the power of the fairy crystal fragments. If it is a real fairy, it might not be surprising. But Jiang Chen was far away from asking Tao to become immortal, but he was still more than 10,000 miles away. At this moment, Shanbei finally understood a little bit why that person chose the kid in front of him. This son's physique is definitely not trivial. Chapter 2509. The auction begins. Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, the residence of Deacon Xu Fei, in a quiet room. Jiang Chen closed his eyes tightly and sat there cross-legged motionless, but the aura on his body was growing rapidly at a terrifying speed. Jiang Chen finally slowly opened his eyes. It's really good. I didn't expect that in just 3 days, the dominating power in my body would reach 1/10. Feeling the strength in his body, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but set off a slight arc. After confirming that the fairy crystal fragments can nourish the martial arts power in the body and automatically transform the martial arts power into the dominating power, Jiang Chen did not sit idle, planning to try to practice and see what the situation was. Jiang Chen found out that his own cultivation can also improve his body's dominating supernatural power. Jiang Chen has been cultivating with great concentration the past few days, gaining dual power of dominance. Just 3 days, the dominating divine power in Jiang Chen's body has undergone a qualitative change, and it has almost occupied 1/10 of the power in his body. If he grows at this rate, as long as he concentrates on practicing for half a month, he can almost master 10% of the power of the master, thus breaking through to become the real master of martial arts. Today is the auction of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Let's go to the auction first. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, then stood up, strode out to the outside of the room. Although he has now obtained the fairy crystal fragments, he has successfully reached the half-step dominant state. Even if he breaks through the martial arts dominance, it will be a breeze, and he has no such great interest in the so-called transforming pill. But now that he is here, Jiang Chen also wants to see this auction of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. The things that can appear in the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce auctions are by no means ordinary products, and maybe even things similar to fairy crystal fragments will appear. If you can get 1 or 2 treasures similar to fairy crystal fragments at the auction, then you will make a lot of money. After leaving the room, Jiang Chen went straight to the auction house of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce with Shui Qiansha. Because of the name of the Pill of Transcendence, the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce's auction has attracted the strong from several other domains around the Qingyuan Tianyu. When Jiang Chen and the others came to the gate of the auction, it was already crowded with people. The temptation of the Pill of Tribulation is really not that big. Seeing the huge flow of people at the gate of the auction, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a tusk in surprise. The Tribulation Pill is a lost ancient pill. Its effect is almost equivalent to creating a Mahayana monk. Even the top 10 immortals are extremely greedy. If it hadn't been for the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce that the auction had been held in a rush, and only spread in a few areas around the Qingyuan Tianyu, I am afraid that the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce would be many times more lively than it is now. Blood Thousand Killing whispered softly. As a monk who crossed the tribulation, Blood Thousand Kills naturally knew exactly what kind of terrifying temptation this Pill of Tribulation had. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Let's go in. He has now broken through with the help of immortal crystal fragments. To him, the Pill of Dissolving Tribulation is already a dispensable existence, and he can sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Especially the blood is not hurt. If this guy encounters trouble in the process of fighting for the Pill of Transformation, he may be able to give a fatal blow to the blood at the critical moment, and solve the world's first arrogant of the Blood Evil sect. Because of the VIP order from Xu Fei, Jiang Chen entered the auction through the VIP channel without waiting in line. Entering the gate of the auction, the light was a little dim. Jiang Chen and the others walked along the corridor to the end. A huge auction site appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen and the others. This auction site is larger than any auction site Jiang Chen has ever seen before. The densely packed seats and the auction platform built almost entirely of brilliant crystals are a bit dazzling. My son, what is your seat number? At this moment, a beautiful maid walked over quickly and asked Jiang Chen respectfully. Seat number. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and took out the VIP sticker Xu Fei gave him. I only have this. Looking at the VIP sticker in Jiang Chen's hand, a look of surprise appeared in the eyes of the maid. As a maid who specializes in serving the auction, she can naturally see the level of the VIP stickers in Jiang Chen's hand. First class VIP post. This is the highest level VIP sticker of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce in addition to a handful of premium VIP stickers. In every auction, the first class VIP stickers issued by the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce generally do not exceed 30. The one who can get the first class VIP post is definitely not a simple character. The son is the first class guest of my Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce this auction, please follow me. The maid's attitude became more respectful again, and she quickly led Jiang Chen towards the auction. After traveling through the huge auction venue for a while, the maid brought Jiang Chen to a location near the crystal auction platform, and then slowly bowed back. Sitting on the spacious and soft luxurious chair, Jiang Chen couldn't help but look around the auction. At the auction, many monks have gathered. Jiang Chen just swept it for the first time, and he felt the aura of no less than 100 cultivators, and even no less than 10 quasi-Mahayana monks. The strength of Paxian universe is really not that strong. Jiang Chen also sighed in his heart. Just a gathering of powerhouses at an auction might be enough to sweep the entire God's domain universe. Master Li Xiao, that kid is here too. Just as Jiang Chen was looking at the whole auction situation, in a first-class VIP seat opposite Jiang Chen and the others, the old man beside Li Xiao couldn't help but whispered. Don't worry about it, I have already notified the sect of the news. The sect will soon send a Mahayana monk to come in person, and it will be difficult for the kid to fly his wings. Li Xiao said indifferently, today is the auction of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. I will definitely get the pill of transformation. I will take the pill of transformation first. The news of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce auctioning the Jiadan pill was very hasty. Fortunately, it only attracted people from a few surrounding domains. Today, our biggest competitor is probably the bloodlessness of the Blood Fiend sect. As the old man said, he couldn't help but glanced in the direction where the blood was innocent. There is nothing to worry about if there is no blood injury, but I am more worried about that guy. Li Xiao looked up at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, and said solemnly, are you sure that guy came from the heavenly territory of Silent Blood? The old man nodded and said, that kid indeed came from the Silent Blood territory with the caravan of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. A strange look suddenly appeared in Li Xiao's eyes. This son's talent strength cannot be cultivated by the 10 great immortals. But the blood evil sect of the Jia Shui Tianyu has already sent out the blood without injury. How could it be possible to send another person secretly to fight for the pill of transformation? Quote. If this guy is not from the Blood Fiend cult, what kind of background does it have? Chapter 2510, Bloodless Guess. At the same time as Li Xiao secretly guessed the identity of the two Jiang Chen. On the other side, the eyes of Shui Wusheng and others also fell on Jiang Chen. Old Yin, I asked you to find out the details of these two people, how did you find out? Shui Wuhuo's eyes narrowed and looked at Jiang Chen and the two of them, and could not help but softly asked a gloomy and thin old man beside him. The origins of these two people are extremely mysterious. They seem to have emerged out of thin air. I have used all the relationships, and I haven't found out their origins. The thin old man shook his head, and then slowly said, but one thing is certain, these two guys should come from our bloodless universe. Shui Wusheng heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. On the third floor of the free trading market that day, the mysterious young man on the opposite side was able to confront Li Xiao head-on and gain the upper hand. Although there may be reasons for Li Xiao's carelessness, even so, it is enough to prove that this mysterious young man's natural strength is extremely extraordinary. Even if it is compared with them, I am afraid it will not be inferior in the slightest. Shui Wuhuo couldn't believe it. In addition to their blood evil sect, there are such enchanting geniuses in the Jia Shui Tianyu. I didn't expect that this genius would be hidden in the Silent Blood territory. Could it be that the people of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect cannot succeed? A sharp light flashed in Shui Wusheng's eyes. The Blood Sword Immortal Sect, the top 10 immortal gates of the broken immortal universe, were much stronger than the current Blood Fiend sect at their peak. Although the current Blood Sword Immortal Sect has fallen, the lean camel is bigger than the horse, and it is not impossible that they secretly cultivated such a genius. Is it impossible? The thin old man said with an incredulous look. Under the pressure of our blood sword immortal sect for these years, it has been extremely difficult to recruit disciples every year. How can it be possible to cultivate such an arrogant person? The blood sword fairy sect has a long inheritance history, and its background is unfathomable. The skinny old man has no doubt that the blood sword immortal sect has the ability to cultivate the heaven journey, but the premise is that the blood sword immortal sect can find a genius disciple with the ultimate talent. Now that the silent blood territory is controlled by their blood fiend sect, under their blockade, it is impossible for a genius disciple to join the blood sword immortal sect. Even though the blood sword immortal sect has a profound background and there are no genius disciples for them to train, it is also difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. Shui Wushang frowned and said, if these two were not from the blood sword immortal sect, who would they be? The territory of silent blood is the territory controlled by their blood evil sect. Now there was an enchanting genius who was not inferior to him in the Jia Shui Tianyu, but their blood evil sect did not even notice it. This is not good news for their blood evil sect. The sun seems to be looking at one thing. Not long ago, the blood fiend sect had two heavenly journeying pride, who fell into the hands of blood thousand kill in a black-clothed youth one after another. At this moment, the other blood-haired old man who had not spoken suddenly said slowly. As the blood-haired old man said this, the bloodless pupils suddenly shrank. The blood evil sect has controlled the quiet blood universe for many years, and if there is such an arrogant who crosses the heavens in the quiet blood universe, it is impossible for the blood evil sect to be unaware of it. In the recent silent blood territory, there is indeed an enchanting figure who can kill the heaven journey, and that is an accomplice of the blood thousand killing. The blood thousand killers deliberately targeted the blood sect, and even killed the blood sect's two great jade judges, and made a stir in the blood Yenzhou city. Even the city lord Shui Qianyan of the bloody Yenzhou city fell on the blood thousand killing two people. Hands. This time, in addition to fighting for the pill of transformation, he came to Qingyuan Tianyu for another important purpose, which was to bring out the two people of blood thousand killing. It's just that the two people of blood thousand killing are obviously also vigilant, and have never taken any action against him. The fact that the two of blood thousand kills did not make a move does not mean that they gave up making a move on themselves. Those two guys, it's really possible that they have already come to Qingyuanzhou city. Since the two mysterious guys on the opposite side came from the realm of silent blood, they might really be the two changed faces of blood thousand killers. My son Wowan, I also think they are very likely to kill two people with 1,000 blood. Do you want to test it? The thin old man's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help whispering. Shui Wuhuan's eyes flickered slightly. Don't startle the snake, pay more attention to them in secret, and wait until the auction ends. This is the headquarters of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Even if the two people are really the two people, they can't kill the two people. The auction of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce is about to begin, and now the most important thing for him is to obtain the legendary Pill of Tribulation. This Pill of Tribulation is the key to help him break through the Mahayana period. Master, Li Shao of the Nine Li Immortal Sect and the bloodlessness of the Blood Fiend Sect seem to be paying attention to us. Feeling the opposite gaze, the Blood Thousand Kill couldn't help but whispered, especially the people of the Blood Fiend Sect, I suspect they may know our identity. Jiang Chen didn't care about it. It's okay, this is the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, and they can't do anything to us. The Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce is affiliated to the 10 Great Immortal Sect Qingyuanzong. Whether it is the 9 Li Immortal Sect or the Blood Fiend Sect, the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce has to show some face here. He has now broken through half a step to dominate. Unless the real Mahayana monk makes a move, almost no one can help him. There are fairy crystal fragments in his body, and the power of dominance has been continuously increasing. After the auction is over, he only needs to stay in the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce to practice for 10.5 days, and he should be able to successfully break through the dominance of martial arts. Even if a Mahayana monk from the Blood Fiend Sect or the 9 Li Immortal Sect came in person, he wouldn't have the slightest fear. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't seem to care much about the exposure of his identity, and the Blood Thousand Killing stopped saying much, and he closed his eyes and started practicing. After swallowing the Weeping Blood Demon Fruit, Blood Thousand Killing has been refining and absorbing the power of the Weeping Blood Demon Fruit for several days, and has already touched the power of the Mahayana. As long as he is given some more time, he should be able to enter the realm of the quasi-Mahayana period. Under such waiting, half an hour passed in a flash. A crisp bell rang finally slowly sounded in the auction house. Hearing the ringing of the bell, the originally noisy auction hall quickly quieted down at this moment. Everyone looked at the crystal platform in the center of the auction hall. I saw an old white-haired old man on the crystal stage, standing on it with a smile at some unknown time. Is it finally going to start? Jiang Chen opened his eyes and looked at the white-haired old man on the crystal stone platform. He couldn't help but let out a low whisper, and he couldn't help but a look of expectation appeared in his eyes. Chapter 2511, Human Emperor Sword Fragment. Haha, you guys, Mu Chengkong, the host of this auction, I must have been a little impatient with you, so I won't talk nonsense and go directly to the subject. The white-haired old man smiled and looked at the dark shadows in the venue, his loud voice slowly resounding in the hall. This old guy is not weak. Jiang Chen looked at the Mu Chengkong on the crystal stone platform, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. If he expected it well, Mu Chengkong should also be a powerful quasi-Mahayana monk. The Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce sent a quasi-Mahayana monk to preside over the auction. Jiang Chen was relieved soon. Because of the Pill of Tribulation, the auction held by the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce this time has reached a very high level, and there are not a few cultivators and quasi-Mahayana monks who have come to participate. If the Qingyuan merchant would ask ordinary people to host the auction, I am afraid that it may not be able to hold the scene. Now we are auctioning the first treasure of this auction. Just as Jiang Chen was looking at the gray-haired old man, the white-haired old man's loud voice resounded through the auction hall again. On the huge crystal stage, a burst of dazzling light suddenly burst out. The strong light slowly dissipated, and at the auction platform in front of Mu Chengkong, a dark long sword reflected a cold luster under the light. Above this long sword, there was a vaguely powerful sword aura permeating. Even the average tribulation cultivator can feel a heart-palpitating breath from the long sword. Black Emperor Sword, many people must have heard of the name of this sword. This sword is a weapon used by the peerless sword repair Dugumo 1,000 years ago. It is extremely extraordinary. The Dugumo who was in the tribulation period used this sword. Reverse the quasi-Mahayana monk. As Mu Chengkong said, his gaze swept slightly in the auction hall, and he smiled and said, "The starting price of the Black Emperor sword is 10,000 yuan, please." I didn't expect this first sword auction item to be the Black Emperor sword. Looking at the Black Emperor sword on the auction stage, a look of astonishment appeared in the eyes of Blood Front Killer. When Jiang Chen heard the words, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is this sword famous?" Blood Thousand Killing nodded and said, "Dugu Demon, the first genius of swordsmanship in the broken universe 1,000 years ago, his talent in swordsmanship has reached an extremely terrifying point." Fairy universe disappeared. Jiang Chen stared at the Black Emperor sword on the auction stage. This Black Emperor sword was indeed a good sword. I am afraid that it would not be inferior to the Human Emperor sword that he had not fully recovered. If the Human Emperor sword in his hand can be fully restored to its peak state, it is not comparable to the Black Emperor sword. Jiang Chen naturally didn't have much interest in this Black Emperor sword. Of course, Jiang Chen is not interested, it doesn't mean that others are not interested either. The weapon of a peerless sword repairer is not only very powerful, but may even be of great help to sword repair. As Mu Chengkong's voice fell, the auction hall also continuously sounded the bidding. After a few minutes of incentive bidding, the Black Emperor sword was finally repaired by a sword repairer who had passed the catastrophe period, and the bid was successful at a price of 130,000 stone. This auction of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce is indeed not something ordinary people can participate in. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his head secretly. 130,000 stone, I am afraid that for many cultivators during the tribulation period, it may not be easy to get it. Following the successful auction of the Black Emperor sword, on the next auction stage, dazzling treasures were also presented in front of everyone under Mu Chengkong's introduction. There are everything you need, such as peerless exercises, supernatural powers, heaven and earth elixir, etc. Moreover, the value of each treasure is extremely extraordinary, enough to make countless tribulation monks be moved by it. Although these things that appeared at the auction were extraordinary, there was nothing that particularly moved Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen had not shot any. As the auction goes on, the items in the auction become more precious. There was even a magical skill in the middle, and it was sold at a sky-high price of 800,000 yuan. Jiang Chen sat lazily on a soft chair and watched quietly as everyone was struggling for a piece of treasure. He couldn't help but tilt his head and ask the Blood 1,000 kills, how much do you have? Stone. There are still 2 or 300,000. But there are still some things on my body. It shouldn't be a big problem to change the 500,000 yuan stone. The Blood Thousand Killer was taken aback for a moment, and immediately asked, if the master needs it, I will go to the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce to replace it with the original stone. Although he has been plundering the stars of the universe over the years, he has only accumulated more than 1 million yuan of stones. Last time in the free trading market, Jiang Chen had already spent 1 million yuan on buying that piece of copper, and now there are not many yuan stones left. Now that the auction is in its late stages, every auction item is a rare and peerless treasure, and the final transaction price is at least several 100,000. As for the transformation of the Jia pill, there is no need to even think about it. If it weren't for something that particularly moved his heart, Jiang Chen had no plans to bid. Just as Jiang Chen and the two were talking, Mu Chengkong on the crystal stage also completed an auction again, and then carefully picked up a golden object, facing the field with a mysterious face. Everyone, the next thing that needs to be auctioned is an extremely rare piece of metal fragment. After the appraisal of our Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, this piece of metal should be a fragment of a sword. Sword fragments. When everyone heard Mu Chengkong's introduction, they couldn't help but froze for a while. What kind of sword fragments? Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce would put them for auction. Just when everyone was in a state of uncertainty, only Jiang Chen's gaze was firmly locked on the metal fragment. Because he was horrified to find out, the metal fragments in Mu Chengkong's hands unexpectedly caused the human emperor sword on his body to have a reaction. This kind of induction is almost the same as the induction produced by Jiang Chen's encounter with the fragments of the human emperor's sword twice. Human sword fragment. Jiang Chen never expected that this Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce auction would actually show a fragment of the human emperor's sword. In the battle that year, after the human emperor's sword was broken, some cultivators from the universe of broken immortals brought the fragments of the human emperor's sword into the universe of broken immortals. Jiang Chen slowly took a deep breath, and it took a while for the whole person to recover from the horror. He stared at the fragments of the human emperor's sword stubbornly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. No matter how the fragment of the human emperor's sword appeared here, since he has encountered it now, he will get this fragment of the human emperor's sword anyway. Chapter 2512. Scramble. In the auction hall, many people looked at the golden fragments in front of Mu Chengkong, and they couldn't help showing a dazed look. The fragments of a sword were almost auctioned off by the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce as the finale. Even the top magic weapon of the broken immortal universe, just a fragment, the value it possesses is very limited. This golden fragment, could it still be a fragment of a fairy artifact in the legend? Everyone, after the appraisal of our Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, this fragment is very likely to be a legendary fragment of a fairy. Just when everyone was in a state of uncertainty, Mu Chengkong's words made an astonishing voice, which also resounded in the hall instantly. As Mu Chengkong said this, there was an uproar in the hall. Everyone's eyes were staring at the golden shard on the auction stage. They obviously didn't expect that the fragment auctioned by the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce was actually a fragment of an immortal artifact. Since the great changes of the world in the ancient times, which led to the breaking of the fairy road in the universe, almost all traces related to the immortal have evaporated out of thin air. Even in today's top 10 immortal sects in the Poxian universe, almost nothing related to immortals exists. In today's Poxian universe, anything related to immortals is enough to cause a huge sensation. Poxian universe once had a terrifying battle because of a treasure related to the immortal, and finally even launched a cosmic level battle. Unexpectedly, this time the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce would show up something related to immortals. Although it was just a piece of fairy artifact, it was enough to make countless people crazy about it. This man's imperial sword fragment was actually identified as a fairy artifact fragment by the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. How is this possible? Hearing Mu Chengkong's introduction, Jiang Chen was also taken aback. Although the human emperor sword is one of the top 10 congenital Dao soldiers of God's domain, the strength of God's domain is more than that of Poxian universe. The top 10 congenital Dao soldiers are at most equivalent to the top magic weapons of Poxian universe. But I didn't expect that the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce would auction off the fragments of the human emperor's sword as fragments of fairy artifacts. Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce is one of the best chambers of commerce in the universe, and its ability to appraise treasure is clearly beyond doubt. Since they believed that the human emperor's sword fragments were celestial artifact fragments and put them out for auction, they must have a certain degree of certainty. The human emperor sword might really be an immortal weapon. When Poxian universe invaded God's domain, the strength of God's domain was obviously worse than Poxian universe's, but the result was that Poxian universe's attack was blocked by life, perhaps because of the existence of immortal weapons such as the Emperor Sword. I really didn't expect that in this auction of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, in addition to the pill transformation, there was actually a piece of fairy artifact. Shui Wusheng stared at the golden shards on the auction stage, and he couldn't help but let out a low murmur. My son Wowan, the price of this fairy artifact fragment will probably not be lower than the pill of transformation. If we want to bid for this fragment of fairy artifact, I am afraid we will not be able to compete for the pill of transformation. Hearing bloodless words, an old man beside him couldn't help whispering. In today's Poxian universe, anyone who has a relationship with immortals is extremely rare. But after all, this is just a piece of fairy artifact, not a real fairy artifact. No one can know what role it has. This fairy artifact fragment was appraised by the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. If it really has unimaginable value, how could the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce easily put it out for auction? The fragments of fairy artifacts can be met but not sought. Since they have encountered them, how can they be easily missed? Shui Wusheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't worry, I have made arrangements for the pill of transformation. No matter who is photographed in the end, it will fall into my hands in the end. The old man hesitated slightly. I think it can be changed, or it is safer to take a picture of the pill of destruction. I have my own opinion, the elders don't have to worry too much. Shui Wuhuo waved his hand and glanced at the old man faintly. Seeing that the persuasion was useless, the Blood Evil Sect elder had to shook his head and stop talking. Everyone, since the breaking of the fairy road in the universe, anything related to the immortal has been met but not sought. The starting price of the fragments of immortal artifacts is 100,000 yuan, please make an offer. At this moment, Mu Chengkong on the crystal platform also directly announced the start of the auction. Everyone, I want to teach the evil spirits of this fairy artifact fragment, and please everyone can give me blood without hurting my face, I will pay 200,000. As Mu Chengkong's voice fell, Shui Wuhuo was the first to stand up. He looked around with his stern gaze, and anyone who came into contact with his gaze couldn't help but blink away. That posture seemed to be announcing that this fairy artifact fragment was none other than himself. Seeing that Shui Wuhuo looks like he must get the fragments of the fairy artifacts, some people in the field who were originally interested in the fragments of the fairy artifacts swallowed them back with their bids. Shui Wuhuo is a peerless arrogant from the 10 great immortal sect of Blood Sect. These characters are not easily offended by ordinary people. After the strong quotation of the blood without injury, there was also a brief silence in the auction house. Blood is not hurt, you don't want to use your Blood Evil Sect here to suppress others, others may be afraid of your Blood Evil Sect, I am not afraid. This fairy artifact fragment, my 9 Li Immortal Sect is also very interested, 300,000. Li Xiao of the 9 Li Immortal Sect also stood up without hesitation, and confronted Shui Wuwu. It can be seen that Shui Wuhuo and Li Xiao are bidding one after another, and the others have given up their plans to bid for the fairy artifact fragments. Although the fragments of fairy artifacts can be met but not sought, these two figures from the top 10 immortal gates have already taken action. The possibility that they will bid for the fragments of immortal artifacts is very slim, and they will also risk offending the two immortal gates. Undoubtedly it's not worth the loss. Under the gaze of everyone at the auction house, the battle for fairy artifact fragments quickly became heated. Both Shui Wusheng and Li Xiao did not give in to each other, and alternated their bids. The fragments of fairy artifacts with a starting price of only 100,000 stones have already exceeded 1 million. 1,500,000. Shui Wuwan gloomily stared at Li Xiao of the 9 Li Immortal Sect, and directly added 500,000 at a time. Hehe. 1.5 million yuan, son-in-law is really generous, if that's the case, then I will give you this fairy artifact fragment. The corner of Li Xiao's mouth couldn't help but lifted up a slight arc of ghosts, and immediately shrugged, and sat down calmly. From beginning to end, Li Xiao actually had no plans to bid for this fairy artifact fragment. The reason why he competed with Shui Wuwan was just to make Shui Wuwan consume more financial resources. As long as there is no blood and no injury to compete with him for the pill of transformation, isn't it that he belongs to the pill of transformation? Chapter 2513. The final item, the pill. Prince Li Xiao, do we really want to give this fairy artifact fragment to the Blood Evil Sect? At this moment, The old man behind Li Xiao couldn't help but uttered a voice. This is just a fragment of a fairy tool, not a real fairy tool. If this thing is really an incredible treasure, how can you raise the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce in Qingyuanzong to take it out for auction? Li Xiao couldn't help but smile coldly. Although the Blood Fiend Sect and the Nine Li Immortal Sect are both the top 10 immortal sects, the foundation of the Zhu Immortal Sect, which has a long history, is far from being comparable to that of the Blood Fiend Sect, an emerging force separated from the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. In their Nine Li Immortal Sect, they have real immortal artifacts. Naturally, Li Xiao knew very well that a piece of broken fairy artifact had very limited value, unless all the fragments could be found and restored into a real fairy artifact. How difficult is it to find all the fragments to restore the fairy artifact? The Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce will take out this piece of fairy artifact for auction. Seeing Li Xiao's appearance, the bloodless mouth couldn't help but let out a sneer. He naturally saw that Li Xiao was deliberately raising the price of the immortal artifact fragments, causing him to consume a large amount of primordial stone and lose the qualification to compete with the pill. But so what? This time he came to Qingyuan Tianyu, but he was fully prepared. Even if that Li Xiao could take the Jia pill, he would never want to take the Jia pill and leave the Qingyuan Tianyu safely. With a sneer in his heart, Shui Wuhuo couldn't help but turned his head and looked at Mu Chengkong on the crystal platform, and said faintly, "Old guy, there is no one bidding anymore. Can you announce the result of this round of auction?" Hee, should not hurt. Don't worry, since it's an auction, you have to follow the rules of the auction. Mu Chengkong said with a smile, and immediately glanced at the auction, and asked faintly, "Blood Evil teaches the harmless son to bid 1.5 million stone, is there a higher bid?" Mu Chengkong asked 3 times in a row, but when no one responded, the auction hammer in his hand was about to be knocked down hard. At this moment, a faint voice sounded abruptly in the hall. "I gave out 1.51 million. The sudden bidding also caused everyone in the auction hall to be stunned. Everyone's gazes almost all looked at the direction of the voice in the same direction, and then directly fell on Jiang Chen's body. The person who made the bid at the last moment was naturally Jiang Chen. As the owner of the Human Emperor Sword, Jiang Chen is naturally bound to obtain this fragment of the Human Emperor Sword that appeared in the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce auction. Even at all costs, he will definitely take this piece of Human Emperor Sword down. "Master, I'm afraid I can't get so many primordial stones now." Seeing Jiang Chen suddenly asking for a price, Shui Qiansha couldn't help but whispered beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "It's okay, I have my own plans." Jiang Chen would never allow the fragments of the Human Emperor Sword to fall into the hands of others. Although he doesn't have a yuan stone on his body, he still has a lot of valuable treasures. In a big deal, he will take out some things and sell them to the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce in exchange for the Human Emperor Sword fragments. Who is this kid who dares to openly fight for the fragments of the fairy artifact with Shui Wuwu? It turned out to be him. A few days ago, on the 3rd floor of the free trading market, this guy had competed with Li Xiao of the Nine Li Immortal Sect, but he didn't expect to be on the bar with the blood of the Blood Evil Sect. Hey! What is the origin of this guy? It's too awesome. In the auction hall, many onlookers couldn't help but talk. Shui Wusheng looked at Jiang Chen, who was suddenly bidding at the last moment. His eyes turned gloomy in an instant. "Boy, I advise you, there are some things that you can't own." 1.6 million. Jiang Chen expressionlessly. 1.61 million. Shui Wusheng glanced at Jiang Chen coldly. "Since your excellency wants this fairy artifact so much, then I will let you do it." Shui Wusheng originally planned to photograph this piece of fairy artifact first. But with Jiang Chen's sudden intervention, Shui Wuwan changed his attention. Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen are most likely the 2 Blood Thousand killers who have recently caused their Blood Fiend Sect to be wounded one after another. After the auction was over, their Blood Evil Sect would not let them off easily. That being the case, he might as well keep the original stone to bid for the Pill of Transformation, and then deal with these 2 guys when the time comes. The fragments of the fairy artifact are still in the bag of their Blood Evil Sect. As Shui Wuwan gave up the bidding, the destination of the Human Emperor Sword fragments also fell into Jiang Chen's hands without any accident. You can contact the people at the Qingyuan auction to see if the items inside can be used as yuan stones. If so, please bring back the items you photographed. After bidding for the fragments of the Human Emperor Sword, Jiang Chen directly took out a storage ring and threw it to Blood Thousand Kills. In this storage ring, there are 2 million high-grade, censored crystals. He has carefully observed the primordial stone of the broken immortal universe. It is almost the same as the divine crystal of God's domain, and it is a kind of spiritual stone that can be used for cultivation. It's just that the primordial stone of the celestial universe, the energy contained in it, is more refined than the censored crystal of the gods. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, Jiang Chen has not used it, but now in order to photograph the fragments of the human emperor sword, Jiang Chen can't worry about that much. He has now broken through the half-step master, and will soon become the real master of martial arts. If you are getting this fragment of the human emperor sword to restore the power of the emperor sword, your strength will explode. Even in the entire universe of broken immortals, there are only a handful of people who can easily get him, and they don't need to be as intimidated as before. Just when Jiang Chen ordered blood, 1,000 killed to exchange for the fragments of the human emperor's sword he had photographed, Mu Chengkong made a solemn voice on the crystal platform, which slowly sounded in the auction hall. Everyone, this auction of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce is here, and it is almost over. The next auction will be the final item of this auction. Following Mu Chengkong's words, in the auction hall, all eyes were fixed on Mu Chengkong's body intently. Because everyone knows very well what the hold-down items are in this auction. The legendary pill of tribulation is finally about to appear. Shui Wuhuo's spirit was shocked, and he couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. On the other side, Li Xiao of the Nine Li Immortal Sect instantly reduced the smile on his face, and his originally lazy eyes became sharp like an eagle. Chapter 2514, Sky High Bidding. I saw Mu Chengkong on the auction stage, taking out a half-foot-sized jade plate with solemn expression. In that jade plate, there was a crystal jade box the size of a palm. The crystal jade box is crystal clear and almost transparent. Even if it is not opened, people can see what's inside at a glance. In the jade box, an egg-sized golden pill was lying quietly in it. The surface of the pill was extremely rounded, and a silver air current flowed slowly over the surface of the pill. These silver air currents, as if turned into a silver dragon, are constantly flying around the pill. Everyone, I must be aware that the highlight of our auction this time is the legendary pill of transcendence. The effect of this pill is to help the tribulation monks and transform the tribulation, easily breaking through the Mahayana period. On the auction stage, Mu Chengkong's gaze slowly swept across the hall, and then he smiled and said, "There is no limit to the starting price of the pill of transformation. You can now play at will." With Mu Chengkong's words, the atmosphere in the court instantly became hot, and countless bidding voices continued to resound in the hall. 100,000, 200,000, 500,000. Since Hua Jia Dan's auction did not have low price restrictions, it made the auction scene even more popular. The price of the pill of dissolving tribulation has already surpassed the previous human sword fragment, directly breaking through the sky-high price of 2 million yuan stone. Although the human emperor sword fragments were identified as fairy artifact fragments by the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, it was almost clear what exactly they did. And this pill of tribulation is different. This is the long-lost superb pill of Poxian universe. A pill of transformation, not to mention the percentage that can make people break through the Mahayana period. It is also at least 90% sure to create a strong man in the Mahayana period. A Mahayana monk, even in the top 10 immortal gates, has a pivotal position. If the general forces of cultivating immortals obtain the pill of transformation, a Mahayana monk will be born and become an existence comparable to the top 10 immortal gates. Hua Jia Dan's bidding would seem so crazy. The steadily rising prices have maintained the atmosphere of the auction house in an unusually stimulating atmosphere. With the price of Hua Ji pill breaking through the 2 million mark, nearly 90% of the people in the auction hall have almost lost the qualifications to compete. In the entire auction hall, apart from the 9 Li Immortal Zhong Li Xiao and the bloodlessness of the Blood Fiend sect, there are only 2 or 3 powerful forces left, and they are still fighting fiercely. After nearly a stick of incense struggle for motivation, it finally came to an end. At this time, the price of the pill of tribulation had already reached a staggering 3.5 million yuan. The sky-high price of 3.5 million yuan stone, even with the status of Li Xiao and Shui Wuwu, is even reaching the limit that he can bear. But even so, the auction is still not over. The price of the Jifang pill was still rising at a slow rate. A pill of transcendence, but it can create a heaven-defying pill for a Mahayana monk. In Poxian universe, the value of a Mahayana monk could not be measured by the primordial stone. Some forces did not hesitate to bankrupt their families, but also wanted to take this pill of transformation into pictures. Master, the piece of fairy artifact has been taken back. While Jiang Chen quietly watched the exciting confrontation at the auction, the Blood Thousand Kill also returned to Jiang Chen with the fragments of the Human Emperor Sword. Jiang Chen put away the fragments of the Human Emperor Sword, and couldn't help but said indifferently, "Let's go, this battle for pill transformation has nothing to do with us, let's get out of here first." The fragments of immortal artifacts, although not as hot as the pill of transforming Jia, are also rare peerless treasures in the universe. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention is now focused on the battle for the pill of transformation, leaving now is undoubtedly an excellent choice. Once the auction is over, he who photographed the fragments of the immortal artifact will inevitably attract the attention of many people. Although with Jiang Chen's current strength, as long as the Mahayana cultivator did not personally take action, it would be difficult to pose a threat to him, but he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. After leaving the auction hall, Jiang Chen and Shui Qiansha returned to Shu Fei's courtyard. "Master, do we want to take action against Wu Wu? Do I need to monitor Wu Wu's movements secretly?" Shui Qiansha couldn't help but ask Jiang Chen softly. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "This matter is not in a hurry, this auction is over, I am afraid that the battle for the pill of tribulation has just begun, let's not act rashly, and we will talk about it later." The value of the pill of dissolving tribulation is almost inestimable to the cultivators in the universe breaking the immortal universe, and no one is willing to give up easily. Even if Shui Wuhuo and others photographed the pill of transformation, it might not be an easy task if they wanted to leave with the pill of transformation. If Shui Wowan failed to photograph the pill of transformation, it would be even more impossible to leave easily. What he has to do now is to improve his strength. When the blood is harmless and they are fighting for the blood and blood because of the transformation of the robbery pill, they can look for opportunities to kill the blood and harm the sect of the blood again. After discussing with Blood Thousand Killing, Jiang Chen went straight back to his room. He first laid a layer of enchantment around the room, and then took out the fragments of the Human Emperor Sword that he had photographed earlier. After getting the fragment of the Human Emperor Sword just now, this fragment and his golden ancient sword have a huge attraction forever, and they want to directly blend together. In the auction room just now, Jiang Chen was worried that the golden ancient sword would be combined with the Human Emperor Sword fragments, which would cause some visions, so he forcibly suppressed the golden ancient sword. Looking at the fragments of the Human Emperor Sword in front of him, Jiang Chen moved his palm, and the golden ancient sword appeared out of thin air in his palm. As soon as the golden ancient sword appeared, it was like a magnet, instantly sucking the fragments of the Human Emperor Sword. The fragments of the Human Emperor Sword directly turned into a bright golden light, directly submerged in the golden ancient sword. An extremely bright golden sword light also burst out from the golden ancient sword. If it hadn't been for Jiang Chen to plant an enchantment in advance, this golden sword light would be able to break through thousands of miles of void in an instant, causing the entire Qingyuanzhou city to be shaken. Jiang Chen stared at the golden ancient sword in front of him. After this golden ancient sword merged with this fragment of the Human Emperor Sword, the apparent strength or appearance was improved by more than one level. I saw the sword body of the golden ancient sword, with mountains and rivers on one side, and the sun, moon and stars on the other side, surprisingly restored the original appearance of the Human Emperor Sword. The only thing that made Jiang Chen regret was that the tip of the Human Emperor Sword came out, and there seemed to be a thumb-sized gap. There should be a fragment of this man's sword left out. As long as you find this last fragment, the Human Emperor Sword will be able to regain its former glory. Chapter 2515, Surging. The last fragment of the Human Emperor Sword, I don't know where it will be. Looking at the only gap in the human sword, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his head secretly. Back then, the Poxian universe invaded God's domain, and the Human Emperor Sword was also torn apart in that cosmic battle. No one knew where these Human Emperor Sword fragments were left behind. Jiang Chen first got the golden ancient sword recast from the fragments of the Human Emperor Sword, and then found several fragments of the Human Emperor Sword one after another. He was already very lucky. But this time, he was able to find a fragment of the Human Emperor Sword at the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce auction, which was completely accidental. As for the last fragment of the Human Emperor Sword, it was simply something to meet but not to ask for, and Jiang Chen could only let the flow go. The power of the Human Emperor Sword has risen so much, it is enough to increase my combat power again. The next step is to concentrate on training and strive to break through the martial master as soon as possible. The battle for the Pill of Transformation, whether it is the bloodlessness of the Blood Evil Sect, or the Li Shao of the Nine Li Immortal Sect, can't easily give up. Jiang Chen even had a hunch. In order to transform the Calamity Pill, both Li Shao and the Mahayana monks behind the bloodless wounds are very likely to descend into the Qingyuan heaven. Although Jiang Chen is not very interested in the Pill Transformation Pill now, and has no plans to participate in the battle for the Pill Transformation Pill, but he may not be able to stay out of the matter. He photographed the fragments of the fairy artifact at the auction. Whether it is Li Shao or the blood without injury, it is impossible to pay no attention to him. Especially Li Shao of the Nine Li Shanzong. When he was third in the free trading market, he knew that he had obtained something related to immortals. In addition, he had taken the fragments of immortal artifacts, and it was even more impossible to let him go. He must break through the dominance of martial arts as soon as possible. Only breaking through the dominance of martial arts, whether it is the Nine Li Immortal Sect or the Mahayana monk of the Blood Fiend Sect, will not even threaten him in the slightest. Most of the next time, Jiang Chen almost retreats in the room to practice, frantically increasing the power of dominance in his body. In addition to practicing, Jiang Chen is still very concerned about the situation in Qingyuanzhou City. He would take some time every day to find out about the situation with Xu Fei. Xu Fei, as the deacon of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, has a high status in the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, and he can naturally get a lot of news. From Xu Fei's mouth, Jiang Chen also learned of the auction result of Hua Jia Dan. What was beyond Jiang Chen's expectation was that, in the end, it was not Li Shao of the Nine Li Immortal Sect, nor the bloodlessness of the Blood Evil Sect, but the Cold Wind Immortal Gate from the Cold Wind region. The Cold Wind Immortal Gate, the most powerful sect in the Cold Wind domain, is in charge of the entire Cold Wind domain. The Cold Wind Immortal Gate is one of the strongest forces under the 10 Great Immortal Gates, and its background is not inferior to some of the top 10 Immortal Gates in the lower ranks. The only difference between the Cold Wind Immortal Gate and the 10 Great Immortal Gates is that there are no Mahayana monks sitting in town. This time, the Cold Wind Immortal Gate will take the Pill of Transformation at all costs, in order to create a Mahayana monk. At that time, the Cold Wind Immortal Gate will be able to squeeze into the ranks of the top 10 Immortal Gates. After the Cold Wind Immortal Gate was bidding for the dissolving Jia Dan, he obviously realized that it was difficult for them to leave with the dissolving Jia pill easily, so after photographing the pill, he never left Qingyuanzhou City, as if waiting quietly. What's going on? The people of the Cold Wind Immortal Sect did not leave, and the blood of Li Shao of the Nine Li Immortal Sect and the bloodlessness of the Blood Fiend Sect naturally stayed in Qingyuanzhou City. In addition to these two forces, there are also some other unwilling forces quietly hiding in the dark, wanting to see if they can pick up some bargains. Although the entire Qingyuanzhou City looked peaceful on the surface, it was already surging in the dark, and there was a posture that the mountains and rain were about to come. Little friend Jiang Chen, you have to be careful too. Recently, Li Shao and the bloodless people have come to me and asked me about you. After Xu Fei told Jiang Chen about the latest situation of several forces, he could not help but exhorted Jiang Chen with a solemn expression. Thank you, Deacon Xu, for reminding me. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smiled slightly. If there is any movement between Li Shao and Shui Wuhuo, I hope Deacon Xu can tell me the first time. Jiang is grateful. Li Shao and Shui Wuhuo would pay attention to him, completely in his expectation. Most of the thoughts of these two people should still be put on the battle for the Pill of Transformation, at least until the battle for the Pill of Transformation is over. They should not take the initiative to ask him for trouble. He now hopes that the people from the Cold Wind Immortal clan can stay in this Qingyuanzhou City for a while longer. As long as he is given a few more days, the power of dominance in his body should be able to reach consummation, thus breaking through the dominance of martial arts in one fell swoop. At that time, whether it is Li Shao or Bloodless, if he dares to trouble him, he will make the other party pay a heavy price for it. After talking with Xu Fei for a while, Jiang Chen went back to the room again to retreat and practice. Ding! You practiced for a quarter of an hour, and you got 10*100 dominating supernatural power. With such a double promotion, the growth rate of the dominating divine power in Jiang Chen's body has also reached a very terrifying point. After another 3 days, the dominating divine power in Jiang Chen's body had exceeded 30%. The dominating divine power in Jiang Chen's body has already reached more than 90%, and it is only one step away from the complete breakthrough of The dominating realm by the dominating power. Just when Jiang Chen was about to break through the dominance, Xu Fei suddenly found him, so Jiang Chen couldn't stop his cultivation temporarily. Little friend Jiang Chen, I just got news that the people of Cold Wind Immortal Gate are moving, and I'm afraid they are about to leave Qingyuanzhou City. Seeing Jiang Chen coming out of the room, Xu Fei didn't talk nonsense, and said directly to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. They have stayed in Qingyuanzhou City for half a month, and now they have decided to leave. I think they should be prepared. Yes, just yesterday, there was a mysterious powerhouse in the team of Cold Wind Immortal Gate. Xu Fei nodded, with a solemn expression on his face. According to the news that my Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce has received, the mysterious powerhouse should be the old glacier monster, a famous Mahayana monk in the Shenxian universe. Mahayana monk. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. No wonder the Cold Wind Immortal Gate would have been waiting in Qingyuanzhou City. It turned out that the Mahayana monk had been invited to do it. In order to transform the Tribulation Pill, the Cold Wind Immortal Gate is really good enough this time. Heavenly Immortal Sect and Blood Fiend Sect are both the top 10 immortal gates of the broken immortal universe. Even with the help of Mahayana monks, it is not an easy task for the Cold Wind Immortal Sect to keep the Pill of Transformation. Chapter 2516. Ambush. To the east of Qingyuanzhou City, thousands of miles away, in an ancient mountain forest. Suddenly, two human figures appeared silently on a dense towering old tree. These two figures are the two of Jiang Chen who left Qingyuanzhou City. After the Cold Wind Immortal Gate left Qingyuanzhou City, Jiang Chen and the Blood Thousand Killing also hid their auras, secretly watching the Cold Wind Immortal Gate's every move. Because Jiang Chen knows very well, whether it is the Blood Fiend Sect or the Heavenly Immortal Sect, they will not easily give up the Pill of Transformation. The next battle will be carried out around the Cold Wind Immortal Gate. As long as they hide in the dark and stare at the Immortal Gate of Cold Wind, they can fish in troubled waters. Once the Blood Evil Sect Shui Wuhuo and others fight with the Cold Wind Immortal Gate and lose both, they can sit back and reap the benefits of the fishermen, and maybe even look for a chance to kill the Blood and the others. In order to hide his breath from being noticed, Jiang Chen and even Hun Yuan Yi Qi technique were taught to Blood Thousand Kills. With the strength of the two, after using the Hun Yuan Yi Qi technique to hide the aura, even a Mahayana monk, it is difficult to easily detect the existence of the two. Just now the tales behind us are solved. Jiang Chen looked through the gaps in the branches, looked at the resting figure hundreds of miles away, and couldn't help whispering. Although Shui Wuhuo and Li Xiao focused most of their attention on Huaji Pill, they still arranged for people to watch their every move. After leaving Qingyuanzhou City, Jiang Chen deliberately circled a certain distance, letting Blood Thousand Kill solve the tale behind them. Master, don't worry, everything is resolved, no one should know our whereabouts now. As Shui Qian killed, he couldn't help but looked at the group of Hanfeng Immortal Gate and said with a puzzled expression, "It's really strange, Hanfeng Immortal Gate has just left Qingyuanzhou City now, so why is it resting here?" Since the Cold Wind Immortal Sect invited the Mahayana monks to come to help, obviously they should have also realized that the people of the Blood Fiend Sect and the Heavenly Immortal Sect would not easily give up the Pill of Transformation. That being the case, they should now rush back to the Cold Wind Immortal Gate as quickly as possible. The Cold Wind Immortal Gate and his party left Qingyuanzhou City for only 10,000 miles, and they stopped to rest. This is really abnormal. In the mountain forest in front, there is a lot of aura hidden, and there are even Mahayana monks. The people of the Cold Wind Immortal Gate should have noticed something. Jiang Chen looked up at the mountain range in front of the group of Hanfeng Immortal Gate, his eyes narrowed slightly. With Jiang Chen's current strength that is infinitely close to the master of martial arts, perception is naturally very powerful. From the mountain range in front of him, he felt two breaths far surpassing the quasi-Mahayana monks. They should be two real Mahayana monks. Although these two breaths were well hidden, there was no such secret technique as Hunyuan Yiki art to hide breaths, and Jiang Chen also keenly caught them. And beside these two Mahayana monks, there were a few breaths that made Jiang Chen very familiar. The two groups of men and horses hidden in that mountain range should be the people of the Blood Fiend Sect and the Heavenly Immortal Sect. It seems that those two guys are sure to win this Pill of Transformation. Feeling the situation in the mountains, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his heart. Jiang Chen and the other two were hiding quietly on this towering ancient tree, just to be able to condescendingly collect the situation of the mountain range in front of them into the field of vision. His eyes faintly scanned the quiet forest without the slightest noise, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but a slight arc was raised. Now that the Cold Wind Immortal Gate was obviously aware of something, he didn't dare to enter the forest easily. And the people of the Blood Fiend Sect and the Heavenly Immortal Sect may all be waiting for the other party to make a move first. They all want to wait for the other party to fight the Cold Wind Immortal Gate and lose both, and then they can take advantage of the fisherman's profit. Now that the three parties are stalemate, it depends on who can't stand loneliness first. With such waiting, time slowly passed by little, and a strange and quiet atmosphere hovered in this area for a long time. Jiang Chen, who had been leaning on the tree trunk with his eyes closed and rested, finally sensed something and couldn't help but suddenly looked up. I saw the Cold Wind Immortal Gate and his party resting in place, finally moving. They didn't move in the direction of the mountain range in front, but circled toward the side of the mountain range. Cold Wind Immortal Gate should have been aware of the crisis in the mountains and forests, but didn't want to continue to spend it here, so he planned to leave by detour. And when the Cold Wind Immortal Gate was about to detour to leave, someone in the mountains finally couldn't sit still. I saw four censored figures burst out in the mountains, and then turned into four censored lights up from the mountains, and then landed in front of the Cold Wind Immortal Gate and his group. A dark sneer also resounded in this world in an instant. Tisk Tusk, old glacier, I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect you to be so cautious. On the side of the Cold Wind Immortal Gate, the blue-robed old man whose breath is like 10,000 years of profound ice stared coldly at the burly man in the scarlet-red robe in front of him. Blood 9 Underworld, you can't help it anymore. NS. This blood-robed man is the right guardian of the Blood Evil Sect, Blood 9 Underworld. Boss Glacier, you are not a member of the Cold Wind Immortal Gate, so why bother to come to this muddy water? It is not a wise choice to offend my blood evil cult for a small Cold Wind Immortal Gate. Xu Tianming faintly looked at the old monster glacier, smiling and said, you are leaving now, maybe it's still too late. The old monster glacier snorted faintly. Blood Tianming, you don't want to use the name of the Blood Evil Sect to crush the old man. Entrusted by people, loyal to people, and want to seize the pill of tribulation, it depends on you. Do you have that ability? Toast and not eat fine wine. Since you have to know what is good or bad, then I don't blame me for being impolite. As Xu Tianming said, he couldn't help turning his head to look at a part of the mountain range behind him. Li Tianyuan, come out. It's all this time, why are you hiding in the dark? Although he took the lead to stop the glacier boss and the Cold Wind Immortal Gate and his group, it does not mean that he is a fool. If he shoots directly, he will only give the people of the Heavenly Immortal Sect hidden in the dark a chance to take advantage of the fisherman. The best way now is naturally to call out the people from the Zhuli Shanzong first, and then join hands with the people from the Zhuli Shanzong to approach the Cold Wind Fairy Gate, and it is not too late to compete fairly. As Xu Tianming's voice fell, several winds broke through the air again in the mountains. The four figures also slowly stepped out of the mountains. Of these four, three of them are naturally the three of Li Shao. In front of the three of Li Shao, there was an old man in black who looked extremely mysterious. The aura of this black-clothed old man is extremely deep and unfathomable, and he is not inferior in the slightest to the Blood 9 Underworld of the Blood Fiend Sect. Chapter 2517, The Back of the Cold Wind Fairy Gate. Li Tianyuan, you and I know the current situation. Since everyone doesn't want to start, how about joining hands first? Xu Tianming looked at Li Tianyuan, who was slowly stepping into the air, without the slightest nonsense, and directly ignored the existence of the Cold Wind Immortal Gate and his party, and said to Li Tianyuan straight away. Li Tianyuan's eyebrows couldn't help but raised slightly. What about after joining hands? Xu Tianming said indifferently, you and I have only one purpose for this time. Naturally, it is fair competition. Blood Tianming, your Blood Evil Sect is one of the top 10 immortal gates in the universe. I didn't expect it to be so despicable. The quasi-Mahayana monk of Cold Wind Immortal Clan stared at Xu Tianming with a green expression. Do you really think I am so bullied? To be honest, if you didn't get the help of the old glacial monster this time, your Cold Wind Immortal Gate is really no different from the ants in my eyes. Xu Tianming cast a scornful look at him, and immediately looked at Li Tianyuan again, and said indifferently, Li Tianyuan, how are you thinking about it? If you keep on procrastinating like this, it will be of no benefit to you or me. Master, the Blood Evil Sect actually intends to join forces with the Heavenly Immortal Sect to deal with the Cold Wind Immortal Sect. The Cold Wind Immortal Sect is probably dangerous. Seeing this scene before him, Shui Qiansh's complexion couldn't help but sink slightly. Although the cold wind immortal gate had brought in the Mahayana monk, the old monster glacier, once Shui Juming and Li Tianyuan joined forces, the old monster glacier couldn't resist it at all. Let's go ahead. Even if they first solve the cold wind immortal gate together, it is impossible to hand over the pill of transformation to the opponent. There will definitely be a big battle. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. What's more, I have a feeling that things may not develop as you expected. Blood Thousand Killing was slightly taken aback. The master meant that Li Tianyuan would not cooperate with Shui Juming. Didn't you find that Shui Juming openly proposed to join forces with Li Tianyuan, and the cold wind immortal gate and his party, including the glacier boss, didn't show any panic? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Blood Thousand Killing couldn't help being slightly surprised. Faced with the joint efforts of the two Mahayana cultivators of the Blood Fiend Sect and the Nine Li Immortal Sect, the Cold Wind Immortal Sect did not even have the slightest worry, which is indeed a bit unusual. This also means, in addition to Boss Glacier, Cold Wind Immortal Gate should have other preparations. And when the two of Jiang Chen communicated in a low voice, seeing that Li Tianyuan had not answered himself, Shui Juming couldn't help but frown. Li Tianyuan, what do you mean? Blood Juming, you don't need to exchange it. Fellow Li Taoist of Nine Li Immortal Sect will not join hands with you. At this moment, the cold voice of the old glacial monster also rang directly in Shui Juming's ears. Shui Juming was startled. He looked at the calm-faced old glacier and the others, then glanced at Li Tianyuan, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Shui Juming, do you think that only you know if you can join forces with the people of Zhu Immortal Sect? The quasi-Mahayana monk of Cold Wind Immortal Gate sneered. Since I am Cold Wind Immortal Gate daring to photograph the pill of transformation this time, I am naturally fully prepared. Before I leave Qingyuanzhou City, I already have the Nine Li Immortal Sect cooperated. Li Tianyuan, you. The look of Shui Juming instantly became frightened. He never thought that the Cold Wind Immortal Sect had already cooperated with the Zhu Li Immortal Sect, and also caused the Zhu Li Immortal Sect to give up fighting for the pill of transformation. Li Tianyuan smiled and said, Blood Nine Underworld, I'm sorry, the Cold Wind Immortal Sect gave me a condition that the Nine Li Immortal Sect cannot refuse, so I can only say sorry to you. As Li Tianyuan said this, Shui Juming's heart sank suddenly. Since the Cold Wind Immortal Gate cooperated with the Nine Li Immortal Sect, they had no chance at all to face the two Mahayana cultivators of the Glacier Boss and Li Tianyuan. If it is a little careless, maybe they will all fall here today. Shui Juming no longer hesitated at the moment, and directly turned and fled away with Shui Wuwu and others. On the side of the Cold Wind Immortal Gate, the old monster of Glacier took the lead directly and killed Shui Juming. And Li Tianyuan also did not hesitate at all, directly and decisively shot. The rest of the people of the Cold Wind Immortal Sect, as well as Li Shao of the Nine Li Immortal Sect, also killed the bloodless people of the Blood Fiend Sect. Although the three of Shui Wowan are extraordinary in strength, they cannot compare with Hanfeng Immortal Sect and Zhu Li Immortal Sect in terms of quantity and quality. The three of Shui Wuwu suffered heavy losses under the siege of everyone, and they were defeated steadily. Shui Juming was one enemy and two. Under the siege of two Mahayana monks, his figure also appeared extremely embarrassed, and his face became extremely pale. Shui Juming obviously also knew that this was not the way to go. He saw an explosion of blood all over his body, and he directly performed the ultimate blood path secret technique of the Blood Fiend Sect. Heavenly Blood Explosion Technique. Shui Juming roared, and the monstrous blood gas instantly turned into a long, censored river, forcibly repelling the old glacier monster and Li Tianyuan. With a flash of his figure, he appeared in front of Shui Wuhuo, and disappeared in place with Shui Wuhuo out of thin air, leaving only a cold scream that resounded between heaven and earth. What a cold wind fairy gate, I have written down the matter of today. Although Shui Juming left with no wounds, the remaining two quasi-Mahayana cultivators of the Blood Evil Sect were not lucky. How can the two who have already suffered heavy losses contend with the many powerhouses of the Cold Wind Immortal Sect and the Zhu Li Immortal Sect? I saw that the two of them were quickly destroyed under the siege of everyone. Even that guy escaped. Seeing Shui Juming, who had disappeared without a trace, the old glacial monster frowned slightly. The method of the Blood Fiend Sect is strange and unpredictable. As a Mahayana monk, Shui Juming, if he fights for his life, we may have to pay a high price if we want to keep it. Li Tianyuan said indifferently. The old glacial monster shook his head, and immediately fisted at Li Tianyuan and said, "No matter what, I would like to thank Taoist Li for helping me this time." Li Tianyuan smiled faintly. "You don't have to be polite. To take people's money and help them eliminate disasters, you only need to let the Cold Wind Immortal door stop looking and agree to my terms." Friend Li Dao, rest assured, although the old man is not a member of Cold Wind Immortal Clan, he can still be the master of Cold Wind Immortal Clan. The old monster glacier nodded, and immediately said to the people of the Cold Wind Immortal Gate, "Let's go, I will censored you back to the Cold Wind Immortal Gate." The group bid farewell to Li Tianyuan and others, and quickly disappeared in this mountain forest. After the old glacial monster and the others left, Li Tianyuan glanced at some place behind without a trace, and immediately disappeared between the world with Li Xiao and the others. Chapter 2518, Have Their Own Ways. I didn't expect that the Nine Li Immortal Sect actually cooperated with the Cold Wind Immortal Sect. This time, the Cold Wind Immortal Sect bid for the Pill of Transformation, and I am really fully prepared. Jiang Chen looked at the mountain forest in front of him that had fallen into silence again, and it took a long time before he recovered. Although he had guessed that the Cold Wind Immortal door still had a back player, he did not expect that the back player was actually a member of the Nine Li Immortal Sect. This time, the Blood Evil Sect is fighting for the Pill of Transformation, which is considered to be stealing the chicken and losing the rice. Master, Shui Juming and Shui Wu Wu have been hit hard now. It is the best time to solve them. Do we want to do it? A sharp light flashed through Shui Qiansh's eyes. Of course, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how can we easily miss it? Jiang Chen smiled coldly and said, "Let's go, we have to precede the two of Shui Juming, rush to the Qingyuan Tianyu, the only way to the Silent Blood Tianyu, and leave them forever." The blood is not wounded, the Blood Evil Sect is the first arrogant of the world, and it is also the Blood Evil Sect that has the most hope to break through the Mahayana period. Shui Juming, the Blood Evil Teaching Right Guardian, is also one of the famous Mahayana monks of the Blood Evil Teaching. If you can get rid of these two people, it will definitely damage the vitality of the Blood Fiend Sect. Even if the Blood Fiend Sect wanted to invade God's domain again, I am afraid it was too much and lacking in strength. As Jiang Chen said, his figure didn't stay in the slightest, he directly turned into two afterimages with the Blood Thousand Kill, and swiftly rushed towards the sky. And it was not long before Jiang Chen and the other two, Li Tianyuan and others, who had disappeared in this piece of heaven and earth, once again emerged out of thin air. Elder Tianyuan, that kid first got an immortal treasure in the free market, and then took a piece of immortal energy at the auction. Now that you have discovered the existence of the two, why don't you just do it? Li Xiao looked at the place where Jiang Chen and two of them disappeared, and couldn't help asking with a puzzled expression on his face. Li Tianyuan shook his head and said in a deep voice, "That kid is not easy, but he is not easy to deal with. With the strength of Elder Tianyuan, can't it be impossible to deal with that kid?" Li Xiao couldn't help being slightly surprised. Li Tianyuan, this is one of the few Mahayana monks in their Nine Li Immortal Sect. Even if that kid is a quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao, it is impossible to make Li Tianyuan so jealous, right? Can that guy still be a Tianzhao figure whose cultivation has reached the Mahayana stage? But in today's Poxian universe, even the top-level Tianzhao figures among the 10 great immortals are only quasi-Mahayana cultivation bases. Could that kid be even more enchanting than the top 10 Tianzhao? I can't see through that kid's strength. There is still a vaguely dangerous aura on his body. It is not a wise choice to shoot directly on him. Li Tianyuan shook his head, and immediately smiled and said, "Actually, if I did my best just now, I might not have the opportunity to keep the Blood Juming. Do you know why I bleed Juming and they left?" Li Xiao was taken aback for a moment, and immediately looked at Li Tianyuan with an incredible expression. Elder Tianyuan wants the two guys to deal with the Blood Nine men and the others, and then sit back and take advantage of the fishermen. But how can you be sure that the two of them will meet the Blood Nine? Mind it. I originally thought that those two guys were also here at the Pill of Transformation. But from the beginning to the end, they didn't intend to attack the Pill of Transformation. And according to the information you investigated, the two guys are from the Silent Blood territory. You are thinking about what happened recently in Silent Blood. It shouldn't be difficult to guess that those two guys should have come for the Blood Evil Sect. Li Tianyuan calmly analyzed one by one. Hearing Li Tianyuan's words, Li Xiao also thought of something in an instant, and his expression changed slightly. Elder Tianyuan meant that those two guys were the people who made a lot of trouble in the Silent Blood territory recently, and even killed the evil spirits to teach the heaven journey. If my guess is correct, it's almost impossible. Li Tianyuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. If those two people are really the ones who have made trouble in the Silent Blood territory recently, they will definitely not let go of the opportunity in front of them. Zhu Ming 2 shots. Li Xiao's eyes flickered slightly. Between Qingyuan Heaven and Silent Blood, the place that must pass is the Silent Blood Plane. There is only one entrance from the Qingyuan Heaven to the Silent Blood Plane. If they really want to, if Shui Zhu Ming makes a move, it will definitely be in that place. Let's go. Now the fairy road in Poxian universe is cut off. Anything related to immortals may be an opportunity to ask Dao to become immortal. Since that guy has 2 immortal treasures on his body, how can we easily miss it? When Li Tianyuan spoke, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Although Shui Zhu Ming had suffered serious injuries in the first battle, he was a genuine Mahayana monk after all. Even if he wanted to solve Shui Zhu Ming, he would have to pay some price. The guys are extraordinary in strength, and if they can kill Shui Zhu Ming, I'm afraid they will have to pay a heavy price. If that kid couldn't kill Shui Zhu Ming, it would also be able to add injury to the blood Zhu Ming that was already injured. No matter what the result is, their 9 Immortal Sect will be the Oriole that will make the last profit. To the west of Qingyuan Tianyu, at the junction with the Plain of Silent Blood, in a hidden valley, 2 figures hide quietly in the valley. These 2 silhouettes are naturally Jiang Chen, who is about to intercept the blood Zhu Ming. The Self-Blood Sect was defeated in the Battle of the Jifeng Pill, leaving only the Shui Zhu Ming and the blood to flee without injury. Jiang Chen and the 2 rushed to the entrance of the Silent Blood territory, preparing to intercept the Shui Zhu here. Ming 2 people. Master, we have been waiting here for a day and a night, but we haven't seen the 2 of Shui Zhu Ming. Could it be that we are a step late? Shui Zhu Ming and the others have entered the Plane of Silent Blood. Seeing that the 2 of Shui Zhu Ming had not appeared, Shui Qiansha couldn't help but frown slightly. Jiang Chen groaned slightly. It shouldn't be. Wait a minute. After deciding to intercept the blood and 9 spirits here, they rushed here as quickly as possible. In the first battle, Shui Zhu Ming not only suffered heavy losses, but also paid a considerable price for the secret technique that he finally performed. I am afraid I have to find a place to retreat and cultivate for a period of time. It is impossible for them to come here one step earlier. With such a quiet waiting, another 2 days passed quickly. Jiang Chen, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, finally sensed something abruptly and couldn't help but open his eyes and looked in a certain direction of the Qingyuan Tianyu. Master, here they are. Shui Qianshan took a deep breath, his expression instantly becoming solemn. A talented person who is not inferior to him, a real Mahayana monk. Even if the state of the 2 is no longer at its peak, today they want to intercept and kill the 2 here. It is by no means an easy task. Looking at the blood-colored figure that quickly swept from the sky, a sharp light flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. Is it finally here? Chapter 2519. Jiang Chen shot. Under the gaze of the 2 Jiang Chen, the 2 scarlet figures stepped on the void and quickly rushed towards the quiet blood plane. These 2 blood-colored figures are exactly the blood Zhu Ming and the blood without injury. Finally, I'm going to enter the realm of silent blood. Shui Zhu Ming looked at the silent blood plane in front, and he was also slightly relieved in his heart. After the defeat of the Blood Evil Sect in the First World War, the 2 of Shui Zhu Ming and Shui Wu fled in panic, and then sought a hidden place to retreat to heal their injuries. After several days of self-cultivation, they were ready to return to the realm of silent blood after their internal injuries had recovered. During this period of time, they have also been worried that the confrontation between the Cold Wind Immortal Gate and the 9 Immortal Sect will kill them all. Now they are about to enter the silent blood territory and still have no trouble. They can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Shui Wusheng smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that this trip to the Qingyuan Heavenly Territory would end this way, so I was too careless. This time he came to Qingyuan Tianyu. Not only did he fail to obtain the Pill of Transformation, he also lost 2 quasi-Mahayana cultivators. Even he and Shui Zhu Ming were almost left in the Qingyuan Heaven forever. It's not your fault. Even I didn't expect that the Cold Wind Immortal Sect actually made the 9 Immortal Sect willing to give up the Pill of Transformation. Shui Zhu Ming's complexion is also extremely gloomy. Cold Wind Immortal Sect, Zhu Immortal Sect, sooner or later, I will recover the humiliation I suffered this time from them 10 times. When Shui Zhu Ming spoke, his figure also appeared above the valley where Jiang Chen and the others were. Xu Tianming also suddenly sensed something, and his figure stopped in midair in vain. Xu Wusheng was shocked, and couldn't help but quickly asked, "Nine Ming Protector, what's wrong?" Xu Tianming said slowly, "I remember you said last time that there are two mysterious powerhouses from the Silent Blood territory. It is very likely that they are the two of Blood Thousand Killers." Xu Wuhuo nodded, and said solemnly, "Apart from those two guys, I really can't think of any genius in the Jiashui Tianyu who can compete with Li Xiao." After the events of the free trading market happened that day, Xu Wuan checked the details of the two men. When Xu Wusheng learned that the two people were from the Jiashuidian realm, he had already suspected that the two were the two Blood Thousand killings. Xu Wuhuo focused most of his gaze on the pill-dissolving tribulation at the time, and was not in a hurry to act on the two of them. He still sent someone to secretly monitor the actions of the two of them, and originally planned to try to test their identities after taking the pill of the Jifeng. However, they didn't expect that they would lose out when fighting for the pill of transformation without investigating. With the current state of him and Xu Tianming, naturally there is no time to worry about the two of them. Xu Wuhuo obviously didn't expect that Xu Tianming would mention those two guys at this moment. Could it be? Xu Wusheng thought of something instantly, and could not help but suddenly raised his head to look at Xu Tianming. His complexion also became extremely gloomy at this moment. After the two people of Blood Thousand Killers appeared in the Silent Blood territory, they even killed the strong talents of my Blood Evil Sect. Now you and I are injured in this Qingyuanzhou city. Do you think they will miss such a good opportunity? Ns. Xu Tianming's voice fell, and the censored eyes could not help but look towards the valley below, and the cold voice slowly echoed between the heaven and the earth. Blood Thousand Kills, I know you are coming, get out of here. Hearing Xu Tianming's sorrowful words slowly echoing between the heavens and the earth, Jiang Chen below couldn't help but shook his head secretly. As expected to be a Mahayana cultivator, it is really extraordinary. It seems that it is impossible to surprise these two guys by surprise. As Jiang Chen said, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Let's go, now that I've been discovered, then go meet them. Jiang Chen's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the two Xu Tianming directly. Xu Tianming looked at the two Jiang Chen who appeared in front of him, his eyes condensed slightly, and immediately fell directly on the body of the Blood Thousand Killers, coldly saying, "Blood Thousand Kills, I didn't expect that you traitor would dare to come back." The Blood Thousand Killers said sternly, "Back then, you indiscriminately named me a traitor to the Blood Sect. I swear by the Blood Thousand Kill to heaven that sooner or later I will make you pay a heavy price for it, so how can you not come back?" Xu Tianming smiled contemptuously, and immediately fell directly on Jiang Chen's body, and slowly said, "This fellow Taoist has extraordinary talents, but it is not a wise choice to be with my blood evil cult traitor." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, "Who I want to be with is my own business. Whether it is a wise choice or not, it is not your turn to worry about it. Taoists are unparalleled in talent, and being in the blood of 1,000 killings is tantamount to self-destructing one's future." Xu Tianming shook his head, and then said faintly, "If you join my blood evil sect, I recommend you as the next leader. The previous grievances will be written off. With the support of my blood evil sect, these 10 powerhouses in the universe, there must be a place for you." The young man in front of him is more talented than the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhou of the top 10 immortals. If this child can join the blood evil sect, it will be harmless to the blood evil sect. As long as this guy joins the blood evil sect, today he can easily solve the Blood Thousand slaying traitor of the blood evil sect. Once this guy can enter the blood sect, there will be one more Xian Tianzhou in the blood sect, and the losses suffered during this period are not even worth mentioning. As soon as Xu Tianming said this, whether it was the unharmed blood behind him or the Blood Thousand Kills beside Jiang Chen, his complexion couldn't help but change slightly. As the first arrogant of the blood evil sect, Xu Wuwu naturally did not want Jiang Chen to join the blood evil sect, thus threatening his status. And Blood Thousand Kills naturally didn't want to see this scene even more. His current life is in Jiang Chen's hands. Once Jiang Chen accepted the condition of Xu Tianming, he would definitely die today. Hehe. You deserve to be the right guardian of the Blood Fiend cult. It really is very bold. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and recently couldn't help but set off a slight arc. It's a pity. I am not interested in your Blood Evil Sect at all. Today my only purpose is to let you, the Blood Evil Sect protector, be buried here. Seeing that Jiang Chen insisted on being an enemy of the blood evil sect, Xu Tianming laughed angrily, and said nothing more, the strange blood shining in his eyes. Boy, don't think you have a little talent, you can do whatever you want. Even if this guardian is not in the peak state, it is not something you can kill if you want to. Since you have to find your own way, then I will fulfill you. The voice of Xu Tianming came down, and he stepped forward directly. His whole body was like a raging wave. The Mahayana monk's surging weather, with a censored killing intent, was overwhelmingly oppressive towards Jiang Chen. Chapter 2520, Battle Blood 9 Underworld. Xu Tianming's voice fell violently, and a fascinating scarlet in his hand flashed out of thin air. I saw that his whole person was directly combined with a human and a sword, turning into a censored sword light that split the sky and the earth, slashing straight at the Blood 9 Underworld. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and the human emperor's sword slammed out of his palm, and then, with a bright golden sword aura, intertwined with the blood-colored long sword. The swords crossed, sparks flew everywhere. The harsh metal crashing sound also resounded in midair instantly. A storm of gold and red energy spread out from the junction of swords and swords, annihilating the whole world into nothingness. In the sky swept by the devastating storm, Jiang Chen stepped back more than 10 steps in the void. He suppressed the churning breath in his body, and the expression on his face changed slightly. The Mahayana monk is far from comparable to the quasi-Mahayana monk. Even if Xu Tianming hasn't recovered to its peak state at this moment, with his current strength, relying solely on the strength of his body to fight against him, it is difficult to get the slightest bargain. This kid's strength really is very strong. Xu Tianming agreed that he stepped back a few steps in the air, and the gaze that looked at Jiang Chen also had a solemn expression. This son is a quasi-Mahayana cultivator, and his combat power is not much inferior to Mahayana monks, so he must fight quickly. Facing the two Mahayana cultivators, Old Monster Glacier and Li Tianyuan, he tried his best, even using the secret technique of the Blood Fiend sect before he got out. In the past few days, although his strength has recovered some, he is far from recovering to its peak shape, and it is not suitable for a long-term battle. If the delay is too long, the situation will only become more unfavorable for him. As Xu Tianming's thoughts flashed, the monster censored sword light burst out from the blood knife once again. Blood Fiend Magic Knife, Xu Tianming screamed, and a blood-boiled, censored, evil aura was aroused from the censored, long knife, and instantly enveloped the thousands of miles above Jiang Chen's head. Facing Xu Tianming's Blood Fiend Demon Sword, Jiang Chen did not hesitate, and quickly pinched a mysterious sword art with both hands, and then volleyed up and slashed towards the Blood Fiend Demon Sword. The censored sword light in the sky collided with the golden sword energy that smashed the sky and the earth. A terrible connection of destruction spread out from the confrontation between the two, turning the surrounding void into chaos. What kind of kendo supernatural power is this, so terrifying? Xu Tianming stabilized his figure in an embarrassing manner, and there was an unconcealable horror in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. The power of the sword that this kid just now was really terrifying. Even Blood Sword Immortal Sect's top kendo magical powers, I am afraid they can't be compared with this sword. What makes Xu Tianming more shocked is, this kid is not only powerful, but the power in his body seems to be vaguely different from the magical power of the cultivator in the universe. This guy's method of hiding his breath is too mysterious. If it weren't for a head-on fight with him, it would be hard to detect even with his strength. Xu Tianming took a deep breath and couldn't help but stared at Jiang Chen. You are not a cultivator of the universe, who are you? Slaying immortal sword art, killing immortals. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to Xu Tianming at all. The golden sword energy on the man's emperor's sword in his hand exploded again, and the second style of killing immortal sword art also cut through the world without mercy, and slashed at Xu Tianming. Looking at Jiang Chen's sword that was more powerful than before, Xu Tianming's expression became extremely difficult to look. Where did he dare to hesitate, and quickly pushed the true essence mana in his body to its limit, a terrifying, censored mist gushing out of his body, and finally gathered into a huge cloud of blood above his head. Seeing Xu Tianming's mouth opened, a blood arrow spurted out, directly into the blood cloud above his head. The blood cloud rolled violently, and the heavens and the earth seemed to be rendered a fascinating red. The blood cloud suddenly split, and a huge, censored, sword beam of nearly 1,000 feet was cut out from the blood cloud and collided with Jiang Chen's shocking sword art. The two terrifying powers collided again, and the terrifying sword air and sword light burst into the sky in no time. The space is shattered, and the world collapses, as if the end is coming. Shui Juming let out a muffled hum, and his whole person exploded back hundreds of feet in a row, and his face became extremely pale at this moment. But before he could stabilize his figure, there was a sudden chill from behind. Shui Juming turned his head in vain, and found a more dazzling golden sword light, rapidly widening in his pupils. Even Shui Juming, at this moment, instinctively felt an extremely dangerous aura from the golden sword light. Bloodthirsty sky shield. Faced with Jiang Chen's sword that seemed to be enough to slaughter the world, Shui Juming was also in horror. However, as a Mahayana monk, Shui Juming is naturally not an ordinary person. I saw a strange blood mark on his hands, and a trace of spooky blood flowed out along the pores in an instant, and then formed a blood-colored light shield around his body, enveloping his entire body. Jiang Chen's third style power of killing immortal sword art slashed fiercely on Shui Juming's body, and the monstrous killing sword directly smashed the censored light shield around Shui Juming's body. Kacha. The blood-colored light shield shattered, but the remaining sword aura hit Shui Juming's body severely, causing Shui Juming to spout out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out like a broken kite. He looked up at the arrogant figure opposite, and his expression also looked horrified. Although the realm of this child is only comparable to the quasi-Mahayana period, the strength in the body is extremely powerful, and it is almost infinitely close to the Mahayana monk. And the sword art he displayed was much more terrifying than any kendo supernatural power that Shui Juming had seen. Don't say that his combat power at the moment is less than 70% of the peak period, even if he is really at the peak state. To take over such terrifying kendo magical powers, I am afraid it is not an easy period for a sword. Shui Juming didn't hesitate at all, and he didn't have time to take care of the blood innocence that was entangled with the blood thousand killings. As soon as Shui Juming's figure flew out, a cold light flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. "Want to go?" I said. "Today is the place where you two are buried." Chapter 2521, Kill the Mahayana Monk. Sen Lang's voice fell. Jiang Chen stepped on the soles of his feet in the void, and the whole person was directly combined with human swords, turning into a golden sword light that broke through the world, and shot out at the Blood 9 underworld. The situation in God's domain is now only understood by the Blood Fiend sect. The last time the Celestial Cosmos expedition to God's domain was done by the Blood Fiend sect. Once the Blood Evil sect finds an opportunity, it will definitely send the strong to expedition to God's domain again. Jiang Chen came to Poxian Universe this time to prevent Poxian Universe from invading God's domain. He teamed up with the Immortal Sect of the Blood Sword to continuously create trouble for the Blood Sect, just because he didn't want the Blood Sect to have the opportunity to expedition to God's domain. During this period of time, even though he even killed the 2 heavenly journeys of the Blood Demon Sect, which shocked the entire Blood Demon Sect, but he failed to hurt the Blood Demon's bones. If he could kill the Mahayana monk Shui Juming today, he would definitely be able to greatly damage the vitality of the Blood Evil sect. Mahayana monks, even in the cosmos of breaking immortals, are extremely rare in immortal cultivation. Even the Blood Fiend sect, who is in the middle reaches of the top 10 immortal gates, has only a handful of Mahayana monks. On the last expedition to God's domain, the Blood Fiend sect had already fallen a Mahayana monk. If he kills the Blood 9 underworld here again today, the Blood Fiend sect will lose another Mahayana monk. Even though the Blood Fiend sect is the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe, there are also enemies such as the Blood Sword Immortal sect in the Poxian universe, requiring a Mahayana monk to sit in. The Blood Fiend sect might not be able to easily send Mahayana monks to expedition to God's domain. Even at all costs, Jiang Chen is determined to kill Shui Juming here today. How can he let Shui Juming escape easily? Jiang Chen walked with the sword spirit was like a rainbow. This sword surpassed everything in an instant, as if even the stars in the sky could be cut down. Blood magic phase. Feeling the shocking sword that pierced the world, Shui Juming's heart was terrified, and his throat couldn't help but let out a terrifying roar. With this roar resounding through the world, the blood-colored brilliance of Shui Juming's body rose to the sky, and then turned into a blood-colored phantom as high as 10,000 feet, welcoming the sword light coming from the sky. Shui Juming, who had only recovered 70% of his combat power, had already been wounded after the previous confrontation with Jiang Chen. Now even if the blood magic phase was forcibly condensed, it was impossible to resist Jiang Chen's full blow. Only a crisp sound was heard, the blood magic appearance of Juming's blood, Under the sword of Jiang Chen, it was almost as fragile as paper, and it collapsed when touched. Where the sword light passed, an unimaginable sword mark stretched down from the top of the blood magic phase, splitting the blood magic direction and the body of the blood nine souls into two halves. A sorrowful scream also resounded in Xu Tianming's body instantly. Ah! Boy, wait for me, I will definitely not let you go. With this screaming scream, I saw an illusory blood shadow, also flew out of Xu Tianming's body. It was the original infant of Xu Tianming. Don't worry, you won't have that chance, Yi Jian Waffen. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and immediately slashed out with a sword, without a trace of firework. But it was such an unremarkable sword that quickly annihilated the censored light on the 9 blood 9 Ming Yuan Ying. I saw the power of the Yuan Ying above the blood 9 underworld Yuan Ying, crashing like a flood bursting a bank. The whole Yuan Ying quickly became illusory and transparent, and finally turned into a little bit of blood to dissipate in the void. Mahayana monk, it really is not so easy to kill. Jiang Chen also let out a sigh of relief in his heart after a sword slayed the soul infant of Xu Tianming. This time, if it hadn't been for Xu Tianming who had suffered severe damage in the process of fighting for the pill of transformation, it would be difficult to recover to the peak state in a short time, only 70% of the peak state strength. He wanted to kill the blood Tianming. I am afraid it is really not an easy period. What? Jiang Chen shook his head, and then he couldn't help but look at the place where blood thousand kills and blood innocent battle were fighting. The two were originally the Tianzhao figures of the same era of the blood fiend sect, and their talents and strengths were almost the same. Although Shui Wowan has always been cultivated by the blood evil sect, the blood thousand killers have wandered through the stars in the universe over the years, relying on the continuous plundering of resources, and the cultivation base has not fallen at all compared to the blood Wowan. Especially after getting the weeping blood demon fruit recently, the blood thousand killing even vaguely touched the threshold of the quasi-Mahayana period. Even if it was the bloodless arrogant who was the world's first arrogant of the blood evil sect, it was impossible to get any advantage from the hands of the blood thousand kills. Especially after seeing Xu Tianming fall by Jiang Chen's hand, Shui Wusheng was also in panic, and under the panic, he was even more suppressed by Shui Qiansha. Blood thousand kill, this is what you forced me to. Even if it is dead today, I will drag you, a traitor of the blood evil sect, to bury with me. The censored voice fell, and a censored jade talisman exuding monster blood appeared out of thin air in the palm of his hand. Shui Wuhuo didn't hesitate at all, squeezed his palm abruptly, and directly and neatly crushed the blood-colored jade talisman. The censored jade talisman shattered, and a censored brilliance that overwhelmed the world suddenly rose from the censored jade talisman, and then turned into a censored phantom wearing a crown in the void. The leader, I have found traces of the traitor's blood, and I hope the leader can help me. Shui Wusheng looked at the censored phantom in the sky, and couldn't help but quickly said respectfully. Blood evil sect leader, blood evil sky. Looking at this censored phantom condensed out of thin air, the pupils of blood thousand killing couldn't help but shrank suddenly. The body of the blood without injury really had the trump card left by the leader of the blood evil sect. Blood thousand kills, you have finally caught you, a traitor of the blood fiend cult. Let me die. The scarlet void looked down on blood thousand kills indifferently, and a touch of murderous intent instantly spread from his body. I saw that his censored palms lightly grabbed it at the censored thousand killings. Although his palm was ordinary, when he stretched it out, it filled the world and completely condensed the void of blood thousand kills. Ha, the leader of the blood evil sect, if your deity came in person, I might not have been jealous of you. If you want to touch my Jiang Chen, you have to ask me whether I agree or not. Looking at the censored phantom that had been shot in vain, Jiang Chen let out a cold snort, and the Emperor Sword of the Divine Body Vision Man suddenly condensed in an instant. The human Emperor Sword in his hand also turned into a golden light, blending into the Divine Body Vision behind it, making the golden sword energy on it explode again. The sword and elephant are one, break it for me. With a burst of shout in Jiang Chen's mouth, the golden giant sword behind it, as if it had opened up the world, with its invincible power, it slashed towards the blood-colored phantom above the void. Chapter 2522, The Last Cardinal. This sword cannot be imagined, it is the clone of the leader of the blood evil sect, it is impossible to resist. Jian Guang was like a broken bamboo, shattering the solidified void around the blood thousand killing, and then strangling the clone of the leader of the blood fiend into nothingness. With a single sword, the avatar of the leader of the Blood Evil Sect was slain, and Jiang Chen's icy gaze fell on the body of Shui Wuwu. It's your turn. You can't kill me. I am the first genius of the Blood Censored Sect and the heir to the leader of the Blood Censored Sect. If you kill me, the Blood Censored Sect will definitely not let you go. Feeling Jiang Chen's cold gaze, blood and sorrow burst into death, and he couldn't help but cried out in horror. The strength of this son is too terrifying. Even the right guardian Shui Jiuming and the clone of the leader Shui Shadian were defeated by his understatement. In his current state, in front of this guy, I am afraid that there is no resistance at all. Sorry, I killed your Blood Evil Sect people. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and he directly swung the Emperor's sword against Shui Wuwu. Shui Wusheng looked desperate and horrified, and hurriedly fled into the distance like a frightened bird. The bloodless cultivation base is only at the peak of the tribulation, and it is no longer in the peak state at this moment. How can it contend with Jiang Chen, who is infinitely close to the master of martial arts? Jiang Chen once again used the Azure Emperor's sword to transform the mortal, and cut out with a sword at the blood without injury. The invisible sword light surpassed everything in an instant, piercing through the bloodless body. I saw that the breath of Shui Wuwu's body collapsed suddenly, and instantly fell from the peak of the tribulation to the Hedao period. Seeing that Jiang Chen was just a sword, he cut off his cultivation of a great realm, and Shui Wusheng was panicked. At this moment, there is no time to think about it. He quickly urged the power in his body to the extreme and fled towards the distance with all his strength. He had just flew a distance of less than 1,000 miles in midair, and another golden sword aura broke through the thousands of miles into the void. Under this golden sword aura, Shui Wuwu didn't even have time to utter a scream, but was smashed into powder by this sword, including his body and Yuan Ying. The master's strength seems to have become even more unfathomable. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shui Qiansha couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. Although Jiang Chen's strength was already very strong before that, he was far from being so terrifying. Today's Jiang Chen, killing the blood without injury, the arrogant figure who crossed the calamity peak, is almost like slaughtering a chicken and a dog. Even the clone of Shui Shadian, the leader of the Blood Fiend Sect, and the Blood Jiuming, the right guardian of the Blood Fiend Sect, were suppressed by Jiang Chen with thunder. Shui Shatian, the leader of the Blood Fiend Sect, is one of the top 10 powerhouses in the immortal breaking universe, and his cultivation is already unfathomable. Even if it is a strand of clone, it has more power than most quasi-Mahayana monks. And the Blood Evil teaches the right guardian Blood 9 Underworld, is a genuine Mahayana monk. Even if it is not in the peak state, it is not something ordinary quasi-Mahayana monks can handle. Jiang Chen was able to kill the avatars of Blood 9 Underworld and Shui Shadian one after another, and his strength might not be inferior to the real Mahayana monk. Master, today you killed Shui Wuwu and Shui Jiuming, you will surely make the Blood Evil Sect anger. Although the master is powerful, it is difficult to directly contend with the Blood Evil Sect. In a short time, we better not return to the world of silent blood. Shui Qiansha returned to his senses and couldn't help but quickly said to Jiang Chen respectfully. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. I remember you said last time that there are 5 Mahayana cultivators in the Blood Fiend Sect. Yes, there are 5 Mahayana cultivators in the Blood Fiend Sect. One of them seems to have led the team to the starry sky of the universe and has not yet returned. Today, the master killed the right guardian Shui Jiuming again. There should be 3 Mahayana monks left in the Blood Fiend Sect. These 3 are the Zuo Fa guard Shui Yuan, the leader Shui Shadian, and the supreme elder Shuiyan ancestor. However, the Shuiyan ancestor has not appeared for nearly 10,000 years, and no one knows his life and death. Blood thousand kills introduced one by one. The 3 Mahayana cultivators, apart from the censored ancestor who hadn't appeared for many years, there were 2 Mahayana cultivators in the Blood Sect. The leader of the Blood Fiend Sect, Shui Shadian, is probably far stronger than the average Mahayana monk. If the Blood Evil Sect really wants to deal with him with all his strength, it is indeed difficult for him to compete directly with the Blood Evil Sect. Anyway, the Blood Fiend Sect suffered a heavy blow this time, and it should be difficult to send a Mahayana monk to invade the continent of God's domain within a short period of time. That being the case, he didn't have to go to the Jieshui Tianyu to fight the Blood Evil Sect. Anyway, even in the Qingyuan Tianyu, he could contact the Blood Sword Immortal Sect Master Jian Wushui, and understand the actions of the Blood Fiend Sect. They will stay in Qingyuan Tianyu for a while before talking. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore, and said directly, let's go back to Qingyuanzhou City first. As the headquarters of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, Qingyuanzhou City is undoubtedly a very good place. Especially in the free trading market, there are often some unexpected treasures. Last time, he found a piece of fairy crystal fragments in the free trading market before he was able to possess his current strength. If he can get 1 or 2 fairy crystal fragments from the free trading market, even if he can't break through the martial arts dominance and reach the legendary Immortal Realm, it will at least allow him to reach the peak of martial arts dominance. Even if you look at the entire Poxian universe, I am afraid that no one can help him. When Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed, he was about to head towards Qingyuanzhou City with his blood 1,000 kills. The moment Jiang Chen just turned around, he suddenly sensed something, and his footsteps suddenly stopped in midair. Master, what's the matter? Feeling the strangeness of Jiang Chen, a look of doubt appeared on the face of blood 1,000 killing. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. The praying mantis is catching the cicada, and the oriole is behind. Someone seems not to let us leave so easily. Hearing the words, the face of blood 1,000 kill suddenly changed. In this Qingyuan Tianyu, in addition to the people of the Blood Fiend Sect, the only people from the 9 Li Immortal Sect were the most likely to attack them. The people of the 9 Li Immortal Sect are already here. At the time when Shui Qian's heart changed drastically, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raised his head and looked at a void thousands of feet away, and his faint voice resounded through this space. Li Tianyuan, if you are here, why hide sneakily in the dark? Come out and see it. Chapter 2523, Li Tianyuan's Pursuit. Haha, Your Excellency deserves to be the existence that can kill the Blood 9 underworld, but you didn't expect this to be discovered by you. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, a loud laughter also resounded in this world in an instant. I saw 4 human figures, also directly stepping out of the void space. These 4 figures are not others, they are the members of the 9 Li Immortal Sect headed by Li Tianyuan. Jiang Chen looked at the 4 of Li Tianyuan in front of him, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Li Tianyuan, I wonder why you brought the people from the 9 Li Immortal Sect here. Boy, Mingren doesn't talk secretly. Li Tianyuan didn't talk nonsense, and looked at Jiang Chen faintly. Hand over the fairy treasures you got at the Qingyuanzhou City Free Trade Market and the fragments of the immortal artifacts you photographed. I might also consider forgiving you for not dying. Jiang Chen's eyes became extremely cold in an instant. If you ask me to hand it over, I will hand it over. Who do you think you are? Boy, don't think that if you killed Shui Juming, you are qualified to be rampant in front of me. Li Tianyuan laughed, his voice trembling. This seat has given you a chance, since you have to find your own way, then I will make you perfect. Li Tianyuan's voice fell, and he punched it out directly and neatly. This punch directly penetrated the space and appeared in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye, without giving Jiang Chen any chance to evade. Jiang Chen could only fully use the Azure Emperor Longevity Art, condensing a defensive enchantment in front of him. The defense that Jiang Chen condensed in a hurry could hardly withstand the power of Li Tianyuan's punch. Hearing a loud bang, Jiang Chen was knocked down and flew out, and fell directly into the deep forest below, knocking down more than a dozen towering old trees one after another, and then barely stabilized his figure, a hint of redness. His blood also spilled from the corner of his mouth. After swallowing the fairy crystal fragments, Jiang Chen's strength during this period of time has grown very rapidly, and has reached the peak of half-step dominance. He had already fought a battle with Shui Juming just now, and his body's strength had already been consumed by more than half. Now facing Li Tianyuan, who is stronger than Shui Juming and is at his peak, how can he contend with it? Master, are you okay? Seeing that Jiang Chen was hit by Li Tianyuan, Shui Qianshan appeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. Jiang Chen didn't speak, but saw his palm move, and a censored sword talisman appeared out of his palm out of thin air. This sword talisman is exactly the escape talisman given to him by Jian Wushui. In his current state, even if the immortal monument was sacrificed, it would be difficult to compete with Li Tianyuan. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to sacrifice the escape talisman given to him by Jian Wushui, planning to use this escape talisman to leave the place first. Jiang Chen shook his palm suddenly, and the sword talisman shattered suddenly, then turned into a blood-colored lightsaber, and instantly disappeared into the void with the 2 of Jiang Chen. Seeing the 2 of Jiang Chen who had disappeared out of thin air, Li Tianyuan's eyes sank slightly. I didn't expect this guy to have the most precious blood sword talisman of the blood sword immortal sect. Li Xiao's brows suddenly frowned. Elder Tianyuan, what shall we do now? The fairy treasures and the fragments of the fairy artifacts can be met but not sought in the Poxian universe. Since they have encountered them, how can they easily give up? The blood sword talisman of the blood sword immortal sect is weird and unpredictable. When faced with such a situation, the average cultivator may not be able to do anything about it, but don't forget that I practice the way of space. Li Tianyuan smiled proudly, and immediately looked at the three of Li Xiao and said faintly, you go back to the 9 Li Immortal Sect first, and follow that kid's matter and just leave it to you. Li Xiao naturally knew that if they followed Li Tianyuan to chase Jiang Chen, they would become a burden to Li Tianyuan. He didn't have any hesitation at the moment, and left the other two directly with him. And after the three of Li Xiao left, Li Tianyuan quickly pinched a magic formula with both hands on his chest, and the vast and majestic mana continued to surging out of Li Tianyuan's body, rippling waves of violent spatial fluctuations between the heavens and the earth. Seeing Li Tianyuan's palms closed together, he also let out a cold stern cry, Crane is showing the way, Ning. As Li Tianyuan's cold voice fell, the power of the vast space continued to gather in front of Li Tianyuan, and finally turned into a crane about the size of 100 meters. Li Tianyuan's figure flashed, and he stepped directly on the back of the crane. The crane's wings shook, and directly led Li Tianyuan through the space, and quickly flew away in a certain direction. In Li Tianyuan, he pursued and killed the two colleagues of Jiang Chen with secret techniques. The world of solitary blood, Blood Evil Sect. Shui Shatian, the leader of the Blood Evil Sect, sat high on the throne in the center of the main hall, filled with a sharp chill. More than a dozen high-level Blood Evil sects in the hall felt the blood evil sky that seemed to be on the verge of an explosion, and they didn't even dare to make a sound. The right guardian of the Blood Fiend Sect, the Blood 9 Underworld, and the bloodlessness of the head of the 4 great crossing heaven journeys of the Blood Fiend Sect, their soul cards deposited in the sect were shattered one after another. It is very likely that Blood 9 spirits and Blood No Harm have both fallen to the Qingyuan celestial domain. A Mahayana monk fell at the same time as a top-level transmitting Jade Arrogant. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented severe damage to the Blood Fiend Sect, which was enough to severely damage the Blood Fiend Sect's vitality. Faced with such a situation, how can Shui Shatian, the leader of the Blood Fiend Sect, not be angry? What a censored 1,000 kills, I really don't believe it, my top 10 immortal Blood Evil Sect will not even be able to accept a traitor. I don't know how long it took. The extremely awe-inspiring voice of Shui Shatian finally resounded in the hall. Master, what do you mean? The right guardians were killed by the two people of Blood 1,000 killers. Isn't it impossible? An unbelievable look suddenly appeared on the face of a quasi-Mahayana monk. Shui Jianming, this is their right guardian of the Blood Fiend Sect, and it is also one of the few Mahayana cultivation powers of the Blood Fiend Sect. Blood 1,000 kills two people. No matter how defying the sky, it is impossible to have the ability to kill Mahayana monks, right? But that's the truth. Shui Shatian's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. Last time, after the two of the Blood 1,000 slaying rioted in Shui Yanzhou City, their Blood Evil Sect set up a plan to draw the snake out of the cave. This time the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce appeared the Pill of Transformation, and he sent blood without injury. In addition to competing for the Pill of Transformation, another purpose was to cause the two people to show up. In order to be sure of nothing, he even let Shui Jianming, the Mahayana monk, accompany him in secret. But Shui Shatian never imagined that Shui Jianming and the others would be wiped out in the Qingyuan heaven. If it weren't for the wisp of his clone that hadn't been sacrificed by Shui Wuhuo, and let him witness everything with his own eyes, Shui Shatian would not even dare to believe that Shui Jianming would fall into the hands of the two of Shui Qiansha. Chapter 2524, Murder with a Knife. Blood 1,000 killing is too rampant, and my Blood Evil Sect has been hit hard one after another. I can't help but get rid of it. What can you do to get it out? Shui Shatian's gloomy eyes swept slightly in the hall, and the cold voice also resounded in everyone's ears. Hearing Shui Shatian's words, many high-level blood cultists couldn't help but glance at each other. After a while, one of the blood-robed old men broke the silence in the hall. He smiled bitterly. Master, if the right guardian really falls into the hands of the two Blood 1,000 killers, I am afraid it will not be easy to get rid of them. Blood 1,000 kills two people can kill the right guardian Shui Jianming, which is enough to prove that they have the terrifying power to kill Mahayana monks. Even if the Blood Evil Sect sends another Mahayana monk, it may not be able to deal with the two people. Nowadays, the Blood Evil Sect, even the Mahayana monk can hardly send one. There are 5 Mahayana cultivators in the Blood Fiend Sect. One of them expedition to God's domain a few years ago, but the result is still there. There are 4 Mahayana monks remaining. The left guard Xueyuan was in a state of retreat and was in a state of retreat for a while before he cast a forbidden technique and was severely injured. Now the right guardian Xu Tianming has fallen into the Qingyuan Tianyu again, plus the censored ancestor who has been missing for many years. Only the leader Xu Tianming is left. This is the first time since the Blood Fiend Sect was ranked among the top 10 immortal gates in the broken universe. What, are you dumb? Xu Tianming's expression sank. Since you don't speak, I will go to Qingyuan Tianyu personally. Since the return of the Blood Thousand Kills, the 4 great jade journeys of the Blood Fiend Sect had fallen to 3, and even the left and right guardians were killed and wounded. If you continue to let the 2 of the Blood Thousand Killers engage in secret affairs, there will be no peace for the Blood Evil Sect. This time, Xu Tianming decided to do it himself. Even if he did not do anything at all costs, he would definitely kill the 2 people. Don't be the leader. Seeing that Xu Tianming intends to personally go to Qingyuan Tianyu to deal with the 2 people of Blood Thousand Killing, one of the quasi-Mahayana monks hurriedly said, after the 2 people of Blood Thousand Killing kill the right guardian and them, they may not continue to stay in Qingyuan heaven. Maybe I will return to the realm of silent blood. Yes, the leader. Today's Blood Evil Sect, but you are the only Mahayana monk sitting in town. Once you leave the Blood Evil Sect, the Blood Thousand kills them and kills them back to the world of silent blood. The consequences may be unimaginable. What's more, there is also the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, who has always looked at the Blood Fiend Sect. Another high-level Blood Evil Sect also couldn't help but quickly persuade. Neither does this, nor does that work. Is it possible that my dignified Blood Evil Sect can't even deal with a traitor? Xu Tianming could hear the words of the 2, and his expression was ugly to the extreme. In any case, he did not expect that the Blood Evil Sect, one of the top 10 immortal gates, would one day be forced to such a point by a traitor. The leader, the 2 people of Blood Thousand Killers can kill the right guardian, and they must have a power that is not inferior to the Mahayana monks. With the current situation of the Blood Evil, it is indeed difficult to send the Mahayana monks to deal with them. However, the leader cannot take action, and it does not mean that others are also can't make a move. The blood-robed old man standing at the forefront groaned slightly. What do you mean? Let Qing Yuanzong take action. Xu Tianming's eyes flashed eagerly, and he said in a deep voice, on the surface of the Qing Yuan sect, there is only one Mahayana monk, the sect master of the Qing Yuan sect. With that guy's shrewdness, he may not be able to help us. The blood-robed old man slowly said, although Qing Yuanzong may not be willing to make a move, as long as we pay a price, there is one force that will definitely make a move, and that is the Black Cloud League. Black Cloud League. Hearing the words, Xu Tianming couldn't help narrowing his eyes. The Black Cloud League, from the Black Cloud domain not far from the Qingyuan Sky domain, is also the top power in charge of the Black Cloud domain. Its Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce has always been the enemy of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce under the Qingyuanzong. The Black Cloud League is mysterious and unpredictable. Although it is not among the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe, its strength is not inferior to some forces in the top 10 immortal gates. The Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce under the Black Cloud Alliance, but dare to accept any business. As long as you can afford the price, they can help you solve it, whether it is transmitting Heaven's Jade or Mahayana's Immortal Cultivation power. Once, the Black Cloud Alliance killed more than one Mahayana monk. In the current situation of their Blood Evil Sect, asking the Black Cloud Alliance to take action is also a good choice. Xu Tianming's eyes flashed, and he looked directly at the blood-robed old man and said, okay, you immediately find a way to contact the people in the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce and tell them that as long as you can get rid of the 2 people of Blood Thousand Kill, any conditions can be discussed. And at the same time that Xu Tianming was discussing how to get rid of the 2 Jiang Chen. Qingyuan Tianyu, in an uninhabited mountain range, Jiang Chen and 2 were carefully hidden in a valley. Fortunately, Jian Wushui gave this escape talisman, otherwise we would be really dangerous today, and I don't know if Li Tianyuan can find us. Jiang Chen shook his head, and he couldn't help but let out a low whisper. The Blood Thousand Killer smiled and said, Master, don't worry, the Blood Sword Talisman of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect is a supreme escape talisman created by a peerless sword repairman of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Even a Mahayana monk may not be able to see through the Blood Sword Talisman. Mystery. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case. As Jiang Chen said, he couldn't help but said solemnly to the Blood of 1,000 Kills, "You protect the law for me. I will stay here for a while to practice in seclusion." Regardless, Jiang Chen must hurry up to recover. As long as he is restored to his peak state, and with his current strength plus the whole cards of Shanbei, even if he is not Li Tianyuan's opponent, he can still deal with him. Jiang Chen had already felt that the dominating divine power in his body was infinitely close to the realm of consummation. Once the master's divine power is complete, he can break through again and become the real master of martial arts. Even when facing Li Tianyuan and other Mahayana monks, he would not have the slightest fear. As Jiang Chen quickly entered the cultivation state, familiar system prompts continued to ring in Jiang Chen's mind. After Jiang Chen practiced in retreat, Shui Qiansha also sat cross-legged in a place 1,000 feet away from Jiang Chen, quietly protecting Jiang Chen's law. Not long after Shui Qiansha sat down, there was a sudden violent spatial fluctuation from the distant sky. Shui Qiansha was shocked and couldn't help but suddenly looked up. A phantom crane exuding violent spatial fluctuations quickly burst from the distant sky. On the phantom of the crane, there was a figure that made Blood 1,000 killing extremely familiar. It was Li Tianyuan of the Li Immortal Sect. Chapter 2525, I am not someone you can kill if you want. Li Tianyuan, how could this guy chase him? Blood 1,000 killer looked at Li Tianyuan, who stood proudly above the phantom of the crane, and there was also an incredible horror on his face. The Blood Fiend Sect originally broke away from the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. As the supreme arrogant of the Blood Fiend Sect, the Blood 1,000 killer knew very well about the Blood Sword Talisman of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. In a battle between the Blood Fiend Sect and the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, a Mahayana monk of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect faced the siege of 3 Mahayana monks of the Blood Sword Sect, still escaped with the Blood Sword Talisman. Blood 1,000 kills never thought of it anyway. Li Tianyuan of the Li Immortal Sect was able to find their whereabouts in such a short period of time. Just when the Blood 1,000 kills heart is horrified, Li Tianyuan also stepped on the phantom of the crane, appearing in the void that is thousands of feet away from the Blood 1,000 kills. He condescendingly looked down at the Blood 1,000 kills below, and said lightly, "You are the traitor Blood 1,000 kills of the Blood Demon Sect back then, right?" Blood 1,000 kill did not answer. He stared at Li Tianyuan steadily, with an unbelievable expression on his face. The Blood Sword Talisman is the supreme escape talisman. There is no trace at all. How did you trace us? The sword talisman created by the Blood Sword Immortal Sect is indeed very good. If it is an ordinary Mahayana monk, it may be helpless. Li Tianyuan faintly smiled and said, "But what I have mastered is the way of space. You want to escape from me with a small spell, it is too whimsical." The way of space. The face of Blood 1,000 killer suddenly became extremely difficult to look at. Blood 1,000 kills, my Li Immortal Sect has nothing to do with you. As long as you leave here, I will not embarrass you today. Li Tianyuan glanced at the Blood 1,000 killing indifferently. Otherwise, I can only take you down and hand you over to the Blood Sect. I think the Blood Sect should be happy to comment on you. The Blood Fiend Sect and the Li Immortal Sect are extremely close in the top 10 immortal gates. Over the years, the development momentum of the Blood Fiend Sect has been extremely fierce, and it has even gradually threatened the status of the Li Immortal Sect. In this censored evil sect traitor, Blood 1,000 kills, suddenly returned, and severely damaged the censored sect. Naturally, the Li Immortal Sect was very pleased to comment. Li Tianyuan didn't want to attack Blood 1,000 kill. As long as Blood 1,000 killing doesn't ruin his good deeds, Li Tianyuan doesn't mind bloodletting 1,000 killing horses, and let this guy continue to harm the Blood Sect. The Blood 1,000 killer slowly took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "If your excellency wants to move a hair of the master, unless you step over my corpse." Facing Li Tianyuan, the Mahayana cultivator, Blood 1,000 killing did not flinch at the moment. Blood 1,000 kill is very clear that his life is still in Jiang Chen's hands. If Jiang Chen had an accident, he would not be able to live alone. Through this time of getting along with each other, Blood 1,000 killing has gradually recognized Jiang Chen as the master in his heart, so why would he abandon Jiang Chen at this time? During this period of time, Jiang Chen led him to kill the Blood Evil Sect's digital cross Jia Tianzhao, and even killed the Blood Evil Sect's right guardian Xu Tianming. Before I met Jiang Chen, this was something that Blood Thousand Kills couldn't even imagine. Following Jiang Chen, Blood Thousand Killing saw the hope of revenge. If he loses Jiang Chen, he will probably be unable to survive under the chasing and killing of the Blood Fiend Sect, let alone revenge against the Blood Fiend Sect. Even if he is doing his best now, he still has to delay some time for Jiang Chen. Li Tianyuan snorted faintly. The monstrous power of the Mahayana monks, as if Mount Tai was pressing on the top, came towards the suppression of the Blood Thousand Kills below. Li Tianyuan, today I will learn about the blood of 1,000 killings, the power of the Mahayana monk of the 9 Li Immortal Sect. Shui Qian killed a roar, and his whole body continued to rise. The whole person was transformed into a censored shadow of thousands of feet. The blood-colored long knife in his hand came from chaos and slashed out against Li Tianyuan. Blood Prison Sword. With this knife, the void exploded, and the sky and the ground were all turned into a censored purgatory of monsters and strangers. In that censored purgatory, the terrifying sword aura was vertical and horizontal, as if it was enough to crush everything in the world into nothingness. It's worthy of being the famous Tianzhao figure of the Blood Fiend Sect. He has already touched the realm of the quasi-Mahayana monk. If you give you some time, I am afraid you will become the 4th quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao in the world. It's a pity. Now you are still the same as the ants in front of me. Li Tianyuan's pupils looked down on the sky and the earth, seeing the sword of Blood Thousand Killing as nothing. He flicked his finger, and an invisible space blade flew out from his fingers, lightly cutting the blood-colored purgatory in half, and then hit the blood-colored long knife in the hands of the Blood Thousand Killer. The censored long knife intersected with the space blade, and there was a sound of metal croaking. Seeing the Blood Thousand Killer trembled all over, the censored long knife flew out of the hand, and the blood shadow of the 1,000 feet collapsed suddenly, and the whole person flew upside down like a kite with a broken line. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Shui Qiansh's mouth, and his breath instantly became extremely wilting. He raised his head to look at Li Tianyuan in the void, and his heart couldn't help but feel weak. With his current strength, if he faced the Mahayana monk, he might be able to contend 1 or 2. But in front of the real Mahayana monks, there was no resistance at all. Blood Thousand Kills, I have given you a chance. Since you have to seek your own death, then I will fulfill you. Li Tianyuan looked down indifferently at Blood Thousand Kills, and immediately stretched out his hand to grab the place where the Blood Thousand Kills was imprisoned. At this very moment, a horrible sword intent that seemed to be enough to slaughter the immortal gods, spread in vain in this world. I saw an extremely bright slaughter sword light, rising to the sky from the valley below, instantly smashing the power of Li Tianyuan's confinement space. An icy voice echoed slowly between heaven and earth. Li Tianyuan, I'm Jiang Chen's person, you can't kill you if you want to. Li Tianyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and couldn't help looking in the direction of the sound, and he saw a figure holding a golden ancient sword stepping in the air from the valley below. Boy, compared to the 3 quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao of Po Xian universe, your talents are all surpassed and inferior. It would be a shame if you fall like this. Li Tianyuan looked at Jiang Chen, who slowly appeared in front of him, and couldn't help but said lightly, I still said that, hand over the 2 immortal treasures on your body, I can consider sparing you. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Li Tianyuan, if you want immortal treasure, then you have to ask if the sword in my hand is acceptable. Chapter 2526, Critical Moment, Breakthrough. Jiang Chen preemptively took the initiative, and his fighting spirit soared to the sky, and the light on the man's sword in his hand became more and more radiant, tearing the void one by one, continuously cutting towards Li Tianyuan. Li Tianyuan held his left hand behind him, and with only one hand, he undertook Jiang Chen's offensive. Boy, this level of strength can't help me. Li Tianyuan smiled contemptuously, and immediately punched Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen only felt that his whole person was going to be repelled by the surrounding space, and the sky and the ground were filled with terrifying space power. Even every trace of wind and every drop of water in the surrounding space seemed to be his enemy. Jiang Chen couldn't help feeling that Li Tianyuan seemed to be the immortal who really descended to the mortal world, the only master of this world. What a horrible punch! Feeling the power of Li Tianyuan's punch, Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The Mahayana monk is the pinnacle power of the immortal cultivation system. Even half-footed into the realm of the immortal, the level of strength is already equal to the heaven and the earth. And Li Tianyuan is also a Mahayana monk who masters spatial attributes. Even with a random punch he can control the world and form a realm. Jiang Chen didn't have any melancholy, directly integrated the divine body vision and the human emperor sword in his hand, turned it into a peerless sword and slashed at Li Tianyuan. Li Tianyuan didn't evade at all, letting Jiang Chen's sword cut. His whole body remained motionless like Mount Tai, directly urging the monstrous fist to hit Jiang Chen. Peerless sword light almost collapsed under that monstrous fist strength. The punch was unstoppable and hit Jiang Chen's body directly. Under Li Tianyuan's fist, all the defensive power of Jiang Chen's body was instantly shattered like paper, and the terrifying fist hit his body heavily, knocking him out like a meteorite. Jiang Chen's figure fell from midair and crashed several mountains below. He barely stabilized his figure, and the red blood also constantly spilled from the corner of his mouth. Boy, although I have to admit, your talent is better than the three quasi-Mahayana arrogances of the Paxian universe. Even some Mahayana cultivators who have just broken through may not easily win you. It's a pity. It was me that I met today. Li Tianyuan's indifferent voice fell, and immediately took a step out, appeared directly above Jiang Chen's head, and blasted out a punch at Jiang Chen again. This punch was like a punch from the heavens, countless heaven and earth vitality condensed in the void, turned into a chaotic space, and then, like a fairy mountain, came towards Jiang Chen's suppression. Owner. Seeing Li Tianyuan who had made another shot, the face of Blood Thousand Killers couldn't help but drastically changed. It's just that he was hit hard by Li Tianyuan's move just now. At this moment, there is no one in his strength. How can he save Jiang Chen? He can only watch Li Tianyuan's fist blast towards Jiang Chen. This guy is really not as powerful as usual. Looking at Li Tianyuan's blow again, Jiang Chen's expression instantly became extremely solemn. Although both are Mahayana monks, Li Tianyuan in front of him is more powerful than the blood Zhu Ming he killed. At this moment, Jiang Chen realized that he was a little Mahayana monk who underestimated the immortal universe. If it weren't for Shui Zhu Ming's peak state that day, it would be impossible for him to kill Shui Zhu Ming. At this point, Jiang Chen has no choice but to sacrifice the immortal monument and fight this guy desperately. At the moment when Jiang Chen was about to sacrifice the immortal monument, a pleasant system prompt sounded abruptly in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Your master divine power has successfully cultivated to the consummation realm. Do you now break through the master of martial arts? Dominating the divine power is finally complete. Hearing the system prompts in his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of ecstasy appeared in his heart. During this period of time, through crazy cultivation and the double promotion of the fairy crystal fragments, Jiang Chen's dominating supernatural power was only one step away from the realm of consummation. But this is the step, but it has been delayed. Now the power of dominance is finally complete at this critical time. Breakthrough. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, and directly and decisively chose to break through. Ding! Since the universe you live in is different from the martial arts system you are practicing, it will not be accommodated by Fang Tiandao, and the system will automatically block. Tiandao for you. Ding! You successfully broke through the dominance of martial arts. As Jiang Chen chose to break through, two system prompts came again in his mind. Next shun. Jiang Chen felt that his body and the strength in his body had begun to undergo earth-shaking changes, reaching a whole new level, which was many times stronger than before. Breaking through the dominance of martial arts, Jiang Chen did not hesitate, and directly displayed the Qingdi sword technique Waffen Yijian. An unremarkable sword, but it wiped out the chaotic space that came from suppression. How come this guy's power suddenly soared so much? Feeling the change in Jiang Chen's body, Li Tianyuan's indifferent eyes finally couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. As a Mahayana monk who has broken the immortal universe for tens of thousands of years, Li Tianyuan's cultivation has reached the peak of the early Mahayana, and he is an extremely rare spatial attribute spiritual root. In the early Mahayana, he has almost no rivals. Jiang Chen, who was beaten by his own punch just now, had no strength to fight back. Suddenly he had the ability to contend with him. It took a long time for Li Tianyuan to recover from his horror. He stared at Jiang Chen steadily and exclaimed with an incredible expression, You broke through, how is this possible? Although Li Tianyuan already knew that the boy in front of him was not a cultivator of the universe breaking the immortal universe, he should come from a certain martial arts civilization universe. But whether it is martial arts civilization or immortal cultivation civilization, it is a road of cultivating against the sky, but the path taken is slightly different. They all have only one ultimate goal, which is to break the shackles, ask to become immortals, and gain a living. And on this road to cultivating immortals against the sky, the stronger the cultivation base, the stronger the punishment from the heavens. Jiang Chen in front of him, Xu Ben was already comparable to the quasi-Mahayana monk who broke the immortal universe. If you want to break through again, it is equivalent to the quasi-Mahayana monk breaking through the Mahayana period, and will suffer the baptism of the Mahayana heavenly punishment. Jiang Chen is not a cultivator of immortal broken universe, and if he wants to make a breakthrough in immortal broken universe, he would receive even more terrifying punishment from the heavens. But now Jiang Chen hasn't been punished by any heaven at all, and he has directly broken through the realm. This is too incredible, right? Chapter 2527, The Art of Immortality. It's a pity, this time in Poxian universe, breaking through the martial arts dominance of the heavenly punishment was completely blocked by the system. Seeing that he had broken through the dominant state in this way, Jiang Chen couldn't help feeling regretful. If he was in the realm of God at this moment, he might be able to introduce Li Tianyuan into his own dominance and use the power of the gods of the realm to deal with this guy. Jiang Chen just thought about it. In the ancient war, God's domain Tiandao suffered an unprecedented heavy blow. Before God's domain was revived and returned to the ancient times, the heavenly punishment that had been lowered at the beginning, but even the newly born ancestor of the Blood Sun couldn't solve it. Although God's domain Heavenly Tao should have recovered a lot now, the heavenly punishment that came down may not have killed a Mahayana monk. Now that he has broken through the dominance of the martial arts, he has the strength to fight the Mahayana monk head-on. Even if he didn't borrow the power of heaven's punishment, he didn't need to have any fear of Li Tianyuan. Li Tianyuan, you should have played well just now, now it's my turn. Jiang Chen wiped a blood on the corner of his mouth, and the sword light on the man's emperor sword soared into the sky, and then turned into a terrifying sword light that even the heavenly immortals could cut down, and slashed towards Li Tianyuan. Kill the immortal sword art, kill the immortal. Jiang Chen, whose cultivation base broke through the dominance realm, once again used the immortal sword art of killing the immortal sword art. Even Mahayana monks as strong as Li Tianyuan instantly felt the aura of danger from Jiang Chen's sword. 9 netherworlds. Where did Li Tianyuan dare to hesitate at all, and directly displayed the 9 nether sky Ming, the supreme supernatural power of the 9 Li Immortal Sect, and banged against Jiang Chen's killing immortal sword art. The terrifying sword light collided with Li Tianyuan's mysterious hands, immediately stirring up a storm. 10,000 miles of space was shattered into nothingness by 2 forces at this moment. Both of them ignored the devastating storm around them, and blasted together again and again. Every time the two encounters, there are countless fluctuations in the void, causing the void to collapse and reorganize time and time again. The Wanli void where the two of them were in turned into a black hole, enough to swallow everything. The two even broke into the turbulence of time and space, and fought against each other in the mighty time and space storm. The fight between the two became increasingly fierce. Jiang Chen almost used all kinds of magical powers, such as the combination of the sword and the elephant, and the ancient seal of the emperor. Jiang Chen became more and more courageous as he fought, and in the end he seized a flaw in Li Tianyuan and directly smashed it into a distance of thousands of feet with a sword. Boy, you are a bit terrible as a monster. Li Tianyuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and immediately stared at Jiang Chen. Although you are strong now, you may not be able to kill me. Maybe we can sit down and talk. Jiang Chen coldly hummed expressionlessly. There seems to be nothing to talk about between me and you. Li Tianyuan squinted his eyes slightly. Boy, you are not a cultivator of Shenxian universe. As long as I spread this news, the entire Shenxian universe will have no place for you. Jiang Chen's murderous intent skyrocketed, his eyes staring coldly at Li Tianyuan. Are you threatening me? I'm just stating a fact. Li Tianyuan said indifferently. Now I give you a chance to choose. As long as you join the 9 Li Immortal Sect, the 9 Li Immortal Sect will not only give you a position as an elder, but will also not ask you about the fairy treasure, and will not reveal your identity. The talent of this kid in front of him is really terrifying. If it can be used by the Li Immortal Sect, he will surely become a peerless card of the Li Immortal Sect in the future. Even if this kid can't be used by 9 Li Immortal Sect, Li Tianyuan will try to temporarily stabilize him. This son's current combat power is inferior to what he has completely surpassed. Now he can only find a way to delay time and wait for the 9 Li Immortal Sect to send another Mahayana monk to help him. First, I am not interested in joining your Luo Immortal Sect. Second, I can't believe you. Third, I think only the dead can better keep secrets from me. Jiang Chen stared at Li Tianyuan with stern eyes. So, you better die for me. Li Tianyuan suddenly sneered with disdain. Boy, do you think I'm not going to succeed? If you want to kill me, I'm afraid you are not qualified. Can you kill? You'll know if you try. Qingdi has a sword. Jiang Chen's icy voice fell, and immediately urged the Azure Emperor's longevity art with all his strength, and displayed the last sword of the Azure Emperor's swordsmanship. A sword aura that pierced the sky burst out from the Emperor's sword. Everything in the world seemed to be unable to cover the extremely bright sword rainbow. Jianhong broke through the gate of heaven in an instant, and an invincible sword fairy with a peerless and fluttering Qingyi, like a 9-day immortal falling into the air, stepped into the sky from the fairy gate. Little guy, long time no see, your ability to provoke enemies has become more and more powerful. Xingyi Zhanzhenju looked down at Li Tianyuan in front of Jiang Chen, and said lightly, but with your current strength, carrying the power of my sword, it is more than enough to defeat this guy. Xingyi Zhanzhen's voice fell. I don't know when there was a cyan long sword in his hand, and he drew it at Li Tianyuan out of thin air. This sword was silent, seemingly incomparable, but it caused Li Tianyuan's hair to burst under this sword, and his expression instantly became horrified. Through the technique of the immortal. As the Mahayana elder of Nine Li Shanzong, one of the top 10 immortal gates, Li Tianyuan's knowledge is naturally extraordinary. He could almost see at a glance that the trick Jiang Chen displayed was very similar to the magic of the fairy tales in the legend of the broken universe. In the era when the fairy road of Poxian universe has not yet been cut off, the art of Tongxian is some peerless immortal technique of peerless immortals. The art of Tongxian, as the name suggests, is a kind of peerless magic that can communicate with immortals and invite immortals to come. This kind of immortal technique, even before breaking the immortal universe immortal road, only some peerless immortal gates that have been born immortals can be displayed. Li Tianyuan never imagined that Jiang Chen would actually perform the legendary art of immortality. The art of mastering immortals, this invited true immortal power, even Mahayana monks could hardly resist it. Li Tianyuan was horrified in his heart. Even if he dared to stay the slightest bit, he saw his palm wave, the whole person was wrapped in the power of the vast space, and then slammed into the endless void. At the moment Li Tianyuan just escaped into the void, the silent sword light above the void also penetrated everything, instantly slashing where Li Tianyuan disappeared. Chapter 2528, Kill Li Tianyuan. The silent sword light drew across the place where Li Tianyuan disappeared, suddenly like cutting tofu, cutting a space crevice that stretched across thousands of miles in the void, looking like a pitch-black Tianhe. In the cracks in this pitch-black space, Li Tianyuan, who originally wanted to disappear, also instantly appeared. He was embarrassed, and red blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. The clothes on his body were not in good condition. His whole body was covered with sword marks, and he looked like a blood man. With a pale face, he looked up at the Qingyi sword fairy that was gradually dissipating in the void, and his expression was terrified. The legendary art of immortality is indeed well deserved. Fortunately, he escaped fast enough before, and with the help of the space barrier and his own space magical powers, he blocked part of the power of the sword just now. He is probably going to be completely destroyed under the sword just now. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's art of communicating with the immortal just now can only ask the immortal to issue a blow. If you really invite an immortal projection clone to come, he will undoubtedly die today. Even so, his current situation is still very short-lived. Just now, in order to resist that sword, Li Tianyuan had tried his best to save his life, and now his vitality was severely injured. With his current state, I am afraid that it is impossible to compete with the guy opposite. Li Tianyuan forced down the injuries in his body and was about to use his spatial supernatural powers to escape. How could Jiang Chen give Li Tianyuan any chance to escape? At the moment when Li Tianyuan made a move, Jiang Chen directly swung his sword towards Li Tianyuan and killed him. Looking at Jiang Chen who was swinging his sword towards him, Li Tianyuan's pupils suddenly shrank. He gritted his teeth and directly activated the secret technique to burn the essence in blood, bursting out an extremely vast and majestic force. Dimensional space, he screamed, and his hands quickly formed seals on his chest. The vast space power quickly turned into a dimensional barrier, separating Li Tianyuan from the world. Jiang Chen's sword passed through the place where Li Tianyuan was, but he couldn't hurt Li Tianyuan at all. Jiang Chen looked at the scene before him, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This guy deserves to be a Mahayana monk who masters space power, and in the use of space power, he has reached an extremely advanced level. Boy, although your strength is extraordinary, and you have amazing magical powers, Li Tianyuan is not something you can kill if you want to. Li Tianyuan said solemnly, you have become a life and death enemy with the Blood Fiend sect. If you offend my 9 Li Immortal sect again, this is not a wise choice. Let me go, I can promise not to reveal your identity. I said that only the dead can better keep secrets. No matter how you struggle today, you are destined to die. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell. He directly put away the man's emperor's sword in his hand, and then quickly sacrificed the immortal monument. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly urged the dominating divine power in his body with all his strength, and madly injected it into the immortal monument in his palm. At that moment, on the immortal monument, a bright light that threatened the heaven and the earth burst out from the immortal monument, and then turned into a supreme monument that suppressed the heaven and the earth. In the dimensional space, Li Tianyuan looked at the celestial and brilliant monumental monument in the void, and an unbelievable horror appeared in his eyes. Xian, Shanbei, this kid actually holds the legendary immortal tablet in his hands, how is this possible? As the elder-level figure of the 10 Great Immortal Sect 9 Li Immortal Sect, Li Tianyuan naturally knows a lot of secret things about the universe breaking through immortality. He naturally knew that, a long time ago, Paxian Universe had discovered a monument to the Supreme Immortal. According to legend, this monument of supreme immortality contains the secret of becoming immortal. For this supreme celestial monument, the great celestial gates of the broken celestial universe fought. After a tumultuous struggle, all the great immortal gates of the immortal universe were not able to obtain the supreme immortal steel in the end. Instead, the immortal steel was left to a martial civilization universe called God's Domain. In order to regain the immortal steel and break the major immortal gates of the immortal universe, they jointly launched a cosmic war and invaded the universe of God's Domain. In that battle, Paxian Universe encountered a desperate counterattack from God's Domain universe. In the end, although God's Domain was defeated and the main world of God's Domain was destroyed, Paxian Universe was also hit harder than ever. In the end, for some reasons, Paxian Universe had to retreat from God's Domain universe and began to cultivate and rejuvenate. After so many years of cultivation, Paxian Universe has gradually recovered from the heavy damage that year. For the legendary Immortal Monument, the top 10 immortal gates of the broken immortal universe have never been forgotten. The 10 immortal gates have been decided, and in the next Immortal Gate Conference, they will discuss invading the universe of the gods again, looking for the legendary Immortal Monument. But Li Tianyuan never thought of it anyway. The legendary celestial steel appeared in Paxian Universe. Thinking that the boy in front of him did not come from God's Domain, but from the martial arts civilization universe, Li Tianyuan finally understood the identity of this boy at this moment. The boy in front of him, in all likelihood, should come from the universe of God's Domain. In the cosmic war that year, God's Domain Lord's world was shattered and turned into a shattered universe. How could such a terrifying evildoer be born? All this is because the immortal monument in his hand is not made. Boy, I didn't expect you to be a member of God's Domain universe, and you dared to mix into my Broxian universe with the immortal monument. Li Tianyuan stared at Jiang Chen stubbornly, his expression also looked frightened. He must leave alive and pass the news to the 9 Li Immortal Sect. In that battle, Broxian universe and God's Domain universe had long been endless. A martial arts arrogant of such an enchanting god, who mixed into their celestial cosmos, must be a bad person. If Paxian Universe knew nothing about this guy's existence, he would definitely pay a heavy price for it. I not only dare to come to break the immortal universe, but I also want to get back 10 times 100 times what you did to God's Domain in the past. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and he directly controlled the central supreme monument, turning it into a heavenly sacred mountain, and headed towards Li Tianyuan below to suppress it. The supreme monument that suppressed the world, with incredible energy, easily crushed the dimensional space around Li Tianyuan, and then smashed it heavily on Li Tianyuan's body. Li Tianyuan suddenly let out a scream. This scream was incomprehensible, unwilling, and more desperate and horrified. But no matter how he struggled, it was of no use. With the power to crush everything, the immortal steel crushed Li Tianyuan's body and Yuanying into nothingness in an instant. Chapter 2529, Xu Fei's Recommendation. The master turned out to be a person from God's domain universe, and he is also in charge of the legendary Immortal Monument. Seeing that Jiang Chen urged the Immortal Monument and directly killed Li Tianyuan of the Li Immortal Sect, it took a long time for the Blood Thousand killing to recover from the shock. In order for the Immortal Monument to invade the universe of the gods, the Blood Evil Sect was one of the main forces. Blood Thousand Kill, as the peerless arrogant of the Blood Sect, naturally understands the history of the Blood Sect. Although Blood Thousand Kill had long known that Jiang Chen was not a cultivator of a mortal-breaking universe, but came from a certain martial arts civilization. But he still didn't expect that Jiang Chen actually came from the universe of God's domain. Jiang Chen took back the immortal steel and couldn't help but glanced at Xu Tianming lightly. Xu Tianming, now you know my identity, what are your thoughts? Subordinates dare not. Blood Thousand Killing was startled, and said quickly, even if the master is from God's domain, Thousand Killing will definitely follow the master to the death. Since being regarded as a traitor by the Blood Fiend Sect, he had to escape from Poxian universe and drifting away from the stars of the universe. Blood Thousand Kill had not had much affection for Poxian universe. The only purpose of his life here is to hope that one day he can return to the broken universe and avenge the Blood Fiend Sect. Jiang Chen successively killed Xu Tianming and Li Tianyuan, two great tribulation cultivators, showing an extremely terrifying strength, which undoubtedly made Blood Thousand Killing see the hope of revenge. Blood Thousand Kill is very clear. With his own strength, it is almost impossible to compete with the Blood Fiend Sect. Following Jiang Chen, this is his only chance. As for Jiang Chen's identity, it doesn't matter to him at all. The grudge between Poxian universe and God's domain universe has nothing to do with him. As long as he can deal with the evil spirits of blood, even if Jiang Chen really destroys the Poxian universe in the end, the Blood Thousand Killing will never frown. Jiang Chen said indifferently, don't worry, as long as you do things for me wholeheartedly, I will not only give you a chance for revenge, but even make you the master of the Blood Evil Sect. Thousand Kills understand, Xu Tianming replied respectfully, and then asked, Master, shall we return to Qingyuanzhou City next? Now that Jiang Chen's strength has broken through again, he already has the power to compete head-on with the Mahayana monks. If the legendary immortal steel is urged, it can even easily kill Li Tianyuan and other Mahayana monks. With Jiang Chen's current strength, and then join forces with the not-weak Blood Sword Immortal Sect, even if he appears in the Silent Blood Realm in an upright manner, the Blood Fiend Sect may not easily win them. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, go back to Qingyuanzhou City first. Although the Blood Fiend Sect suffered heavy losses this time, it was after all the top 10 immortal gates of the broken immortal universe, and its strength was still extremely powerful. If the Blood Evil Sect had dealt with him at all costs, even if he had broken through the master of martial arts, he might not be able to resist it. In particular, the censored ancestor, the supreme elder of the Blood Fiend cult, was an old monster who had not known how many years he had lived, and his strength must have reached a very terrifying level. Although the censored ancestor hadn't appeared for thousands of years, no one knew that this old fellow had really fallen. If this old guy is still alive, returning to the realm of silent blood now will undoubtedly be a very dangerous thing for them. Jiang Chen decided to contact the Blood Sword Immortal Sect's Jian Wushui first, and let him check the news of the censored ancestor. If it can be determined that the censored ancestor has fallen, he can go directly to the Jieshui Tianyu, and then team up with the Blood Sword Immortal Sect to completely defeat the Blood Evil Sect. If the censored ancestors were still alive, they would have to make a long-term plan. Qingyuan State City, the headquarters of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, a spacious conference hall. More than 10 senior members of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, including Xu Fei, who was recently promoted to the elder of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, gathered here. The first elegant middle-aged Xing Yi with extraordinary breath is Lu Qingyi, the president of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Everyone, the news that we got the key has already been known by the people in the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Not long ago, the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce sent someone to find me. If our Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce dared to swallow it alone, they would announce the news. Everyone talk about their opinions. I don't know how long it took before Lu Qingyi spoke slowly, breaking the silence in the hall. Chairman, you can't let the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce announce the news. Otherwise, once the 10 great immortals participate, even with the strength of the Qing Yuanzong, I am afraid that they may not be able to get too many benefits. An old man heard Lu Qingyi's words and couldn't help but said quickly. Yeah, President, absolutely cannot spread it out at this time. Now we can only give the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce some benefits to stabilize them. Many senior executives of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce echoed the way. I have reported this matter to the elder of the Qing Yuanzong, and the sect's intentions have also allowed us to stabilize the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce and prevent them from spreading the news. Lu Qingyi said solemnly. Moreover, in order not to attract the attention of the 10 great immortals, Qing Yuanzong will reach an agreement with the Black Cloud Alliance, and neither party should send strong men to participate. The old man who had spoken before heard the words and couldn't help but frown and said, President, the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce has always been mysterious and unpredictable. It seems that our Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce has to be more prepared. Lu Qingyi nodded and said, I am calling you here this time just for this. The Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce has limited power. In order to deal with the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce, it needs to seek some foreign aid. I wonder if you can recommend any reliable candidates. After hearing Lu Qingyi's words, many senior leaders of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce were silent. This time the action is of great importance, and the help they seek must be the existence of a quasi-Mahayana cultivator. Such a character, apart from the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe and the first-rate forces second only to the top 10 immortal gates, it may not be easy to find them. President, I have one person to recommend. At this moment, Xu Fei, who had not spoken all the time, said suddenly. When Lu Qingyi heard the words, don't look up at Xu Fei, and slightly pondered, the candidate in your mouth should be the kid who helped you return to the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce this time. Xu Fei nodded and said, little friend Jiang Chen is very talented, and his combat power is definitely not inferior to the average quasi-Mahayana monk. Moreover, his subordinates have been with him for a while, thinking that he should be a trustworthy person. Lu Qingyi's eyes flashed with brilliance. Since Xu Fei mentioned Jiang Chen last time, Lu Qingyi has naturally paid close attention to him during this period. He naturally knew that the kid was a genius who was not inferior to the 9 Li Immortal Sect Li Shao, but he was indeed a very good candidate. That kid is indeed a good candidate. Lu Qingyi frowned and said, but as far as I know, that kid should have left Qingyuanzhou City too, to participate in the battle for the Pill of Transformation, right? Chapter 2530, Fairy Ruins. The Pill of Tribulation is the supreme pill in the legend. Although at the auction, Huaji Pill was auctioned by Cold Wind Immortal Gate at a sky-high price, Lu Qingyi knew very well that the battle for Huaji Pill was far from over. After the Cold Wind Immortal Gate left Qingyuanzhou City with Huaji Pill that day, the Blood Fiend Sect and the 9 Li Immortal Sect were dispatched one after another. And that kid named Jiang Chen, in all likelihood, also joined the ranks of the battle for the Pill of Transformation. Although that kid was extraordinary, the Blood Fiend Sect and the 9 Li Immortal Sect were both shot by Mahayana cultivators this time. Even the Cold Wind Immortal Gate has been escorted by a Mahayana monk. If Jiang Chen joins the battle for the Pill of Transformation, he will undoubtedly be dead for a lifetime. Xu Fei nodded and said, he left Qingyuanzhou City as soon as he got the news of Cold Wind Immortal Gate's departure from me. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyi couldn't help looking at a gray-robed old man. Elder Wu, I asked you to send someone to pay close attention to the movement of the Cold Wind Immortal Gate. I don't know what the situation is now. The situation is a bit unexpected. The gray-robed old man slowly said, the Cold Wind Immortal Gate seems to have already cooperated with the 9 Li Immortal Sect. Li Tianyuan and the Glacier Old Monster have teamed up to defeat the Blood 9 Underworld. Now the Cold Wind Immortal Gate has left with the Huaji Pill. As for the words of Elder Shu Jiang Chen, but never showed up. Oh, it seems that the Immortal Sect of Cold Wind has really made full preparations in order to obtain the Pill of Transformation. Lu Qingyi's eyes couldn't help but flashed a look of surprise. He originally thought that even if the Cold Wind Immortal Sect had got the help of the old Glacier Monster, it would be difficult for him to return to the Cold Wind Immortal Sect with the Pill of Dissolving Tribulation smoothly. Unexpectedly, the Cold Wind Immortal Sect didn't know what method it used, so that the 9 Li Immortal Sect would give up the fight for the Pill of Transformation, and instead help them defeat the Blood Evil Sect. Lu Qingyi looked at Xu Fei. Elder Shu, can you contact that kid now? Since Huajia Dan has been auctioned off, no matter who it ultimately falls into, it has nothing to do with their Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Now for the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, the most important thing is to seek help to deal with the next thing. Xu Fei shook his head and said, but with the power of our Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, As long as little friend Jiang Chen is still in the Qingyuan heaven, it is not difficult to find him. You don't need to look for it. Just now a branch of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce has found the traces of Jiang Chen and the two, and they seem to be rushing back to Qingyuanzhou City. At this moment, the gray-robed old man said suddenly. Lu Qingyi couldn't help but look directly at Xu Fei when he heard the words, "Elder Xu, in my Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, only you have some friendship with that kid. I'll leave this to you to discuss with him, how about?" Xu Fei nodded and responded directly. "President, although the kid has an extraordinary talent and strength, but his identity is mysterious and his origin is unknown, we just ask him for help. Isn't it too rash?" At this moment, the gray-robed old man frowned slightly. "What I see is his mysterious origin." Lu Qingyi waved her hand, and then said indifferently, "I have decided on this matter, so there is no need to say more." The key they got this time was a great fate. Now that the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce is involved, he can't let the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce take away this fairy fate anyway. The Heiyun Chamber of Commerce has always been extremely mysterious. They know the situation of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce very well, but the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce does not know much about the Heiyun Chamber of Commerce. If the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce sent only their own people in this operation, the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce would be pinched to death in all likelihood. If there is a peerless Tianzhou that the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce does not understand, it will be beneficial to them instead. Lu Qingyi chose Jiang Chen without hesitation. That kid is a peerless genius who is no less inferior to Luo Immortal Sect Li Xiao, and undoubtedly can play a vital role in this confrontation with the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, the courtyard where Xu Fei lives. In one room, two figures sat opposite each other. It was Xu Fei and Jiang Chen who had just returned to Qingyuanzhou City. "Deacon Xu, congratulations on your promotion to the elder of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. I don't know if you are so anxious to find me, what is going on?" Jiang Chen looked at Xu Fei in front of him, and a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. This time when he returned to Qingyuanzhou City, Jiang Chen didn't actually intend to continue to disturb Xu Fei, but he didn't expect Xu Fei to send someone to find him the first time. "Little friend Jiang Chen, Xu came to you this time to discuss cooperation with you on behalf of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce." Xu Fei didn't talk nonsense, and directly stated his purpose. Jiang Chen suddenly asked with a surprised look, "What cooperation?" Xu Fei pondered slightly before explaining to Jiang Chen. "Not long ago, the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce obtained a key by chance. This key is related to the last celestial Taoist of the broken immortal universe, and can open a celestial relic left by Taoist Tianyu. The Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce was very secretive about this matter, but he didn't expect to be informed by the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. In order to prevent the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce from spreading the news, the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce had to let the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce take a share. In order not to attract attention, the Qing Yuanzong and the Black Cloud League behind both sides were not allowed to send quasi-Mahayana monks or more powerful men to take action. The Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce was worried that it was not an opponent of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce, so it planned to seek cooperation with Jiang Chen. Hearing Xu Fei's introduction, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed brightly. "Elder Xu, let me go with your Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce to explore the remains of immortals." Xu Fei nodded and smiled. "Xu is very trustworthy of Jiang Chen, so I recommended you to the president." "Then thank Elder Xu for his trust." Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then slowly raised his head and said, "I can cooperate with the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce to help you explore the remains of the immortal, but there is one condition." Xu Fei smiled and said, "Little friend Jiang Chen has any conditions, just put it forward." "I only have one condition, and that is to explore the fairy ruins this time. Let me choose one thing first." When Jiang Chen spoke, sharp spirits flashed in his eyes. The last time he was in the free trading market, the piece of fairy crystal fragment he obtained seemed to be related to Taoist Tianyu. What the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce explored this time was the remains of Taoist Tianyu. Maybe there are fragments of fairy crystals in this ruins. It is precisely because of this that Jiang Chen proposed to choose one thing. If there are fairy crystal fragments in the ruins left by Taoist Tianyu, he can put these fairy crystal fragments into his bag. Even if there are no fairy crystal fragments, he prefers to choose an item in the fairy ruins, and it will certainly not suffer. Chapter 2531, Jiang Chen's Condition. Little friend Jiang Chen, I can't call the shots on your terms. I'm afraid you have to meet with the chairman and discuss with him in person. Hearing Jiang Chen's condition, Xu Fei was taken aback for a moment, and then said with a wry smile on his face. There must be great opportunities for the remains of the immortals, and maybe even the secret of becoming immortals. If Jiang Chen prefers to choose one thing, it means that he is most likely to get the greatest chance in the fairy ruins. With such a condition, the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce might not easily agree to it. Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Okay, take me to see your president." Xu Fei didn't say much, and directly led Jiang Chen to the outside of the courtyard. Xu Fei took Jiang Chen to a hall in the center of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. In the main hall, Lu Qingyi, the chairman of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, was discussing something with the gray-robed old man on the side. Seeing the arrival of Xu Fei and Jiang Chen, both of them stopped talking, and their eyes fell on Jiang Chen. "President, I have already discussed cooperation with Jiang Chen, but he has a condition that needs to be discussed with you, so I brought him." Xu Fei stepped forward, hugged Lu Qingyi, and said directly. Lu Qingyi nodded slightly, then smiled and looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Little friend Jiang Chen, I have been listening to Elder Xu mentioning your name. I was very lucky to see you today. You escorted Elder Xu back to the headquarters of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, and I am here to replace him. Thank you very much, Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. It's just a matter of effort, it's not enough." Jiang Chen waved his hand and said straight to the door, "President Lu, let's talk about business first." "Okay, since Jiang Chen is so refreshing, then I won't be oblivious." Lu Qingyi didn't talk nonsense, and asked directly, "I don't know what Jiang Chen's conditions are." Jiang Chen said with a calm face, "I only have one condition, which is to give priority to picking one thing in the fairy ruins." When Lu Qingyi heard Jiang Chen's condition, her brows suddenly tightened together. "President, no." Just when Lu Qingyi fell into silence, the gray-robed old man on the side could not help but speak. "The place they explored this time is a relic left by Taoist Tianyu." Who is Taoist Tianyu? This was the last immortal who asked about becoming immortal before the breaking of the immortal road in the universe. In the ruins of Taoist Tianyu, there is even a possibility that the secret of becoming immortal is hidden. If the secret of becoming immortal really exists in the remains of Taoist Tianyu, if Jiang Chen is given priority to choose, wouldn't the secret of becoming immortal fall into Jiang Chen's hands? Little friend Jiang Chen, this condition you put forward makes me a little difficult to handle. Lu Qingyi was silent for a long time before shook his head and said, "Taoist Tianyu is the last immortal in the Poxian universe. In fact, everyone knows that there may be the secret of becoming immortal in his remains. The most valuable thing in the ruins. Even if I want to agree to your terms, the people behind me may not agree to it." Jiang Chen thought for a while and said, "If there is really a secret of becoming immortal in the remains of Taoist Tianyu, we can share it. And I will prioritize one thing besides this one. The secret of becoming immortal, whether it is the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce or the Qingyuanzong behind the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, it is absolutely impossible to easily give in. Jiang Chen's original intention is not actually the secret of becoming a fairy. Although he is not a cultivator of immortal breaking universe, if there is really the secret of becoming immortal in the remains of Taoist Tianyu, he will naturally have to see it." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Qingyi was slightly relieved. As long as Jiang Chen doesn't want to swallow the secret of becoming an immortal, everything still needs to be discussed. "Little friend Jiang Chen, I can agree to your terms." Lu Qingyi raised her head to look at Jiang Chen and slowly said, "But you have to let me know whether you are qualified to let me agree to your terms." Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile proudly. "Cooperate with me, as long as the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce does not have real Mahayana monks to take action. Everything about the immortal relics is your Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the three people in the hall couldn't help taking a breath. This time exploring the remains of Taoist Tianyu, although there will be no Mahayana monks, there are bound to be quasi-Mahayana monks. And listening to Jiang Chen's tone, it seemed that the quasi-Mahayana monk was not at all concerned. Lu Qingyi took a slow and deep breath, looked at Jiang Chen and said solemnly, "It's useless to say it." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a slight arc. "Then I don't know how President Lu wants me to prove it." Lu Qingyi pointed his finger at the gray-robed old man next to him and said, "This is my Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce elder and quasi-Mahayana monk Wu Sheng. As long as you can defeat him with 10 moves, I will promise you." Wu Sheng, one of the 3 quasi-Mahayana monks of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Although slightly inferior to him, he is also a genuine quasi-Mahayana monk. Even with his strength, wanting to defeat him with 10 moves is by no means an easy task. If Jiang Chen can really defeat Wu Sheng with 10 moves, it is enough to prove that he has almost invincible combat power under the Mahayana. With such a demon, their chances of winning this trip to the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce will undoubtedly increase greatly. As Jiang Chen said, he looked directly at Wu Sheng and said indifferently, "Since President Liu wants me to fight you, you can take action." Wu Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is it here?" Jiang Chen nodded and said, "It's right here, and there will be no big changes in this battle anyway." Wu Sheng ignored Jiang Chen and looked directly at Lu Qingyi. Lu Qingyi couldn't help but smiled. "It's just a discussion, it's not a battle of life and death. There is really no need to make much movement, just here." If Jiang Chen's strength is extraordinary, that would be their biggest trump card in this trip. Naturally, Lu Qingyi didn't want to make too much movement to let the people of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce notice. "Boy, don't be ashamed, but Wu Sheng wants to see if you have the ability to be arrogant in front of me." Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't seem to put his quasi-Mahayana monk in his eyes at all, Wu Sheng couldn't help but snorted in anger. I saw that he held the palm of his hand, the majestic true essence waved, and then his palm was condensed into a dark brown flame sword, and the sword was slashed at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, and immediately raised his hand to volley and pointed out, that flame sword instantly turned into nothingness in midair. The first move, Jiang Chen stretched out a finger and said softly to Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng's face trembled slightly. He didn't say any more nonsense this time. The flame sword in his hand trembled suddenly, and the majestic true yuan fluctuations shook the air into waves of continuous ripples. "Boy, give me defeat." His figure was slightly silent. Wu Sheng's eyes glared fiercely, his whole body was a human sword, and he shot out at Jiang Chen. Chapter 2532, One trick is enough to beat you. Because this time, Lu Qingyi didn't want to make too much movement, so Wu Sheng didn't use any magical powers. As a quasi-Mahayana monk, even if he didn't use any magical powers, Wu Sheng was still very powerful. Whether it is the power speed or the control of the true essence mana in the body, it has reached an incredible level. He cut out with this sword, it can be said that he is almost reaching the extreme. In just a blink of an eye, the point of the sword appeared in front of Jiang Chen's chest. Looking at Wu Sheng's ultimate sword, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. I saw his seemingly slow palm protruding slightly, and censored unbessedly clamped Wu Sheng's long sword. It looks like an understatement, as if pinching a leaf. The second trick, when Jiang Chen spoke, he immediately flicked his fingers, and a force hit the long sword, shaking Wu Sheng back several steps in a row. The strength of this kid is really unfathomable. Seeing Wu Sheng's two attacks, even the corner of Jiang Chen's clothes could not be touched. Lu Qingyi's eyes couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared. It's no wonder that even the geniuses like Li Xiao, the 9 Li Shanzong, will be suppressed by Jiang Chen. The strength of this guy is probably worse than him. One move was easily defeated by Jiang Chen, Wu Sheng yelled, and his figure also swung his sword to kill Jiang Chen again. No matter how tough his offensive was, it was all resolved by Jiang Chen's understatement. Wu Sheng launched 8 attacks in a row, but in the end he couldn't even touch a single hair of Jiang Chen. It was another fierce collision, and Wu Sheng's whole body was once again shaken by Jiang Chen's palm and backed by 7 or 8 steps. He slowly stabilized his figure and suppressed the tumbling aura inside his body, but his gaze towards Jiang Chen couldn't help but show a sneer. "Boy, the 10 tricks are about, now 9 tricks have passed. What are you in a hurry? Isn't there a last resort?" Jiang Chen curled his lips and smiled indifferently. "To defeat you, 1 move is enough." Wu Sheng suddenly smiled and said, "Really? I want to see how you can defeat me." Although he had to admit that Jiang Chen was very strong. If he really wants to fight Jiang Chen, he is definitely not Jiang Chen's opponent. But no matter what, he is also a genuine quasi-Mahayana monk. Even if this kid is unparalleled in combat strength, it is absolutely impossible to completely defeat him with a single move. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and immediately the whole person disappeared without warning. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wu Sheng's pupil suddenly shrank. Even with his quasi-Mahayana monk's perception, he couldn't feel any breath about Jiang Chen in the hall at this moment, as if Jiang Chen's whole body had evaporated out of thin air. Wu Sheng was horrified. Where did he dare to hesitate at all, and quickly displayed his figure, and was about to retreat towards the corner behind him. At the moment he just made a move, an invisible force came suddenly, directly confining his body, making it impossible for him to move at all. A long sword with golden glow appeared directly on Wu Sheng's neck out of thin air, and Jiang Chen's figure slowly emerged beside Wu Sheng. You lose. Jiang Chen glanced at Wu Sheng, who was dumbfounded, and the emperor's sword in his hand disappeared out of thin air in an instant. Hee. Little friend Jiang Chen is really talented. If I guess it right, then little friend Jiang Chen might already be a quasi-Mahayana monk, right? Seeing that Jiang Chen defeated Wu Sheng so lightly, it took Lu Qingyi a long time to recover from the shock, and an unconcealed look of wonder appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen's last move to subdue Wu Sheng, even if it was the Heavenly Jiao in the tribulation period, it would never be easy to do. The only possibility is that Jiang Chen's cultivation has reached the realm of quasi-Mahayana. In Paxian universe, Dujia Tian Jiao is already a genius without a single, but it is not uncommon among the 10 great immortals. In the peerless Tianjiao of the quasi-Mahayana realm, even among the top 10 immortal gates of the Paxian universe, only 3 people are known to everyone. Obviously Lu Qingyi didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be a quasi-Mahayana peerless arrogant. A quasi-Mahayana Tianjiao is almost invincible under the Mahayana, even if it is he, it may be difficult to contend. Lu Qingyi finally understood why Jiang Chen dared to speak wild words. This guy does have arrogant capital. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Chairman Lu, I wonder if I am qualified to cooperate with the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. As Lu Qingyi said, she couldn't help but stretched out her palm to Jiang Chen, and said with a smile, little friend Jiang Chen, I hope we can cooperate happily this time. With Jiang Chen, the quasi-Mahayana Tianjiao, they were almost sure about going to the Tianyu Taoist ruins this time. Jiang Chen nodded and said, happy cooperation. Little friend Jiang Chen, there should be a few days before we set off to the Tianyu Taoist ruins. Then you will stay in the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce for a few days, and I will notify you when that happens. As Lu Qingyi said, she couldn't help looking at Xu Fei. Elder Xu, in the past few days, little friend Jiang Chen will leave it to you. Xu Fei quickly said, President, rest assured, I will take care of little friend Jiang Chen. Now that the goal has been achieved, Jiang Chen naturally has no need to continue wasting time here. He hugged Lu Qingyi's fists. Zan Even and Xu Fili headed towards the outside of the hall. President, the strength of this son is unfathomable. Under the Mahayana cultivator, I am afraid that no one can subdue him. Do we really want to cooperate with him? Looking at the back of Jiang Chen and the two disappearing at the entrance of the main hall, Wu Sheng couldn't help but said solemnly. A quasi-Mahayana Tianjiao with mysterious origin and unfathomable strength, Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce simply cannot suppress it. If the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce cooperated with such a person, it would be tantamount to seeking a tiger's skin. I know what you are worried about, but in any case, we can't let the immortal fate in the ruins of Taoist Tianyu be obtained by the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. I think this son should be a credible person, and cooperating with him will do us more good than harm. What's more, since I dare to cooperate with him, I will naturally be prepared. Lu Qingyi slowly said, what I am most worried about right now is actually the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. I don't know what kind of force they will send this time. You can find a way to find out the details of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Wu Sheng replied, and immediately disappeared in front of Lu Qingyi with a flash of figure. Chapter 2533, Set Off. Jiang Chen settled down in Xu Fei's courtyard once again after discussing the cooperation with Lu Qingyi, the chairman of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. 1,000 kills, I should have something to do with the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce in a few days. You will concentrate on cultivating in the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce during this time, and strive to become a quasi-Mahayana monk as soon as possible. Returning to Xu Fei's courtyard, Jiang Chen called the Blood 1,000 Kill to him. Blood 1,000 Killing quickly responded respectfully. When Jiang Chen moved his palm, a sword talisman appeared in his palm. This sword talisman that can be connected with the sword without blood, I will leave it to you for the time being, so that you can grasp the situation of the Blood Evil sect. But in me before you come back, you must not act rashly unless you have to force it. Blood 1,000 Killing nodded and said, Master, don't worry, the subordinates understand. After handing the sword amulet to Blood 1,000 Kills, Jiang Chen told the Blood 1,000 Kills a few more words, and then returned to his room, while waiting for Lu Qingyi's news. After several days of cultivation, Jiang Chen's strength has also improved a lot again. The fairy crystal fragments in his body that were about the size of a fist at this moment have shrunk several times, becoming almost the size of a thumb. The power of the fairy crystal fragments is almost exhausted. I hope that this time the Tianyu Taoist ruins will be able to get some fairy crystal fragments. Feeling the few fairy crystal fragments left in the Dantian, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his head secretly. I remember the last time I got the fairy crystal fragment, the immortal tablet told him that if the energy of this fairy crystal fragment was completely absorbed, even if he couldn't surpass the martial master, he could reach the pinnacle of the dominance. Now that he has just broken through the dominance of martial arts, the energy of the fairy crystal fragments is almost exhausted. According to the current situation, even if he were given another piece of such an immortal crystal fragment, it would not necessarily allow him to reach the pinnacle of martial arts dominance. If it's an ordinary practitioner, once it absorbs the energy of this fairy crystal fragment, it won't matter whether it is dominating the peak or the Mahayana peak, but your physique is special, and it is completely a freak that cannot be measured by common sense. It is precisely because you need more energy than others for each breakthrough, so that you can fight with the realm of invincibility, and even transcend the realm. If this is not the case, how can you defeat Li Tianyuan and other cultivators who are at the peak of the Mahayana early stage based on your strength as the master of the martial arts for the first time? As if sensing what Jiang Chen was thinking in his heart, the voice of the immortal monument could not help but rang in Jiang Chen's mind. When Jiang Chen heard the words, his heart was silent. If there is gain, there will be losses. If he wants to gain more powerful power, he will undoubtedly have to pay a greater price. Little friend Jiang Chen, the president would like to invite you. At this moment, Xu Fei's voice also came in from outside. Is it finally going to start? Hearing Xu Fei's voice, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and his mouth couldn't help but let out a low whisper. He didn't have any hesitation at the moment, and he strode out of the room directly, and then, under the leadership of Xu Fei, came to the hall where Lu Qingyi was. In the main hall, a total of 4 people gathered here at this moment. In addition to Lu Qingyi and Wu Sheng, there is also a quasi-Mahayana monk and a man in Xingyi with a haughty look. Seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, Lu Qingyi couldn't help but smile and said, "I'll introduce you. These two are Qingyuan Zongdu Jiatianjiao Qingli and Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce Elder Zhang Yuan. They are also on this trip to the Tianyu Taoist ruins, people." Jiang Chen nodded, and then asked, "Are we just a few of us?" "Yes, the keys we got can only allow 10 people to enter the ruins. Now 5 of them are given to the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce, so we now add you, and there are only 5 people in total." Lu Qingyi explained. "Chairman Lu, what nonsense, don't waste time, get ready to go." At this moment, the somewhat impatient voice of Qing Yuanzong crossing heaven journey Zhao Qingli rang directly in everyone's ears. "Okay, young Master Qingli." Lu Qingyi responded and couldn't help but smile and said to Jiang Chen, "Little friend Jiang Chen, if you have no problem, then we are ready to go." Jiang Chen didn't say much, but secretly he couldn't help frowning. This Qingli was the arrogant of the Qingyuanzongs crossing the sky, and his status was obviously higher than that of Lu Qingyi, the president of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. If you let this guy lead the team, I'm afraid it wouldn't be a good thing. This time, exploring the Tianyu Taoist ruins was mainly based on the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, and he didn't have much to say. As long as Lu Qingyi can abide by her inheritance, let him choose one thing first. If the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce repents, then you should blame him for being rude. After leaving the main hall, Lu Qingyi palmed his hand for a while, and a huge cyan flying boat that was 100 feet long appeared in the void. As Lu Qingyi said, he took Jiang Chen to board the flying boat. The flying boat directly turned into a cyan streamer, rushing towards the northern sky like a meteor. Feizhou had already appeared outside the north gate of Qingyuanzhou City, and outside the north gate of Qingyuanzhou City, there was a huge black eagle with a size of more than 100 feet waiting here. On the black giant eagle, there are 5 black shadows standing proudly. Jiang Chen looked at the 5 human shadows on the black giant eagle, his eyes narrowed slightly. He knew even if he didn't even think about it, the 5 people in front of him should be the candidates sent by the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce to explore the remains of the Taoist Heavenly Feather. Of these 5 shadows, 3 of them were older, and all of them had reached the quasi-Mahayana stage. Of the other 2 young men, one of them is almost the same as Qingyuanzong's Qingli, and should be an arrogant man. As for the last young man remaining, there seemed to be a hidden treasure on his body, even in Jiang Chen's eyes, he couldn't see the true cultivation base of the other party at all. Even if he couldn't see through this man's cultivation base, Jiang Chen could vaguely feel that this guy should be the most troublesome existence among the 5 members of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Lu Qingyi, your Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce is finally able to give up, but we have been waiting here for a long time. When Jiang Chen had a large number of 5 members of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce, the burly middle-aged man headed by the Black Giant Eagle couldn't help but look at Lu Qingyi and said lightly, "Mohu, what are you anxious about? Since we have agreed to your request, we will naturally not regret it." Lu Qingyi said indifferently, "Let the people with you keep up. If you lose them for a while, don't blame us. Lu Qingyi, you just have to lead the way, you don't need to worry about my Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce." Mohu couldn't help but snorted faintly. Lu Qingyi didn't say much anymore, he was directly controlling the flying boat, and quickly swept toward the northern sky. Chapter 2534, Tai Tianyu, on the Cyan flying boat. While controlling Feizhou to travel north, Lu Qingyi introduced the situation of the 5 members of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce to Jiang Chen. Little friend Jiang Chen, among the 5 members of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce, the first burly middle-aged person is Mohu, the chairman of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce, and his strength is almost the same as mine. The remaining 2 quasi-Mahayana cultivators are all elders of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. As for the 2 young men, they should be the geniuses of the Black Cloud League, but the Black Cloud League has always been extremely mysterious. We don't know much about the Black Cloud League, so we don't know the details of the 2. However, since the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce brought these 2 people this time, it is enough to prove that these 2 people are probably extremely extraordinary. Jiang Chen nodded and said, "I see." When he spoke, there was a hint of vigilance towards the Black Cloud League in his heart. Of the 2 young talents brought by the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce on this trip, one of them is not inferior to the Qingli of Qing Yuanzong. The other person is even more unfathomable. I am afraid that at least they are all peerless arrogances who have reached the quasi-Mahayana realm. The quasi-Mahayana realm Tianzhao figures, even most of the forces in the 10 great immortal gates, have never given birth to a single one. If these 2 people were both from the Black Cloud League, the strength of this Black Cloud League would be a little unfathomable. I am afraid that compared to many forces in the 10 great immortal gates, they are all surpassed and inferior. Although the strength of the Black Cloud League was beyond imagination, Jiang Chen was not too worried about this trip to the Tianyu Taoist ruins. Now that he has broken through the dominance of martial arts, even the average Mahayana monk, that might not be the slightest threat to him. Chairman Lu, why bother with others and destroy your own prestige? At this moment, Qing Li on the side couldn't help but curl his lips, with a disdainful expression on his face. It's nothing more than a Heiyun League that is not even the top 10 immortal gates. What kind of Tianzhao disciple can they cultivate? Young Master Qingli, although the Black Cloud League is not among the top 10 immortal gates, its strength is not to be underestimated. Hearing Qing Li's appearance that he didn't put the Black Cloud League in his eyes, Lu Qingyi's face couldn't help but show a helpless look. Qing Li said indifferently, "Really? Then, let me deal with the 2 Black Cloud League disciples." Jiang Chen looked up at Qing Li and couldn't help being speechless for a while. This kid is not good at strength, but his tone is not ordinary madness. Among the 2 young talents of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce, even the weaker one, Qing Li might not be able to get any advantage, let alone the quasi-Mahayana period peerless talent. Jiang Chen really couldn't understand why Qing Yuanzong sent such an unreliable thing. Could it be that Qing Yuanzong, one of the top 10 immortal gates, has no other talented young talents except this guy in front of him? Jiang Chen shook his head secretly, and immediately looked at Lu Qingyi and said, "President Lu, I don't know where the remains of Taoist Tianyu are, where are we going now?" Lu Qingyi smiled and said, "Our destination is Tai Cosmos, one of the top 10 heavens." Tai Tianyu. Hearing Lu Qingyi's words, an imperceptible light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. It has been a while since Jiang Chen came to Poxian Universe, and now he has long been ignorant of the situation in Poxian Universe. Especially for the 10 Great Horizons, Jiang Chen is also very familiar. Tai Tianyu, this is one of the largest heavens in the Poxian Universe, and it has a huge reputation in the entire Poxian Universe. The master of Tai Tianyu is the top 3 of the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian Universe, Tai Immortal Sect. Tai Immortal Sect has a long history and unfathomable heritage. Since its establishment, Taixu Immortal Sect has experienced countless eras in the Poxian universe, and it has always been the top 3 immortal sect in the Poxian universe, and it can be said to be enduring for a long time. The invading universe of Po Xian was led by the Taixu Immortal Sect. After the Divine Territory Master World was broken, the Taixu Immortal Sect in the northern region of the Divine Territory continent was established by the people of the Taixu Immortal Sect of the Broken Universe. The place they went this time turned out to be the territory of Taixu Immortal Sect. Jiang Chen slowly took a deep breath. He always felt that this time he went to explore the Tianyu Taoist ruins, I am afraid that he would encounter no small trouble. And when Jiang Chen and the others were talking, on the black giant eagle hundreds of miles away behind them, the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce and his party headed by Mohu also gathered together to communicate in a low voice. Chairman, the people sent by the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce this time are not much different from what we expected. The 3 quasi-Mahayana monks from the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, plus the Qingli on the first day of Qingyuanzong's life, are the last young man who seems a bit strange. An old man in black in the quasi-Mahayana period said softly. The one who can make the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce take a fancy to, I am afraid at least it is also an extraordinary arrogant. As far as I know, when the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce held an auction recently, there was a mysterious young man in the free trading market, forcibly shaking Li Shao of the 9 Li Immortal Sect, and the tribe was in the slightest. If what I expected is good, the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce should have found that one. Another quasi-Mahayana monk could not help but slowly said. Hearing this, Mohu couldn't help but said in a deep voice, a top-level journeyman who is not inferior to Li Shao is indeed very good. I don't know what the origin of that kid is. I know the mysterious young man from the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, the icy voice of the arrogant Dujia Tianzhao rang suddenly in everyone's ears. The Mohu trio was taken aback for a moment, and they looked at the Dujayatian arrogant in the same direction. One of the quasi-Mahayana cultivators looked puzzled and said, Young Master Hainan, do you know the mysterious young man invited by the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce? He is the guy who bad things up in our Black Cloud League. The Dujia Tianzhao, known as Hainan, said coldly, he was the one who took Xu Fei across Wanxi Ridge and killed 2 of my Dujia's men and escorted Xu Fei back to the headquarters of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. When the 3 Mohu heard this, their expressions couldn't help but abruptly changed. At the time, the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce received the news that there was a key to the remains of the Tianyu Taoist in the Silent Blood Plain, and in order not to be noticeable, it sent Xu Fei to secretly obtain it. Unexpectedly, this matter was discovered by the undercover of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce buried in the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. The Heiyun League dispatched Hainan, the arrogant man who crossed the heavens, and took a group of people to intercept Xu Fei secretly and seize the key to Taoist Tianyu. But he didn't expect Xu Fei to have an expert help along the way, which not only made Hainan's interception and defeat, but also lost 2 strong men who crossed the catastrophe period. If it weren't, the key to the Taoist Tianyu's relics would have already been in their pockets. Mohu did not expect them either. The helper the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce found this time would be the same person who spoiled their good deeds in the first place. Chapter 2535, Enter the Ruins. Young Master Hainan, are you sure that the mysterious young man in the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce is the one who helped Xu Fei in the first place? Mohu returned to his senses and couldn't help but said in a deep voice. Hainan said coldly, the chess pieces we planted in the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce at the beginning, but I have seen them with my own eyes, how could I make a mistake? Tisk tusk, it's really a narrow road to the enemy. Mohu squinted his eyes slightly. It is indeed not easy for that kid to be able to step down on the 10,000 Snake Ridge, which the cultivator dared not easily set foot in. Don't worry about the president, even if that kid is not easy, he can't be compared with the young Master Haihei. One of the Mahayana monks couldn't help but smile authentically. Haihu glanced at the young man behind him who had been silent and meditating with his eyes closed, and the corners of his mouth could not help but set up a slight arc. The Black Cloud League has always been low-key and mysterious, and has never shown the power of a Mahayana monk to the world. In the eyes of most people, the Black Cloud League is not weak, but it is just an ordinary force without a Mahayana monk, and it is far from being comparable to the 10 great immortal gates. But does anyone know? The strength of the Black Cloud League has even surpassed most of the forces of the 10 great immortals, and it has also cultivated a quasi-Mahayana realm peerless arrogant. The helper that the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce found this time was extraordinary, not inferior to Li Shanzong, Li Xiao and other top-level journeyman heavenly journeys, but in front of a quasi-Mahayana heavenly journey, he never thought about making waves. This time the fairy fate of the Taoist Tianyu ruins is destined to only belong to their Black Cloud League. Tai Tianyu is located to the north of Qingyuan Tianyu, and there are several vast fields in the middle, which can be said to be very far away. Even if it was Jiang Chen and the others, it took 3 full months to reach the Tai Heaven territory. After entering Tai Tianyu, Jiang Chen and the others traveled in the Tai Tianyu for a few days, and they came directly to an ancient mountain range that was freezing cold. After walking through the mountains for about half a day, Jiang Chen and the others finally came to the core of the mountains, and then stopped outside a huge valley. And at the moment Jiang Chen and the others stopped, the black giant eagle of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce also landed directly beside them. Is this place where the Taoist Tianyu remains? Mohu looked up at the valley in front of him, and immediately said directly to Lu Qingyi, don't waste time, quickly take out the key and unlock the remains of Taoist Tianyu. Lu Qingyi ignored the black tiger. With a move of his palm, an unusually primitive-looking bronze key emerged from his palm. Under Lu Qingyi's urging, the bronze key trembled slightly in his palm, and then turned into a green glow, bursting towards the valley ahead. Only a loud noise was heard, and there was a sudden violent spatial fluctuation over the valley in front of him. A Tianmin with a height of hundreds of feet directly emerged in front of Jiang Chen and the others. That day, the gate was simple and atmospheric, hanging high in the sky, sparkling above it, shining strong spatial fluctuations. Through the Tianmin, Jiang Chen and the others could still vaguely see a vast white ice and snow world, a breath of vicissitudes of ancient times, which was also vaguely revealed from the secrets of the world in the Tianmin. Is this the relic left by Taoist Tianyu? Looking at the world behind the Tianmin, all the monks present could not help revealing a fiery look in their eyes. Taoist Tianyu, the last immortal before breaking the immortal road of the universe. The relics he left behind are most likely to contain the secret of asking Dao Chengxian. If this kind of fairy fate were to be spread out, it would be enough to make the entire broken immortal universe go crazy for it. Haha, Lu Qingyi, the Tianyu Taoist ruins are opened, and we are one step ahead. Mohu laughed, and immediately led the 5 people beside him, swiftly rushing towards the Tianmin in midair. A cold light flashed in Qingli's eyes. Let's go in too quickly, absolutely can't let the Black Cloud Alliance seize the opportunity to get the fairy fate first. At this moment, Lu Qingyi stopped Qingli suddenly. With a move of his palm, 5 stones exuding mysterious light appeared in his palm. For this kind of space door, everyone enters it with different spatial contacts. After entering, it is very likely that they will randomly appear somewhere. These 5 stones can sense each other within a certain range, which is convenient for us to gather. When Lu Qingyi spoke, he also directly gave the stones to Jiang Chen and the others. Let's go, everyone is careful, after entering the ruins, try to gather as soon as possible to prevent accidents. After Lu Qingyi finished speaking, the 5 people flashed out toward the heavenly gate in midair, and quickly disappeared into the heavenly gate. As soon as Jiang Chen entered the gate of heaven, he felt that time and space had reversed, and the world had changed. Jiang Chen found out that he had come into a world of ice and snow. The surrounding space was all white, and the sky and the earth were full of cold air. If a monk below the tribulation period stepped in, it would turn into an ice sculpture in an instant, and it would be difficult to resist the terrifying ice power between heaven and earth. What a terrifying chill! This Taoist Tianyu seems to be a cultivator who masters the power of cold ice. Jiang Chen stood in the cold wind, hunting in black, not caring. His divine consciousness released like a tide, and instantly enveloped thousands of miles. This ice world is extremely vast, probably no less than a region in the fairy-breaking universe. Taoist Tianyu is indeed the last immortal in Poxian universe who asked to become immortal, and he was able to create such a vast ice cave world. The teleportation of the gate of this space, as expected by Lu Qingyi, is a random teleportation. Seeing that there were no traces of Lu Qingyi and the others for thousands of miles, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low whisper. He looked at the stone Lu Qingyi gave him, and found that the stone did not respond. Obviously, Lu Qingyi's 4 people were very far away from him, and they had completely exceeded the range of the stone's sensing. Compared with Lu Qingyi and the others, Jiang Chen is naturally more willing to explore the ruins alone. Without the existence of Lu Qingyi and the others, he would be able to show off his skills in this ruin instead of being tied up. Explore around first. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, and then he chose a direction and began to explore the ruins. The relics of Taoist Tianyu are vast and boundless. Jiang Chen explored for half an hour, except for the endless ice field, almost nothing. At the end of the ice field, a mountain range covered by ice and snow finally appeared. A burst of violent energy fluctuations and the roar of the beast also slowly spread from the mountain range. Chapter 2536, Tai Shanzong Disciple. Someone, Lu Qingyi gave him the stone, but there has been no response. It shouldn't be any one of Lu Qingyi and the others who appeared in the mountain range ahead, but a member of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, his figure flashed violently towards the mountain range ahead. Jiang Chen's figure fell onto a towering old tree covered with ice and snow, staring at the direction of the energy fluctuation. Hundreds of miles away, I saw a huge black scale crocodile with a length of hundreds of meters. The whole body was like black steel, and the eyes were like red lanterns, surrounded by traces of black ice power. Wherever the black ice power passed, a large area of ice and snow on the ground corroded, and a thick black smoke appeared, and behind the black scale giant crocodile, there are two figures of a man and a woman, chasing the black scale giant crocodile fiercely. Looking at the pair of young men and women behind the black giant crocodile, Jiang Chen's pupils shrank suddenly. He originally thought that the one who appeared here should be one of the 5 members of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce, but he didn't expect it to be a team of unfamiliar young men and women. The strength of these two people is extremely not weak, and they are both young talents who have reached the stage of crossing the catastrophe. Even the black-scaled giant crocodile whose strength has reached the peak of the triumph, under the attack of this pair of young men and women, there is no power to fight back. If it hadn't been for the black-scale giant crocodile's physical defenses to be much stronger than the monster beasts that crossed the peak of the calamity, I am afraid that they would have fallen under the swords of the young men and women long ago. These two guys. Who are they? Seeing the situation in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This place is the remains of Taoist Tianyu, and it is impossible for ordinary people to appear here. Could these two people be the inherited power of Taoist Tianyu? If these two people did not come from the forces handed down by the Taoist Tianyu, but came in from the outside like them, there would be only one kind of key to unlock the Taoist Tianyu ruins, not just one. There are other forces in the broken universe, and they have also obtained the key to the remains of the Taoist Heavenly Feather and entered here. No matter what the situation is, they will probably encounter more troubles on their trip to the Taoist relics of Tianyu. Just when Jiang Chen was shocked, the black-scale giant crocodile ate a sword from the opposite young man, and directly used the thrust of this sword to speed up and rush towards Jiang Chen's direction. Jiang Chen didn't mean to continue to hide. He stepped directly out of the towering ancient tree, and then patted the oncoming black-scaled giant crocodile with a light and fluttering palm. This palm hit the body of the black-scaled giant crocodile, which directly caused the black-scaled giant crocodile to fly upside down like a broken kite, and hit the ground 100 meters away. And behind the black-scale giant crocodile, the pair of young men and women who were chasing after them, looked at the black-scale giant crocodile that fell under their feet, and it took a long time to come back to their senses. They also sensed something in an instant, and couldn't help but suddenly look towards where Jiang Chen was. Looking at Jiang Chen who suddenly appeared in his sight, the pupils of the young man on the opposite side shrank slightly, and a look of vigilance also appeared in his eyes. The young man was very clear about the strength of the black-scale giant crocodile in front of him. Although the black-scale giant crocodile has been severely injured by them, the mysterious young man who suddenly appeared can defeat it with one blow, and his strength is probably not inferior to him. In addition to the people of their sect, there are other human beings in this Tianyu Taoist ruins. This place is a relic left by Taoist Tianyu, even a Mahayana monk could not enter it. Their sect was also lucky to get the key before they were able to open the ruins and let them enter here. Can the young man in front of him survive in the remains of the Taoist Tianyu? Jiang Chen looked at the young men and women in front of him and couldn't help but smiled slightly. Actually, I also want to know, who are you, and why do you appear in this ruin? Senior brother, if you don't talk to him, just kill it. The woman in Xingyi said coldly and sternly, and she directly pinched a sword tactic, driving a blue sword energy to instantly cut through the world, and slashed towards Jiang Chen. A little girl with no full hair, don't have such a heavy intention to kill. With your strength, it is far from qualified to kill me. Jiang Chen flicked his finger, and the cyan sword energy that pierced the sky and the earth instantly crumbled into nothingness in midair. An invisible sword aura slammed directly on the Xingyi woman's body, causing her to fly upside down hundreds of meters away in embarrassment, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirt out wildly. She looked pale and looked up at the mysterious young man opposite, and there was also a touch of unbelievable horror in her eyes. She is the arrogant person who crosses the heavens. Even if you look at the entire universe, the talent is still the #1 existence. And the mysterious young man in front of him defeated her with just a flick of an understatement. Such an enchanting young genius. Even if you look at the entire Broxian universe, I am afraid it is one of the few existences. Junior sister. Seeing this scene, the young man's complexion changed suddenly, and his figure appeared beside the Xingyi woman in a flash. When he moved his palm, a blue wooden sword that was about 1 foot long came out directly from his palm. Under the urging of the young man, the cyan wooden sword instantly transformed into a huge cyan sacred tree in midair, and then came to suppress Jiang Chen with great majesty. Young men are very clear about the strength of women in Xingyi. Although he is slightly stronger than the Xingyi woman, it is also difficult to defeat her with one blow. The mysterious young man in front of him was able to defeat the Xingyi woman with a snap of his fingers, and his strength was definitely far above him. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice his strongest trump card. Looking at the blue sacred tree in the air, Jiang Chen couldn't help but froze for a while. Back then, in the northern territory of the God's Land continent, Jiang Chen encountered a Taixu Immortal Sect's tribulation powerhouse, and the magical powers he sacrificed seemed to be very similar to the magical powers of the young man. It's just that this supernatural power sacrificed by this young man is obviously more powerful than before. These two guys turned out to be from Taixu Immortal Sect. Jiang Chen's heart suddenly couldn't help but shudder. It seems that the key to the remains of Taoist Tianyu is as expected, and it is not only the one obtained by the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. The people of the Taixu Immortal Sect also got the key to the Taoist Tianyu ruins in all likelihood, and they had already sent someone to enter here first. Chapter 2537, The Location of Tianyu Taoist Dongfu. Jiang Chen looked at the azure sacred tree that had come from the suppression, stretched out his hand to lightly shook the azure sacred tree, and the azure sacred tree shattered suddenly. Seeing that the trump card he sacrificed was also so lightly dispelled by Jiang Chen, the expression of the young man also instantly became horrified. This magical power was given to him by the elders of the sect, and once prompted, even the quasi-Mahayana monks might not be able to easily resist it. And the mysterious young man in front of him defeated this supernatural power with such an understatement. Even the arrogant transmitting heavenly journey at the top of the broken immortal universe may not be able to do it easily. Is this mysterious young man in front of him a quasi-Mahayana peerless arrogant? Jiang Chen didn't answer the young man, and said indifferently, I didn't expect the people from Taixu Immortal Sect to appear in the remains of Taoist Tianyu. Let's talk. How did you come in, and how long have you been here? The young man did not answer Jiang Chen's words, but saw that he grabbed the woman in Qingyi beside him, and then tried to escape from the space. At the moment when he made all the movements, an invisible force rumblingly descended from the void, solidifying his whole person in the surrounding space in an instant, making it difficult for him to move at all. In front of me, you can't escape. Jiang Chen glanced at the young man lightly. If you want to survive, just answer my words honestly. About more than a month ago, Tai Shanzong accidentally obtained a mysterious key. After some research, the senior officials of Tai Shanzong found that this was the key to unlock the remains of Taoist Tianyu, so they found the relic through the information in the key, and 10 people were secretly sent into it. The young man took a deep breath, and in order to save his life, he had to tell the truth. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp light. In other words, it has been a month since you entered the Tianyu Taoist ruins. The young man nodded. It's been about 20 days. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. How strong is the 10 of you Taixu Immortal Sect who entered here? My Taixu Immortal Sect has sent a total of 5 quasi-Mahayana monks, 4 Dujia Tianzhao and 1 quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao. When the young man spoke, a hint of arrogance appeared on his face. The meaning seems to be telling Jiang Chen that if you are more acquainted, you'd better let him go right away, otherwise you won't be able to eat. Jiang Chen didn't care about the young man's expression. He faintly looked at the young man and said, since you have been in the ruins of Taoist Tianyu for so long, you should know more about this place. Don't you know where is Taoist Tianyu's cave? Hearing Jiang Chen's question, the young man couldn't help narrowing his eyes. He thought that this mysterious young man might have been a descendant of Taoist Tianyu, and he was originally the person in this ruin. Now it seems that this mysterious young man doesn't even know the ruins at all, and he is obviously coming for Taoist Tianyu. Like them, this mysterious young man should have obtained the key to the Taoist Tianyu's ruins, and came here to look for fairy fate. In today's Poxian universe, there are not many peerless Tianzhao in the quasi-Mahayana period, except for their Taixu Immortal Sect, there are only two. But the boy in front of him was obviously not either of those two. Where did this kid come from? I don't know where the Taoist Tianyu's cave is now. But not long ago, one of our seniors seemed to have discovered something. Let us go to a place to gather. When the young man spoke, an imperceptible light flashed in his eyes. The strength in front of him is unfathomable, and with their strength in front of this guy, there is no resistance at all. Now he wants to get out, the only way is to lead this guy to that place. When the time comes, the 5 great arrogances of Taixu Immortal Sect and 5 quasi-Mahayana monks will gather. Even if this guy is a peerless arrogant of the quasi-Mahayana realm, it is destined to be difficult to fly. Jiang Chen glanced at the young man and said faintly, "If this is the case, then you can take me to that place to take a look." Today's Jiang Chen is no longer a fledgling boy. He could almost see at a glance what kind of little 99 was in the young man's heart. The people of the Taixu Immortal Sect came to the Taoist Tianyu ruins earlier than them. Obviously, they have explored a lot of Taoist Tianyu's ruins. The place where they gathered might really be the place of the Tianyu Taoist. Dongfu. This young man was willing to take him to that place. How could Jiang Chen refuse? As for this young man's calculations, Jiang Chen didn't care about it at all. Because in the face of absolute power, everything is in vain. Now that he has broken through the master of martial arts, although Taixu Immortal Sect has 5 quasi-Mahayana monks and 5 Tianzhao in this relic, it is just like that in his eyes. With a flick of Jiang Chen's finger, the 2 profound powers directly penetrated into the body of the young man and woman in front of him, sealing their cultivation base, and then lifting the confinement of the 2 of them. The young man didn't say much, winked at the woman in Qingyi beside him, and then the 2 silently led Jiang Chen away in one direction. Jiang Chen didn't say much, he just followed behind the 2 young men unhurriedly. Along the way, Jiang Chen and the others occasionally encountered some harassment from monsters, but they were all taken care of by Jiang Chen lightly. Jiang Chen finally discovered that the stone Lu Qingyi had handed him sent 3 faint feelings. The 3 inductions all appeared in the same direction. It seems that among the 4 Lu Qingyi and the others, 3 of them have already joined together. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, and finally decided to go to meet Lu Qingyi and the others. He greeted the 2 Taixu Immortal Sect disciples, and then headed in the direction where Lu Qingyi and them were. Jiang Chen sensed several majestic energy fluctuations, rippling from the sky in front of him. Lu Qingyi and the others seemed to be fighting with others. Feeling the majestic energy fluctuations in the sky, Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Today's Tianyu Taoist remains, in addition to the teams of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce and the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce, there are also people from the Taixu Immortal Sect. I don't know whether it was the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce or the Taixu Immortal Sect that was in conflict with Lu Qingyi and the others. Jiang Chen's thoughts flickered, and immediately speeded up, moving in the direction where the energy fluctuations radiated. Chapter 2538, Tragic Qingli. The remains of Taoist Tianyu, on a vast ice field covered with snow and ice. The 6 figures are clearly divided into 2 camps. One of them is Lu Qingyi, the president of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, Wu Sheng, the elder of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, and Qingyuan Zongdu Jiatianzhao Qingli. Opposite Lu Qingyi, Mo Hu, the chairman of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce, and the 2 young disciples of the Black Cloud League stood out. Mo Hu, this time we explored the Tianyu Taoist ruins, we have allocated 5 places for you, what do you mean now? Lu Qingyi stared at Mo Hu coldly, and his expression was extremely gloomy. Lu Qingyi, when is it all? Are you still talking about such useless nonsense? Actually, you and I know very well in my heart, this time the Tianyu Taoist ruins, only one of you and I can get the fairy fate here and leave alive. Mo Hu grinned and said, sooner or later, there will be a battle. Since I happen to meet you today, then I will solve you first, and I can also reduce some unnecessary troubles for obtaining fairy fate in the future. Lu Qingyi's expression was cold. Mo Hu, if we want to solve the problem of our swallowing immortal fate, then we have to see if you have the ability to do it. Do you have that ability? Try it and you'll know. Mohu's cold voice fell, and the monstrous black true essence mana surged out of his body, making the whole world dim in an instant. Lu Qingyi's complexion changed, and the quasi-Mahayana monk's surging breath also broke out with full force, intertwined with the Mohu. Wu Sheng, that kid will leave it to you. While Lu Qingyi and Mohu erupted, Qingli couldn't help but glanced at Hainan, and said lightly to Wu Sheng. His gaze fell directly on the last young man in black, and said proudly, as for this guy who is very unusual in your mouth, let me deal with it. The soles of Qingli's feet were a little bit empty, and the whole person turned into a cyan streamer, and appeared on the head of the black-clothed youth in a flash. A mysterious cyan palm print emerged from his palm, and then instantly turned into a huge cyan palm that was thousands of feet long, like the palm of an immortal, toward the suppression of the black-clothed youth below. A mere censored during the catastrophe period, even dared to shoot at me, really recklessly. The black-clothed youth looked at Qing Li with a disdainful look, then suddenly clenched his fist, and blasted his fist directly at the blue giant palm. Under this punch, the cyan giant palm was almost like paper, and it broke into pieces in an instant. Qingli trembled, and his whole body was too late to react. He was hit by an extremely fierce punch, and then flew backwards a distance of hundreds of feet like a kite with a broken line. Qingli's complexion was pale and steady, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirt out wildly. The eyes of the black-clothed youth also showed an incredible horror. Are you a quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao? As the number one arrogant of the Qing Yuanzong, Qing Li is still very confident in his own strength. Even if you look at the top 10 immortal gates of Poxian universe, Dujia Tianzhao who can defeat him is one of the few. He has never regarded the talented disciples of the Black Cloud League in his eyes. Qing Li never thought of it anyway. The disciple of the Black Cloud League, who had never been in his eyes, defeated him with just an understatement. Quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao, I am afraid that only the peerless Tianzhao of the quasi-Mahayana realm has such a terrifying strength. The Black Cloud League actually cultivated a quasi-Mahayana realm peerless arrogant talent. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Lu Qingyi's pupils couldn't help but suddenly shrink. It's no wonder that Mohu dared to put out his rhetoric to deal with them. It turned out that there was a quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao. A quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao, I am afraid that compared with him, his combat power is even better. Now that he is pinned by Mohu, even if Wu Sheng and Qing Li are teaming up, he may not necessarily be the opponent of this quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao. Fortunately, among the 5 people who entered the ruins, one was rushing towards them quickly, otherwise they would be really in danger today. Wu Sheng, some of us are rushing, you go to contain the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao, don't fight with it. Lu Qingyi took a deep breath and couldn't help but hurriedly said to Wu Sheng. Young Master Qingli, be careful yourself. After Wu Sheng finished speaking, he immediately stepped out and confronted the black-clothed youth across the void. The young man in black raised his eyes and glanced at Wu Sheng, and said faintly, although you have a quasi-Mahayana cultivation base, you are not much better than the kid just now. In my eyes, you are still an ant. Wu Sheng stared at the black-clothed youth closely, and slowly said, Heiyun League, it is worthy of being the most mysterious force in the Shenxian universe, and even your quasi-Mahayana arrogant has been cultivated. Are you finished? Prepare to be killed when you are finished. The voice of the black-clothed youth fell, and when he raised his hand, he blasted towards Wu Sheng through the air with a punch. Where did Wu Sheng dare to be the slightest negligence, and even fully displayed his supernatural powers, and fought against the black-clothed youth? When Wu Sheng fought against the black-clothed youth, Hainan couldn't help but fall on Qing Li's body. Qing Yuanzong's first day in the world, Qing Li, I will also play with you. Hainan's voice fell, and he came over to Qing Li with monstrous power. Am I afraid that you won't make it? Qing Li snorted coldly, and directly blasted towards Hainan without evasive. Quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao is rare in the world, and it is incredible that the Black Cloud Alliance can have a quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao. Qing Li really didn't believe that the Heiyun League could still have the second quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao. Both of them did not have the slightest reservation, and made more than 10 moves in a row. Qing Li quickly found out in anger that although the Black Cloud League disciple in front of him was not a quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao, his strength was not inferior to him at all. And because he was hit hard by the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao just now, he had more than 10 moves in succession with the Black Cloud League disciple at this moment. It was obvious that his successor was weak, and he was completely suppressed by the opponent for a while. Qing Li, it seems that you, Qing Yuanzong's first genius, are nothing more than that. Seeing Qing Li, who was suppressed by himself and unable to fight back, a playful smile appeared on Hainan's face. Feeling Hainan's playful gaze, Qing Li only felt a burning pain on his face. I thought that he had made a bold statement at the beginning, and one person could solve the two Black Cloud League disciples, but in the end he couldn't even beat any of the two. He stared at Hainan in anger, and a crazy look gradually emerged on his face. Chapter 2539, Temporarily Join Forces. Tisk tut, Lu Qingyi, your people are going to be unable to hold on anymore. In the void, Mohu and Lu Qingyi faced each other across the void. He looked at the two battlefields below, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile with a win-winner. He is almost the same as Lu Qingyi in strength. If he tries his best to fight, the final result will only hurt both sides. Now Qing Yuanzong's crossing Jiatian Zhao Qingli has been suppressed by Hainan. Another quasi-Mahayana monk from the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce was also in danger in the hands of the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao from the Black Cloud League. As long as the two are dealt with, the three will join hands to deal with Lu Qingyi when the time comes. Isn't that a matter of grasping at your fingertips? Mohu, do you really think you have won this battle? Lu Qingyi said faintly, and then he couldn't help but look down somewhere, and the corner of his mouth also raised a slight smile. Mohu was taken aback for a moment, his eyes also looked over in response. A figure that made him a little familiar directly appeared in his line of sight. Black Tiger's pupil suddenly couldn't help but shrink slightly. He did not expect that the mysterious young man Lu Qingyi and the others were looking for would arrive at this critical moment. Jiang Chen, you came just right, so join forces with me to kill this kid. Seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, Qing Li couldn't help hurriedly shouting to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't even look at Qing Li. He appeared beside Wu Sheng in a flash, and then understated Wu Sheng to block a punch, saving the dangerous 5 victories. Boy, you are very strong, you are qualified to be my stick's opponent. The black-clothed youth stared at Jiang Chen stubbornly, and his whole body burst out from this one with an extremely powerful fighting spirit. Jiang Chen ignored the black-clothed youth, and directly looked up at the void Lu Qingyi and said indifferently, if you don't want to be picked up by others, you can give up today for the time being. Following Jiang Chen's words, both Lu Qingyi were obviously taken aback. Lu Qingyi asked with a look of confusion, little friend Jiang Chen, what do you mean by this? Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hand, looking down at the ice sheet below, and said indifferently, what do you mean? You will know soon. And shortly after Jiang Chen's voice fell, 2 figures slowly emerged from the ice sheet below. There are other people in this Tianyu Taoist ruins. Seeing a pair of young men and women suddenly appearing on the ice field, the pupils of Lu Qingyi and Mohu couldn't help but shrank suddenly. Tianyu Taoist ruins, most people don't even know the existence of this place. They were lucky enough to get the key before they were able to find the ruins and enter this place. Today, in this Tianyu Taoist ruins, there are still people besides the 10 of them. Are these people originally living in this ruin, or just like them, came here from outside? This has made their trip to the ruins this time, with many uncertain variables. Lu Qingyi took a deep breath and was about to ask. Qing Li, who had just evaded Hainan's blow, also discovered the existence of the 2 figures on the ice field, and suddenly let out an incredible scream. Qi Yunhao, why are you from Taixu Immortal Sect here? When Qing Li was practicing in Poxian Universe, Zheng Yu Qi Yunhao had an intersection, and naturally he recognized Qi Yunhao the first time. Obviously he did not expect that this Taixu Immortal Sect's heavenly crossing Jade Arrogant would also appear in the Tianyu Taoist ruins. It turned out to be from Taixu Immortal Sect. Hearing Qing Li's exclamation, the complexions of Lu Qingyi and Mohu also became extremely difficult to look at this moment. Taixu Immortal Sect, the top 3 powers in the top 10 immortal gates of the broken universe, has unfathomable strength. If the people of the Taixu Immortal Sect also entered the Tianyu Taoist ruins, it would not be easy for them to compete with Taixu Immortal Sect for the fate of immortality. Mohu, you have seen the current situation. I think we might be able to cooperate first. Lu Qingyi's eyes flickered slightly, and he couldn't help but speak to Mohu. Mohu naturally did not object to Lu Qingyi's proposal. The strength of Taixu Immortal Sect, whether it is the Qing Yuanzong or the Black Cloud League, I am afraid that it cannot be compared with it. Regardless of either of them, if they face Taixu Shanzong alone, I am afraid they will not have the slightest chance of winning. Only by joining forces, there may be a chance to contend with Taixu Immortal Sect. The immortal destiny in the ruins of the Taoist Tianyu will probably be taken away by the Taixu Immortal Sect. Qing Li, I didn't expect your Qing Yuan sect to come to the remains of Taoist Tianyu. Qi Yunhao raised his head and looked at Qing Li, who was embarrassed in midair, and a shocked expression appeared in his eyes. Looking at the situation in front of him, the people of Qing Yuanzong seemed to have been fighting with another wave of people. In addition to the people of the Qing Yuanzong, there is also a force that has also entered the remains of the Tianyu Taoist. A young Tianzhao of the opposing party was able to fight Qingli without the strength to fight back. Obviously, his origin is also extremely extraordinary. The people of the Taixu Immortal Sect seem to have discovered the Tianyu Taoist Dongfu, and they have now gathered in that place. If you don't want to be preceded by the Taixu Immortal Sect, then follow me. In midair, Jiang Chen faintly said to the two Lu Qingyi, and then fell directly beside Qi Yunhao and the other two. Let's go, take us to the place where Yu Taixu Immortal Sect gathers. Qi Yunhao frowned slightly. The strength of the group of people in front of them is extremely extraordinary. If they were taken to that place, it might really cause a lot of trouble to the Taixu Immortal Sect. Qi Yunhao also knows very well that now he is the fish on the chopping board and is at the mercy of others. If he wants to survive, he can only honestly lead Jiang Chen and the others. Qi Yunhao took a deep breath. As he moved his steps, a subtle glow flashed in his eyes. As the situation in the Yu Taoist ruins today surpassed their expectations, he had to find a way to pass the news to the talents of Taixu Immortal Sect. Seeing that the three Jiang Chen started to move forward, Lu Qingyi directly greeted Wu Sheng and Qingli to follow. Chairman Mo, shall we follow? Is this a plot by Lu Qingyi and the others? Seeing Jiang Chen and his group leaving behind, Hainan couldn't help but frown slightly. Hearing Hainan's words, Mo Tiger's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Although there is not necessarily only one key to the remains of Taoist Tianyu, it is possible that Taixu Immortal Sect has obtained the key to enter this place. But the time when Taixu Immortal Sect entered here was not much different from them. Could this be a little coincidence? Chapter 2540, Immortal Cave House. Could it be? Is this really a conspiracy planned by Lu Qingyi and the others? Mo Hu was a little surprised and uncertain. The key to the ruins of Taoist Tianyu opens the ruins once, and can only send 10 people into it. If this is really a plot by Lu Qingyi and the others, how did the previous pair of young men and women get here? Could it be that the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce deceived them, and after the ruins were opened, more than 10 people were able to enter it? They came here from Qingyuanzhou City this time, and they have been closely following Lu Qingyi and his group. It is almost certain that Lu Qingyi and the others are only 5, and no one else exists. Probably not. Then Qi Yunhao, I have had a fate, indeed, the arrogant of Heaven's Crossing Jade of the Taixu Immortal Sect. At this moment, Styx suddenly said, so, the people from Taixu Immortal Sect really entered here. Mo Hu's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he no longer hesitated at the moment, he directly said with a decisive expression, let's go, let's follow. The Taixu Immortal Sect is powerful, and the power sent to the Tianyu Taoist ruins during this trip must not be weak. Haihu believes that Lu Qingyi definitely cannot plot against them at this time. Their greatest enemy now should be Taixu Immortal Sect. If they can't defeat the people of Taixu Immortal Sect, they probably won't even want to get the immortal fate left by Taoist Tianyu this time. Under the leadership of Qi Yunhao and the others, Jiang Chen and the others shuttled through the ruins all the way. The group entered a large rolling mountain range. In the mountains, crises are everywhere, and all kinds of monsters, beasts and birds are hiding everywhere, and many of them have powerful existences comparable to the peak of the tribulation and even the quasi-Mahayana monks. Certainly, for Jiang Chen and the others, this did not pose any threat. Jiang Chen and his party came to a mysterious canyon. In the canyon, sometimes a storm that is horrifying to the bones is flooded, which is enough to instantly tear the cultivator of the Ko-Dao phase into pieces, even if the cultivator of the robbery may not be able to sustain it for too long under that storm. Obviously, this mysterious canyon should have been explored by the people of Taixu Immortal Sect, and the situation of the canyon has been passed on to all the people of Taixu Immortal Sect. After Qi Yunhao took Jiang Chen and the others into the gorge, they followed a strange route, every time they could just avoid the ice storm in the gorge. The group of people passed through the area shrouded by the ice storm and came to the depths of the canyon. What appeared in Jiang Chen's sight was a piece of deep green soil, which was naturally different from the ice and snow outside. The world here is full of vitality, and it is 10 times richer than other places in the ruins. A breath of ancient times hits their faces, making Jiang Chen and the others have a way of crossing time and space and returning to the distant ancient times. Jiang Chen glanced slightly. At the site, there is a jungle of flowers and plants, lush green, many exotic flowers and weeds. Even Jiang Chen's experience is unprecedented, and they are obviously some extinct species from the outside world. Some towering old trees exuding the breath of ancient times are as high as hundreds of meters. The plants and trees here are almost beyond the scope of ordinary plants under the influence of the strong heaven and earth vitality here for hundreds of millions of years. Simply put, any flower or plant here contains some aura, and for some low-level monks, it is a rare treasure. Jiang Chen and the others, their cultivation bases have at least reached the tribulation period, so naturally they will not take these things to heart. The group continued on. After about half an hour, a huge palace exuding ancient aura finally emerged in Jiang Chen's sight. With Jiang Chen's current strength, even at a distance of thousands of miles, one could see the broken plaque above the palace gate at a glance. It was a huge stone plaque that was several feet long, on which 2 characters were carved in an archaic form. Tianyu. Even if it is not known how many years have passed, the 2 writings on the stone plaque still look lifelike, exuding an inexplicable artistic conception, and there is no trace of corruption. Is this the cave mansion of Taoist Tianyu? Looking at the ancient temple in front of them, Lu Qingyi, Mohu and others couldn't help showing a fiery look on their faces. This is a real fairy cave. Taoist Tianyu, the last immortal before breaking the immortal road of the universe, is very likely to master the secret of becoming immortal. Taoist Tianyu's cave house is very likely to have a real fairy fate. With such an opportunity, in the Poxian universe where the immortal road is now cut off, it is definitely the existence that countless cultivators dream of. Let's go over and take a look. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and then strode towards the palace at the end of his sight. The distance of thousands of miles is nothing to Jiang Chen and the others. In just a moment, everyone came to a place less than 100 miles away from the palace. Looking at the palace up close, everyone was deeply shocked by the magnificent palace in front of them. Even if they are the arrogant and quasi-Mahayana monks in this group, standing in front of this ancient temple, they still can't help but feel a sense of insignificance. Little friend Jiang Chen, where are the people from Taixu Immortal Sect? Lu Qingyi came back to his senses, his gaze swept around slightly, but he could not help but found no trace of the Taixu Immortal Sect. They should have entered the palace. Jiang Chen stared at the ancient temple in front of him, and he could feel that there were invisible magic circles running around the ancient temple. These magic circles are integrated with the entire ancient temple, and their power is unfathomable. Although some of the formations have failed over time, most of them are still intact. Once caught in it, whether cross-Jia Tianzhao or quasi-Mahayana monk, I am afraid it will be a life of 9 deaths. Jiang Chen could feel the 5 or 6 tyrannical auras, and he was fighting against the formation of the ancient temple. In all likelihood, he should be a member of the Taixu Immortal Sect. Lu Qingyi's eyes flashed with brilliance. If this is the case, let's go in too. If the fairy fate in the Tianyu Taoist's cave was acquired by the Taixu Immortal Sect, their trip would have come in vain. Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately walked in directly towards the gate of the ancient temple. Brother, what shall we do now? Seeing Jiang Chen and the others entering the ancient temple, the Qingyi woman from Taixu Immortal Sect couldn't help but whispered to Yunhao. What else can we do? Our cultivation base is sealed by that guy, and we can't do anything at all except waiting here. Qi Yunhao smiled bitterly, but I have already figured out a way to inform senior brother Ji Yu. I hope senior brother Ji Yu can handle it. He originally just wanted to bring Jiang Chen here alone. Even if Jiang Chen is a quasi-Mahayana realm peerless Tianzhao, it is difficult for him to compete with Taixu Immortal Sect's team by his own strength. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen brought so many people. Together, they are extremely powerful, and they also have a peerless arrogant talent in the quasi-Mahayana realm. Now in this ruin, even if the old brothers gathered together from the Taixu Immortal Sect, I am afraid they may not be able to get anything cheap. Chapter 2541. Like a broken bamboo, Jiang Chen and the others passed through the gate of the ancient temple, and the field of vision in front of them instantly widened. What appeared in front of them was a huge ancient hall. The whole body of this hall is silver. Countless years have made this silver look deeper. The ancient aura diffuses out from under every stone slab, making people feel the silence of countless years. The hall is extremely tall and vast, and people standing in it are as small as ants. In the center of the main hall, there is a stone platform about 100 meters in size, and the entire stone platform is shrouded in a dazzling silver light. Jiang Chen could see some things placed on the stone platform through the silver light. Among these things are some mysterious scrolls, some magic weapons, peerless immortal medicines, each of which looks absolutely nothing ordinary. Jiang Chen also sensed a breath very similar to that piece of copper in the free trading market. Feeling this breath, Jiang Chen's heart couldn't help beating violently. Fairy crystal fragment. In the cave mansion of Taoist Tianyu, there really is an existence of fairy crystal fragments. Little friend Jiang Chen, look at him, from Taixu Immortal Sect. At this moment, Lu Qingyi's somewhat solemn voice suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen followed Lu Qingyi's gaze, and even in a place hundreds of feet away to their left, he found 6 figures. The auras of these 6 people are extremely extraordinary, especially the handsome and elegant young man at the head. The strength is extremely powerful. I am afraid that compared to the quasi-Mahayana arrogant Steig of the Heiyun League, they are all even worse. It's indeed from Taixu Immortal Sect. If I guess right, the leader should be the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao Jiyu Qingshan from Taixu Immortal Sect, right? Looking at the situation in front of him, Mohu couldn't help but said solemnly. Taixu Immortal Sect Jiyu Qingshan, the prestigious quasi-Mahayana arrogant among the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe, and his record, the quasi-Mahayana monks who died in his hands, I am afraid that they can't be counted with one hand. It is said that this guy even fought a Mahayana monk more than 10 years ago and never left the wind. Such an unparalleled peerless arrogant talent is enough to make anyone in the broken universe be afraid of him. Jiyu Qingshan. Beside Haihu, the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao named Styx was staring at Jiyu Qingshan, and a hot light appeared in his eyes. The people of Taixu Immortal Sect didn't seem to notice our existence. What's the matter? Lu Qingyi looked at the 6 members of Taixu Immortal Sect, and his expression was also extremely surprised. They are now only a few hundred feet away from the people of Tai Shanzong, but the people of Tai Shanzong have not discovered their existence at all, which is too incredible. Jiang Chen said indifferently, this hall contains countless formations. Although they seem to be only a few hundred feet away from us, they are trapped in the formation space, and naturally they cannot sense our existence. Formation. When Lu Qingyi heard the words, her brows couldn't help but frown. They came to the Tianyu Taoist ruins on this trip, and there was no one who was proficient in the formation. The only way was to break through. It is not difficult to see through the situation faced by the Taixu Immortal Sect and his group. It is not easy to force the formation. Jiang Chen said lightly, and immediately walked out in a stride forward. Although there are countless formations and unparalleled mystery in this hall, after years of baptism, there are naturally many loopholes. Although Jiang Chen has not deliberately cultivated the formation technique over the years, he still has good attainments in the formation technique. With his martial arts dominating his vision, and the ability to cooperate with the system, it is not difficult to find loopholes in these formations. The Emperor's sword in Jiang Chen's hand flashed out of thin air, and the golden sword ores were continuously displayed at extremely tricky and strange angles. I saw that the surrounding layers of arrays were forbidden, and they continued to explode in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took the lead and headed straight towards the central area of the hall. On the way, Jiang Chen was almost like a broken bamboo, and soon caught up with the Taixu Immortal Sect and his group. And while Jiang Chen quickly rushed into the formation, Jiyu Qingshan and others, who were trapped in a formation space, also quickly felt the fluctuations from the outside world, and their expressions could not help but change slightly. Senior Brother Jiyu, it seems that the message sent by Junior Brother Qi is true. They have already come here to fight. A thin young man couldn't help but said solemnly to the elegant young man headed by him. Tianyu Taoist Cave Mansion is extraordinary. I have no choice but to use it. I didn't intend to use some whole cards, but now it seems that I have to use it. When Jiyu Qingshan spoke, an imperceptible light flashed in his eyes. As the supreme arrogant of the Taixu Immortal Sect, Jiyu Qingshan is not only a rare talent in cultivation of immortals, his formation is also extremely strong. If only they were from Taixu Immortal Sect, he could still break through the formation slowly. Now that people from other forces come here, he can't waste time on these formations. If the immortal fate left by Taoist Tianyu was first picked up by others, it would be more than worthwhile. Jiyu Qingshan did not hesitate at the moment, only saw a dagger exuding the power of majestic space in his palm, directly out of thin air. Yu Qingshan manipulated the dagger, struck the space in front of him violently, and instantly tore a hole in the space barrier in front of him. Yu Qingshan greeted the people behind him, and then passed through the opening in front of him. After using that mysterious dagger, the efficiency of Yu Qingshan's traversing formation was also faster than that of many times. In less than a stick of incense, they had penetrated countless magic circles and appeared in front of the stone platform in the center of the hall. Yu Qingshan's gaze swept slightly. Zan even touched on several figures 100 meters away from them. These guys came here first. Yu Qingshan's pupils suddenly couldn't help but shrank suddenly. He obviously didn't expect that when he used the Taixu Immortal Sect's supreme magic weapon to break the world, he would come here one step later than the few people in front of him. Unexpectedly, in addition to my Taixu Immortal Sect, someone else got the key to the Taoist Tianyu ruins to enter here. It's really a miscalculation. Yu Zan Dao's gaze swept slightly over Jiang Chen and the others, and the faint voice rang directly in the hall. Yu Qingshan, although the Taixu Immortal Sect is powerful, but the immortal fate in the Tianyu Taoist ruins is not something you can swallow alone. Lu Qingyi took a slow and deep breath and looked at Yu Qingshan and said solemnly, now that my Qing Yuanzong and the Black Cloud League are joining forces, you may not be able to take advantage of it. Maybe we can sit down and talk about it. Chapter 2542, Domineering Yu Qingshan. Taixu Immortal Sect, one of the 3 top immortal gates in the broken immortal universe, has unfathomable strength. In particular, the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao who was known to smash the immortal universe in front of him was enough to make the Mahayana monks be afraid of the existence of 3 points. If they really start, even if they join forces with Mohu and others, they might not be able to take advantage of it. Even if they could defeat Yu Qingshan and the others, it would be impossible to keep them in this ruin forever. Once Yu Qingshan and the others return to the Taixu Immortal Sect, even if they get the fate left by Taoist Tianyu, it will probably be an unprecedented disaster. Before being forced, Lu Qingyi didn't want to easily engage with Yu Qingshan and others. If everyone can sit down and talk and divide the fairy fate of this place peacefully, it is naturally best. The corner of Yu Qingshan's mouth could not help but raised a slight arc. What if I said no? Yu Qingshan, don't bully others too much. Mohu's face sank, and he said coldly, if this is the case, then we can only rely on our own abilities. The immortal fate left by Taoist Tianyu will only belong to our Taixu Immortal Sect, no one wants to get involved. Yu Qingshan stood with his hand holding his hand, with an overbearing expression on his face. If you are more acquainted, you will be here right away, and perhaps you can find some opportunities in this ruin. Otherwise, just don't blame me Yu Qingshan for killing. Although Qing Yuanzong, one of the bottom 10 immortal gates, has some strength, Yu Qingshan would not care about it at all. The Black Cloud League, an extremely mysterious force in the Shenxian universe, is said to have a strength that is not inferior to the 10 great immortal sects, but is the strongest Tianzhao of the Taixu Immortal Sect. Yu Qingshan also does not have the slightest fear. The fairy relationship left by Taoist Tianyu is very likely to be related to the secret of becoming a fairy in the universe. How can Yu Qingshan allow others to get involved? It's worthy of being one of the 3 quasi-Mahayana arrogances of the Poxian universe. It is indeed a domineering and unparalleled. Heiyun League Sticks, I will meet you today. Hearing Yu Qingshan's overbearing words, the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao of the Black Cloud League, Sticks sneered, and immediately shot out at Yu Qingshan. He saw his hands like eagle claws, pulling out 10 long black rays in midair, like 10 sharp swords tearing through space, covering Yu Qingshan's whole body. 10 sharp black finger lights, as soon as they hit the 10-foot space of Yu Qingshan's body, they dissipated out of thin air. Quasi-Mahayana Realm Tianzhao. Yu Qingshan glanced at Sticks with a little surprise, and said lightly, I have long heard that the Black Cloud League has a strength that is not inferior to the 10 great immortals. I didn't believe it before, but now I have to believe it. Following Yu Qingshan's words, the complexions of the few people behind him couldn't help but change slightly. Now they are in the Tianyu Taoist ruins, their only support is Yu Qingshan, the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao. If Yu Qingshan was restrained by the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao opposite, they might be in trouble today. Yu Qingshan, my Black Cloud League makes you unexpected, but it's far more than that. Mohu looked at Yu Qingshan with a sneer on his face. Do you still think that Taixu Immortal Sect can only swallow the fairy fate here? Isn't it just a quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao? is this the kind of support you dare to challenge me? Jiu Qingshan glanced at Styx lightly, and said lightly, even if it is the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao, there are 3 or 69 grades, and he is worthy of being compared with me. Jiu Qingshan, don't be too mad. Seeing that Jiu Qingshan didn't even put himself in his eyes, Styx was furious. The dark dragon secret art. He yelled, squeezed his hands violently, and shot out a black dragon. This giant dragon was hundreds of feet long, as if it had come from the Juyu hell, and the whole body was filled with a chill. Even if you are looking for the cultivator of crossing tribulation, under the breath of this black dragon, there seems to be a feeling that your mind is about to be frozen. Under the urging of Styx, the black dragon suddenly uttered a trembling dragon chant, and roared away at Jiu Qingshan with its teeth and claws. Jiu Qingshan held one hand behind him, and flicked his other hand. The 100-jong black dragon, like being hit by a heavy hammer, slammed in the air, and then burst into pieces. Numerous pieces of black ice smashed directly on Stai's body, knocking it upside down in embarrassment. A distance of hundreds of meters. Stygian looked pale and stabilized his figure, and in his gaze looking at Jiu Qingshan, a touch of unbelievable horror appeared. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Lu Qingyi and Mohu couldn't help but change drastically. As the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao, Styx, even if it is not Jiu Qingshan's opponent, should be able to compete with Jiu Qingshan. Unexpectedly, Jiu Qingshan defeated Styx with just an understatement. The quasi-Mahayana arrogant of Tai Immortal Sect is really unfathomable. Nothing is impossible. As I said long ago, the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao is also divided into 3 or 6 or 9 grades. You are just entering the quasi-Mahayana realm for the first time, and in order to be anxious for success, you also used external forces to break through. And I have already reached the quasi-Mahayana peak, and I'm only one Mahayana tribulation from the real Mahayana stage. Jiu Qingshan glanced at Styx with disdain. Just like you, I can hit 10 with one hand. Jiu Qingshan stretched out his hand and patted Styx with a palm. No, this son's strength is too terrifying, let's take action together. Mohu was shocked in his heart, and quickly exclaimed with a frightened expression on his face. Although they also knew that the ancient Qingshan strength of the Tai Immortal Sect was extraordinary, they still didn't have the strength of Jiu Qingshan to such a degree. The Jiu Qingshan in front of him is not the Mahayana period, but it is better than the Mahayana period. If they were a little careless today, I'm afraid they really have. To explain here, where did Mohu dare to hesitate at all, and hurriedly killed Jiu Qingshan with Hainan beside him? Styx is a quasi-Mahayana arrogant cultivated by the Black Cloud League with great painstaking efforts. If they fall here, they will not be able to explain to the Black Cloud League. Styx is also the strongest existence in their journey. If Styx falls into the hands of Jiu Qingshan, they definitely have no chance of surviving. Seeing the 3 of the Black Cloud League take action, Lu Qingyi was about to step forward to help, but Jiang Chen suddenly stopped him. If you don't want to die, it's best not to do it. Lu Qingyi was taken aback for a moment, hesitantly said, but Jiu Qingshan's strength is too strong. If they don't make a move, the Mohu trio will undoubtedly lose. At that time, they might not be Jiu Qingshan's opponent at all. Nothing but, Jiang Chen said indifferently. If you can believe me, just listen to me. Chapter 2543, Jiu Qingshan's terrifying power. Lu Qingyi's eyes changed slightly, but in the end he didn't choose to shoot. He was still a little puzzled about Jiang Chen's move. Now their 3 powers are gathered here, Tai Immortal Sect is the strongest, they and Mohu and others are in a weak position. Now the best choice is to join forces with Mohu and others to deal with Tai Immortal Sect. And Jiang Chen meant that he wanted to borrow Jiu Qingshan's hand first to get rid of the 3 Mohu. Although a little puzzled in her heart, Lu Qingyi chose to believe in Jiang Chen at this moment. In addition to an extremely powerful Jiu Qingshan, Tai Immortal Sect also has 3 quasi-Mahayana monks and 2 heavenly journeys who are extremely powerful. If Jiang Chen didn't make a move, they would still have no chance of winning. Jiang Chen glanced at the Mohu trio who had teamed up to besiege Jiu Qingshan, and then his gaze fell on the Beizong stone platform in the center. From beginning to end, Jiang Chen didn't actually take Mohu and his party at heart. When he met Lu Qingyi outside, the reason why he didn't do anything with Mohu and the others was mainly because he was afraid that the people of the Tai Immortal Sect would get the immortal fate of the Tianyu Taoist Dongfu first, so he didn't want to waste time. If the opportunity left by Taoist Yu is right in front of his eyes, how can he care about the life and death of Mohu and others? Anyway, Mohu and the others are also here to fight for a mortal fate. If the three of them die in the hands of Jiyu Qingshan, it will save him a lot of trouble. Although the Mohu trio were not Jiyu Qingshan's opponents, they should have spent some time with Jiyu Qingshan. He just took this opportunity to understand the forbidden formations around the stone platform and get the opportunity inside as soon as possible. When he came here just now, Jiang Chen had already discovered that there was still a forbidden formation around the stone platform. This formation was forbidden, and it was also the most complete formation forbidden in the entire hall. Even Jiang Chen didn't find any flaws for a while. Taking advantage of Jiyu Qingshan's being pinned down by the Mohu trio, he could just take the opportunity to comprehend the banning of the formation in front of him. And when Jiang Chen concentrated his mind to comprehend the forbidden formation, the Mohu trio also displayed a variety of amazing supernatural powers, and the three vast mana fluctuations instantly filled the entire hall. If it weren't for the extraordinary material of the hall and countless arrays forbidden to exist, it would probably be turned into a ruin under the terrifying mana of the three in an instant. A monstrous black wave emerges all over the sticks, like a Pluto in charge of the 9 Netherlands. Hainan has wings on his back, bringing up a terrifying black storm. Behind the Mohu is a black giant tiger, like a wild ancient beast. Jiyu Qingshan roared away. The space burst, and the entire hall was transformed into a sea of vitality at this moment, and 3 monstrous oars filled it, shaking the hearts of everyone in the hall. Countless runes are forbidden, lit up on the walls around the main hall, to isolate the power and protect the palace of this ancient temple. Lu Qingyi and the others had to mobilize mana to resist the terrifying power in the hall, but their eyes were locked on Jiyu Qingshan's body. A cross-jittering Tianzhao, a quasi-Mahayana peak monk, and a quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao. With such a combination of 3 people, even if Jiyu Qingshan's strength is extraordinary, I am afraid it may not be easy to deal with, right? Facing the siege of the 3, Jiyu Qingshan's expression did not change at all. He flicked his fingers, and a green light flashed past, directly hitting Hainan's pair of wings. Hainan's figure trembled, and the pair of black wings behind him burst open with a bang. He only heard a muffled hum in Hainan's mouth, and the whole person flew out of the sky, slamming heavily on the wall of the main hall, and red blood was constantly spurting out of his mouth. At this moment, the giant black tiger also roared. Jiyu Qingshan held his back with one hand, lightly made a fist with one hand, and smashed out with one fist. Boom. This seemingly unremarkable punch is completely beyond words. An invisible boxing force directly turned the black giant tiger and the surrounding space into a black hole. After the fist smashed the black giant tiger, in the blink of an eye, it slammed on Mohu's body, piercing through his chest, and hitting the wall thousands of meters away, slamming against the Gangfeng magic array, and smashed out. The booming sound. Mo Tiger suddenly let out a scream. There was also a crackling sound on his burly body. A huge hole appeared in the chest, and even the pale golden blood and bones could be seen inside. If it weren't for Mohu's strong physique, Jiyu Qingshan's understatement would probably be enough to blow him alive. The Mo Tiger was smashed with a punch, and Jiyu Qingshan's 5 fingers spread out, and an invisible palm, like a giant palm of the sky, slammed down against the sticks. Die. Sticks stared at Jiyu Qingshan fiercely, the monstrous black waves all over his body, with a force that swallowed the sky and the earth, shrouded towards Jiyu Qingshan. This seemingly terrifying power is useless in front of Jiyu Qingshan. Jiyu Qingshan's invisible palm force pressed down, and wherever he passed, the monstrous black waves dissipated in an instant, and finally he slapped Styx's body directly with a palm. In the hall, there was a loud noise like a shaking mountain. I saw Styx's body, like a ball, slammed into the ground by Jiyu Qingshan's palm, smashing a huge human-shaped pit on the ground. If it were not the last moment, Styx offered a jade charm to protect the body. I am afraid the whole person would be slapped into meatloaf by this palm. Seeing the shocking scene in front of them, Lu Qingyi and the others couldn't help but swallowed their saliva secretly, and it took a while to recover from the horror. One finger, one punch, one palm easily defeated the Mohu trio. The quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao of Taixu Immortal Sect in front of him is really unfathomable. You lost so soon. Seeing that the Mohu trio couldn't even stop Jiyu Qingshan's blow, even Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Although he also knew that Jiyu Qingshan was very powerful, the Mohu trio would not be Jiyu Qingshan's opponents at all. The Mohu trio were defeated by Jiu Qingshan without even holding on to a single move. This guy is worthy of being a quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao cultivated by Taixu Immortal Sect. Jiang Chen couldn't help but murmured in his heart. This guy in front of him is definitely the first genius who can contend with real Mahayana monks with the cultivation level of the quasi-Mahayana period after Jiang Chen came to Poxian universe. Mo Tiger climbed up from the ground in an extremely embarrassed manner, and the frightened voice also rang directly in the hall. Lu Qingyi, you didn't make any move. If we fall, I am afraid you will not want to leave alive today. Chapter 2544, I'm enough to deal with you. Mohu stared at Lu Qingyi with a frightened expression on his face, and his gaze at Lu Qingyi almost burst into flames. Lu Qingyi, who had previously agreed to join forces to deal with Taixu Immortal Sect, dropped the chain at a critical moment. This idiot, didn't he see that Taixu Immortal Sect's strength has far exceeded their imagination? If they died in the hands of Jiu Qingshan, how could Lu Qingyi and the others live alone? Lu Qingyi's face was expressionless, she didn't even glance at Mo Tiger. The reason why Mohu and others were able to enter here was originally by threatening means, so that they had to give up 5 places. Mohu and his party entered here also to fight for the fate left by Taoist Tianyu, who were originally their enemies. They encountered the Mohu trio. If Jiang Chen hadn't appeared in time, even if they hadn't fallen into the Mohu trio's hands, they would have suffered heavy losses. Lu Qingyi didn't care at all about the life and death of the 3 Mohu. The reason why he wanted to make a move before was just to deal with the people of Taixu Immortal Sect. Now that the 3 Mohu have been severely injured by Jiu Qingshan, and he has chosen to believe in Jiang Chen, how can he care about the life and death of the Mohu 3? Go, find a way to rush out. Seeing that Lu Qingyi was completely indifferent, Mohu's expression was also ugly to the extreme. He furiously screamed at the 2 of sticks, and immediately rushed towards the entrance of the hall. Jiu Qingshan's strength is too terrifying. If they continue to stay here, I am afraid they will definitely die. Now he can only give up the fairyland and rush out of the hall. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of life. Jiu Qingshan looked at the Mohu trio indifferently, turning his hand and pressing down with a palm. The invisible palm print, like a huge grinding disc, emits a thunderous roar in the hall, as if from the hand of an immortal above the 9 heavens, it is going to crush everything. The 3 Mohu only felt that they were locked in by that invisible palm print, and it was impossible to avoid them. The 3 of them were in horror, and they didn't care about the injuries in their bodies at all, and tried their best to mobilize the remaining mana in their bodies. At this moment, Jiu Qingshan's palm finally came under pressure. Because he was in the cave house of Taoist Tianyu, Jiu Qingshan was obviously worried about destroying the main hall. The strength of this palm was condensed to the extreme, and it looked powerful. But only the 3 Mohu under this palm could only feel that the world was overturned, the sun and the moon fell, and the mountains and rivers shattered. Boom boom boom. The 3 Mohu clenched their teeth, and fully met the invisible giant palm that had come from the suppression. But this is useless at all. When the 3 of them were at their peak just now, none of them were Jiu Qingshan's opponents to Yi. How could they be able to stop them now? The invisible palm prints collided with the power of the Mohu trio, causing the entire cave to tremble. All around the hall, countless restrictions were broken by that terrifying energy ripple. Even if Jiu Qingshan had already tried his best to compress his strength, this confrontation almost destroyed the entire hall. And the figures of the 3 Mohu, almost all under the palm of Jiu Qingshan, instantly turned into dusty powder. Mohu trio, just died like that. Seeing that the Mohu trio were so diminished under the palm of Jiu Qingshan, Lu Qingyi's heart couldn't help but feel inexplicably cold. Regardless of Jiang Chen, in terms of strength, the Mohu trio with a quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao is much stronger than the trio of them. In the first battle, they were suppressed to death by the Mohu trio. But Jiu Qingshan in front of him, killing the Mohu trio was like slaughtering a chicken and a dog. If Jiu Qingshan shot them next, they probably wouldn't have any power to fight back at all. Lu Qingyi took a deep breath and couldn't help looking at Jiang Chen beside him. Now he can only pray in his heart, hoping that Jiang Chen can cope with the situation before him. Resolving the trio of Mohu lightly, Jiu Qingshan raised his eyes slightly, and his gaze fell on Jiang Chen's body. Your strength should be no worse than the quasi-Mahayana arrogant of the Black Cloud League. It seems that the current Poxian universe is really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I didn't expect Qing Yuanzong to have a peerless arrogant like you. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, I am not from Qing Yuanzong, but I was invited by them to explore the remains of Taoist Tianyu. If you were to join forces with the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao of the Black Cloud League just now, you might be able to compete with me 1 or 2. Jiu Qingshan looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. I'm curious, why didn't you make a move just now? Haha, Jiu Qingshan, you can't help but value yourself too much. Jiang Chen smiled coldly and looked at Jiu Qingshan proudly. I am enough to deal with you, so why not join hands with others? Although Jiu Qingshan is a quasi-Mahayana arrogant of the evil and unparalleled, and can even compete with the Mahayana monks, he has already killed more than 1 Mahayana, so why take Jiu Qingshan to his heart? You are very confident. You are the first one among your peers who dared to talk to me like this in this broken universe. Jiu Qingshan stared at Jiang Chen faintly. The fairy fate of Taoist Tianyu is not something you can get involved. If you take them away now, maybe it will be too late. As the strongest Tianzhao of the Taixu Immortal Sect, Jiu Qingshan's perception is naturally very keen. Although Jiang Chen's breath was so secret that he couldn't see through his true strength, he could still feel Jiang Chen's extraordinary. At least the quasi-Mahayana cultivator from the Black Cloud League was far from comparable to the one in front of him. He even vaguely felt a very dangerous aura from the person in front of him. Because of this, Jiu Qingshan did not choose to do it directly. Jiang Chen sneered and said, Jiu Qingshan, don't forget, you still have 2 younger brothers and sisters in my hands, don't you care about their lives? Do you want to threaten me with the lives of Qi Yunhao? Jiu Qingshan couldn't help but smiled coldly. Then your abacus is probably wrong. Compared to the fairy fate left by Taoist Tianyu, even if you sacrifice both of them, what counts? In my whole life, I have never liked to place hopes on others. What's more, I don't need to threaten you with their lives. Jiang Chen glanced at Jiu Qingshan lightly. I am also very interested in the immortal fate left by Taoist Tianyu. Don't talk nonsense, let's see the real chapter under our hands. Since you have to find your own way, then I will do what you want. Jiu Qingshan's face was cold, and his icy voice instantly resounded in the hall, and a monstrous breath also spread directly from his body. The fairy fate of Taoist Tianyu, his ancient Qingshan is bound to win today. Who dares to stop him, he will kill anyone. Chapter 2545, Battle with Jiu Qingshan. Jiang Chen looked at Jiu Qingshan calmly. Are you sure you want to fight here? I'm afraid this hall may not be able to withstand a fight between you and me. You're right, if that's the case, let's fight another way. Jiu Qingshan's voice fell, and a strange green glow suddenly shot out in his eyes, causing Jiang Chen to be slightly stunned. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that his soul had appeared in a vast and mysterious world. He raised his head slightly, and found Jiu Qingshan's illusory figure in the void thousands of feet away. This figure is the original infant of Jiu Qingshan. Obviously, in order not to affect the Daoqianyu Taoist Dongfu, this guy wants to fight him with Yuanying. Jiu Qingshan stood proudly, his eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, and an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. You are not the body of an immortal cultivator at all, who are you? Although Jiang Chen appeared in front of him as an illusory body condensed with the power of the spiritual soul level, but it was fundamentally different from the Yuan Ying body of the cultivator. This guy in front of him is not a cultivator of the immortal universe at all. Jiang Chen said indifferently, Who am I, does this matter? It really doesn't matter. No matter who you are, this place is your burial place today. Jiu Qingshan took a deep breath, and immediately stepped on the soles of his feet, and the figure disappeared in the air in vain. Jiu Qingshan's figure had already appeared in front of Jiang Chen, with a cyan long sword in his hand swept out against Jiang Chen. This sword has no tricks, like a sword cut by a mortal at will. But Jiang Chen, who is under this sword, can feel the terrifying power of Jiu Qingshan's sword. When Jiang Chen thought, the human emperor's sword also appeared out of thin air in his palm. In the martial arts system of God's domain, after the censored of martial arts, the soul has become completely capable of manipulating weapons with the power of the soul, casting magical powers, and fighting like the main body. After Jiang Chen summoned the human sword, he also slashed at Jiu Qingshan without evasive. Clang! 2 long swords, one green and one gold, fought together at this moment, and there was a burst of crisp metal crashing. The space around the two of them has never been shattered at all, only a ripple that is indistinguishable by the naked eye, sweeping out in all directions. The ripples are like knives, sweeping across a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The void that was originally calm and peaceful, all of them collapsed into nothingness in an instant. After the blow, the green light in Jiu Qingshan's eyes bloomed, and the cyan ancient sword in his hand swung again, intersecting with Jiang Chen's human emperor sword, and he slashed at Jiang Chen's throat with a sword. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent, and his figure didn't retreat but moved forward. The emperor's sword in his hand also drew a strange arc in the air and pierced Jiu Qingshan's eyebrows. The two shot their swords at the same time, then touched each other's body at the same time, and then quickly passed by. On Jiang Chen's side, there was a blue sword glow, which instantly accustomed to tens of thousands of miles in the void. Behind Jiu Qingshan, there is also a golden sword glow, which divides the world behind Jiu Qingshan into two. The two didn't pay attention to the horrible sword light at all, their eyes were staring at each other tightly. The two again made swords at the same time. Every sword light can reach tens of thousands of miles. Wherever it passes, the space is shattered, and everything is turned into nothingness in an instant. Although the two of them didn't use any supernatural powers, their respective powers were mobilized to the extreme. The two had already fought more than a dozen swords in the void. The void in a radius of 100,000 miles is constantly shattered and reorganized under the confrontation of the two, as if the end is coming. It was another double sword clash, both of them shook slightly, and then stepped back into the void. Jiang Chen raised his head to look at Jiu Qingshan on the opposite side, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This Jiu Qingshan is worthy of being one of the few infinite arrogances in the universe. This guy is not only a powerful sword repairer, but also the only talent he has seen in his life. Although this guy hasn't broken through the Mahayana period yet, his combat power is even worse than that of the Mahayana monks like Xu Tianming. If he could not easily defeat this guy before he broke through the master of martial arts. Unexpectedly, there will be a peerless genius in the outer universe like you in the Paxian universe. Generally, it is impossible for non-cultivators to appear in the Paxian universe. I am a little curious about who you are and how you appeared in Paxian. Cosmic. Jiu Qingshan strongly suppressed the writhing aura in his heart, and there was also a solemn expression in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. In the confrontation just now, he seemed to be evenly divided with Jiang Chen. But only Jiu Qingshan knew that he had been at a disadvantage just now. The mysterious young man from the outer universe in front of him is absolutely stronger than him. You want to know who I am? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth turned slightly. If you have the ability to force me to use my whole cards, maybe you have a chance to know who I am. Jiu Qingshan's eyes were slightly narrowed, his breath changed drastically, and his whole person was like a sharp blade out of its sheath, shining with a sharp edge. There is no light in the world, but there is only one sword. This sword seemed to incorporate Wanli Void into the sword. One sword is enough to cover the world. Jiang Chen quietly looked at Jiu Qingshan's sword, his eyes still seemed extremely calm. Jiu Qingshan, your talent is extraordinary and you are unparalleled in kendo. If you are an ordinary Mahayana monk, I am afraid it will be difficult for you to get any advantage. It is a pity that you met me today. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the human emperor's sword was also cut out by his sword art. This sword was cut out, and there seemed to be a ray of blood in the endless golden sword light, piercing the world. Jiu Qingshan was alert, and his pores stood upright. Before he could take any action, the sword world he condensed with all his strength was shattered, and his whole person was blown upside down by the aftermath of a terrifying sword aura. Jiu Qingshan couldn't help but snorted, and the red blood also continuously flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, and his eyes couldn't help but an incredible horror. You, what kind of swordsmanship are you? The Tai sword realm he had just displayed was Taiyizong's top swordsman power. Using his strength to perform this trick with all his strength, even an ordinary Mahayana monk would be trapped in the sword world, and it would be difficult to break free. But the guy in front of him, it was a sword that killed his Tai sword realm. Chapter 2546, Jiu Qingshan's Death. Jiang Chen looked at Jiu Qingshan indifferently. This is the real sword celestial technique. You can be proud of being able to die under this kind of sword technique. The real sword fairy art. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiu Qingshan's expression instantly became frightened. In the distant ages, some things happened in Paxian universe, which caused the great change of heaven and earth to cut off the immortal road, and many immortal path inheritances disappeared in Paxian universe as a result. Although their Tai Immortal Sect has a long inheritance history, many immortal inheritances have not been passed down at all. Even today's Taixu Immortal Sect has only one incomplete immortal art, and it is difficult to understand it easily. Jiu Qingshan never thought of it. The one in front of him actually mastered the real sword celestial technique. What a peerless Tianzhao in the outer universe. If I guess right, your cultivation base is probably comparable to the Mahayana period, right? Jiu Qingshan slowly took a deep breath, suppressing the horror in his heart. The gaze that looked at Jiang Chen also became extremely gloomy at this moment. A Tianzhao who has mastered the art of sword immortality and has a cultivation base comparable to that of a Mahayana monk. Today's battle, he is afraid it is a little dangerous. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. In our universe, my current realm is called the Master Realm, and it is indeed the same as your Mahayana monks who broke the immortal universe. Dominate the realm. Jiu Qingshan was taken aback for a moment, and then there was a flash of light in his mind, and finally he thought of something. He couldn't help but suddenly raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, with a horrified expression on his face. Master of martial arts, you from God's domain. As the Tianzhao figure of the Taixu Immortal Sect, Jiu Qingshan has a very high status in the Taixu Immortal Sect, and he can naturally come into contact with many secret things. Po Xian universe once waged a war against a martial civilization universe called Shenyu because of a supreme immortal monument with the secret of becoming immortal. The existence comparable to the Mahayana monks in this universe seems to be called the Master of Martial Arts. Is this guy in front of him a martial arts genius from God's domain? Unexpectedly, accidentally let you guess my identity. Jiang Chen shook his head, and a sharp murderous intent spread from him instantly. If this is the case, I can't let you live today. Feeling the earth-shattering killing intent permeating Jiang Chen's body, Jiu Qingshan's pupils couldn't help but shrank suddenly. He quickly pinched a magic trick with both hands, trying to end this battle with Jiang Chen. The God Realm genius in front of him, whether it is his cultivation level or his mastery of swordsmanship, is completely above him. With his strength to fight against it, it is definitely mortal. He must flee and pass on the news that God's domain genius has appeared in Poxian universe. In the past, Poxian universe launched an invasion of God's domain, and even almost destroyed God's domain, and it was a life and death enemy with God's domain. Now that this God's domain genius appeared in Poxian universe, there must be some conspiracy. Once this guy is allowed to hide in the Poxian universe, maybe it will bring the ultimate slaughter to the Poxian universe. At this moment, how could Jiang Chen give Jiu Qingshan a chance to escape? At the moment he just made a move, Jiang Chen directly displayed the second épée sword art of killing the immortal sword art, with a power that was several times more terrifying than the previous sword, and headed towards Jiu Qing. Zan came over. Tai sword and shield. Jiu Qingshan was panicked in his heart, where he dared to have the slightest hesitation, and quickly urged the strength of Yuan Ying, condensing a sword and shield that exuded cyan mysterious light all over his body. Jiang Chen's sword, which seemed to be able to kill even the heavenly immortals, fell directly on the blue sword and shield of Jiu Qingshan's body, directly causing the blue sword and shield to explode. And Jiu Qingshan's figure flew out again in embarrassment. Slaying the immortal sword art, Tuxian. Jiang Chen looked indifferent and did not give Jiu Qingshan the slightest chance to breathe. Killing the immortal sword art's third heavy sword art was cut again. A monstrous sword light pierced through the place where Jiu Qingshan flew upside down in an instant, slashing Jiu Qingshan's Yuan Ying and the surrounding void into nothingness. At the same time that Jiang Chen and Jiu Qingshan fought with the soul of the soul. Tianyu Taoist Dongfu, the center of the main hall. Whether it was Lu Qingyi and others, or the few Tianzhao experts in Taixu Immortal Sect, their eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen who were motionless in the field. Naturally, they knew very well that the two were fighting in a different situation at the moment. President, do you think Jiang Chen will be Jiu Qingshan's opponent? Wu Sheng looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing in place like a statue, and his expression was extremely solemn. Lu Qingyi took a deep breath and said, "Little friend Jiang Chen is not a reckless person. Since he dares to do this, he must be sure of it." Jiu Qingshan, the peerless Tianzhao cultivated by the Taixu Immortal Sect, even if you look at the entire broken universe, his talent and strength are among the best. Although Jiang Chen's strength was extraordinary, Lu Qingyi didn't know if it was Jiu Qingshan's opponent. This is the end of the matter, and now he can only pray that Jiang Chen can defeat Jiu Qingshan. Under the gaze of 7 or 8 eyes in the hall, time slowly passed by little by little. The two of them who hadn't had any movement in the field, finally there was movement. Seeing Jiang Chen's eyelids moved, his eyes suddenly opened, looking at Jiu Qingshan indifferently. Jiu Qingshan's body trembled slightly, and immediately the entire body fell to the ground with a plop, and there was no more breath of life on his body. Jiu Qingshan is dead. Looking at the scene before him, the hall was plunged into deathly silence, and everyone was unable to recover from the sluggishness for a long time. For the cultivator, Yuan Ying is the foundation of life. As long as the primordial infant is immortal, there will be no real death. Now that Jiu Qingshan has no aura of life, it means that the previous battle was defeated, and even Yuan Ying was destroyed in Jiang Chen's hands. Little friend Jiang Chen actually won. Lu Qingyi returned to her senses, and a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. He originally thought that even Jiang Chen was a quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao, and there shouldn't be much chance of winning in the face of the peerless Jiu Qingshan. Jiang Chen not only defeated Jiu Qingshan, but also obliterated his nascent soul. Lu Qingyi just realized that he was undoubtedly the wisest decision to bring Jiang Chen this time. But compared to Lu Qingyi and the others who were extremely excited, the 5 members of Taixu Immortal Sect were pale, like bereaved concubines. They couldn't believe it anyway. The dignified Taixu Immortal Sect quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao Jiu Qingshan, but the heaven-defying existence of the Mahayana monk, would fall into the hands of an unknown Maodo boy. Chapter 2547, The Last Array Prohibition. You actually killed senior brother Jiu, I will definitely not let you go. A heavenly crossing jade arrogant of the Taixu Immortal Sect returned to his senses, and the look at Jiang Chen also showed unprecedented horror. Jiang Chen sneered coldly, as long as you all die at the Tianyu Taoist ruins, who knows that I killed you? Jiang Chen did not give the 5 members of Taixu Immortal Sect any chance to react. He stretched out his hand and held a volley at the place where the 5 people were. Numerous terrifying sword chi emerged from the void, and then turned into a sword domain, covering all the 5 people of Taixu Immortal Sect. Rush out. Upon seeing this, an old man with white hair in the quasi-Mahayana period suddenly changed his complexion. The other 4 people also did not hesitate at all, and they all acted decisively without reservation. The attack of the 5 people landed on the surrounding sword domain, but they couldn't shake the sword domain at all. Now that Jiang Chen breaks through the master of martial arts, even the monks in the early Mahayana period can be easily beheaded. These 5 people are almost indistinguishable from the ants in front of him. Jiang Chen looked at the 5 people who were dying in the sword field with an indifferent expression, and couldn't help but gently squeeze his palm. Thousands of sword chi emerged out of thin air in the sword domain, and the 5 members of the Taixu Immortal Sect had no resistance at all, and they were strangled into nothingness by the endless sword chi, along with their bodies and Yuan Ying. You stand back a little, there is one last formation around this stone platform, I will find a way to break it. After resolving the Taixu Immortal Sect in an understatement, Jiang Chen said lightly to Lu Qingyi, who was still in shock, and his eyes once again fell on the formation restriction in front of him. Seeing that Jiang Chen's attention was focused on the formation of Shite, Qingli's eyes turned slightly, and he couldn't help falling on Jiu Qingshan's undamaged corpse. Qingli, what do you want to do? Upon seeing this, Lu Qingyi frowned slightly. Qingli stared at Jiu Qingshan's corpse with scorching eyes. Jiu Qingshan is the strongest arrogant of the Taixu Immortal Sect. There must be a lot of good things on him. Lu Qingyi's complexion changed slightly. I advise you not to make this idea. Taixu Immortal Sect, one of the top forces in the broken universe, its strength can be described as unfathomable. Jiu Qingshan is a quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao cultivated by the Taixu Immortal Sect, and it is very likely that he is the heir of Taixu Immortal Sect. Now that the fall of Jiu Qingshan will inevitably make Taixu Immortalzong angry. If Qingli dared to contaminate the things on Jiu Qingshan's body, using the methods of Taixu Immortal Sect, it would definitely be traced to Qingli's head. I'm afraid that the entire Qing Yuan sect might be destroyed by this. What are you afraid of? My Qing Yuanzong is also one of the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe. How can Taixu Immortal Sect still dare not attack Qing Yuanzong? Qing Li curled his lips and sneered in an authentic way. Although Taixu Immortal Sect is powerful, Qing Yuanzong is not a soft persimmon that anyone can knead. The real murderer who killed Jiu Qingshan has nothing to do with their Qing Yuanzong. It's a big deal to give Jiang Chen out. After Qing Li finished speaking, he ignored Lu Qingyi, who was a bit ugly, and was about to step forward to wipe the body. Just as Lu Qingyi was about to stop, a sword aura hit Qing Li's face. Qing Li's complexion changed, and the whole person involuntarily stepped back a few steps, then raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, with a frightened expression on his face. "Jiang Chen, what do you mean?" Jiang Chen glanced at Qing Li with cold eyes. "If you dare to take a step forward, I will kill you too." Jiang Chen seldom kills people and touches corpses. In addition to being extremely critical and not admiring some ordinary treasures, another important reason is that he doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. With Jiyu Qingshan's identity, Jiang Chen is almost certain that once anyone gets involved with something on his body, Immortal Sect Tai will probably be able to find him. Although he has broken through the Master of Martial Arts now, he does not want to face a behemoth like Tai Immortal Sect at this time. If it weren't for Lu Qingyi's face, he would have been tempted to kill this guy just now. Qingli's expression was ugly, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Because he knew very well that if he dared to take a step forward, Jiang Chen might really kill him. Qingli stepped aside without saying a word, but a hideous color flashed in his eyes. As the Tianzhao figure of the Qing Yuanzong, Qingli has always been aloof. Has he ever suffered such humiliation? Sooner or later, he will make Jiang Chen pay a heavy price for it. After Qingli retreated, Jiang Chen's gaze was once again focused on the stone platform in front of him. After observing for a while, he finally stepped out and walked towards the stone platform in front of him. And the moment he stepped on the stone platform, the scene around him changed in an instant. The lightning flashes, the 9-day cold wind, the illusion of the heavenly devil, and even the space are all turned upside down, revealing boundless murderous intent everywhere. Although this formation restriction was strong, it had existed for too long after all, and Jiang Chen also gradually found the flaws in the formation. With every step he stepped out, he stepped on the magic circle node. Jiang Chen finally found the core of the formation, and then raised his hand to cut it out with a sword. At that moment, the entire hall was shaken for it, and the formation restriction on the stone platform also completely dissipated at this moment. At the same time Jiang Chen broke the barrier of the last formation of the Tianyu Taoist Dongfu. Tai Tianyu, the holy land of Shanzong. Tai Immortal Sect, the main hall. A middle-aged man in Xingyi fluttering, standing proudly in the middle of the hall with his hands. The man's back is as straight as a sword, and anyone who sees him seems to see a 9-day divine sword pierced into the sky. Jiyu Jianjun, the contemporary lord of the Tai Immortal Sect, is also one of the few Mahayana pinnacle powerhouses in the world. I don't know how long it took. An old man in Xingyi paced from outside the main hall, and after the man, he respectfully saluted. This old man in Xingyi looked very ordinary, but his eyes were extremely deep, his aura was extremely powerful, and his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Mahayana. Old Zhuang, not long ago, Jiyu Qingshan's soul card suddenly shattered. Go and check it out for yourself. Jiyu Jianjun didn't turn his head, the extremely cold voice directly resounded slowly in the hall. Following the words of Jiyu Jianjun, the old man in Xingyi was shocked, and an incredible horror appeared in his eyes. Jiyu Qingshan is the quasi-Mahayana arrogant of their Tai Immortal Sect, and his combat power is not inferior to ordinary Mahayana monks. He has a lot of life-saving cards in his hand. How could he fall so suddenly? Chapter 2548, The Fallen Taoist Sky Feather. Sect Master, how could Jiyu Qingshan fall? Is this a mistake? It took a while for the old man in Xingyi to recover from his horror, and said with an incredulous expression on his face. I hope I got it wrong, but that's the truth. Jiyu Jianjun turned around, his voice was extremely cold. Jiyu Qingshan, the stunning Tianzhao cultivated by the Tai Immortal Sect with all his efforts, will surely become the existence that dominates the situation of the Poxian universe in the future. The fall of such a Tianzhao figure, even for Tai Immortal Sect, was a very big blow. The old man in Xingyi slowly took a deep breath and said, Sovereign, I personally escorted the 10 Jiyu Qingshan people into the Tianyu Taoist ruins, and witnessed them successfully enter the ruins. If they had something to do with the ruins, no one of us can get in now. What? Jiyu Qingshan's body is equipped with the Tai Immortal Sect's patriarchal clan weapon rifting celestial blade. Even if it is in danger, he can easily escape, unless someone can wipe out Jiyu Qingshan with a single blow. Jiyu Jianjun's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he said in a deep voice, and, according to my calculation, the cause and effect of Jiyu Jianjun's fall has nothing to do with the remains of Taoist Tianyu. The old man in Xingyi couldn't help but suddenly startled. Jiu Jianjun and the others are in the ruins, but the cause and effect of their fall has nothing to do with the ruins of Taoist Tianyu. In addition to their Tai Immortal Sect, there are people from other forces who have entered the Tianyu Taoist ruins. Taoist Tianyu, the last fairy in the legend of the broken fairy universe. Once the remains of Taoist Tianyu leaked out, it would be enough to cause a sensation in the entire universe. Even the Tai Immortal Sect has been cautious after obtaining the key to the Taoist Tianyu ruins. After he escorted Jiu Qingshan and his party into the ruins, they returned to the Tai Immortal Sect. If Tai Immortal Zong sent 1 or 2 Mahayana monks to guard the remains of the Taoist Tianyu, it would be more likely to arouse suspicion. Unexpectedly, some people still discovered the remains of Taoist Tianyu. The remains of Taoist Tianyu, Mahayana monks could not enter it at all. With the strength of Jiu Qingshan, under the Mahayana monk, it is absolutely invincible. Even the 2 of the 10 immortal gates named Jiu Qingshan could not easily kill Jiu Qingshan. How did Jiu Qingshan fall? I'll go and find out myself. The old man in Xing Yi took a deep breath, and immediately bowed to Jiu Jianjun slightly, and disappeared in front of Jiu Jianjun in a flash. Jiu Jianjun looked at the place where the old man Xing Yi disappeared, and couldn't help but let out a low mutter. The fall of Jiu Qingshan actually involved a great cause and effect of my Tai Immortal Sect. What can threaten my Tai Immortal Sect? It seems that the next Poxian universe might not be peaceful anymore. After speaking, Jiu Jianjun flicked his sleeves, tearing the space away. The remains of Taoist Tianyu. After Jiang Chen smashed the core of the formation with one sword, all the surrounding illusions disappeared at this moment. Everything on the Beizong stone platform in the center of the hall was clearly presented in Jiang Chen's sight. On the stone platform, 9 jade boxes exuding a simple atmosphere are lined up. Each jade box obviously contains treasures left by Taoist Tianyu, and it is by no means ordinary. Jiang Chen's gaze also fell in the second jade box on the left in response. In this jade box, an aura that made Jiang Chen very familiar was faintly exuding. It was obviously the fairy crystal fragments he had sensed earlier. Except for the 9 jade boxes. What shocked Jiang Chen the most was the old man with a feather coat and star crown sitting cross-legged in the middle of the stone platform. The old man has white beards on his head, and his skin is crystal clear, like jade. He closed his eyes. His chest was still undulating slightly, and he was breathing, and the 2 white rainbows in his nostrils contracted like snakes, as if they were just asleep. On the top of this old man's head, there was a huge blood-colored hole, which looked very hideous, and it looked as if he had been punched out. Is this the legendary Taoist Tianyu? Shouldn't he have ascended to an immortal? Just when Jiang Chen was shocked, Lu Qingyi's incredible exclamation sounded in vain in Jiang Chen's ears. This one is the legendary Taoist Tianyu. Hearing Lu Qingyi's exclaim, Jiang Chen couldn't help but flashed a sharp light in his eyes. The old man in front of him had crystal clear skin, like jade, and his whole body exuded a mighty power that made one dare not look at him. It was indeed possible that he was the legendary Taoist Heavenly Feather. It is said that Taoist Tianyu was the last immortal in the universe, and he has already ascended to immortality. It seems that things are probably not as simple as rumors. Looking at the body of the Taoist Tianyu, it indeed surpassed the Mahayana monk. But in the end, this guy failed to ascend, and instead fell in his own cave, which is really incredible. The Taoist Tianyu at the time could be regarded as a true half-foot stepped into the realm of immortals. With his strength, in this celestial breaking universe, he can definitely be regarded as an invincible existence. Who is it that can kill the Taoist Tianyu who is about to ask Tao to become immortal in the cave mansion of Taoist Tianyu? It seems that when Taoist Tianyu asked Tao Chungshan, something terrible must have happened. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen cast a happy thought, then looked at Lu Qingyi and said indifferently, "Chairman Lu, according to the original agreement, I will pick one of the treasures here. Little friend Jiang Chen, this trip to the Tianyu Taoist ruins, we all rely on you alone, I think we should share the treasures here with you." Lu Qingyi said quickly. This time during the visit to Taoist Tianyu's ruins, if there were no Jiang Chen, it would be a question of whether they could go out alive, let alone get the treasure left by Taoist Tianyu. With Jiang Chen's terrifying strength, even if they killed them all and swallowed the treasure, no one could help him. At this moment, where does Lu Qingyi dare to follow the original agreement? As Jiang Chen said, his gaze fell directly on the first box on the left. When he repeatedly confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the box, he reached out and grabbed the box and began to investigate. In the first box, there was an immortal technique called the Sky Profound Scripture. This should be the cultivation technique of Taoist Tianyu, you can take it. Jiang Chen checked it casually, and even threw the box to Lu Qingyi. Lu Qingyi was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but open the box. When he saw the contents of the box, the whole person was completely sluggish at this moment. Chapter 2549, Immortal Road Can't Be. Xian Pin Fa Zhu Tian Zan Jing. Lu Qingyi stared at the box in his hand blankly, and it took a long time to recover from the horror. The box Jiang Chen threw to him was actually a volume of immortal exercises. It took a long time for Lu Qingyi to recover from the shock, and immediately looked at Jiang Chen with an incredulous expression on his face and said, "Little friend Jiang Chen, do you really want to give us this volume of exercises? Immortal grade technique, this is the technique used by the cultivators to break the immortal universe dream of. Since the severance of the immortal Tao in the broken universe, for hundreds of millions of years, countless Mahayana monks who have reached the highest level of cultivation have been searching for ways to become immortals. Someone once thought that the reason why the Mahayana monks of the broken universe could not ask Tao to become immortal was because of the flaws in the cultivation technique. If you can have an immortal cultivation technique, you may be able to break through the Mahayana and point directly to the immortal way." Now that such an immortal technique was placed in front of Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to throw the technique to them. The Sky Profound Sutra in front of him was a genuine immortal technique. If it is spread out, for this cultivation technique, breaking the 10 celestial gates of the celestial universe, I am afraid that blood will flow into a river. Jiang Chen said indifferently, "I don't need this thing. The Azure Emperor Longevity's secret art he cultivated was originally an immortal technique, and compared to the influential Sky Profound Sutra, I don't know how much stronger it is. How could he take this so-called Sky Profound Sutra to his heart?" After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he ignored Lu Qingyi's sluggish expression and began to investigate the second box. The second box, as Jiang Chen had expected, was a piece of copper that made him very attributed, and what was inside it should be a piece of fairy crystal fragments. "This thing is useful to me, I accept it," Jiang Chen said lightly, and before Lu Qingyi could answer, he put the box in his bag. Naturally, Lu Qingyi didn't say much. At this moment, even if Jiang Chen put all the remaining 7 boxes in his bag, Lu Qingyi would not make any sense. This time they were able to obtain an immortal skill, it was a worthwhile trip. Next, Jiang Chen continued to investigate. Of the remaining 7 boxes, 6 of them are magical pills and the like. Although they are rare treasures from the outside world, there is no one with a level that is above the immortal product, and naturally they can't enter Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen threw all these 6 boxes to Lu Qingyi. Only the last box contained an unusually mysterious multicolored stone, but the immortal steel opened his mouth again to let Jiang Chen stay. Regarding the vision of the immortal monument, Jiang Chen was still very trustworthy. As long as this guy asked him to leave something, it was definitely not a mortal product. I am afraid at least it was a treasure that reached the fairy product or higher. After dividing up the 9 treasures left by Taoist Tianyu, Jiang Chen couldn't help but fall on a simple scroll in front of Taoist Tianyu. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the quaint scroll, and the quaint scroll fell into Jiang Chen's palm. Opening the simple scroll, Jiang Chen found that this was a volume of notes recorded by Taoist Tianyu, which almost recorded the deeds of Taoist Tianyu's life. "I am a Taoist from Heavenly Feather. I built foundations and cultivated immortals at the age of 10. I cultivated to the pinnacle of Mahayana for 1,000 years. However, I broke the immortal universe and the road was cut off. After more than 3,300 years, I finally found an opportunity to become immortal." Jiang Chen quickly scanned the content on the scroll, and finally understood why Taoist Tianyu had fallen here. It is said that Taoist Tianyu was the last immortal after the immortal road broke off. In fact, in the era where Taoist Tianyu lived, the road to the immortal universe had already been cut off. As for why the immortal road of the broken immortal universe was cut off, even Taoist Tianyu couldn't tell. It seemed that all existence related to the immortal in the Paxian universe was completely obliterated overnight. Taoist Tianyu has a talented evildoer, and after he reached the peak of the Mahayana, he did not give up because the immortal road was cut off. He stepped through every corner of the fairy universe, seeking opportunities to become immortals, and finally realized the heaven and earth, and he created the immortal cultivation technique Sky Profound Crystal, thus breaking through the peak of Mahayana in one fell swoop and stepping into the legendary Immortal Realm. But when he stepped into the realm of immortals and made the immortal gate open, a fist suddenly came, and from the head of Taoist Tianyu penetrated his body, he shattered the immortal crystal he had just condensed. Broken the universe, the land of immortals, immortal roads can't be done. Looking at the last line of writing on the scroll, Jiang Chen could feel the despair and unwillingness of Taoist Tianyu even after endless years. Jiang Chen could understand. Such a stunning and peerless character who was born in the broken universe of Shanlu and asked about becoming immortal, but was punched out at the moment of becoming immortal. What a desperate thing. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen couldn't help looking at Lu Qingyi, who was aside. Chairman Lu, Qing Yuanzong's inheritance history in Poxian universe should be very long. Don't you know how the fairy road of Poxian universe was cut off? Poxian universe, the immortal road is cut off, and Poxian universe has always been a secret. Even the forces handed down from that era, they know little about the matter of breaking off the immortal road. I used to read many ancient books when I was still in the Qing Yuanzong, and there was no record of the death of the immortal road. It seems that the broken fairy universe has a history that has evaporated out of thin air. Lu Qingyi was taken aback for a moment, and then asked with some curiosity, "Little friend Jiang Chen, why did you suddenly ask about this?" "Look at it." Jiang Chen threw Taoist Tianyu's notes to Lu Qingyi. After Lu Qingyi read Taoist Tianyu's notes, an unprecedented shock appeared on his face. The era that Taoist Tianyu lived in turned out to be the era after the Shanlu was cut off, and he was born after the Shanlu cut off and became immortal. But what kind of existence was it that when Taoist Tianyu asked about becoming immortal, he killed him with a punch? Kill the immortal with one punch. Little friend Jiang Chen, a long time ago, the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce received a mysterious ancient stele, which records the deeds of the Podian Immortal Sect. It's just, in today's Poxian universe, there is no information about Patianxianzong at all, so I have never taken the record on the stone tablet seriously. Now I see Taoist Tianyu's notes. I think that before the end of Shanlu, Poxian universe may really have Podian Shanzong, and it should exist in the history of Poxian universe evaporating out of thin air. After Lu Qingyi was silent for a moment, suddenly said quietly. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and a look of curiosity appeared on his face. Tell me about the heavenly shattering immortal sect in your mouth. Chapter 2550, Leave the Ruins. Legend to say that the Broken Sky Fairy Sect is a peerless fairy sect that has suppressed countless times. Lu Qingyi took a deep breath, and immediately told Jiang Chen about the incident of the Heavenly Immortal Sect. Before the Podian Immortal Sect, Poxian Universe Immortal Road was cut off, an invincible sect that suppressed countless times. It is said that there are endless immortals of the Podian Immortal Sect, and every era has the birth of immortals, and an era at its peak is the birth of several immortals. Such a peerless immortal sect was inexplicably annihilated overnight. Little friend Jiang Chen, I used to think that the records on the stone tablet were too unbelievable, and Poxian Universe had never recorded Patianxianzong, so I never took it seriously. It wasn't until today that I saw Taoist Tianyu's notes that I realized that Podian Shanzong might really exist in the Poxian universe. Lu Qingyi said astonishingly. Maybe they, like Taoist Tianyu, have been obliterated by a monstrous mysterious force. When Jiang Chen heard this, his heart was shocked. The Podian Immortal Sect in Lu Qingyi's mouth is extremely powerful. Compared to any of the top 10 immortal sects in the Poxian universe, it is probably more than 10 times stronger. Such a powerful sect that was invincible in the Poxian universe was destroyed overnight. In the era of Podian Immortal Sect, the immortal road of Poxian universe has not been cut off. Since the Podian Immortal Sect has given birth to countless immortals, it is entirely possible to use the art of Tongxian, please come. But even so, the heaven-breaking immortal sect is still destroyed. In this case, there are only two possibilities. Either there is something wrong with the immortal of the Podian Shanzong, or the enemy of the Podian Shanzong is even more terrifying than the immortal. Just like the terrifying existence that killed the Taoist Tianyu with a punch is definitely far superior to ordinary immortals. Po Tian Shanzong is destroyed, Po Xian Universe Immortal Road is cut off, and Tianyu Taoist is obliterated. I am afraid there is a certain connection between these three. Behind this, I am afraid that there is an invisible big hand controlling everything. What kind of existence has such a method, not only makes the Po Tian Xianzong annihilated, but also erases it from the history of the Po Xian universe? That invisible big hand even cut off the fairy road of Poxian universe alive, as if it wanted to make Poxian universe immortal forever. Shook his head, Jiang Chen thought too lazy. He was not a person who broke the immortal universe, and had a hostile relationship with the immortal universe. The immortal universe will never have immortals, and that has nothing to do with him. The person who cut off the immortal road of Paxian universe was also considered to be the chief culprit, indirectly causing Paxian universe to invade God's domain continent. If it hadn't been cut off from Paxian universe's immortal road, Paxian universe probably wouldn't have launched a cosmic-level war against God's domain because of an immortal steel containing the secret of becoming immortal. Let's go, there is nothing left to miss here, let's leave here quickly. Jiang Chen glanced slightly in the hall, and found that there seemed to be nothing else worthy of attention in the hall, so he couldn't help speaking to Lu Qingyi lightly. Lu Qingyi couldn't help but nodded hastily. The fall of Jiu Qingshan, Immortal Sect Tai will surely get news at the first time, and then send someone to investigate. They must leave before the people from Tai Immortal Sect arrive, otherwise once the people from Tai Immortal Sect arrive, they may find it difficult to get out. Out of the Taoist Tianyu's cave, Jiang Chen ruthlessly wiped out the two Qi Yunhao who were hiding in the dark, and then let Lu Qingyi use the key of the ruins to open the exit. Chairman Lu, Zhang Yuan is still in this ruin, shall we leave now? When Wu Sheng saw this, he couldn't help but hesitate. The five of them entered the ruins, but Zhang Yuan hadn't appeared for a long time, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. If they leave now, Zhang Yuan doesn't have the key to open the ruins, and I am afraid he will stay in this ruins forever. Lu Qingyi said solemnly. Zhang Yuan has not heard from him. I am afraid it is unknown whether he is still alive or not. We can't wait for him. We must leave now. This time, the situation of Tianyu Taoist ruins was completely beyond imagination. If it hadn't been for Jiang Chen's existence, they wouldn't have survived at all. Now, with the help of Jiang Chen, they have obtained a legendary immortal skill. Now for Lu Qingyi, the most important thing is to bring this immortal skill back to Qingyuan Tianyu as soon as possible. In order to avoid long nights and many dreams, Lu Qingyi didn't want to wait, and couldn't wait. Sacrificing a quasi-Mahayana monk for an immortal skill, what's the point? After that, Lu Qingyi didn't hesitate, and quickly urged the key to the remains of Taoist Tianyu. And just as Jiang Chen and the others got the treasure left by Taoist Tianyu, they were preparing to leave the ruins. Outside the remains of Taoist Tianyu, a blue streamer flashed across the sky, and fell in vain in the mountains where the ruins were located. In this cyan streamer, there was a deep breath of an old man in Xingyi. The old man in Xingyi stood proudly outside the Tianyu Taoist ruins with his hands, and then closed his eyes and felt. The eyes of the old man in Xingyi suddenly opened, and a sharp green light flashed through his muddy eyes. Sure enough, there is a lot of unfamiliar aura left here. Someone should have been here a few days ago. The old man in Xingyi murmured to himself. It seems that besides them Tai Immortal Sect, there are indeed others who have obtained the key to the Taoist Tianyu ruins and entered the ruins. How sacred are these people who entered the ruins, and how could they have the terrifying ability to kill Jiu Qingshan? The old man in Xingyi stared sullenly at the place where the ruins were, and immediately his figure flashed, hiding directly in a void, and began to meditate with his eyes closed. Tianyu Taoist ruins, even Mahayana monks, can't forcibly enter them. As for the fall of Jiu Qingshan, he rushed here for the first time, without much time passing in the middle. Those who killed Jiu Qingshan must still be in the ruins. He just needs to wait here, and those people will come out of the ruins sooner or later. With the waiting of the old man in Xingyi, time passed bit by bit. I don't know how long it took, but there was a sudden violent spatial fluctuation in the space that had always seemed unusually calm. The eyes of the old man in Xingyi also suddenly opened at this moment, and then locked tightly to the place where the spatial fluctuations radiated. A spatial vortex about the size of 100 meters appeared out of thin air in vain. The four figures also slowly emerged from the spatial vortex. Chapter 2551, Xingyi Old Man. Fortunately, the people from Tai Immortal Sect did not come. Lu Qingyi walked out of the spatial vortex, his eyes swept around slightly, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. This place is the territory of the Tai Immortal Sect. If they encounter people who are on the Tai Immortal Sect, it may be difficult for them to get out. No. The people from Tai Immortal Sect have already arrived. When Jiang Chen spoke, he couldn't help but looked at a place in the void, and said indifferently, "Since your excellency is here, why don't you show up for a while?" As Jiang Chen's words fell, an old man in Xingyi also emerged from nothingness. Seeing this old man in Xingyi suddenly appeared, Lu Xingyi's expression couldn't help but change drastically. He obviously did not expect that the people of Tai Immortal Sect would come so quickly. Although this old man in Xingyi seemed extremely ordinary, he didn't have any breath on his body. Even Lu Qingyi, whose cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the quasi-Mahayana, can't help feeling that he is about to suffocate when facing the old man in Qingyi right now. Lu Qingyi had only felt this feeling from the Qingyuan sect master. This old man in Xingyi is a real Mahayana monk. Unexpectedly, an outsider actually got the key to the Taoist Tianyu ruins and entered the ruins. The old man in Xingyi stared at Jiang Chen with indifferent eyes. Boy, your strength is good. If I guess right, the fall of Jiyu Qingshan should have something to do with you, right? In front of these 4 people, apart from this kid who made him a little bit invisible, the other 3 could never pose any danger to Jiyu Qingshan. If the fall of Jiyu Qingshan is related to the 4 people in front of him, it is the young man who did it in all likelihood. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. If I say it doesn't matter, do you believe it? Do not believe. Not everyone can enter the remains of Taoist Tianyu. The fact that these 4 people were able to live out of the Tianyu Taoist ruins is enough to prove that they are extraordinary. In the fall of Jiyu Qingshan, the cause and effect is not in the remains of the Taoist Tianyu, it is almost always on these people in front of them. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Since you don't believe it, why bother to do so? Yes, if that's the case, then I won't talk nonsense with you. The old man in Xingyi said with no expression on his face. Whether you want to admit it or not, I have a way to know Tai Immortal Sect. Come back to Tai Immortal Sect with me. Then wait to see if you have that ability. As Jiang Chen said, he couldn't help but look back at Lu Qingyi's 3 people. Chairman Lu, you go first. The old man in Xingyi was a Mahayana monk, and he might be even better than Li Tianyuan of Li Shanzong. Not only would the 3 of Lu Qingyi not be able to help here, but they would even let him be restrained. To solve this old man in Xingyi, he might have to use some whole cards, or even use the power of the Immortal Monument. Jiang Chen naturally didn't want Lu Qingyi to see these things. Little friend Jiang Chen, be careful. Lu Qingyi also knew that this level of battle was not something they could participate in, and it might become a burden to stay. He said to Jiang Chen, and then quickly left with Qingli and Qingli. Seeing that Lu Qingyi's 3 people left, the old man in Xingyi did not stop him either. The 3 of Lu Qingyi were just infamous little characters in his eyes, and the young man in front of him was his target. As long as the boy in front of him, using the methods of Tai Immortal Sect, to find the 3 people, it is just a breeze. You are very confident. If that's the case, let's do it. I would like to see what you have the ability to make Jiyu Qingshan fall into your hands. When the old man in Xingyi spoke, his palms immediately joined together, and a cyan phantom that supported the sky and the ground also appeared behind him. As soon as the blue phantom appeared, the terrifying power like a mountain like a sea instantly filled the whole world. The sky of thousands of miles seemed to be crushed, and the terrifying fluctuations made all the creatures in this world tremble. Since this sun is very likely to be related to the fall of Jiyu Qingshan, he must have a combat power that is not inferior to Mahayana monks. The old man in Xingyi didn't have the slightest reservation, and he condensed his Mahayana method as soon as he shot. Boy, give me a shot. The indifferent voice of the old man in Xingyi fell, and the Mahayana palm behind him was a huge palm, tearing the space instantly, and 5 huge fingers that looked like the Optimus Pillar, pulling out 5 space cracks that looked like a heavenly river. The terrifying cyan true essence mana swept the entire sky like a tsunami. Jiang Chen looked at the old man in Xingyi indifferently, but his figure didn't retreat half a point. He pointed it into a sword and pulled it towards the void. Between heaven and earth, there was a sound of space tearing. I saw a golden sword glow, like a peerless fairy sword, which responded to the cyan giant claw. The golden sword glow went up the air like a tide, and continued for thousands of miles, splitting the cyan giant claws in half, and a golden arc appeared, as if the void was divided by this golden arc. The martial goddess of the outer universe martial arts civilization. The old man in Xingyi condensed his eyes suddenly, and said in horror, You are not the person who broke the universe, who are you? Jiang Chen cultivated the Azure Emperor longevity art of the immortal cultivation technique, and now he has broken through the dominance of martial arts. Even the Mahayana monk who breaks the immortal universe can hardly see his identity. However, there is a certain difference between the martial arts civilization of the gods and the civilization of cultivating immortals. Once he and the old man in Xingyi, such as Mahayana monks, could still see through his details. Jiang Chen looked at the old man in Xingyi faintly, and a sharp killing intent also spread directly from him. Jiang Chen knew very well that as long as he had a battle with the Mahayana monk in front of him, it would be difficult to hide his identity from this guy. Now, although he has broken through the dominance of martial arts, he still does not have the capital to contend with the entire universe. Since his identity has been exposed, he definitely may let this old man in Xingyi live. Although the Blood Fiend sect didn't say anything about God's domain for the time being, it didn't mean they would keep hiding it. Once the Blood Fiend sect announced the news, every Mahayana monk in the broken universe would be a great threat to God's domain. If he kills a Mahayana monk in the Paxian universe, the threat of God's domain will be reduced by 1 point. As long as he had that condition, he would never let go of any opportunity to kill the Mahayana monk of the Paxian universe. Kill me, boy, although your strength is very strong, you are no less inferior to the Mahayana monk, but if you want to kill me Zhuang Xuankang, I am afraid that you are still a little tender. The old man in Xingyi sneered coldly, and the green light behind his face became more radiant. Chapter 2552, Qingale Zhenjin Zhuang Xuankang. This guy is Taixu Immortal Sect Qingale True Sovereign Zhuang Xuankang. Hearing the name of the old man in Xingyi, Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Today's Jiang Chen, although he doesn't know much about Paxian universe, he is not ignorant. Jiang Chen naturally heard of the name of true monarch Qingale of Immortal Sect Tai. Tai Shanzong is one of the 3 top immortal gates in the world, and its strength can be described as unfathomable. It is said that Tai Shanzong now has more than 10 Mahayana monks. As for Qingale true monarch Zhuang Xuankang, even among the Mahayana monks of Tai Immortal Sect, that was a relatively high-ranking existence. Boy, you are a martial arts and civilized universe, dare to mix into my Shenxian universe. No matter who you are, this Shenxian universe is not a place where you can go wild, die for me. Zhuang Xuankang's voice mixed with the might of thunder fell, and the vast cyan true essence, with the terrifying cyan thunder, burst out in the face of the old man in Xingyi. Even the surrounding void seemed to be unable to withstand the power of that terrifying thunder, and began to crack continuously. Crackling, Zhuang Xuankang's body was also flashing with blue thunder, and he quickly pinched out a pair of his hands. The 5 fingers behind his back spread out, and 5 thick blue thunder and lightning, like 5-headed blue thunder dragons, turned towards Jiang with the aura of destruction. Chen roared, "Sure enough, the strength of this old guy is even better than that of Li Tianyuan. I'm afraid it has reached the middle stage of the Mahayana." Looking at the power erupting from Zhuang Xuankang, Jiang Chen also had a more solemn expression on his face. Jiang Chen gave a soft drink, and his whole body of golden light rose up into the sky, and the emperor in his hand flashed out of thin air, quickly fusing with the heavenly great sword condensed behind him. Jiang Chen controlled the golden giant sword, and slashed 5 swords into the void in a row. The 5 golden sword auras piercing through the sky and the earth collided with the 5 blue thunder dragons in the blink of an eye. As Jiang Chen broke through the master of the martial arts, he used this move to unify the sword and the elephant, and he was not only able to issue an attack. The golden giant sword formed by the combination of swords and elephants is exactly like a peerless fairy sword, which can be manipulated by Jiang Chen as he wants, and every sword cut is powerful enough to destroy the world. 5 golden sword lights slashed on the 5 cyan thunder dragons, bursting out successive loud noises. Terrible storms of destruction also swept across the world. Jiang Chen's figure trembled slightly, and immediately his whole body retreated thousands of feet in a row. He used the Azure Emperor Longevity secret art to eliminate the tingling sensation caused by thunder and lightning. This old fellow, as expected, his cultivation level has reached the mid-Mahayana existence. It is really tricky. This kid actually has such strength. On the other side, Zhuang Xuankang stepped back more than 10 steps in the void, and he was surprised. At this young age, he actually possessed the terrifying power to smash the middle Mahayana monks. Although Jiang Chen seemed to be at a disadvantage during the confrontation just now, it still shocked Zhuang Xuankang's heart to the extreme. Such a talent for evildoers, even if they are the top arrogant of the universe, is far from it. Which powerful martial arts civilization universe does this guy come from? What purpose does he secretly enter the Paxian universe? Boy, I have to admit that you are the most enchanting genius I have ever seen in my life. No wonder Ji Yu Qingshan will also fall into your hands. Zhuang Xuankang's blue thunder-lit eyes stared at Jiang Chen coldly. But, no matter how enchanting your talent is, you can never want to be wild in front of me today. Zhuang Xuankang's cold voice fell, and a dazzling thunder light burst out again from his body, and even every hair of his body was sprayed with the power of thunder like a pinpoint. Even the 10,000-mile sky vault was affected and instantly became thunderclouds. The sound of thunder that shook the sky constantly resounded in the void, and the thick thunder and lightning dragon rolled in endlessly, as if the thunder of the world was constantly brewing. Destroy the world Qing thunder, give me town. Zhuang Xuankang shouted sharply, and his whole person was in the form of thunder, merged with the 10,000 Zhang La, and a devastating thunder light was also condensed on his huge fist. The thunder light condensed by Zhuang Xuankang's 10,000 feet of law reached its peak, and he saw a substantive thunder light burst out of his eyes and blasted Jiang Chen with a punch. The terrifying blue thunder light, with the power to destroy the sky and the earth, came to suppress Jiang Chen like the light of extinction. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, and directly used the golden giant sword condensed by the sword and elephant to display the killing immortal sword art. Killing the immortal sword art was originally an immortal sword technique passed down to him by the king of longevity. Especially after Jiang Chen broke through the dominance of the martial arts, the power of killing the immortal sword art was so terrifying that even ordinary Mahayana monks could hardly resist it easily. Now, under the blessing of the golden giant sword that combines the sword and the elephant, the power is even more than 3 points. This sword went up against the sky, cutting the suppressed thunder light, together with the surrounding space, into a black hole. A sword cut off the world-killing thunder light from the suppression. Jiang Chen's figure soared into the sky, without giving Zhuang Xuankang any chance to breathe, and the second heavy sword art of killing immortal sword art was cut out suddenly. Thunder come. Looking at the sword cut by Jiang Chen, Zhuang Xuankang's eyes were full of thunder, and his huge palm was raised above his head, as if he was about to capture all the thunder in the void. In the void, the thunder that shook the sky was constantly resounding, and the infinite power of thunder, all being drawn by a certain kind, was constantly converging towards Zhuang Xuankang. The violent thunder power encircled Zhuang Xuankang's body, and finally turned into a blue armor surrounded by thunder light, covering his 10,000 feet of art. An extremely terrifying aura burst out from Zhuang Xuankang's body, as if the whole person had become the censored of thunder in charge of thunder. The terrifying power of thunder swept across the 4 directions, making the world change its color. In the sky and the earth, there seemed to be only endless thunder and lightning, and Zhuang Xuankang who was dominated by thousands of thunder. Jiang Chen's sword went up against the sky, and it was almost destroyed by the power of Zhuang Xuankang's whole body to nothingness. Zhuang Xuankang stood proudly in the void with his hand, looking down at Jiang Chen condescendingly, with blue thunder jumping in his eyes. Boy, I am the spirit body of Thunder Dao. I have tempered myself with thunder since I stepped into cultivation, and I also have the protection of the Azure Thunder God Kai. Even if your kendo is powerful, you can never hurt me. Zhuang Xuankang looked at Jiang Chen indifferently, with strong confidence in his tone. So, today's battle, you will undoubtedly lose. Chapter 2553, Prisoner's Power. This old guy is really not so difficult. Looking at the void, Zhuang Xuankang, who is like the ruler of Thor, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. He used the golden giant sword condensed with the sword and elephant to fully display the second épée sword of killing the immortal sword art, but he didn't even hurt Zhuang Xuankang. This Zhuang Xuankang is worthy of being a well-known Mahayana monk in Tai Immortal Zong. Even among the monks in the middle Mahayana period, his combat power is probably one of the best. With Zhuang Xuankang's current state, even if it was the third heavy sword art that used the killing immortal sword art, I am afraid it would be difficult to defeat it. It seems that if you want to solve this guy, you can only use the power of the immortal monument. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and the immortal monument appeared in the center of his palm as soon as he moved his palm. This old guy is not only very strong, but his defense is also very abnormal. If you just urge the immortal monument like this, I'm afraid you may not be able to kill this old guy. At this moment, the voice in the immortal monument also rang directly in Jiang Chen's mind. Hearing the sound in the immortal monument, Jiang Chen's brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Zhuang Xuankang's strength was indeed beyond imagination. Although he was not afraid of Zhuang Xuankang, it was difficult to kill him. But if this guy can't be solved today, his identity will be exposed, and the situation will probably be very bad at that time. With your current strength, you are barely able to truly master the power of a celestial monument. I will teach you a magical technique for manipulating the celestial monument. As the voice in the immortal steel fell, Jiang Chen felt an inexplicable message directly in his mind. Prisoner's power. This is a celestial technique that specializes in manipulating immortal monuments. This immortal technique is not an offensive immortal technique, so naturally it cannot kill Zhuang Xuankang in front of him. The power of the prisoner condensed by the immortal monument can detain people in the immortal monument. If the power of the immortal prisoner of the immortal monument can be used to the extreme, even the real immortal can be easily imprisoned by the immortal monument. With your current strength, the power of the immortal condensed may not be too much. However, it shouldn't be a big problem to imprison this mid-Mahayana cultivator in front of you. At this moment, the voice in the immortal monument rang again. Feeling the immortality in his mind, Jiang Chen was also ecstatic in his heart. At this moment, the person in the immortal monument passed this celestial art to him, which is no different from sending charcoal in the snow. Compared to killing Zhuang Xuankang, it would undoubtedly be more beneficial to him if he could be imprisoned in the immortal monument. If Zhuang Xuankang were to be killed, Taixu Immortal Sect might get news of Zhuang Xuankang's fall when he left, so he sent a more terrifying powerhouse to investigate the matter. But once Zhuang Xuankang was imprisoned, not only could it delay some time, but it would also make Taixu Immortal Sect more unpredictable. Boy, if you only have these means, then let me be obediently restrained. When Jiang Chen absorbed the magic of controlling the immortal monument, Zhuang Xuankang obviously didn't intend to waste time with Jiang Chen. I saw the cyan thunder sky above his 10,000 feet, instantly illuminating the sky, and the terrifying world-destroying thunder light once again suppressed Jiang Chen. The prestige of the thunder on the world-extinguishing lightning light was more than twice as terrifying as before. If it is a monk under the Mahayana, I am afraid that it will only be stained with a little thunder light, and I am afraid that it will instantly turn to ashes under the thunder light. Even the existence of some early Mahayana, under this world-destroying thunder, even if they are immortal, they will have to peel off. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the terrifying world-destroying thunder of the void. The Azure Emperor Longevity secret art instantly turned to the extreme, a steady stream of dominating divine power, frantically rushing towards the immortal monument. Jiang Chen's hands kept changing, and he made several mysterious handprints in a row. I saw the immortal monument in front of him suddenly soaring into the sky, and finally turned into a monument to the heaven and earth to suppress the heaven and earth in the void. The power of the immortal prisoner, condensate. Jiang Chen put his hands together, and the Tiantian God monument on the void was constantly rotating at this moment. And with the constant rotation of the Zhenchen God monument, an invisible mysterious force suddenly burst out of the Zhenchen God monument, making the suppressed world-killing thunder light instantly slower by 10 times. As the speed of the Zhenchen God steel became faster and faster, the world-destroying thunder light, as well as the surrounding space, seemed to have been applied with a fixation method, completely frozen there. The light above the Zhenchen God steel was shining, and a terrifying suction burst out. Zhuang Xuankang only felt that the whole body was out of control, and he was constantly approaching the Zhenchen God steel under the influence of that suction. Zhuang Xuankang was horrified in his heart, and quickly urged his full mana to resist. Under this mysterious power, even Zhuang Xuankang, who had reached the middle stage of the Mahayana, couldn't help but feel weak in his heart. I saw that the Mahayana image behind him also collapsed at this moment, and his entire body involuntarily flew towards the town of Heavenly Censored Monument. Zhuang Xuankang looked desperate and horrified. It's just that as soon as a non-word protruded from his mouth, the whole person had already swallowed it up in Shengshengbei town's Tianshan Monument. At the moment when the Zhenchen God tablet swallowed Zhuang Xuankang, Jiang Chen's face suddenly became extremely pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The Zhenchen God steel in the void also dimmed at this moment, turning into a 3-foot steel and falling into Jiang Chen's palm. The power of the immortal prisoner is really not so easy to use. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and smiled bitterly in his heart. This is also the reason why I haven't taught it to you. With your current strength, imprisoning a mid-Mahayana Zhuang Xuankang is already the limit. If you encounter a late Mahayana existence, you want to imprison him in the immortal monument. Even if it is lucky to succeed, the price to pay may be 10 times greater than it is now. The voice in the immortal monument said faintly. Jiang Chen shook his head. It seemed that the power of the immortal prisoner, with his current strength, could not be easily displayed. If forced to do so, This move can also become his current hole card. This place shouldn't be long, let's talk about it here now. In the previous battle with Jiyu Xuankang, he tried his best, and finally, with the power of the prisoner of the Immortal Monument, he was imprisoned in the Immortal Monument. With his current state, it is impossible to compete with the Mahayana monks anymore. If Taixu Immortal Sect had another Mahayana monk, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Chen calmed down the writhing aura in his body, and his figure flashed before it turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Chapter 2554, The Disappeared Zhuang Xuankang. An old man in Xingyi sat cross-legged in the center of the hall in the depths of Taixu Immortal Sect. Because this old man in Xingyi was almost exactly the same as true monarch Qing Leizhuang Zankang, who was imprisoned in the immortal steel by him. The old man in Xingyi just sat quietly in the middle of the hall. The old man in Xingyi, who had been silent for a long time, had a wave of violent fluctuations in vain. I saw his muddy old eyes suddenly opened, and two green ons like sharp swords were shot out. What happened? Why did the induction between me and the ontology suddenly stop? The old man in Xingyi twisted his brows together tightly. This old man in Xingyi is exactly a clone of Zhuang Zankang, cultivated. This clone of Zhuang Xuankang is not a clone in the true sense, but an external incarnation cultivated with secret techniques, and has independent consciousness from the main body. Although this external incarnation has a certain connection with the body, it is not clear what happened. But there is one thing he can be sure of, and that is that something happened to his own body in all likelihood. He didn't have any hesitation at the moment, and his figure disappeared out of thin air in a flash. His figure appeared directly in front of Jiyu Jianjun. Looking at Zhuang Xuankang, who appeared in front of him, Jiyu Jianjun was startled. Old Zhuang, why did you use this external avatar to see me? Could it be that something happened to your body? Zhuang Xuankang nodded, and said in a deep voice, not long ago, the feeling between me and my ontology suddenly disappeared. Jiyu Jianjun's face suddenly showed an unbelievable look. Zhuang Xuankang took a deep breath and said, Sect Master, I don't have to lie to you about this matter. I really can't sense the existence of the body. Jiyu Jianjun heard the words and his eyes flickered slightly. The external incarnation as Zhuang Xuankang was cultivated using a secret technique of the Taixu Immortal Sect. Jiyu Jianjun naturally understood this secret technique after all. Under normal circumstances, the connection between the external avatar and the ontology cannot be easily interrupted. If the external incarnation as Zhuang Xuankang really loses contact with the body, there are only two possibilities. The first possibility is that the body of Zhuang Xuankang has fallen. The soul card of Zhuang Xuankang in the Taixu Immortal Sect has not been any strange, which is enough to prove that Zhuang Xuankang has not fallen. Since there is no fall, there is only another possibility. That is, Zhuang Xuankang is now in a place where the incarnation can be isolated from the body. Thinking of this, Jiyu Jianjun couldn't help but look up at Zhuang Xuankang and said, could it be? The ruins of Taoist Tianyu have changed, and your body has entered the remains of Taoist Tianyu. Zhuang Xuankang pondered slightly, I don't rule out this possibility. Taoist Tianyu, this is the last immortal in the legend of the broken immortal universe. It is quite possible that the remains of an immortal can isolate his external incarnation from the body. Jiyu Jianjun closed his eyes for a moment, then opened his eyes again and said, I have ordered to investigate the situation quickly, and there should be news soon. Zhuang Xuankang nodded, nothing to say. The two of them just waited quietly in the hall. Jiyu Jianjun finally got some news, his face also became extremely gloomy in vain. Upon seeing this, Zhuang Xuankang couldn't help but quickly asked, Sect Master, is there any news? Jiyu Jianjun slowly said, according to the news I just got, outside of the Tianyu Taoist ruins, there should have been a Mahayana monk-level battle, and one of them should be your body. Zhuang Xuankang frowned, so is there news about my body? Jiyu Jianjun shook his head and said, you are not found around the Tianyu Taoist ruins. Moreover, the ruins have not changed, and it is still difficult for the Mahayana monks to enter them. A look of astonishment appeared in the eyes of Zhuang Xuankang, then where did my body go? Since his body has not entered places such as the Tianyu Taoist ruins, and is obviously still alive, there is absolutely no reason for this external incarnation to be unable to sense the existence of the body. This thing is really weird. Jiyu Jianjun said coldly, you go back first. I have ordered a thorough investigation of this matter. I don't believe that your body will evaporate inexplicably. Even my Taixu Immortal Sect cannot find any clues. Zhuang Xuankang nodded. His external avatar has not been cultivating for a long time. He has just reached the tribulation period not long ago, and now he has lost touch with the main body, and it really doesn't help much. He saluted Jiyu Jianjun, and then his figure disappeared in front of Jiyu Jianjun directly out of thin air. Today's Broxian universe is really eventful. Looking at the place where Zhuang Xuankang disappeared, Jiyu Jianjun couldn't help but murmured. As the sect master Taixu Immortal Sect, it is naturally difficult to escape his eyes for some major events that happened in Broxian universe. Especially the recent events in the 10 Great Immortal Gates, Jiyu Jianjun knew very well. In the recent period, the Blood Evil Sect in the 10 Great Immortal Gates has been severely damaged repeatedly, and even the Blood Evil Sect's right protector, the Blood 9 Underworld, has fallen. 9 Li Immortal Sect also reported the news of Li Tianyuan's fall. Their Taixu Immortal Sect has now fallen to Jiyu Qingshan, the quasi-Mahayana arrogant, and now even the mid-Mahayana Zhuang Xuankang suddenly evaporates out of thin air in Broxian universe. Mahayana cultivator, every person in the broken universe is a supreme powerhouse capable of suppressing one party. Under normal circumstances, unless there are some special circumstances, even if the Mahayana monks of the Great Immortal Gates are in conflict, they will not fight hard at all costs. In the top 10 Immortal Gates of the Broxian universe, the fall of Mahayana monks is almost rare. But now, in Broxian universe, 2 Mahayana monks have fallen one after another, and 1 Mahayana monk has disappeared, which is really strange. Jiyu Jianjun seemed to have a feeling. There seems to be a pair of invisible behind-the-scenes hands behind this, manipulating everything. Thinking of this, Jiyu Jianjun thought of the causality that had been speculated not long ago. What has happened now seems to indicate that Taixu Immortal Sect is indeed about to have some kind of catastrophe. Taixu Immortal Sect is one of the top sects in the Broxian universe. It has been standing at the peak of the Broxian universe for many years. Jiyu Jianjun really couldn't figure out what on earth Broxian universe could endanger Taixu Immortal Sect. The great cause and effect of Taixu Immortal Sect did not come from the Broxian universe. Chapter 2555, Multicolored Stones with Mysterious Origins. After Jiang Chen used the power of a prisoner to imprison Zhuang Xuankang into the Immortal Monument, he quickly left where the Tianyu Taoist remains. After he left the Taixu universe, he found a hidden place to cultivate. In the battle with Zhuang Xuankang, Jiang Chen's consumption was also very huge. In particular, the final condensing of the power of the prisoner immortal suppressed Zhuang Xuankang in the immortal steel, and suffered some backlash. He must retreat and cultivate himself to restore himself to his peak state as soon as possible. In his current situation, it would be a very dangerous thing to encounter a Mahayana monk like Zhuang Xuankang again. After several days of retreat, Jiang Chen eliminated the backlash in his body and restored himself to his peak state. Jiang Chen directly took out the copper sheet containing the fairy crystal fragments, restored the immortal monument to its original appearance, and then swallowed it directly. This piece of fairy crystal was bigger than the piece of fairy crystal that Jiang Chen had obtained. If he can fully absorb the energy of this fairy crystal fragment, he will definitely be able to take his strength to the next level. Senior, what is this stone you asked me to keep? After swallowing the fragments of the fairy crystal, Jiang Chen couldn't help thinking of the colorful stone that the fairy steel left him at the end, and couldn't help but ask curiously. That is a very incredible treasure, and I didn't expect to be able to see the existence of that thing in this universe. But this is just a fragment, and the power it possesses should be very limited. If one day you can restore this thing to its original form, you will know the horror of this thing. The solemn voice of the immortal monument also rang directly in Jiang Chen's mind. Hearing the sound of the immortal steel, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stun in his heart. If he guessed correctly, the voice in the monument should be the spirit of the monument. Jiang Chen was very clear about how arrogant this guy's eyes were. Even if it was the fragments of the fairy crystals he had obtained, the steel spirit simply dismissed it. Since the appearance of the steel spirit, Jiang Chen was the first to hear the steel spirit speak to him in such a tone. The origin of this mysterious multicolored stone is probably even more extraordinary than he thought. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen collected the colorful stones, and then asked curiously, "Senior, how is that fellow Zhuang Xuankang now?" The steel said indifferently, "You suppressed it in the immortal steel with the power of a prisoner, and now your mind can communicate with the immortal steel, and you will know when you come in and take a look. Jiang Chen's heart moved, and his thoughts couldn't help being concentrated on the immortal monument. His consciousness penetrated the immortal monument, and then appeared in a mysterious space. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and found that the space was not large, about 1,000 meters in size, and it looked like a quaint hall. In the center of this hall, a few immortal light-winding energy chains are firmly entwined around an old man in Xingyi, making it difficult to move at all. This old man in Qingyi was naturally Zhuang Xuankang, who was suppressed in the immortal monument by him. Zhuang Xuankang sat quietly in the center of the hall like this, like an old monk who crossed his legs into concentration. In fact, when Zhuang Xuankang was first suppressed in this place, he tried to resist, trying to get rid of the shackles of the power of prisoners. Zhuang Xuankang exhausted all his life's methods, but it was impossible to shake the energy chain that entangled him. Zhuang Xuankang also understood that this mysterious power that suppressed him has completely surpassed the true essence mana of the cultivator, and it is most likely the true power of the immortal. With his strength, it is almost impossible to get rid of the shackles of the power of the immortal. Zhuang Xuankang gave up struggling, but started practicing with great concentration here. Although the power of the immortal imprisoned him here, it did not impose any restrictions on his cultivation. The environment here, even if it is not inferior to him in the Dongfu of Taixu Immortal Sect, it is also a very good place for cultivating immortals. The appearance of Jiang Chen's mental body also made the practicing Zhuang Xuankang sense something. He saw his closed eyes suddenly opened, and then landed on Jiang Chen's illusory body. His pupils couldn't help but shrank suddenly. "Boy, you are finally willing to show up." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Zhuang Xuankang, do you seem to be doing well in this place?" Zhuang Xuankang stared at Jiang Chen steadily. "Boy, what is this place? Where are you from? What is the purpose of entering the Poxian universe? This is a space inside the immortal steel that you saw, and that immortal steel is also what you have always wanted to get in the universe." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth was curved, and he looked at Zhuang Xuankang with a smile. "Who do you think I am?" "Immortal monument, and it's what Poxian universe has always wanted to get." There was a flash of light in Zhuang Xuankang's mind, and he thought of something in an instant. He couldn't help but looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. Are you from God's domain, long ago?" For a mysterious immortal steel, Poxian universe launched a war against a martial civilization universe called Shenyu. That battle was extremely tragic. Even their Taixu Immortal Sect had only recovered after an unknown number of years of recuperation. The mysterious stone monument that suppressed him before, was the legendary immortal monument failed. Jiang Chen looked at Zhuang Xuankang with a smile. "Do you want to leave here?" Zhuang Xuankang suppressed the horror in his heart and snorted coldly. "You won't let me go, nor dare you let me go. Between Poxian universe and God's domain, it is the enemy of life and death." He now knows Jiang Chen's identity. Once he leaves here to spread his identity, there will be no place for Jiang Chen in the entire broken universe. Since this guy has let him know something, how can he let him go? Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "As long as you surrender to me and let you return to Taixu Immortal Sect, it's not impossible." He is weak in the Poxian universe. This old guy is not low in the Taixu Immortal Sect, and his strength is not weak. If he can become one of his chess pieces, he will definitely play an extremely critical role. "You want me to surrender to you, you dream." Zhuang Xuankang smiled coldly and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Today I fell into your hands. I want to kill or cut, listen to it and respect it. Then you can take it here. If you change your attention anytime, you can call me at any time." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he immediately dissipated in front of Zhuang Xuankang out of thin air. Unexpectedly, a peerless martial arts arrogant in God's domain would be mixed into the Poxian universe. Zhuang Xuankang looked at the direction in which Jiang Chen disappeared, and a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. This censored domain martial arts arrogant came to break the immortal universe, and it must be unkind. He is now trapped in this immortal monument, and even the connection with the external incarnation has been severed, and he can't get in touch with the outside world at all. Zhuang Xuankang can only pray in his heart that Poxian universe will discover Jiang Chen's existence as soon as possible. Chapter 2556, Information. The World of Solitary Blood, the Plane of Solitary Blood. There was a sound of breaking through the air in a silent void. A black shadow cut through the sky like a meteor, slowly stepping into the sky from the sky. This shadow is not someone else, it is Jiang Chen. After the retreat ended that day, Jiang Chen went straight back to Qingyuanzhou City in the Qingyuan cosmos. After learning that the Blood Thousand Kill had left Qingyuanzhou City, Jiang Chen did not stay in Qingyuanzhou City for a long time, and directly embarked on the journey of returning to the heavenly territory of Silent Blood. Before he went to the Tianyu Taoist ruins, he had already explained the Blood Thousand Kill. Let the Blood Thousand Kill cultivate in the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, and wait for his return. If nothing special happened, Blood Thousand Kill would not leave the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce easily. In the Poxian universe, the only thing that can move the Blood Thousand Kills is probably only the Blood Evil Sect. There should be something major happening to the Blood Fiend Sect. The Blood Thousand Killing will choose to return to the Silent Blood territory first. After breaking through the dominance of martial arts, Jiang Chen's current speed has reached a very terrifying point. Jiang Chen traversed the huge plain of Silent Blood in less than half a day. Back in the Silent Blood territory, Jiang Chen first found a city closest to him, planning to inquire about some news about the Silent Blood territory. After entering the city, Jiang Chen came to a restaurant in the city with a very high flow of people. In the lobby of the restaurant, many monks were in groups in twos and threes, drinking tea and wine. Although they were silent with each other, they exchanged their spirits frequently, like a silent city. Most of these cultivators are in the golden core nascent soul, and even cultivators in the distraction stage are extremely rare. Now that Jiang Chen has broken through the master of martial arts, even if these weaker monks communicate with spirits, it has no meaning at all. The voice of every cultivator in the surroundings almost came into his ears from outside the list. The Silent Blood territory has become unstable recently. It is said that the sect war between the Blood Fiend Sect and the Blood Sword Immortal Sect has broken out again. The Blood Fiend Sect and the Blood Sword Immortal Sect are already immortal enemies of life and death. I don't know how many wars have erupted in these years. What's so strange about this? This time is different. I heard that the Blood Sword Immortal Sect attacked the Blood Fiend Sect. While tasting tea, Jiang Chen listened to the bursts of spiritual communication in his ears, and finally gained some useful confidence from one direction. Blood Sword Immortal Sect actually took the initiative to attack the Blood Fiend Sect. Jiang Chen couldn't help but move slightly. After the Blood Evil Sect was separated from the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, it has been developing extremely rapidly, and soon replaced the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, becoming one of the top 10 immortal gates in the Poxian universe. But the Blood Sword Immortal Sect is like the sunset in the west, a day is not as good as a day. Today's Blood Sword Immortal Sect is quite different from the Blood Fiend Sect, and it has almost been forced to the point of being exhausted by the Blood Fiend Sect. If it weren't for the Blood Sword Immortal Sect had the heritage left by the ancestors, I am afraid that it would have been destroyed by the Blood Evil Sect, and it would not be able to persist now. Although he came to Poxian universe, he caused the Blood Fiend Sect to be injured one after another. Now that the Blood Fiend taught the 4 great Jade Heaven journeys and killed 3 of them, even the Mahayana monk Shui Ju-Ming fell into his hands. Coupled with the fact that the Mahayana monk was killed by Ming Yuexin at the beginning, the Blood Evil Sect can be said to have suffered a lot of vitality. Even so, the strength of the Blood Fiend Sect is still not the opponent of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. How could the Blood Sword Immortal Sect take the initiative? It seems that he guessed right, there might have been some changes in the Jia Shui Tianyu recently. I heard that the Blood Sword Immortal Sect recently gave birth to a Mahayana sword repairman, but the Blood Fiend Sect suffered heavy losses one after another. This is how the Blood Sword Immortal Sect chose to take action. Just as Jiang Chen was meditating in secret, another divine thought came into his ears. Blood Sword Immortal Sect is worthy of being the top 10 immortal gates in the past. Under the situation of being so miserably suppressed by the Blood Fiend Sect, Mahayana monks can be born. It seems that the Blood Fiend Sect is going to be in trouble. A divine mind was so amazed and authentic. That's not necessarily. A Mahayana monk in a mere district may not be able to pose a threat to the Blood Fiend Sect. The move of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect is nothing more than self-destruction. Another divine mind sneered. Someone objected. They believed that the Blood Sword Immortal Sect had an unfathomable foundation, and what they lacked was the Mahayana monks sitting in the seat. Now that there is a Mahayana sword repairman, plus the trump card of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, even the Blood Fiend Sect will be afraid of it by 3 points. But someone immediately refuted it. The Blood Fiend Sect is one of the top 10 immortal gates in the world, and among the 10 great immortal gates, it is extremely not weak, with 5 Mahayana monks sitting in the seat. If the Blood Sword Immortal Sect relies on this Mahayana swordsman to develop slowly, the Blood Fiend Sect may also find it difficult to deal with the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. But now the Blood Sword Immortal Sect is actively seeking a battle from the Blood Fiend Sect. It is no different from seeking a dead end. The Blood Sword Immortal Sect also has a Mahayana monk. Hearing the talking voices in his ears, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly. Although there are 5 Mahayana cultivators in the Blood Fiend Sect, 2 of them have now fallen. After removing the Supreme Elder who has not been born for a long time, there are only 2 Mahayana cultivators who are really sitting in the Blood Fiend Sect. Blood Sword Immortal Sect made a decisive move at this time, and it was indeed a very good opportunity. Now the entire Silent Blood territory is almost in the hands of the Blood Fiend Sect. With the development of the Blood Fiend Sect, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect is definitely far from being compared with the Blood Fiend Sect. If the Blood Fiend Sect gave birth to a Mahayana monk, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect would not have the chance to defeat the Blood Fiend Sect. Perhaps you can consider completely solving the evil of the Blood Fiend cult. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and there was a burst of sharp light in his eyes. Now he has broken through the dominance of martial arts, and the Blood Immortal Sword Sect has also given birth to a Mahayana sword repairman. Once he joins forces with the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, as long as the Supreme Elder of the Blood Fiend Sect does not appear, they are fully qualified to confront the Blood Fiend Sect head-on. With his current strength, even if the Supreme Elder of the Blood Fiend cult is still alive, even if he is not an opponent, there shouldn't be much problem in keeping his life. After learning some news about the heavenly territory of Silent Blood, Jiang Chen did not stay in the restaurant for too long. The Blood Sword Immortal Sect gave birth to the Mahayana swordsman and declared war on the Blood Fiend Sect. The Bloodless Sword will surely pass the message to him through sword charms. Blood Thousand Kills obviously got the news from Jian Wushui, and only then chose to return to the Silent Blood territory and join forces with the Blood Sword Immortal Sect to deal with the Blood Evil Sect. He only needs to go to the Blood Sword Immortal Sect now to know what is going on. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore. He turned and left the restaurant in a big stride, and then quickly soared into the sky in the direction of the Blood Sword Immortal. Chapter 2557. War begins. The world of solitary blood, the city of Yuanzhou in blood. As the closest big city to the Blood Evil Sect, Blood Yuanzhou City has always been the most prosperous central city in the Silent Blood universe, not one of them. Even if Jiang Chen rioted in Blood Yuanzhou City that day and killed the city lord Shui Qianyan of Blood Yuanzhou City, it did not affect the Blood Yuanzhou City too much. At this moment, Shui Yuanzhou City has lost its former prosperity. I saw that the square gates of Blood Yuanzhou City were closed tightly, and the whole Blood Yuanzhou City was enveloped by a censored enchantment. In the huge city, there are almost no monks walking in it. The entire Blood Yuanzhou City was a dead silence, filled with an aura of despair and solemnity. The center of Blood Yuanzhou City, the city lord's mansion. Several figures were sitting quietly in a hall in the center of the city lord's mansion. Because the people sitting here at the moment are all members of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. The head of the person was the same withered old man Jiang Chen saw when he went to the Blood Sword Immortal Sect for the first time. This withered old man seemed to be a different person when he saw Jiang Chen. I saw that his breath was unfathomable, and his seemingly plain eyes seemed to exude a breathtaking sword intent. The ordinary monk just took a look, as if there was a feeling that his soul was about to be pierced. What's even more incredible is that the white hair of the withered old man turned back to green at this moment, and the whole person seemed to be more than 10 years younger. Beside the withered old man, there was a digital quasi-Mahayana monk headed by Jian Wushui. And the Blood Thousand Kills who left Qingyuanzhou City first were on the list. Today's Blood Thousand Kills, the aura on his body has also undergone an essential change compared to before returning to the Silent Blood territory. After taking the Weeping Blood Demon Fruit, the Blood Thousand Kill, who was already at the peak of the Tribulation Crossing, took another step forward and entered the ranks of the quasi-Mahayana monks. Everyone, now our Blood Sword Immortal Sect has taken the Blood Yuanzhou City by surprise, and the Blood Fiend Sect will soon counterattack. Everyone must be mentally prepared for a big battle. The lonely old man swept his gaze in the hall slightly, and couldn't help but said solemnly. During this period of time, because Jiang Chen and Blood Thousand Killing attracted the attention of the Blood Fiend Sect, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect had a chance to breathe. Taking advantage of this time, the withered old man also concentrated on retreating, and finally successfully broke through the Mahayana period and became a Mahayana sword repairman. And shortly after the withered old man broke through the Mahayana period, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect also received the news that the Blood 9 Underworld and the Blood Innocent had fallen to the Qingyuan heavenly territory. The withered old man will decide to take the initiative to fight the Blood Evil Sect. He led the Immortal Sect of the Blood Sword and captured the Blood Yuanzhou City with lightning speed, intending to use the Blood Yuanzhou City as the battlefield to fight the Blood Evil Sect. Over the years, the gap between the Blood Sword Immortal Sect and the Blood Fiend Sect has been too great after all. Even though he had broken through the Mahayana period, the strength of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect was still more than that of the Blood Fiend Sect. But even so, the withered old man still chose to act on the Blood Evil Sect. Today, there are 5 Mahayana cultivators of the Blood Fiend. One of them has never returned from the cosmic starry sky, one has fallen into the Qingyuan Tianyu, and the other has not been born for 10,000 years. Whether it is still alive is unknown. The 5 Mahayana monks have gone to 3, and only 2 of them are left, which can be said to be severely injured. If they didn't make a move at this moment, once the Blood Fiend Sect was relieved, their Blood Sword Immortal Sect would not have any chance. The ancestors can rest assured that the Blood Sword Immortal Sect is fully prepared for this battle, and it should be enough to fight the Blood Evil Sect. Jian Wushui said confidently. Although the ancestor had just broken through the Mahayana period, as a sword repairer, his combat power was better than the average Mahayana monk. Plus some of the whole cards of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Even if the leader of the Blood Evil Sect, the Blood Evil Sky, came in person, I am afraid that he might not be able to win the ancestor. As long as the ancestors can block the Blood Evil Sky, coupled with the preparation of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, the Blood Evil Sect can never easily defeat them. They only need to delay some time and wait for Jiang Chen to return, and then they can join forces with Jiang Chen to deal with the Blood Evil Sect. They had already learned from the mouth of the Blood Thousand Kills that Jiang Chen was the one who killed the Blood Demon Sect Mahayana cultivator Xu Tianming. With their current strength of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, if there is another strong person who can kill the Mahayana monk to help, perhaps it can really defeat the Blood Fiend Sect and return the Blood Sword Immortal Sect to its former glory. The withered old man took a deep breath, then couldn't help but look at Blood Thousand Kills. Blood Taoist, I don't know when will your master return to the realm of silent blood. I don't know. When the master left, he didn't tell me when to come back. Blood Thousand Kill shook his head and said, the Blood Fiend Sect is now greatly injured, and the Blood Sword Immortal Sect has another Mahayana sword repairer. If the master can join forces with the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, it is indeed a great opportunity to defeat the Blood Fiend Sect. Blood Thousand Kill naturally also hoped that Jiang Chen could return soon, but he didn't know where Jiang Chen was now, and couldn't contact Jiang Chen at all. He had received the news of Jian Wushui, and when he came to the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, he had suggested that the Blood Sword Immortal Sect wait until Jiang Chen came back before doing it, but the Blood Sword Immortal Sect insisted on taking action first. As the arrogant who used to cross Jia Tianzhao of the Blood Evil Sect, Blood Thousand Killing still knows the strength of the Blood Evil Sect very well. The Blood Fiend Sect was able to rank 6th in the top 10 immortal gates in the Poxian universe, naturally for a certain reason. The Blood Sword Immortal Sect, too, underestimated the power of the Blood Fiend Sect. If the Blood Fiend Sect really wants to make an all-out effort, with the strength of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, it is fundamentally supported by the Blood Fiend Sect for too long. He can only pray in his heart now, hoping that the master can rush back in time before the Blood Sword Immortal Sect is defeated. The withered old man frowned. Just as he was about to speak, there was a loud rumbling noise in the void outside Qingyuanzhou City. An icy voice blasted over Qingyuanzhou City in an instant. The sword is bloodless, and you won't give me a quick roll out and die. Hearing this sudden cold and harsh shout, everyone in the hall couldn't help but suddenly change. People of the Blood Fiend cult, here comes. People of the Blood Fiend cult, come really fast. The withered old man took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, let's go. Since the Blood Evil Sect is here, then go meet them. The withered old man's voice fell, and his figure appeared in the sky above Qingyuanzhou City in a flash. He raised his head slightly, his gaze fell on a void outside of Qingyuanzhou City. There are more than a dozen blood shadows with extraordinary aura standing proudly. The withered old man's eyes fell on the headed middle-aged man wearing a censored crown, and a faint voice sounded along with it. Blood Evil Sky, long time no see, don't come here unharmed. Chapter 2558, The Blood Sword Immortal Sect became the Lord, the Sword Heavy Mountain. Jian Chongshan, you are not dead. Shui Shadian looked at the old man in Qingyi who appeared above Shui Yanzhou City, his pupils suddenly shrank, and that unbelievable voice also instantly sounded between heaven and earth. Jian Chongshan, the previous sect master of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, a peerless swordsman with extremely high kendo talent. Back then, the cultivation base of the sword-heavy mountain but the quasi-Mahayana period would be able to contend with the Mahayana monks with unparalleled combat power. The Blood Fiend sect naturally did not allow the Blood Sword Immortal sect to grow up with such a peerless figure. Shui Shajiao tried his best, and after paying a few more prices, he finally designed to kill Jian Chongshan. Shui Shadian didn't expect it. This person who should have been dead for years, suddenly appeared in front of him alive. Shui Shadian had already felt that the sword-heavy mountain nowadays had already broken through the Mahayana period and became a real Mahayana sword repairman. In fact, I had expected that as long as I was alive, your blood evil sect would find ways to lose me at all costs. Jian Chongshan smiled faintly. If I didn't die last time, how could your blood evil sect give me a chance to break through the Mahayana period? Hearing the words, Shui Shadian's complexion suddenly became hard to see the extreme. Back then, they had to work hard to deal with Jian Chongshan, but they didn't expect Jian Chongshan to be prepared for a long time. They didn't know what means they used to hide from the sky and deceive their eyes. It seems that their blood evil sect was really careless at first. Jian Chongshan, I didn't expect you not only to be alive, but also to break through the Mahayana period in one fell swoop. No wonder the Blood Sword Immortal Sect had the guts to do my blood evil sect. Shui Shadian stared at Jian Chongshan with sorrowful eyes. But, you really think that you have broken through the Mahayana period, and the Blood Sword Immortal Sect is qualified to compete with my Blood Evil Sect? I know that your Blood Evil Sect is powerful. If the Blood Evil Sect's 5 Mahayana cultivators act at the same time, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect may not have any resistance. Jian Chongshan's gaze swept across the censored evil sky and the dozen or so figures behind him, and said indifferently, however, with the people you brought today, I am afraid that I may not be able to win my Blood Sword Immortal Sect. The 5 Mahayana monks of the Blood Fiend Sect, the fallen Blood Zhu Ming and the one who is not in the Poxian universe, even if they are not the censored ancestors who are not alive or dead, there are also 2 leaders, Shui Shadian and Zuo Dharma Shui Yuan. Mahayana monk, Jian Chongshan originally thought. This time the Blood Sword Immortal Sect invaded the Shuiyan Prefecture city, the Blood Fiend Sect would inevitably be furious, and the 2 Mahayana cultivators, the Blood Fiend Heaven and the Shui Yuan, would attack. But he didn't expect that this time, only Shui Shadian would come to Shui Yanzhou City. If facing 2 Mahayana monks, Jian Chongshan might still feel tricky. Now there is only Shui Shadian. Even if the cultivation of Shui Shadian has reached the late Mahayana stage, how can Jian Chongshan have the slightest fear? It is naturally impossible for Jian Chongshan to know. In order to find the 2 Jiang Chen, Shui Yuan used the forbidden technique, which has already caused the realm to fall and has never recovered. How can Shui Shadian not let Shui Yuan come together today? How can I get you? I'll know if I try. The blood of the blood evil sky fell, and a heart-palpitating blood of the blood evil spirit suddenly spread from his body. Seeing that Shui Shadian was full of blood, Jian Chongshan's palm moved, and a large, censored ape emerged directly from his palm. Between the world and the earth, an invisible blood-colored sword light swept across the sky, causing the space to be split like a sea tide, revealing a long blood-colored corridor. The sword aura rose to the sky, pointing directly at the censored sky. Facing that censored evil sky in the late Mahayana period, Jian Chongshan did not hesitate at all, and directly shot it swiftly, and once it shot, it was earth-shattering. Looking at the sword that Jian Zhongshan broke through the world, Shui Shadian didn't back down in the slightest. He bends his 5 fingers, and stretches out his hand to press on the void. 5 slender blood-colored light beams pierced through the void suddenly, making a piercing sound in the air, and then turned into a shocking blood arrow, colliding with the sword cut by Jian Zhongshan. Void burst, heaven and earth collapse. The terrifying energy fluctuations instantly turned into a censored storm that ruined the world, like a goddess scattered flowers, rushing in all directions. How terrifying the power of the battle between the 2 Mahayana monks. Even the formation above the censored inflammation state city could not bear this terrifying power at all, and it was crumbling under the impact of that censored storm. Once the formation is destroyed, I am afraid that the entire Blood Yanzhou city below will be turned into dust under the scarlet storm. Jian Zhongshan frowned slightly, and immediately reached out and pointed out, and instantly condensed the censored storm that hit the censored inflammation state city formation, and then waved his long sleeves, and the censored storm turned into nothingness. Blood evil sky, let's fight in the void. The words of Jiang Chen fell, and immediately turned into a censored sword light and rose up into the sky, instantly appearing thousands of miles high in the sky. Shui Shadian gave a cold snort, turned into a glowing blood, rushed into the 9 heavens. The blood-colored rays of light all over his body were shining in all directions, like a blood-colored sun hanging high above the void, dyeing the surrounding sea of clouds with the color of monsters and strange blood. He looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, and he couldn't help but let out a sneer. Jiang Chen, you are too impatient. You shouldn't have appeared in front of me just after breaking through the Mahayana period. Jiang Chen, a uniquely talented sword repairman of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, was also a famous quasi-Mahayana arrogant in the celestial breaking universe, and could compete with the Mahayana monks in the quasi-Mahayana period. If Jiang Chen continued to hide and practice in the dark, once this guy's cultivation reached the same level as his, I am afraid it would be difficult for him to compete. But today's sword-heavy mountain, after all, just entered the Mahayana period. Today, what he said he must kill Jiang Chen here, to remove this big worry for the Blood Evil Sect. Really, I remember that you seemed to have said this to me back then, but unfortunately I am still alive today. The heavy sword stands proudly above the sea of clouds, like a peerless sword immortal. Back then, I was careless, and this allowed you to survive, and today you won't have such a chance again. After Shui Shatian finished speaking, the monstrous scarlet true essence mana skyrocketed, and the sound of a ghost crying and howling wolf also roared out of Shui Shatian's body in an instant. A censored sword light with a fierce aura, like a blood dragon, danced between heaven and earth, splitting the atmosphere and shattering the sea of clouds. Jiang Chen, since I couldn't kill you back then, I will kill you again today. The words of the censored evil sky fell, and the palm of his hand immediately moved, and the blood dragon instantly flew into his palm, turning into a blood knife. Shui Shadian grasped the blood knife and slashed it out suddenly. Chapter 2559, 9 Swords Lotus. The sea of clouds in abundance split instantly under this knife. In the boundless sea of clouds, a huge blood-colored crack suddenly appeared, and the blood-colored blade light that rushed into the sky seemed to be enough to split 9 heavens and 10 earths. This knife cut out, and the world changed color. Shui Shadian, this is one of the top 10 powerhouses in the world. In the poisonous universe, except for some old monsters that hadn't come out for many years, almost all of them could be counted on the same level as Shui Shadian. The full blow of such a peerless powerhouse is naturally terrifying. Even an ordinary Mahayana monk, under the full force of Shui Shadian's stab, I am afraid that there will be no resistance. Looking at the shocking slash from the censored evil sky, Jiang Chen did not dare to neglect the slightest. He put his hands together, and immediately his body trembled, and a mouthful of blood spurted onto the censored épée in his hand. Sacrifice the sword with blood, and return the blood sword to the origin. Jiang Chen's handprint changed, and there was a cold stern cry in his mouth. As the sound of Jiang Chen fell, I saw that on the blood-colored épée in his hand, a majestic force quickly poured into Jiang Chen's body, causing Jiang Chen's breath to skyrocket. The breath of Jiang Chen had already broken through the early stage of Mahayana, soaring to the point of the middle stage of Mahayana. Jiang Chen raised the blood-colored épée above his head with both hands, and it was also a sword that was not fancy. This sword, like a 9-day Milky Way falling, is mighty. Without seeing the head and tail, it is impossible to imagine. One sword and one sword collided in the void, and the terrifying sword and sword aura intertwined in the void, causing the void to instantly turn into a chaos, as if only the sword and the sword were constantly colliding. Shui Shadian stepped on the void and stepped back 3 steps in a row. He looked up at the Jiang Chen who had also stabilized his figure after only a few steps back, and his complexion became more and more difficult to look. Jiang Chen is a peerless swordsman with extremely high kendo talent, and can compete with Mahayana monks in the quasi-Mahayana period. Now that he broke through the Mahayana monk, and then used secret methods to forcibly upgrade his cultivation to the middle Mahayana period, he had vaguely the power to contend with his Mahayana monk. Shui Shadian stared at Jiang Chen steadily, and the killing intent in his heart became more and more intense. Today, even at all costs, he will kill Jiang Chen. Once Jiang Chen is given some opportunities to grow, this guy will probably bring disaster to the Blood Evil Sect. Jiang Chen, you deserve to be the peerless swordsman Tianzhao who was able to crush the Sky Profound Sword Sect back then, you really understand it very well. But, no matter how enchanting you are destined to die today. Blood Fiend Heavenly Blade, cut. The words of the Blood Evil Sky fell, and he directly held the knife across the air, as if holding a blood dragon, swept towards Jian Zhongshan with a volley. The void was split in half by Shui Shadian's knife, and countless space storms blew out from the space cracks that looked like a Tianhe. There is chaos between the world and the earth, and the vitality roars, as if the end is coming. Blood Fiend Heavenly Sword, looking at Shui Shadian, this sword was even more terrifying than just now. Jian Chongshan's gaze couldn't help but condensed slightly. The Blood Fiend Sect was originally split from the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Because of this, many of the supernatural powers of the Blood Fiend Sect actually have the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. The sword displayed by the Blood Evil Spirit in front of him was actually derived from the Blood Sword Immortal Sect's top kendo supernatural power, the Blood Evil Heaven Sword. This trick, even among the many supernatural powers of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, is one of the best in power. Now that Shui Shadian sacrificed this sword with the cultivation base of the late Mahayana, it was extremely terrifying. Jian Chongshan took a deep breath, without any hesitation at the moment. I saw that his palm holding the blood-colored épée shook slightly, and a blood-colored sword glow instantly rose from the blood-colored épée into the sky. The sword light instantly differentiated into 9 small, censored swords. Under the control of Jian Zhongshan, these 9 blood-colored small swords formed a blood-colored sword formation directly in the void. 9 swords lotus, get up. Jian Chongshan let out a low drink, his hands snapped together. The 9 blood-colored small swords revolved and trembled in the void, and finally turned into a blood-colored lotus flower, facing the censored sword that divided the world and the earth. 2 terrifying and extremely supernatural powers collided in an instant. At that moment, the sky trembled. Even the people watching the battle below seemed to feel a huge pressure sweeping across the sky. The entire void turned into a censored color at this moment, and there was no sky or ground around it, as if the whole world had fallen into a chaos. Only the Blood Evil Sky Sword and the 9 sword lotus flowers were constantly intertwined. The Blood Fiend Heavenly Sword and the 9 swords lotus had obviously reached their limits, and they burst into the void with a bang. 2 muffled hums resounded in the void almost at the same time. The 2 human figures were also under the impact of the terrifying, censored, storm in the void, and flew upside down in embarrassment for a distance of thousands of meters. The ancestor really blocked it. Seeing the Jian Chongshan that didn't fall in the wind at all in the void, Jian Wushui and the others couldn't help but show a touch of excitement. As long as the ancestors can contend with the Blood Evil Sky, their Blood Sword Immortal Sect has the capital to fight against the Blood Evil Sect. And outside the city of Shuiyenzhou, the expressions of many Blood Evil Sect powerhouses at this moment have become extremely dignified. Now that the Blood Fiend Sect has suffered heavy losses one after another, the 5 Mahayana cultivators are the only one who can really take action. If Shui Shadian can't defeat Jian Chongshan, Shui Sha Sect will no longer be able to suppress the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. The situation in the Silent Blood territory, I am afraid it will be rewritten from today. 9 Swords Lotus, these are the 9 peerless magical artifacts created by your Blood Sword Fairy Sect Old Man 9 Swords, it is really extraordinary. The Blood Evil Sky suppressed the churning aura in the body, and the expression looking at Jian Chongshan also looked gloomy. The Blood Sword Fairy Sect has a long heritage, and its background is unfathomable. Even though the Blood Sword Immortal Sect has declined in these years, and even a Mahayana monk has not been born for a long time, he is still jealous of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, and has never dared to lead the Blood Sword Sect to the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. As the leader of the Blood Sword Sect, the Blood Sword Heaven knows better than any other what kind of arrangement the ancestors of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect have in the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. When it was possible, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect had no Mahayana monks, and could only be forced into the sect by the Blood Fiend Sect. Now this sword-heavy mountain has broken through the Mahayana monk, with some inherited treasures of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, it can already compete with him. Jian Chongshan smiled faintly. Blood Evil Sky, I have passed it long ago. Although you have the cultivation base of the later period of Mahayana, you may not be able to win me today. Chapter 2560, I am the one you are looking for. Jian Chongshan, you don't want to be mad. Shui Shadian burst into anger and shouted in anger, and his expression instantly became extremely awe-inspiring. Chi, 2 horrible blood shocked the sky, shot out from Shui Shadian's eyes. The censored brilliance of his whole body instantly turned into a censored river behind him, reaching the sky. In the long, censored river, a blood-colored giant kun exuding evil and censored aura screamed up to the sky, and the killing air formed blood-colored hurricanes, overwhelming the sky. Jian Zhongshan, I want to see how many whole cards you can have in your hand. The blood of the censored evil sky fell, and he hit Jian Chongshan with a punch. Space shakes, and the world changes. Jian Chongshan was under the fist of Shui Shatian, and he only felt a biting chill, sweeping from between the sky and the earth, and the surrounding area was also covered with blood. Jian Chongshan seemed to be in a censored world. This blood-colored world is boundless, and the sky is connected to the ground, and the censored wind roars inside, as if to tear Jian Chongshan's whole person into pieces. Jian Chongshan's face was solemn, and he directly spurred the Nine Swords Lotus Flower again, smashing the surrounding censored storm into nothingness. Jian Chongshan, this is the boundless blood world I created. Even if you have extraordinary combat power and countless cards, you can never easily break my boundless blood world. Shui Shadian stood proudly above this blood-colored world, looking at Jian Chongshan with a sneer. If I expected it to be good, the state of your blood sword return to the origin technique shouldn't be able to sustain it for too long, right? Hearing Shui Shadian's words, Jian Chongshan's complexion couldn't help but change slightly. The blood sword return to origin technique is a taboo secret technique of the blood sword immortal sect. Although it can allow him to increase his cultivation to a level in a short period of time, it can only last for a stick of incense. Once the power of the blood sword return to the origin technique disappears, his body will also be backlashed to a certain extent. He probably couldn't compete with the blood evil sky at all. It must be done quickly. Jian Chongshan suddenly shot two sharp sword lights in his eyes, directly combining the human sword into one, and directly turning into a shocking light, like the Tianhe turned upside down, and slashed at the censored evil sky. The entire scarlet world shook under the sword of Jian Zhongshan. Where Jian Guang has said, all tangible and intangible things are cracking, shattering, annihilating, and the power of terror, as if to cut through the boundless world of blood. Jian Chongshan, in this boundless blood world, relying on your level of attack, it is useless. Shui Shadian looked at the sword cut by Jian Zhongshan, and couldn't help but raise his hand and wave at the void. Brush. 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 The sky is changing, and a drop of bean-big blood rain suddenly falls from the void, and the terrible chill is also secretly secreted from the boundless blood world. These censored raindrops condensed into ice in the void, freezing the sword that turned the sword heavy on the mountain in Tianhe. Jian Guang shattered, and Jian Chongshan's figure flew upside down in the void for hundreds of miles. Jian Chongshan strongly suppressed the churning aura in his body, and there was also a pale look on his face. The ancestor was suppressed by the blood-evil sky. Jian Wushui raised his head and looked at the situation in the sky, his expression also looked very solemn. Although he also knew that Jian Zhongshan still had a trump card in him, that card was not originally prepared for Shui Shadian alone. If at this time the best whole card was used, it would not be good news for the blood sword immortal sect. I told them not to act rashly, but they just didn't believe it. Looking at this scene in the void, Blood Thousand Killing couldn't help but shook his head secretly. Jian Chongshan first entered the Mahayana period, and the difference between the cultivation base of the late Mahayana monks such as Shui Shatian, who had the power to break the immortal universe, was more than a star and a half. Even if he was Wushuang in Kendo, he could contend with Shui Shadian by some means, but it was almost impossible to defeat Shui Shadian. Jian Chongshan took a deep breath, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. After all, I looked down on the monks in the late Mahayana period. It seems that I can only use that treasure. The inheritance history of the blood sword immortal sect is still the same, and there have been many amazing and peerless characters in the Poxian universe. The ancestors of these blood sword immortal sect have indeed left a lot of powerful cards. Most of the whole cards are located in the blood sword immortal sect and cannot be brought out at all. Now, apart from the Nine Swords Lotus, there is only the blood talisman left by the ancestor of the blood sword immortal sect. Originally, that blood talisman, Jian Zhongshan, was prepared just in case, for the censored ancestor of the blood evil sect who had not been born for a long time. But now it has to be used. With his current strength, even if he makes a full shot, it may be difficult to break through the boundless blood world of the blood evil sky in a short time. And the state of his blood sword return to the origin technique has been unable to sustain it for too long. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment. Just as he was about to sacrifice his last trump card to defeat the blood evil sky in one fell swoop, the boundless blood-colored world around him, as if it was being attacked fiercely from the outside, shuddered suddenly, and then constantly changed and twisted. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen was taken aback for a while. The boundless blood world evolved from the blood evil sky. It is indeed very difficult to break through it unless it has a cultivation base that is not inferior to that of the blood evil sky. But the weakness of this boundless blood world lies outside. If it is attacked from the outside world, it is indeed much easier to defeat the boundary blood realm. This so-called ease is only relative. At least without the cultivation base of the Mahayana period, it is simply difficult to shake the boundless blood world. But besides him, there is no second Mahayana monk in the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Who on earth is attacking the boundless blood realm outside? Just when Jiang Chen was in doubt, the boundary blood realm once again made a loud bang, and immediately cracked continuously in the void, and finally turned into countless blood-colored fragments, which exploded in the void. The boundless blood world shattered. Xu Tianming trembled all over. His eyes also looked towards a void 100 miles away in response. He fixed his gaze on the young man who appeared out of nowhere, and shouted with a look of anger, "Boy, you! Who are you? This son looks young, but can defeat his boundless blood world so easily. I am afraid that the cultivation base should at least reach the Mahayana stage." A young man of the Mahayana period. Even Xu Tianming, who is the leader of the Blood Fiend sect, was shocked in his heart at this moment. When was there such a terrifying existence in the Poxian universe? The young man stood with his hands in his hands, and his faint voice rang along with it. "Blood evil sky, I am the one you are looking for." Chapter 2561, Blood Fiend Retreat. Lord, Master. Seeing the young man appearing in the void, Xu Tianming killed a moment, and immediately couldn't help but a look of joy appeared in his eyes. The young man who appeared in the void was not Jiang Chen, and who was he? Rao Shishui Qianji didn't expect that Jiang Chen would come back at this critical moment. In the Qingyuan Tianyu that day, he witnessed how Jiang Chen successively cut the blood in the two Mahayana monks, Li Tianyuan. Jiang Chen's strength is definitely better than ordinary Mahayana monks. If Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen join forces, even the censored evil sky in the late Mahayana period, I am afraid it may not be able to get a bargain. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xu Tianming suddenly thought of something. His expression suddenly changed. He stared at Jiang Chen with murderous intent. "Are you the guy who killed me with the blood thousand kills, the young Tianzhao of the blood evil cult?" Xu Tianming always thought. The fellow who assassinated the young Tianzhao of the blood fiend cult with the blood thousand kills was at best a Mahayana cultivation base, but he did not expect to be a Mahayana Tianzhao. No wonder Xu Tianming will suffer such a heavy loss this time. "Congratulations, you guessed it right." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "I killed the 3 heavenly journeys and the right guardian of the blood fiend cultivation." Xu Tianming heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. The right guardian, Blood 9 Underworld, is one of the few Mahayana monks of the Blood Fiend sect. Although it is only the early stage of Mahayana cultivation, there are many ways to save life. Even among the monks in the early Mahayana period, there are only a handful of people who can defeat the Blood 9 Underworld, let alone kill the Blood 9 Underworld. In the eyes of this young man, I am afraid that at least he has a terrifying strength comparable to that of the mid-Mahayana. What shocked Xu Tianming even more was that he felt a trace of danger from the young man in front of him. This kind of feeling, even from Jiang Chen's body, has never felt it. Such an unfathomable Mahayana Tianzhao, if he joins hands with Jiang Chen, it is even enough to pose a threat to him. "Who is your excellency? I have no grievances and no enmity against you. Why do you want to help the blood to kill that traitor in my censored sect?" Xu Tianming took a deep breath, looked at Jiang Chen and said solemnly. In today's Poxian universe, even among the top 10 immortal gates, the most enchanting existence on the bright side is only 3 quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao, and no Mahayana Tianzhao was born at all. The boy in front of him, in all likelihood, is a shocking evildoer cultivated by a hidden old monster. Such a Mahayana Tianzhao is not only very tricky in itself, but there is even an old monster at the peak of Mahayana behind it. Such an existence, even the Blood Fiend sect, did not dare to offend it easily. No grievances and no enmity. Jiang Chen sneered coldly. "I and you have been immortal, so how can they have no grievances and no enmity?" Hearing the words, Xu Tianming frowned slightly. Although the Blood Fiend sect became the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe, its behavior was very domineering, and many people were offended. But Shui Shadian asked himself that he hadn't offended such a wicked genius. Although Shui Shadian was domineering, he was not a fool. Without being forced, it is absolutely impossible for him to offend such a peerless evildoer easily. He didn't have any impression of the young man in front of him. It should be the first time he saw him. How could he have endless grudges with him? Shui Shadian's eyes sank slightly. It seems that you are determined to interfere with my Blood Sha sect. Okay, very good, boy, I remember you. The talent in front of this kid is unparalleled in the world, and the origin of his identity is extremely mysterious. Without knowing the identity of this kid, Shui Shadian obviously does not intend to do it lightly. He glanced at Jiang Chen coldly, and immediately his figure flashed, and the people who directly carried the Blood Evil sect quickly disappeared from Jiang Chen's sight. Jiang Chen watched the departure of Shui Shadian and others, but did not stop him. Shui Shatian was a monk in the late Mahayana period. With his current strength, even if he burst out with all his strength, he might not be able to get it. He forcibly condensed the power of the prisoner with the Immortal Monument, suppressing the Blood Evil Sky on the Immortal Monument. Moreover, with the cultivation base of the censored Evil Sky Mahayana in the later stage, his move may not be successful. Even if it is successful, I am afraid that he will pay a price 10 times more severe than the last time. Once he can't successfully suppress Shui Shadian and let Shui Shadian escape, his identity is very likely to be exposed. Without being forced, Jiang Chen didn't want to reveal his identity now. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't intend to make a move, Jian Chongshan naturally didn't make another move. Shui Shadian's strength was much stronger than he thought. Even if he and Jiang Chen join forces, it is still unknown whether he can defeat Shui Shadian. The power of his blood sword return to the origin technique could not last too long, and it was already a good result to be able to force the Blood Evil Sky back today. Little friend Jiang Chen, I haven't seen you for a long time, don't come here unharmed. Jian Chongshan glanced at the departing Shui Shadian and others, and couldn't help but smile at Jiang Chen and clasp his fists. Although Jian Chongshan had already felt Jiang Chen's extraordinary when he first saw Jiang Chen, he still did not expect that Jiang Chen was a terrifying existence not inferior to the Mahayana monk. Unexpectedly, it was unexpected that the elders would break through the Mahayana monks after not seeing each other for many days. Jiang Chen looked at Jian Chongshan in front of him, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect that the Mahayana swordsman who was born in the Blood Sword Immortal Sect was actually the withered blood elder he saw after going to the Blood Sect Immortal Sect for the first time. When Jiang Chen first entered the Poxian universe, although his cultivation at the peak of the Divine King realm could feel the extraordinary of Jian Chongshan, he could not see through the true details of Jian Chongshan. But I didn't expect to see each other again. This old fellow actually became a Mahayana monk. Compared to little friend Jiang Chen, the old man's ability is nothing. Jian Chongshan shook his head, then looked at Jiang Chen and said solemnly, little friend Jiang Chen, although the censored evil sky has receded now, he will definitely not let it go. I don't know how little friend thinks we should plan next. You Blood Sword Immortal Sect, this time is too impatient. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his head. He obviously didn't expect that after this old guy broke through the Mahayana period, he would have chosen to take the initiative to attack the evil spirits. If this old guy was exposed so early, when he returned to the realm of silent blood, they could find a way to draw out another Mahayana protector from the Blood Fiend teaching. With the strength of the two of them, once they teamed up, they would surely be able to kill this blood evil cult protector by surprise. It is undoubtedly much easier for them to deal with the Blood Evil Sect. Chapter 2562, Old Man in Blood in the Dungeon. It's true that I was a little hastily. Jian Chongshan couldn't help but gave a wry smile when he heard the words. Over the years, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect has been suppressed to death by the Blood Fiend Sect, almost feeling suffocated. Jiang Chen's appearance caused successive blows to the Blood Fiend Sect, finally giving the Blood Sword Immortal Sect a chance to breathe. Jian Chongshan also seized this opportunity and broke through the Mahayana period in one fell swoop. And just as Jian Chongshan broke through the Mahayana period, he received the news that the Blood Nine Underworld, the right guardian of the Blood Fiend cult, had fallen. Jian Chongshan instantly felt that this was a good opportunity for the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, and only then decisively chose to shoot. This is also because the Blood Sword Immortal Sect has been suppressed by the Blood Fiend Sect too miserably these years, and they can't wait to save some of the situation. Now think about it, their Blood Sword Immortal Sect is indeed a little impulsive this time. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately said with a solemn expression, "As the censored ancestor of the Blood Fiend cult, is he still alive in this world?" The censored ancestor disappeared in Poxian universe for a long time, but no one knows whether he is alive or dead. Jian Zhongshan shook his head, but he has a very powerful whole card in his hand, which is enough to compete with the monks at the peak of the Mahayana. If it weren't for the censored ancestor of the Blood Fiend cult, he had already sacrificed that thing earlier, and even if he couldn't kill the Blood Fiend Heaven, he would be able to severely inflict the Blood Fiend Heaven. How could he be forced to do so by the Blood Fiend Heaven? The point of embarrassment. In this case, now your Blood Sword Immortal Sect can only regain some power from the Blood Fiend Sect first, and fight against the Blood Fiend Sect in the Silent Blood territory, and then respond to all changes without change. Their current strength, as long as the censored ancestor does not appear, there is no problem in self-protection. But if you want to directly kill the Blood Evil Sect to destroy it, that is simply impossible. Although the vitality of the Blood Fiend Sect is greatly injured now, there are still 2 Mahayana monks sitting in town, and one of them is still a late Mahayana existence like the Blood Fiend Heaven. If there is a real battle, he and Jian Chongshan will not ask for any advantage at all. Although the Blood Evil Sect cannot be compared with the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, it is still one of the top 10 immortal gates in the Poxian universe today. How can it be so easy to deal with? Jian Zhongshan nodded and said, "It seems that this can only be done. As long as the Blood Sword Immortal Sect can stabilize the position in the Silent Blood Realm, and fight against the Blood Evil Sect, relying on the profound background of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, the strength can be restored extremely quickly. If they were given some time, they might not be able to truly contend with the Blood Fiend Sect." Jian Zhongshan's thoughts flickered, and he couldn't help but smile and said, "Little friend Jiang Chen shouldn't leave the Silent Blood territory recently, right? If so, we can return to the Blood Sword Immortal Sect with us, or my Blood Sword Immortal Sect." Do the friendship of the landlord. The young man in front of him was a monster with a power and talent even more terrifying than him. The current situation of their Blood Sword Immortal Sect really needs Jiang Chen very much. Only by joining forces with Jiang Chen can their Blood Sword Immortal Sect truly have the capital to fight against the Blood Fiend Sect. Okay, then bother. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, but did not refuse. Returning to the Silent Blood territory this time, his purpose was originally to join forces with the Blood Sword Immortal Sect to deal with the Blood Fiend Sect, so naturally he would not leave easily. After defeating the Blood Sect, Jiang Chen even wanted to make the Blood Thousand Killing become the leader of the Blood Sect and take charge of the Blood Sect. In a short period of time, it is almost impossible to defeat the Blood Evil Sect. Taking advantage of this period of time, he might as well cultivate for a period of time in the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, and digest the fairy crystal fragments in his body by the way. Once the immortal crystal fragments in his body are completely absorbed, Jiang Chen believes that his strength will inevitably increase by a large amount, and I am afraid that he can at least reach the mid-term and even the late-term dominance. Even if you look at the entire Poxian universe, I am afraid that no one will be able to win him. Xu Tianming sat alone on the throne in the center of the hall, his expression gloomy to the extreme. In the critical period when the Blood Fiend Sect suffered heavy losses one after another, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect unexpectedly emerged from Jian Zhongshan, the Mahayana sword repairman, and took the initiative to act on the Blood Fiend Sect, making the situation of the Blood Fiend Sect worse. He personally led the team to Shuiyanzhou City, and was almost about to solve Jian Zhongshan, but he didn't expect another mysterious Mahayana Tianzhou to appear. Xu Tianming waited repeatedly, and finally had to choose to retreat. Unexpectedly, Jian Chongshan was not only alive, but also broke through the Mahayana period. And what is the origin of that kid? How could such an enchanting existence suddenly appear in the Poxian universe? The censored sky looked extremely ugly. How terrifying the Blood Sword Fairy Sect is, the Blood Evil sky is very clear. Now that Jian Chongshan, the Mahayana sword repairman, has appeared, if the Blood Sword Immortal Sect is given some room for development, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect's strength will inevitably recover at an extremely terrifying speed, and even pose a threat to the Blood Evil Sect. Never let the Blood Sword Fairy Sect develop. Xu Tianming's eyes flickered slightly. Although he wanted to stop the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel helpless. Although the Blood Fiend sect claims to have 5 Mahayana monks, but with the fall of the Mahayana monk who attacked God's domain, it has only been a few years now, and he is the only one who can really make a move. If Jian Chongshan and the mysterious boy joined forces, it would be really hard for him to win the two of them. Shui Shadian never imagined that the Blood Sha cult would one day be forced to such an embarrassing situation. It seems that I can only meet that old guy. Shui Shadian's eyes flickered slightly, and immediately disappeared in the hall with a flash of figure. The figure of Shui Shadian appeared in a dim dungeon beneath the blood of the shaman cult. In the dungeon, a blood-clothed old man with his limbs locked by a thick blood-colored iron chain, without the slightest breath, was sitting there quietly, cross-legged, just like an ordinary old man. Shui Shadian was silent for a while, and said softly, "Brother, it's been a long time. What a rare visitor. I didn't expect that one day you would come to see me in this place." The blood-clothed old man opened his eyes and looked at the censored sky in front of him with muddy eyes. A faint voice also sounded in the dungeon. Shui Shadian sat down cross-legged in front of the blood-clothed old man. "Actually, I wanted to talk to my seniors a long time ago, but there are too many things to teach, and I have never had a chance." "Don't talk too much nonsense." The blood-clothed old man looked indifferent and said, "As the saying goes, you don't have to go to the Three Treasures Hall. If there is no compelling reason, you won't show up here, just talk about it." Chapter 2563, The Conspiracy of the Blood Fiend. Shui Shadian glanced at the old man in blood, and slowly said, "Your disciple Blood Thousand Kill is back." The blood-clothed old man trembled, and a sharp ray of light burst out of his muddy old eyes. "Did you kill him?" "I want to kill him." Shui Shadian shook his head and said indifferently, "He came back this time, and I don't know where he found a fellow of the evildoer. He even killed my 3 heavenly journeys of the Blood Fiend sect, and even Blood 9 Underworld has fallen." Hearing Shui Shadian's words, the blood-clothed old man couldn't help passing a look of surprise in his eyes. At the beginning, the little guy who fled the celestial cosmos in embarrassment under his protection, unexpectedly returned to the world of silent blood, and caused the Blood Evil sect to suffer such a serious injury. He raised his head and glanced at Shui Shadian. His eyes calmly said, "You are here not just to tell me this, right?" Shui Shadian took a deep breath and said, "I'm here this time to let the brother go find the Blood Thousand Kill, and let him return to the Blood Sha sect. I can make him the heir of the Blood Sha sect. The current situation of the Blood Evil sect is really a bit bad." The 4 great jittering heavenly journeys fell to the 3rd, leaving only the last one. Of the 5 Mahayana monks, 2 have fallen, 1 has fallen in realm, 1 has not been born for 10,000 years, and he is the only one who is struggling to support. Faced with such a situation, Shui Shadian had to find the blood-clothed old man. If this one is on the horse, he will definitely be able to change the mind of the Blood Thousand Kill. Not only can the Blood Sect have an extra Tianzhao, but also an additional Mahayana combat power, which is now very urgently needed by the Blood Sect. The mysterious Mahayana Tianzhao seemed to be in the same group as the Blood Thousand Kill. If the Blood Thousand Kills were not an enemy of the Blood Sect, perhaps the Mahayana Tianzhao would not embarrass the Blood Sect. It is undoubtedly much easier for him to deal with the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. The blood-clothed old man suddenly smiled coldly. "Haha. Shui Shatian, you have the face to ask me to call Qian Sha back. How did you treat that little guy back then? Do you think he might return to the Sha sect?" Shui Shatian said indifferently, "As long as the brother is willing to speak, he will definitely come back. I won't open this mouth, and I don't want him to return to the evil spirit. You can go." The blood-clothed old man finished speaking, and then closed his eyes directly. "Brother, now the Mahayana cultivator of the Blood Fiend sect, the Blood Demon was sent by me to invade God's domain, and the whole army was wiped out. The guardians of the left and right were killed and wounded. The censored ancestor has not appeared for many years. And the Blood Sword Immortal Sect gave birth to a Mahayana sword repairman, and the situation of the Blood Fiend sect is very bad. Back then, you and I swear in front of the Master, that you must protect the Blood Sect. I don't think you want to see the Blood Sect collapse." Seeing that the blood-clothed old man was unmoved, Shui Shadian couldn't help but an anxious look appeared in his eyes. Unexpectedly, in just a few hundred years, the Blood Evil sect actually fell into such a field in your hands. The blood-clothed old man shook his head. He also finally understood why Shui Shadian would lower his face to see him. Today's Blood Evil sect's life is obviously not easy. He opened his eyes and looked at Xu Tianming. The reason why you allowed them to frame the blood thousand kills was to deal with me, right? You know that I will spare no effort to protect the blood thousand kills, so I just acquiesce to this matter. Now that you let me out, you are not afraid that I will threaten your position as leader. Brother, I was really wrong about what happened back then. Xu Tianming couldn't help but smiled bitterly. The blood sect is now in a crisis of life and death. If the blood sect is destroyed, what is the meaning of me as the leader? The blood-clothed old man was silent for a while, and then slowly said, I can go and meet that little guy, but I can't guarantee that he will return to the blood sect. The blood-clothed old man still has a certain feeling for the blood evil sect, and he naturally does not want to watch the blood evil sect go to extinction. He would not persuade the blood thousand kill to return to the blood sage sect. When going out of this trip, his main purpose is just to meet that little guy. Xu Tianming was overjoyed, and immediately waved his palm. 4 keys were inserted into the chains of the blood-clothed old man's limbs, and the chains were untied. The blood-clothed old man didn't even look at Xu Tianming, and walked out towards the outside of the dungeon. Xu Tianming looked at the disappearing back of the blood-clothed old man, his eyes flickered slightly, and then he waved his hand to tear the space, turning into a censored light and disappearing in place. The Blood Sword Immortal Sect, a unique courtyard. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged in a room in the courtyard. Since returning to the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, Jiang Chen has spent most of his time staying in the room to practice intensively except for occasionally attending some gatherings of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Because of constantly absorbing the power of the fairy crystal fragments, the cultivation has 100 times more experience and blessings. Jiang Chen's strength increased naturally very quickly. In just 10 days, Jiang Chen clearly felt that his strength had improved a lot, and he was gradually approaching the midterm dominance. Yes, if this continues, I should be able to break through to dominate the midterm soon. Feeling the situation in his body, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his face. With the fairy crystal fragments, Jiang Chen's current cultivation is equivalent to having 200 times the blessing of experience, so it is naturally very scary to upgrade. I don't know what's going on with the Blood Evil Sect now. It's strange, it's been more than 10 days, the Blood Evil Sect hasn't moved at all. Jiang Chen stood up, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. The Blood Fiend Sect shouldn't allow the Blood Sword Immortal Sect to cannibalize their power, and fight against them in the Silent Blood territory, and there should be the next step soon. But for more than 10 days, the Blood Evil Sect did not have any response. The Blood Evil Sect did not move, and it was never a bad thing for them. If the Blood Evil Sect can give him 3 or 5 months to fully absorb the power of the fairy crystal fragments, it will be no problem for him to break through the midterm or even the late dominance. At that time, the Blood Fiend Sect would no longer be able to pose any threat to him. But, I am afraid that there is some conspiracy brewing in the Blood Evil Sect. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and then planned to find Jian Wushui to understand the movement of the Blood Fiend Sect. Owner. Just as Jiang Chen opened the door and walked out of the room, the Blood Thousand Killers who had been guarding here hurriedly greeted him. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. Are you waiting for me here? Blood Thousand Killing hurriedly said, Master, not long ago, my master suddenly sent me a message. Your master? When Jiang Chen heard the words of Blood Thousand Kill, his eyes narrowed slightly. The master of Blood Thousand Kills was once a big figure of the Blood Fiend Sect. He suddenly sent a message to the Blood Thousand Kills at this time, which really revealed a bit weird. It seems that the Blood Evil Sect's conspiracy is already brewing. Chapter 2564, Bloody Sky. Jiang Chen groaned slightly, then looked at the Blood Thousand Kill and said, What are your plans? I plan to see Master. Blood Thousand Killing slowly took a deep breath. I always thought that Master was no longer in the world, but he was still alive. If it weren't for Master's help, I would never have left the Poxian universe alive. No matter what, I believe Master. Zun shouldn't harm me. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and he smiled faintly. In that case, let me walk with you. Since the Master of Blood Thousand Kills helped the Blood to escape, there has been no news, and even Blood Thousand Kills even thought that his master had fallen. Now that the Master of Blood Thousand Killing suddenly appeared, there were only 2 possibilities. Either the Master of the Blood Thousand Kills has fallen, and the Blood Fiend Sect just wants to draw the Blood Thousand Kills to the bait in his name. Either the Master of the Blood Thousand Kills has been controlled by the Blood Fiend Sect for many years, and now he suddenly let him meet with the Blood Thousand Kills. It must be unkind. Regardless of the possibility, there is probably a conspiracy of the Blood Fiend sect. Jiang Chen wanted to see what the Blood Fiend cult wanted to do next. Ancient City of Blood Sword. Silent Blood is an ancient city with a very long history. Since the birth of Silent Blood, it belongs to the Immortal Sect of Blood Sword. In the age when the Blood Sword Immortal Sect once dominated the Silent Blood universe, the ancient Blood Sword City has always been the most prosperous central city in the Silent Blood universe. The Blood Sword Immortal Sect was split internally, and the Blood Fiend Sect sprang up, while the Blood Sword Immortal Sect gradually declined, and the ancient city of the Blood Sword gradually declined. Even for a long time, the ancient city of Blood Sword was in the hands of the Blood Fiend Sect. It wasn't until recently that the Blood Sword Immortal Sect took back the Blood Sword Ancient City from the hands of the Blood Fiend Sect. After Jiang Chen left the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, they went all the way to the ancient city of Blood Sword, and then according to the address given by the Master of Blood Thousand Killing, they came to a dilapidated courtyard in the west of the city. Entering the courtyard, Jiang Chen raised his head in response, and saw a blood-clothed old man standing there with his back to the courtyard's gate. Master, is it really you? Blood Thousand Killing looked at the blood-clothed old man in front of him, and an excited expression suddenly appeared on his face. Although the blood-clothed old man stood with his back to them, he was so familiar with the master who had taught him carefully for hundreds of years. He could be sure at a glance that the one in front of him was his master, Xu Tianming, who was once the #1 powerhouse of the Blood Fiend Sect. The blood-clothed old man turned around and looked at the Blood Thousand Kills in front of him. He couldn't help but smiled slightly. 1,000 kills, I didn't expect you and my master and apprentice to meet again. Blood Thousand Killing's eyes are also a little red. Master, it turns out that you are still alive, I thought. I didn't expect that your uncle even kept me behind. Xu Tianming's gaze swept over the Blood Thousand Killers, and a look of relief appeared in his eyes. Yes, you have already entered the quasi-Mahayana period. It seems that although you have left the Blood Evil Sect in the past few years, your practice is still it didn't fall at all. Jiang Chen quietly looked at the censored cloud sky chatting with Blood Thousand Killers in front of him, and there was a strange look in his eyes. On the way to the ancient city of Blood Sword, Jiang Chen also heard a lot of things about Blood Cloud Sky from the Blood Thousand Kill. Xu Tianming, this is the character of the Blood Evil Sect who was once named with the Blood Evil Sky, and his talent strength is even higher than that of the Blood Evil Heaven. The leader of the Blood Evil Sect should be inherited by the Blood Cloud Sky, but when the previous leader of the Blood Evil Sect fell, the Blood Cloud Sky happened to go to the universe to experience the Starry Sky, and he has never returned. Body. After Xu Tianming returned from the Starry Sky of the universe, the Blood Evil Genius has been afraid of him for 3 points. When the Blood Evil Sect people secretly framed the Blood Thousand Kills, the Blood Cloud Evil Sky would choose to open one eye and close one eye, and then when the Blood Cloud Sky helped the Blood Thousand Kills, he would be imprisoned in the dungeon of the Blood Evil Sect. Middle. But the censored cloud sky in front of him, although the aura was a bit strange, it was only equivalent to a monk in the early Mahayana period. Although Xu Tianming didn't kill Xu Tianming, he had been consuming Xu Tianming's strength over the years in order not to threaten his position, which made Xu Tianming's strength regress a lot. This old guy. What is the purpose of this trip? Jiang Chen frowned and looked at Xu Tianming. If Xu Tianming had been imprisoned by the Blood Sect in these years, he would be able to appear here. He must have obtained the permission of the Blood Sect, and there must be a plot of the Blood Sect. But Jiang Chen could clearly feel at this moment that Xu Tianming didn't seem to have any malice towards the Blood Thousand Kill. With Xu Tianming's current state, it was nothing more than the strength of the early Mahayana. Such strength could not pose any threat to him at all. For a while, Jiang Chen was also a little unpredictable. What exactly did Xu Tianming want to do this time? Master, since the Blood Evil Sky imprisoned you in the Blood Evil Sect, it should not be easy to let you out. Why did you suddenly appear in the Blood Sword Ancient City? Xu Qiansha asked curiously. Although Blood Thousand Killing believed that Xu Tianming would not harm him anyway, he was also very curious in his heart. The Mahayana monk of the Blood Fiend Sect, now the dead, the wounded, plus the censored ancestor who has no news, the only one who can really do it is Xu Tianming. There is no secret to the Blood Cloud Heaven, and he smiled and said, now the Blood Sword Immortal Sect has given birth to a Mahayana monk, and the Blood Fiend Heaven is desperate. This has allowed me to come out of the mountain. I want me to persuade you to return to the Blood Fiend Sect and promise you a leader. Heir's position. The Blood Thousand Killer was silent for a while and said, "Master, you should know that I will not return to the Blood Sect. Unless the Blood Sect is in charge by the Master. I know, so when I came on this trip, I didn't intend to persuade you." Shui Yuntian smiled and said, "I came here just because I wanted to meet you." Hearing Shui Yuntian's words, the Blood Thousand Killer couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. "Master, do you want to return to the Blood Evil Sect?" Since Master has already left the Blood Fiend Sect, he can deal with the Blood Fiend Heaven together with them, and then take control of the Blood Fiend Sect. Why bother to go back and be controlled by others now? My junior fellow has always been deep in the city. Since he dared to let me leave the Blood Fiend Sect, how could he not be prepared? What's more, I am in the Blood Fiend Sect, and there are indeed some things that need to be dealt with. Shui Yuntian laughed at himself, and then a sharp light flashed in his eyes, then raised his head to look at the Blood Thousand Kills and slowly said, "Thousand Kills, if you want to get back everything that belongs to you, it will be half a month later. On the day of the moon, come to the Blood Evil Sect." Chapter 2565, Tengu Eclipse Moon. "Master, what do you mean by this?" Hearing Shui Yuntian's words, Blood Thousand Kill also couldn't help but froze for a while. The Blood Evil teaching is also one of the top 10 immortals in the Poxian universe. Especially the Blood Evil Sect headquarters, even the monks at the peak of the Mahayana, may not dare to easily go to the Blood Evil Sect. Even if they are teaming up with the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, if they directly kill the Blood Fiend Sect, it will be no different from seeking a dead end. At that time, you will understand. If you can still believe in being a teacher, then come to the Blood Evil Sect to take a trip. After Shui Yuntian finished speaking, he glanced at Jiang Chen behind the Blood Thousand Killer, did not wait for the Blood Thousand Killer to speak, and disappeared from the courtyard without a trace in a flash. Blood Thousand Killer looked at the place where Shui Yuntian disappeared, and it took a long time to come back to his senses. He couldn't help turning around and looking at Jiang Chen behind him. "Master, what do you think my master said just now?" Jiang Chen pondered slightly. "Do you believe your master?" Blood Thousand Killing said with a certain expression, "I have been dependent on Master for many years, and love the father and son. Master will not harm me anyway." Jiang Chen was not so optimistic. In those days, Shui Yuntian used his own power to fight against the evil Blood Sect for the sake of the Blood Thousand Killings. Jiang Chen did not deny that the relationship between the two was indeed extraordinary. But after so many years, no one can know what Shui Yuntian has experienced in the Blood Evil Sect. Although on the surface it seems that Shui Yuntian has no hostility towards Blood Thousand Kills, but is the fact really as simple as the surface? Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, then looked at the Blood Thousand Killer and said, "Tiangu Shiyu, is there any special meaning in your Blood Evil Sect?" In Jiang Chen's view, Shui Yuntian probably didn't want to kill 1,000 blood. But Jiang Chen had an intuition that Shui Yuntian's visit was definitely not just to see the Blood Thousand kill, it must have some ulterior motive. And this matter is related to the Tengu Eclipse Moon after 89.5 months. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Blood Thousand Killing was slightly taken aback, and then he couldn't help but lower his head in thought. The Blood Thousand Kill finally thought of something, and he couldn't help but raised his head suddenly. The Blood Fiend Sect did record a thing related to the Tengu Eat Moon. The frequency of such anomalies as breaking the immortal universe and eclipsing the moon is extremely rare. The last time the Tengu Eclipse Moon appeared, it dates back more than 9,000 years ago. That time, the Blood Fiend Sect had indeed undergone an earth-shattering change. The leader of the Blood Fiend Sect suddenly fell at that time. It was at that time that the censored ancestor, another top powerhouse of the Blood Fiend cult, disappeared completely from now on, and has never appeared until now. That change that year also weakened the strength of the Blood Fiend Sect. Had it not been for that incident, the Blood Fiend Sect's ranking among the top 10 immortal gates would probably be much higher than it is now. Do you know what happened to the Blood Evil Sect in the days when the Tengu eclipsed the moon? Shui Qiansha shook his head and said, "I just accidentally saw the record of Tengu's eclipse from the ancient books. I don't know what it is. According to the information provided by the Blood Thousand Kill, the Tengu Eat Moon does not seem to be a good thing for the Blood Fiend Sect. More than 9,000 years ago, when the Tengu eclipsed the moon, the leader of the generation of the Blood Evil Sect died, and the censored ancestors disappeared. The Blood Evil Sect lost two top powerhouses, which can be described as a great loss of vitality." Jiang Chen also finally understood why Shui Yuntian asked them to go to Shui Shajiao in half a month. It seems that in the Taixu eclipse moon half a month later, the Blood Evil Sect will definitely undergo some sort of earth-shattering change. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and he immediately raised his head to look at the Blood Thousand Killer and said, "In this case, let's go to the Blood Fiend Sect in half a month." After Xu Tianming returned to the Blood Fiend Sect, he went straight to the front of Xu Tianming. Seeing the arrival of Xu Tianming, Xu Tianming couldn't help but raised his head and glanced at him, then smiled and said, "You're back," and saw the Blood Thousand killed. Xu Tianming said faintly, "I saw it, he didn't agree to return to the Blood Evil Sect. I let him go to the Blood Evil Sect in half a month." Xu Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly. "Since he doesn't agree to return to the Blood Fiend Sect, if you still let him come in half a month, aren't you afraid that I will kill him? Blood Fiend Heaven, now the Blood Fiend cult is already badly injured. You shouldn't put your mind on other places now and think more about how to survive the next catastrophe." Xu Tianming shook his head and said, "When you came to the dungeon to find me, I always thought you came for that matter." Xu Tianming frowned slightly. "Xu Tianming, what do you mean? Remember the eclipse of the Taixu over 9,000 years ago?" Xu Tianming slowly said, "If I am correct in my calculation, the next day when the Taixu eclipses the moon, it should be half a month later. Taixu eclipse moon." With the words of Xu Tianming, Xu Tianming's expression suddenly changed drastically. As the leader of the Blood Evil cult, the Blood Sky naturally knows what it means to eat the moon. Many years ago, a certain generation of the leader of the Blood Evil Sect explored a ruin and obtained a very mysterious and ancient thing. The Blood Fiend Sect was also able to develop rapidly with this ancient thing, allowing the Blood Fiend Sect to suppress the Blood Sword Immortal Sect step by step and become the master of the Silent Blood territory. Although the ancient thing was powerful, it was sealed with an extremely terrifying existence. The seal of this ancient thing is a seal condensed by the essence of the moon. Once the sign of the Taixu eclipsing the moon appears, the seal will become extremely weak. Every time the Taixu eclipses the moon, the Blood Evil Sect has to pay some price to suppress the existence in the ancient things. More than 9,000 years ago, there was a Taixu eclipse moon in the Poxian universe. That time when the Taixu eclipsed the moon, the existence of the antiquity wanted to break out, causing the entire Blood Fiend Sect to pay an extremely heavy price. The leader of the Blood Evil Sect and the censored ancestor joined forces to suppress the existence of the antiquity. After suppressing the existence of the antiquity, the leader of the Blood Evil Sect fell, and the censored ancestor also disappeared. If the Taixu eclipse moon appeared again, once the seal of the antiquity was weakened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xu Tianming took a deep breath and looked directly at the moon in the void through the hall. He finally felt something, and his expression instantly became extremely gloomy. Taixu eclipse moon, really is about to come. With the strength of the Blood Evil Sky, a few months before the arrival of the Taixu eclipse moon, he should be able to sense everything. During this period of time, the Blood Fiend Sect suffered heavy losses one after another. He has been focusing on the two people of Blood Thousand killing, and even ignored things like the imminent arrival of the Taixu eclipse. Chapter 2566. Go to the Blood Fiend. If the dog eats the moon, the seal on the ancient censored of the Blood Evil teaching will inevitably be weakened to the extreme. The monster in the seal will inevitably wait for the opportunity to break the seal and be born. Now that the Blood Fiend Sect is badly injured, and he has no preparation at all, I am afraid that it may not be able to prevent the monster from breaking the seal by then. Once the sealed monster in the ancient gods was born, it would definitely be a devastating disaster for the Blood Fiend Sect. You let the Blood Thousand kill the Taixu Shiyu half a month later, do you want him to help the evil spirits break the robbery? Xu Tianming took a deep breath, and immediately looked at Xu Tianming with a sneer. A small amount of blood can help the Blood Evil Sect to break the catastrophe. You are too high to look at him, right? The current strength of Blood Thousand kill, it is estimated that Ding Tian is only half a step closer to the level of a Mahayana monk. Facing the monster that was about to break its seal, even his late Mahayana cultivator did not deal with me at all, let alone a Mahayana cultivator in the Blood Thousand killing area. Xu Tianming's eyes calmly said, I have seen the young man next to the Blood Thousand killer. Perhaps he should be able to help my Blood Fiend Sect. Xu Tianming couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly. For the young man who was with the Blood Thousand kills, the Blood Fiend Heaven was in Shuiyanzhou City that day, but there was a brief intersection with it. That mysterious young man, but a Mahayana Tianzhou who is enough to make him feel threatened. If Blood Thousand kill brings that mysterious young man to the Blood Evil Sect, it will indeed help the Blood Evil Sect to deal with the situation of the Tengu Eclipse Moon. You let the Blood Thousand Kill bring that guy. In addition to suppressing the monsters, I am afraid that you will also let the Blood Thousand Kill take its place and take charge of the Blood Sect, right? Shui Shadian stared at Shui Yuntian stubbornly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Shui Yuntian smiled slightly and said, "Didn't you say that it is the most important thing to keep the Blood Evil Sect? If the Blood Evil Sect is gone, what is the point of you as the leader?" Shui Shadian glanced at Shui Yuntian faintly. "You are right, now it is the most important thing to keep the Shui Sha Sect. I'm going back to the dungeon first. After half a month, I will show up on time." After Shui Yuntian finished speaking, he didn't wait for Shui Shadian to speak, and immediately disappeared in front of Shui Shadian with a flash. "Old man, I want to see what you can make." Shui Shadian looked at the direction where Shui Yuntian disappeared, and a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. When Shui Yuntian returned from the starry sky of the universe, in order to prevent Shui Yuntian from threatening his position as leader, he used the blood to kill him to eliminate the confidant trouble of Shui Yuntian. The reason why he didn't kill Shui Yuntian at the beginning was not because he had let go of the blood in Yuntian, but because the previous leader of the Blood Fiend Sect had already handed over a treasure of the Blood Fiend Sect to Shui Yuntian. In order to obtain this inherited treasure, the Blood Evil Genius had to imprison the Blood Cloud Sky in the dungeon. The Blood Evil Sect has encountered an unprecedented crisis, and only then did the Blood Evil Spirit think of using the power of the Blood Cloud Sky. Since he dared to release the censored sky, he naturally had the means to restrain the censored sky. If the Dog-Eat Moon is approaching today, the Blood Cloud Heaven will call the Blood Thousand Kill in the mysterious Mahayana Tianzhao, which is undoubtedly a very beneficial thing for the Blood Evil Sect to suppress the monsters. In that case, how could Shui Shadian refuse? As long as Shui Yuntian is under his control, after suppressing the monsters, he will solve the Blood Thousand Kills in the Mahayana Tianzhao in the Blood Evil Sect. Isn't it easy? Tengu eats the moon, the seal of the ancient gods is weakened, and the monster is about to die. This is indeed a very tricky thing. Once you are slightly careless, the Blood Fiend Sect will really be destroyed. Now that it is only half a month away from the Tengu Eclipse Moon, he also has to make some preparations. Shui Shadian's thoughts flickered, and his figure stepped into the endless void before disappearing ghostly in the hall. The Blood Sword Immortal Sect, the discussion hall. Jian Chongshan looked at Jiang Chen and Shui Qiansha, and there was a look of consternation in his old eyes. "Little friend Jiang Chen, are you really planning to go to the Blood Fiend cult now?" Jian Wushui on the side couldn't help but persuade him. "Little friend Jiang Chen, the headquarters of the Blood Fiend Sect is not that easy to enter. You still have to think about it carefully. Although the Blood Censored Sect is now greatly injured, but the strength is still not to be underestimated. Although the Master of Blood Thousand Kills, Shui Yuntian, is still alive, no one can guarantee that after so many years, Shui Yuntian's heart has always been toward the Blood Thousand Kills. If this is just a conspiracy designed by the Blood Fiend Sect, Jiang Chen and the others will surely fall into a dead end when they go to the Blood Fiend Sect. The reason why their Blood Sword Immortal Sect is now able to fight against the Blood Fiend Sect is mainly because they have Jiang Chen, a powerful ally. If Jiang Chen and the others fell to the Blood Fiend Sect, it would also be a very unfavorable thing for their Blood Sword Immortal Sect." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, the Blood Censored taught us to decide." When Jiang Chen came on this trip, he actually wanted the Blood Sword Immortal Sect to go to the Blood Fiend Sect together. Seeing Jian Zhongshan and Jian Wushui's attitude, it was obvious that there was no such plan, and Jiang Chen didn't say much. The Blood Sword Immortal Sect has been suppressed by the Blood Fiend Sect for these years, and it has even reached the point where it is almost exhausted. Nowadays, a Mahayana swordsman was born with great difficulty, and with the capital to compete with the Blood Evil Sect, naturally he did not want to venture to the Blood Evil Sect. In that case, Jiang Chen didn't force it. On this trip to the Blood Evil Sect, Jiang Chen did not intend to destroy the Blood Evil Sect. Today's Blood Fiend Sect, the Mahayana cultivator who can really take action, is only Shui Fiend Heaven alone. As long as he kills the Blood Evil Sky, he can fully support the Blood Thousand Killings to become the new leader of the Blood Evil Sect, and take charge of the Blood Evil Sect. The Blood Fiend Sect is one of the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe, and its status in the Poxian universe is not low, and it can know many secret things in the Poxian universe. If he can use the Blood Fiend Sect for his own use, it will undoubtedly be twice the result with half the effort for him to prevent the immortal poison universe from invading God's domain. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at the moment. He took the Blood Thousand Kills to bid farewell to the two Jian Chongshan, and quickly left the Blood Immortal Sword Sect. Ancestor, don't we really go to the Blood Fiend Sect with Jiang Chen and the others? Jian Wushui looked at the back of the two Jiang Chen leaving, couldn't help but hesitated slightly. The situation is unclear now. If there is really a plot of the Blood Evil Sect in this, we may be throwing ourselves into the trap here. Jiang Chen's strength is unfathomable. Even if the Blood Fiend Sect is really conspiring, I am afraid that he will have to pay a high price if he wants to deal with him. Let's watch the changes first, and when Jiang Chen and Shui Shajiao fight to lose, are we looking for an opportunity to make a move? When Jian Chongshan spoke, a sharp light flashed in his old eyes. This time, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect might really have a chance to get everything Jiang once lost from the Blood Fiend Sect. Chapter 2567, Sealed Monster, the Blood Evil Sect. After being reminded by the Blood Cloud Sky, the Blood Evil Sky learned that the day of the eclipse of the Tengu was approaching, and he quickly made a series of arrangements in the Blood Evil Sect. He not only opened up the Guardian formation of the Blood Fiend Sect, but even summoned back 80% of the strongest of the Blood Fiend Sect. The entire Blood Fiend Sect was almost in the first-level preparation state, and everywhere was enveloped by a solemn atmosphere of Shao Sha. Blood Fiend is forbidden. There is a censored hall that looks primitive and vicissitudes of life. Around the hall, countless array runes exuding mysterious light continued to circulate, and the entire Scarlet Hall was firmly enveloped. In front of the main hall, more than a dozen high-level Blood Evil sects headed by Blood Thousand Kills are all waiting with solemn expressions. The surrounding atmosphere was silent, almost audible when the needle fell, but it gave people an extremely depressed feeling, as if the mountains and rain were about to come and the wind was overwhelming the building. Master, will the vision of the Tengu Eat Moon tonight really come? A quasi-Mahayana cultivator of the Blood Evil Sect raised his head and glanced at the sky that couldn't see any abnormality, and he couldn't help but said with a heavy expression. As the senior officials of the Blood Fiend Sect, they naturally understand some of the history of the Blood Fiend Sect. Every time the gods eat the moon, the ancient gods enshrined in this hall by the Blood Evil Sect will undergo some abnormal changes, and the Blood Evil Sect has to pay a huge price for it. Now their Blood Evil Sect's vitality is greatly injured. If the Tengu eclipse moon suddenly descends at this time, it would not be good news for them. Do you think I am joking with you? Shui Shadian glanced at the quasi-Mahayana monk faintly. Order to go down. If the Blood Thousand Kill will bring people to the Blood Evil Sect, let the Blood Evil Sect open the Mountain Guard array and let them in without any obstruction. The quasi-Mahayana cultivator was shocked. Master, this seems a bit wrong, right? When the Tengu eclipse moon is coming, the Blood Fiend Sect must concentrate on coping with the imminent changes in the Scarlet Hall in front of him. The Blood Thousand Kill is a traitor to the Blood Sect, and it is the culprit who has recently severely injured the Blood Sect's vitality. If the Blood Thousand Killers really came to the Blood Evil cult at this time, it must be unkind. It would not be a wise choice to just let him enter the Blood Evil Sect. This teacher has his own plan, no need to say more, just do it according to my instructions. Shui Shadian waved his hand, and immediately stopped saying more. He stared closely at the Scarlet Hall and the situation in the void, and quietly stared at the coming of the Tengu-eating sun. After waiting like this, night slowly fell. A bright and bright full moon also slowly rises from the horizon, dyeing the silent night with a beautiful silver layer. The bright and spotless round moon in the sky suddenly experienced some weird changes around it, and black clouds suddenly appeared. With the appearance of these black clouds, the originally bright moonlight gradually became dimmed at this moment. Tengu Shiyu, is it finally coming? Feeling this change, Shui Shadian's pupils couldn't help but shrank suddenly. I saw the black clouds surrounding the full moon, rapidly condensing and changing, and finally turned into a huge black phantom, like a black Tengu, opening his mouth and swallowing the full moon in the sky. Everyone, the vision of the Tengu Eat Moon is coming. According to the records of my Blood Evil Sect, these visions will last for a stick of incense. During this incense stick, we must guard the hall, even if it's a fly, I can't let it fly out of it. Shui Shadian screamed coldly, and the vast, censored, true essence surged from his body, instantly plunged the surrounding world into a dark world, all dyed with a monster of blood. At the same time, an inexplicable fluctuation also slowly rippled out of the blood-colored hall. A terrifying force burst out from the Scarlet Hall, and then impacted on the formation enchantment surrounding the Scarlet Hall, causing the formation runes of the Scarlet Hall to constantly change and twist. Shoot together, strengthen the formation. Upon seeing this, Xu Tianming's complexion changed slightly, and he shouted sharply. The formation of this Scarlet Hall was specially created by the Blood Fiend Hall to suppress the monsters, and it could help the ancient gods to suppress the monsters in it. Once the formation of the Scarlet Hall was broken, the monster would really have to break through the seal of the ancient gods. Xu Tianming didn't hesitate now. The vast real essence instantly turned into a blood-colored beam of light, injected into the formation around the blood-colored hall. Behind Xu Tianming, more than a dozen quasi-Mahayana cultivators of the Blood Evil Sect also shot at almost the same time. With the infusion of majestic true essence mana, the formation around the Scarlet Hall gradually became stable. This stability did not last long. With the energy that was more terrifying than that, erupting from the censored hall, even the Blood Evil Sky and others could not bear it. The faces of some quasi-Mahayana cultivators of the Blood Fiend gradually turned pale. What kind of existence is sealed in the ancient gods is too terrifying. Xu Tianming was also frightened in his heart. If this continues, they may not be able to support it for a moment, let alone hold on to a stick of incense. Xu Tianming took a deep breath, and the frightened voice slowly resounded from heaven and earth. Xu Tianming, what are you waiting for? If you don't take action, once the monster in the seal is taken, I'm afraid none of us can escape. As Xu Tianming's angry shout fell, there was a strange spatial fluctuation between the heaven and the earth. I saw that the figure of Xu Tianming flashed out of nowhere in front of Xu Tianming. He raised his head and glanced at the blood-colored hall, and immediately formed a blood mark on his hands, and struck towards the blood-colored hall. Today's Xu Tianming, compared with half a month, the breath can be described as a world of difference, and it has returned to the stage of the late Mahayana, and it will not be inferior to Xu Tianming. With the addition of Xu Tianming, the situation was once again stabilized. Seeing this scene, Xu Tianming was also slightly relieved. The vision of Tengus eclipse can only last for a stick of incense. After a stick of incense, the power of Yuehua reappeared, and the ancient gods could suppress the monster again. He joined forces with the two of Xu Tianming, relying on the formation around the Scarlet Hall, insisting on the time for a stick of incense. There shouldn't be a big problem. As if seeing through what Xu Tianming was thinking in his heart, Xu Tianming couldn't help but glanced at him lightly. Don't be too careless. If that monster is really suppressed so well, every time the Tengu eclipses the moon, how can the Xu Tianming pay so much? The price. Chapter 2568, The Secret of Blood Evil. And at the same time that Xu Tianming and Xu Tianming joined forces to suppress the monster. The blood evil teaches outside. Two human shadows slowly stepped into the air from the dark sky, and almost instantly appeared in the void 100 miles away from the Blood Fiend cult. These two figures are naturally the two Jiang Chen who came to the Blood Evil Sect. What a terrifying energy fluctuation. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked into the depths of the Blood Fiend Sect. His eyes also showed a look of surprise. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he can naturally feel the dozens of powerful auras erupting from the depths of the Blood Fiend Sect. Jiang Chen is no stranger to the breath of the two Mahayana monks. It is the leader of the Blood Fiend Sect and the master of the Blood Thousand Kills, Xu Tianming, and Xu Tianming, the master of the Blood Thousand Killings. The censored Evil Sky and the censored Cloud Sky, as well as the more than 10 Mahayana monks of the Blood Evil Sect, seem to have gathered in the depths of the Blood Evil Sect, and they are working together to suppress what terrifying existence. Master, that place should be the place where the Blood Evil Sect is forbidden to worship the things of the town. Xu Tianming stared at the place where the energy fluctuations came, and couldn't help but whisper beside Jiang Chen. As the once peerless arrogant of the Blood Fiend Sect, the Blood Thousand Killers have been in the Blood Fiend Sect for a long time, and he naturally understands the Blood Fiend Sect very well. He almost immediately judged where the energy fluctuation came from. Jiang Chen suddenly couldn't help but ask curiously, what is the censored of the town worship enshrined by the Blood Fiend Sect? As far as I know, the artifact of the town religion enshrined by the Blood Fiend Sect is an ancient divine object. Except for the masters of the past, only a handful of people know what it is. Speaking of the cult censored of the Blood Evil Sect, a solemn look appeared on the face of Xu Tianming. The artifact of the townsmanship of the Blood Fiend Sect is a fetish enshrined in the forbidden area by the original leader of the Blood Fiend Sect. Few people knew what this ancient censored was. Almost all the disciples of the Blood Evil Sect know that the gods enshrined in the forbidden ground by the Blood Evil Sect have a very powerful effect. A genius with a certain level of talent in the Blood Fiend Sect will be qualified to practice in the hall where the things dedicated to the town teach. Every Blood Fiend cult Tianjiao who has entered that hall will grow exponentially in strength. There used to be a Blood Fiend Cultivation Tianjiao before entering the hall, but the cultivation base of the He Dao period. And he only stayed in the main hall for a short period of 1 year, and he reached the peak of crossing tribulation in one fell swoop, becoming one of the best crossing tribulation arrogant in the broken universe. When Blood Thousand Killing broke through the tribulation period from the affinity period, it also entered the power of the Zhenjia god fetish. It is precisely because of the existence of this divine object that the Blood Fiend Sect can create one after another peerless powerhouse. After being separated from the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, the Blood Fiend Sect can rise step by step against the sky, and force the Blood Sword Immortal Sect to become one of the top 10 immortal gates in the broken universe. It is closely related to the ancient gods enshrined in the Forbidden Land inseparable relationship. Unexpectedly, there is such a censored in the Blood Fiend cult. Hearing the explanation of Blood Thousand Killing, Jiang Chen was also shocked. Nowadays, many powerful men of the Blood Evil Sect are actually taking action at the place where the Blood Evil Sect enshrines the censored of the town religion at the same time. Could it be that what happened to the censored of the Blood Evil Sect? Let's go in and take a look, Jiang Chen said, and then swiftly stepped into the air towards the mountain gate of the Blood Fiend Sect. Seeing this, the Blood Thousand Killers could not help hurriedly stop saying, "No master, the Blood Evil Sect has a very powerful guardian formation. Even if the Mahayana monks want to fight hard, they will have to pay a heavy price. Let me contact the master first." As soon as the voice of the Blood Thousand Murder fell, I saw the guardian formation that enveloped the Blood Evil Sect, but suddenly a gap was opened, and a faint voice came from the Blood Evil Sect. "Blood Thousand Kills, the leader has an order, so I don't have to stop you, please." Shui Qiansha was taken aback for a moment, and couldn't help looking at Jiang Chen. "Master, are we going in now?" Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and without hesitation, he strode directly into the Blood Evil Sect. After entering the Blood Evil Sect, Jiang Chen and the two were hardly hindered, and soon came to the place where Shui Shatian and them were. I saw in front of a quaint scarlet great hall, the two Mahayana monks of Blood Fiend Heaven and Blood Cloud Heaven, and more than a dozen quasi-Mahayana monks of the Blood Fiend Sect. With the help of the formations around the Scarlet Great Hall, they tried their best to suppress an extremely terrifying one in the Scarlet Great Hall. Devilish. The terrifying devilish energy also had a feeling that it was about to emerge from the Scarlet Hall. Jiang Chen was also horrified in his heart. The two late Mahayana monks, more than a dozen quasi-Mahayana monks, plus a huge formation, could not suppress the devilish energy in the Scarlet Hall. What kind of terrifying existence is there in this Scarlet Hall? Even if it is the supreme existence of the Mahayana pinnacle, I am afraid that it may not have such a terrifying power, right? Master, isn't this hall dedicated to the gods of the Blood Fiend Sect? How can there be such a powerful monster? Blood Thousand Killer looked at the situation in front of him, and there was an unbelievable look in his eyes. Because the Blood Fiend Sect's Zhenjiao divine object is sealed with a very terrifying monster. Every day when the dog-eat moon, the seal on the gods of the town education will be greatly weakened, and the monsters inside will try to break the seal. Because of this, every time the Tengu eats the moon, the Blood Fiend Sect will pay a great price in order to suppress the sealed monster. Shui Yuntian looked at Jiang Chen and the two who appeared behind them, and couldn't help but said indifferently, "No wonder you want us to come to the Blood Sect at this time. You want to use us to help the Blood Sect to suppress monsters." Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but cast a faint look at Shui Yuntian. "I killed a Mahayana monk of the Blood Sect, and the number of heavenly jitters, and the Blood Sect have long been immortal. Why should I help you suppress monsters?" Shui Yuntian said in a deep voice, "The monster sealed by the ancient gods in the hall is no small thing. Once it breaks out, it will probably be a disaster for the entire broken universe. He is not a person who breaks the immortal universe. He came to the broken immortal universe on this trip, and his purpose is to severely damage the immortal universe and prevent the immortal universe from invading the realm of the gods. If the sealed monster in the hall breaks out, it can bring disaster to the Poxian universe. This is exactly what he likes, so why should he stop it?" Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the crumbling formation enchantment around the main hall. The enemy of the enemy is the friend. If he releases the sealed monsters in the hall, causing the Poxian universe to suffer severe damage, perhaps he can completely resolve the crisis in God's domain. Chapter 2569, Broken Formation. This little friend, although I don't know what kind of grievances you have with my blood evil sect, the sealed monster is indeed very terrifying. After the matter is resolved, the old man will give you a satisfactory explanation. Xu Tianming's complexion changed slightly, and he couldn't help but quickly said. Jiang Chen cast a faint glance at Xu Tianming. I am a little curious. Since this sealed monster will threaten the broken universe, why don't you ask the other forces of the 10 great immortals for help? Xu Tianming fell silent immediately. The ancient divine object that sealed the monster in the Scarlet Hall was a treasure of inestimable value. The Blood Fiend sect was able to crush the immortal sect of the Blood Sword and became the top 10 immortal gates of the broken immortal universe, and was closely related to this ancient divine object. Once the Blood Evil sect asks the 10 great immortals for help, the 10 great immortals will inevitably peep at the ancient gods, and it will be almost impossible for the Blood Evil sect to keep the ancient gods. The Blood Fiend sect did not easily ask for help from the 10 great immortals. When Jiang Chen was talking with Xu Tianming, a horrible energy crashed into the formation enchantment around the Blood Fiend Hall, causing the figures of Xu Tianming and others to tremble slightly. Especially the more than a dozen quasi-Mahayana monks, their faces turned pale instantly. Xu Tianming's complexion changed, and his eyes could not help but look at the blood thousand kills, knowing what happened to the teacher. The blood evil teaching makes you very chilling, but today I still hope that you can give the teacher a face, and first help the blood evil teaching to resolve it, crisis. Xu Tianming hesitated slightly, and couldn't help looking at Jiang Chen. Although he also knew that Xu Tianming was not to help the blood evil spirits, but simply had a deep affection for the blood evil sect, and didn't want to see the blood evil sect suffer the catastrophe, but he was only the cultivation base of the Mahayana period. I'm afraid it won't make much difference at all. The main purpose of Xu Tianming was to want Jiang Chen to help. He is just a servant of Jiang Chen now, so what right does he have to be the master for Jiang Chen? He already knew the identity of Jiang Chen. For Jiang Chen, the blood evil sect and even the entire celestial breaking universe suffered the catastrophe, which is something he is very happy to see. How can he easily take action to suppress the monsters on behalf of the blood evil sect? Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and had no intention of trying to make a move. The birth of a sealed monster in the ancient gods of the Blood Fiend sect was a great advantage for him in God's domain. He didn't directly attack Xu Tianming and the others. It was already very good to help the monster to be born, let alone help the Blood Evil sect to suppress the monster. Boy, Blood Fiend teaches this monster sealed by the ancient gods, you really have to help suppress it, you can't let it be born. At this moment, the somewhat solemn voice of the immortal monument suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen couldn't help but suddenly startled in his heart. Senior, do you know what the monsters sealed by the ancient gods of the Blood Fiend sect are? A very terrifying existence, even in the immortal realm of the origin of the universe, few people can compare it. At its peak, it was even more terrifying than the immortal king you met before. The censored of the Blood Fiend sect, although it only suppressed a part of that person's body, it would be very terrifying once it was born. Unless there is a peerless power in the immortal world, I am afraid that no one in the universe can do anything about it. At that time, not only the broken universe will be destroyed, but even the countless universes around it will be destroyed, including your god realm. Hearing the words of the immortal monument, Jiang Chen's pupils couldn't help but shrank suddenly. Although he had expected that the monster sealed by the ancient gods of the Blood Fiend sect was extraordinary, he did not expect that it would be a more terrifying existence than the immortal king of longevity. If this thing could pose a threat to God's domain after it was born, Jiang Chen would have to take action. An existence that is even more terrifying than the immortal king of longevity. If this guy can also pose a threat to God's domain, it must be much more terrifying than the threat of broken universe to God's domain. Let's do it, let's suppress the monster first. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he said lightly to the Blood Thousand Kill, and immediately ran the Azure Emperor Longevity's secret art, injecting his body's strength into the formation around the Scarlet Hall. Seeing that Jiang Chen had chosen to help, the Blood Thousand Kill was also taken aback. He didn't hesitate anymore now, and the power in his body also burst out with all his strength. With the addition of Jiang Chen and Blood Thousand Killers, the formation around the Scarlet Hall became much more stable at this moment. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, In the Scarlet Hall, another monstrous demon aura rose to the sky like the resurrection of an ancient demon god, and slammed into the formation enchantment around the Scarlet Hall. At that moment, a loud noise that shook the sky suddenly rippled across the sky and the earth. The terrible energy ripples were resolved through the formation around the Scarlet Hall, sweeping towards Jiang Chen and the others. Under such a terrifying impact, many of the quasi-Mahayana monks of the Blood Evil sect had a sweet throat, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirt it out wildly. And just when the quasi-Mahayana monks of the Blood Fiend sect suffered heavy losses, the sealed monster also seemed to sense that the formation of the Scarlet Hall was difficult to support, and saw the monstrous demon energy turned into a giant claw, like the palm of a demon god, protruding out of the Scarlet Hall and rushing around the hall. The formation enchantment. Under this monstrous devil's claw, the formation enchantment surrounding the Scarlet Hall finally could no longer be supported, and it burst open with a click. And at the moment when the formation was broken, many of the quasi-Mahayana monks of the Blood Fiend sect were all in the shape of a kite with a broken line and flew out in embarrassment. Even Jiang Chen and the others stepped back several steps in the void. Jiang Chen strongly suppressed the churning aura inside his body, and the gaze looking at the Scarlet Hall also instantly became extremely solemn. It's over, the monster is afraid that it will break the seal. The complexions of Xu Tianming and others also turned pale. Rao Xu Tianming did not expect that the sealed monster in the ancient gods would be so terrifying. Now that the formation of the hall is broken, and the time of the Tengu eating the moon has not yet passed, just relying on the infinitely weakened seal of the ancient gods, I am afraid that the monsters cannot be prevented from breaking out. Boy, after the ancient gods appear for a while, you immediately sacrifice the colorful stone, which can temporarily suppress the monsters inside. Just as Jiang Chen thought about this in secret, the voice of the immortal monument rang in Jiang Chen's mind again. Chapter 2570, Blood Sacrifice Locking Heaven, Multicolored Stones. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and soon thought of the mysterious stone he had obtained at the remains of Taoist Tianyu. When he moved his palm, the mysterious multicolored stone emerged from his palm. The horror of the ancient, censored, seal of the Blood Fiend cult was completely beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. He and the two late Mahayana monks of the Blood Fiend sect, and more than a dozen quasi-Mahayana monks, even with the help of a huge formation, failed to suppress the monsters in the seal. Once the monster in the seal is born, what a terrifying existence it will be. I'm afraid no one can compete with that monster even if you look at the entire Broxian universe. Blood Evil Sky, the sealed monster in the ancient gods, this time I am afraid that it will be born, and the Blood Evil sect is unstoppable. Let the Blood Evil sect disciples leave quickly. After Xu Tianming finished speaking, he couldn't help but shook his head and gave a wry smile. The sealed monster in the ancient gods is like a sharp knife inserted in the heart of the Blood Evil sect, which may pose a fatal threat to the Blood Evil sect at any time. But the role of ancient gods is too great. Even knowing that there is a terrifying monster sealed in it, the Blood Evil sect is still unable to resist the temptation of the ancient gods. Every time the eclipse of the Tengu, the Blood Evil sect would spend a huge price to suppress the sealed monsters in the ancient gods, but after all, the eclipse of the Tengu would only appear once in thousands of years. In these times, the benefits that the Blood Fiend sect gained through the ancient gods far surpassed the price paid for suppressing the monsters. Even though the Blood Fiend sect knew the terrible monster in the ancient fetish seal, it still regarded it as the sect god fetish and placed it in the forbidden area of the Blood Fiend sect. The Blood Fiend sect has experienced the catastrophe of the Tengu eat moon more than once, but every time after paying a certain price, it has passed through smoothly. I'm afraid they won't have that good luck this time. What's the urgency? That monster breaking the seal of the ancient gods will certainly pay a high price, and our Blood Evil sect may not be unable to contend with it. Xu Tianming said with gloomy eyes. Obviously, Xu Tianming had no plans to let the Xu Sha sect retreat. Because he is very clear in his mind, once the Blood Evil sect retreats today, I am afraid that he will inevitably fail, and even get rid of the immortal universe. It is not impossible. Seeing that Xu Tianming didn't intend to let the Xu Tianming evacuate, Xu Tianming's brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. The sealed monsters in the ancient gods are unfathomable, and the displayed power has obviously surpassed the power level of the Mahayana monks, and it is simply not something that the Blood Evil sect can contend. The Blood Fiend sect evacuated, and then asked the 10 great immortal gates for help, gathering the power of the 10 great immortal gates. Perhaps it was able to contend with that monster. If he chooses to fight hard with that monster, it is really possible that the Blood Fiend sect will cease to exist. Shui Yuntian took a deep breath, and just about to speak, the scarlet hall in front of him received a violent impact, and it burst open with a bang. A mysterious little tower about 3 feet high and pitch black in its entirety also flew out of the blasted scarlet hall. I saw that mysterious little tower was enveloped by an unusually terrifying devilish air, and a terrifying coercion also spread out overwhelmingly with the mysterious little tower as the center in an instant. All the creatures tens of thousands of miles around could not help shivering. Even Jiang Chen and the others, under the coercion of that devilish energy, seemed to be out of breath. A triumphant laughter suddenly came from the mysterious little tower. Ha ha, after so many years, this emperor's arm is finally about to break the seal of the broken tower. When the body swallows you ants of the lower universe and restores a certain strength, you can completely get rid of the shackles of this broken tower. At that time, when the emperor returns to the top, he must make those guys pay 10 times 100 times the price. As the triumphant laughter in the mysterious little tower fell, the monstrous devilish energy directly turned into a huge glutton, and opened his mouth to roar at the 2 quasi-Mahayana monks who had suffered severe damage. The 2 quasi-Mahayana monks hadn't reacted at all, and the whole person, including the body and the Yuan Ying, was swallowed by the gluttonous food. Boy, hurry up and find a chance to make a move. The more people this guy swallows, the stronger his strength will become. If you really let the guy inside break out, it will be troublesome. At this moment, the immortal monument could not help but reminded Jiang Chen in his mind. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and directly spoke to Shui Yuntian and Xu Tianming. Can your censored sect trap that mysterious tower for a moment? Shui Yuntian was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly replied, we have a door control technique in the Blood Fiend sect. If I and Shui Tianming work together to perform it, I should be able to barely trap the mysterious tower for 2 or 3 breaths. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and said directly, as long as you can trap the mysterious little tower for 2 or 3 breaths, I have a way to persist until the end of the Tengu eclipse moon. Well, we took the time to trap the mysterious little tower with 3 breaths, and we will leave the rest to you. Without even thinking about it, Shui Yuntian agreed directly. Shui Tianming frowned slightly. Shui Yuntian, you should be very clear, once you use that access control technique, what price you and I have to pay. It's all this time, what's the price? Shui Yuntian said with no expression on his face. If you can't suppress the monster, you should know what the ending of the Blood Evil sect will be today. Shui Tianming's eyes flickered slightly, and then he let out a cold snort. The true essence mana in the late Mahayana period in his body was also spreading across the sky. Seeing that censored sky, he lifted his hands, and the vast true essence mana also surged out from between his palms. As Shui Yuntian's handprints continued to change, the blood-colored true essence mana continued to condense, and finally turned into a blood-colored chain exuding a weird aura. Shui Tianming also condensed a blood-colored chain, which quickly merged with the chain of Shui Yuntian. Blood sacrifice locking heaven technique. The 2 blood-colored chains merged, and Shui Yuntian couldn't help but let out a cold stern cry. The light on the blood-colored chain burst into a burst, and it was directly turned into a forbidden, censored chain, sealing the mysterious small tower and the surrounding thousands of meters. Little friend, leave it to you. Shui Yuntian looked pale and looked at Jiang Chen, and the somewhat languid voice also directly passed into Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen did not answer Shui Yuntian. The soles of his feet stomped in the void, and his figure disappeared in the same place spookily. Jiang Chen's body appeared directly above the mysterious tower, and the multicolored stone that had been held in his palm for a long time also pressed against the mysterious tower below without hesitation. Chapter 2571, 5-Colored God Stone. The colorful stone fell from Jiang Chen's palm, and he quickly felt the existence of the magical energy in the mysterious little tower. I saw that the mysterious stone that had not had any fluctuations, as if suddenly awakened, suddenly burst out a burst of bright 5-color fairy lights. The 5-color fairy light was extremely dazzling, as if even more dazzling than the previous moonlight, instantly illuminating the dark world. Wherever the 5-color fairy light passes, it directly purifies the devilish energy emanating from the mysterious little tower. And in that mysterious little tower, an incredible scream resounded instantly in this world. How? How is it possible? How can this thing exist in this universe? As this sound fell, an unusually terrifying demonic energy burst out from above the mysterious tower, instantly shattering the blood-colored chains around it, and then it was about to turn into a black light and soar into the sky. As a demon emperor who used to shock the immortal world, he was very aware of the terrible things in front of him. Even if this thing is in the immortal world, it is also a famous existence against the sky. Even if he was at his peak back then, when facing this thing, he had to be afraid at 3 points. Although what appeared in front of him now was just a fragment of that thing, it was not something he could easily fight against in his current state. When his arm descended on this side of the universe with the small tower, the seal that was about to break through the small tower came out. Who knows the critical moment, but encountered a superb monk in this universe. That monk used the power of the moon in this universe to suppress him in the small tower. Over the years, he only had the opportunity to try to break the seal of the small tower when the Tengu eclipsed the moon, but he had not been able to succeed. This time the Tengu Shiyu, when he saw that he was about to succeed, he did not expect to encounter this supreme treasure from the fairy world. He must now control the small tower and escape from this universe as soon as possible. As long as he goes out of this universe and loses the blessing of the moonlight power of this universe, it won't take long for him to completely break the seal of the small tower. Once he was dragged down, after the Tengu eclipse moon was over, the power of the moonlight came again, and he was probably going to be completely suppressed in this small tower again. At the moment when he was about to control the mysterious little tower to escape, the colorful fairy lights in the sky also crashed down, knocking away the devilish energy on the mysterious little tower. He was horrified to find that he had lost control of the mysterious little tower. There was an unwilling roar from his mouth, and the demonic energy inside his body surged violently, trying to regain control of the small tower. His devilish energy just gushed out of the small tower, and was purified by the colorful fairy lights that enveloped the mysterious small tower. Under such a stalemate, the time for a stick of incense finally slowly passed. The Tengu that swallowed the moon in the sky also quickly dissipated, and the moonlight once again spilled from the sky. The devilish energy in the mysterious little tower that was still constantly fighting against the 5-color fairy light finally dissipated completely, making the mysterious little tower quiet instantly. Finally suppressed the monster. Seeing this scene, Shui Yuntian's eyes couldn't help but show a look of ecstasy. He thought that it would be difficult for the Blood Evil Sect to suppress the monsters in the ancient gods today, but he did not expect that at the critical moment, Jiang Chen would sacrifice a mysterious stone, and his life was delayed until the end of the Tengu Eat Moon. It seems that he asked Shui Qiansha to attract Jiang Chen to come to help. It was indeed a very correct absolute. I didn't expect this guy to have such a censored in his hands. Shui Shadian raised his head and looked at half of the multicolored stones, and a blazing light flashed across his eyes. This colorful stone can suppress the monsters in the ancient gods, and it is by no means ordinary. If he had obtained this mysterious stone, it would be easy for the Blood Evil Sect to suppress the monsters in the ancient gods, and there would be no more words to be afraid of Tengu Shiyu. In any case, today he will kill this kid and leave the colorful stones in his hands. Moreover, from the beginning, when he knew that Shui Yuntian would let the two people come to the Blood Evil Sect, Shui Shadian never thought of letting them leave alive. Receive. When Shui Shadian was thinking secretly, Jiang Chen in midair gave a soft drink and directly put the colorful stones in the mysterious little tower into the bag. Upon seeing this, Shui Shadian's complexion changed slightly, and he sternly shouted at Jiang Chen, "Boy, this little tower is my censored sect's deity, hand it over to me quickly." Zhenjiao fetish, if it weren't for me to take action today, I am afraid that your Blood Evil Sect has already been destroyed by this so-called Zhenjiao fetish. Jiang Chen smiled coldly and said, "You Blood Evil Sect cannot suppress the monsters in this small tower. I will accept them for your Blood Evil Sect, it may not be a good thing." Shui Shadian stared at Jiang Chen sternly, and an icy killing intent also spread from him in an instant. "Boy, you helped the Evil Sect to suppress the monsters. I am grateful for the Evil Sect, but if you want to get in touch with my censored of the Evil Sect, please blame me for being rude to you." Jiang Chen was too lazy to look at Shui Shadian. He turned his gaze directly to Shui Yuntian, and said faintly, "Shui Yuntian, I remember you just said that you want to give me an explanation with the blood. Relax, Shui Mo won't let you down." Shui Yuntian took a deep breath and couldn't help looking directly at the Blood Evil Sky. "Blood Evil Sky, I don't think you are suitable for the position of the leader of the Blood Evil Sect. Let go of the position of the leader." Shui Shadian smiled coldly. "Blood Yuntian, you really still care about the position of leader? If I hadn't used the Blood Thousand Kills to take the lead against you, I'm afraid you would have attacked me long ago. I have never had any interest in the position of the leader." Shui Yuntian shook his head, and then faintly said, "My only purpose is not to watch the Blood Evil Sect collapse. If the Blood Evil Sect continues to be controlled by you, I am afraid it will be destroyed sooner or later." From the very beginning, when he went to find the Blood Thousand Kills, Shui Yuntian had plans to let the Blood Thousand Kills replace the Blood Fiends and succeed the leader of the Blood Fiend sect. Behind the Blood Thousand Kills, there is a peerless figure like Jiang Chen backing. If Shui Tianming continued to hold the Blood Sha sect, there would be no room for relaxation between the Blood Thousand Killers and the Blood Sha sect. With Jiang Chen's unfathomable strength, the Blood Fiend sect might really be destroyed in his hands, which Shui Yuntian didn't want to see anyway. And once the Blood Thousand Killers were in charge of the Blood sect, Jiang Chen would certainly no longer be an enemy of the Blood sect. Only in this way, the Blood Fiend sect can better survive in the Poxian universe. Chapter 2572, Suppress the Blood Evil Sky. Shui Yuntian, if you want to help the Blood Thousand Kills ascend the throne of the leader, you also have to see if you have the ability. Shui Tianming sneered contemptuously, "You think I dare to release you from the dungeon, so I don't have the slightest preparation." Shui Yuntian's expression was extremely calm. "I know you have moved some hands and feet on me, but even so, it is not difficult for me to drag you to bury you with me. You are crazy." The face of the Blood Evil Sky changed greatly. Now that the Blood Sword Fairy sect is resurrected, the Blood Evil sect has been greatly injured. If you and I are both fallen, do you think the Blood Evil sect can still be ranked among the top 10 immortal gates, and can survive in the universe of broken immortals? Go down, no matter what, at least it is better than the Blood Evil sect in your hands. The indifferent voice of the censored cloud sky fell, and the surging weather in the late Mahayana period also spread from the body in an instant. "Here, stop him." Shui Tianming's expression instantly became frightened, and his figure quickly retreated. His hands quickly changed into mysterious handprints on his chest. For Shui Yuntian, Shui Tianming had always been very jealous. Although for some reasons, he did not get rid of Shui Yuntian, but he also moved some hands and feet on Shui Yuntian. As long as he was given 10 breaths of time, he could activate the things left in Shui Yuntian's body, leaving Shui Yuntian dead without a place to be buried. Now he can only let the many quasi-Mahayana cultivators of the Blood Fiend sect fight for him 10 breaths of time. Hearing Shui Tianming's anger, the dozen or so quasi-Mahayana monks couldn't help but looked at each other, and finally gritted their teeth and rushed towards the censored cloud sky. How did these quasi-Mahayana cultivators who were already seriously injured block the censored sky in the late Mahayana period? He just waved his hand casually, and the figure of more than a dozen quasi-Mahayana monks flew upside down like a kite with a broken wire. If Shui Yuntian didn't want to hurt the killer, more than a dozen quasi-Mahayana monks would have been completely reduced to ashes under the blow of Shui Yuntian. He flew more than a dozen quasi-Mahayana monks in an understatement. Shui Yuntian's figure did not hesitate at all, directly carrying the monstrous censored mana, rushed towards the censored evil sky. Because Shui Yuntian had already felt that Shui Tianming had already started to urge the things left in his body. In order for the Blood Thousand Kill to successfully inherit the position of the leader of the Blood Fiend sect, he must die with the Blood Fiend Heaven before that thing is fully activated. Seeing that Shui Yuntian seemed to have his heart to die with Shui Tianming, Shui Qianxi's expression also changed suddenly. He quickly raised his head and begged Jiang Chen, "Master, I also hope you can save my master's life. I am grateful for thousands of killings." He has been dependent on Shui Yuntian since he was a child, and he has already regarded Shui Yuntian as his father in his heart. Now, how can he bear to watch Shui Yuntian fall in front of him? Shui Yuntian tried to kill the Blood Evil Sky and let the Blood Thousand Kills succeed as the leader of the Blood Evil sect, but Jiang Chen was very pleased to comment. Once the Blood Thousand Killer succeeded the leader of the Blood Fiend sect, he would be equivalent to having a pair of eyes in Poxian universe, which would undoubtedly be very beneficial to his next actions in Poxian universe. For the Blood Fiend sect to be useful, it must retain a certain amount of strength. If the Blood Cloud Sky and the Blood Evil Sky fell at the same time, the Blood Evil sect is almost equivalent to the absence of the Mahayana monk. Shui Yuntian is the master of Blood Thousand Kills and a monk from the late Mahayana period, but he can stay behind. "Don't worry, your master can't die." Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and his figure disappeared out of thin air with a flash. Shui Yuntian carried a monstrous blood glow, and the whole person turned into a blood cell full of terrifying energy, and smashed directly at the Blood Evil Sky. Shui Tianming's pupils shrank suddenly. He quickly took out a blood talisman and crushed it to pieces, and the blood talisman instantly turned into a blood shield and stood in front of him. The blood ball crashed on the blood shield, causing the blood shield to burst, and Shui Shadian's body flew upside down like a broken kite, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Shui Shadian didn't care about the injuries inside his body. The handprints between his palms were constantly changing, and an extremely hideous look appeared on his face. Shui Yuntian, since you have to seek your own death, then I will fulfill you. Shui Yuntian didn't answer Shui Shadian at all. His whole body's true essence mana was mobilized to the extreme in an instant. Just as he was about to cast the forbidden technique and end up with the censored evil sky, a divine might suddenly descended from the void. Shui Yuntian suddenly raised his head, and he saw a shining monument of Jiang Chen, which appeared in the void at some time. On the huge monument of Jiang Chen, a terrifying whirlpool power instantly enveloped the blood evil sky below. Shui Shadian hadn't reacted at all. A terrifying suction in the power of the whirlpool directly rolled up the body of Shui Shadian and quickly sank into the giant monument in the sky. Jiang Chen's figure also appeared in front of the Jiang Chen monument out of thin air, and saw that the Jiang Chen monument, after swallowing the body of Shui Shadian, directly turned into a 3-foot stone monument, and fell into Jiang Chen's palm. In order to avoid the death of the Blood Cloud Heaven and the Blood Fiend Heaven, Jiang Chen once again used the Immortal Monument to suppress the Blood Fiend Heaven with the power of the Prisoner Immortal. Although Shui Shatian was a cultivator in the late Mahayana period, his strength in suppressing monsters had already been consumed a lot, and he was wounded in the confrontation with Shui Yuntian just now. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen didn't spend too much effort, and with the power of the prisoner, suppressed the blood evil sky in the Immortal Monument. What kind of treasure is this? Seeing that Jiang Chen once again offered a treasure and suppressed Shui Shadian in an understatement, Shui Yuntian's pupils couldn't help but shrank suddenly. The stone steel that Jiang Chen sacrificed not only swallowed the blood evil sky, but also cut off the connection between the thing in his body and the blood evil sky, so that he who should have died undoubtedly survived. I really don't know how 1,000 kills came across this terrifying existence in front of me. Shui Yuntian smiled bitterly in his heart, and he didn't recover from the shock for a long time. At a young age, he already possesses the terrifying power to suppress the Mahayana monks, and the treasures he possesses are even more against the sky. A multicolored stone easily suppressed the monster that made them helpless. A mysterious stone monument, even the monks of the late Mahayana such as Shui Shadian, were suppressed by it. These heaven-defying treasures, I am afraid that even if it breaks the top 10 immortal gates of the immortal universe, I am afraid that it may not be able to get one. Chapter 2573. The Plan of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. Shui Yuntian couldn't help taking a deep breath. This sun is too enchanting and against the sky. If the Blood Evil Sect chooses to be an enemy, I am afraid the only result will be destruction. Shui Yuntian no longer hesitated now. He glanced slightly, looking directly at the dozen or so quasi-Mahayana cultivators of the Blood Fiend Sect, and said indifferently, the position of the leader of the Blood Fiend Sect will be inherited by the Blood Thousand Kills. Who has an opinion? The Blood Thousand Kill is a traitor to the Blood Fiend Sect. If he is allowed to inherit the position of the leader of the Blood Fiend Sect, what face will the Blood Fiend Sect have a foothold in the broken universe in the future? A quasi-Mahayana monk who was loyal to the Blood Evil Sky immediately objected. The quasi-Mahayana monk's voice just fell, and a censored claw directly grabbed it. Before he even uttered a scream, his whole person directly turned into a cloud of blood and dissipated between the heaven and the earth. The quasi-Mahayana monk was killed in an understatement, and the blood cloud sky looked at the many high-level blood evil sects indifferently. Who else has any opinions? Many high-level blood evil sects are silent at this moment, where they dare to say a word. Now that the blood evil spirit is unclear, no one in the entire blood evil sect can contend with the blood cloud sky. If they resisted, the fate of the quasi-Mahayana monk just now would be a lesson for them. With the blood cloud heaven killing the chickens and the monkeys, after deterring the many high-level officials of the Blood Evil Sect, the Blood Thousand Killings also successfully ascended the position of the leader of the Blood Evil Sect. Because there were Jiang Chen and Shui Yuntian behind them, the Blood Thousand Killing was a bold and resolute action, and the Blood Evil Sect was rectified with the momentum of thunder, and soon he firmly grasped the Blood Evil Sect in his own hands. The news that the Blood Thousand Killers are in charge of the Blood Demon Sect and become the new generation leader of the Blood Demon Sect is also spreading in the Silent Blood territory. After Jian Chongshan and Jian Wushui got the news, they also summoned the senior officials of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect for the first time. You guys, just got the news that after the Blood Thousand kill and Jiang Chen went to the Blood Fiend Sect, they solved the Blood Fiend leader Xu Tianming. Now the Blood Thousand kill has become the new generation leader of the Blood Fiend Sect. What do you think about this? Jian Chongshan didn't talk nonsense either. His old gaze swept across the crowd slightly, and he opened the door straight to the point. The ancestor, the leader of the Blood Evil Sect, the Blood Evil Spirit has fallen, and now the Blood Evil Sect is greatly injured. It is the opportunity of our Blood Sword Immortal Sect. A quasi-Mahayana monk from the Immortal Sect of the Blood Sword hurriedly said. Hearing this, the other senior officials of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect also nodded in agreement, in a posture that they couldn't wait to kill the Blood Evil Sect. Ancestor, Blood Thousand kills can defeat the Blood Evil Sky and become the new generation leader of the Blood Evil Sect. Jiang Chen's support is inseparable. Furthermore, according to the news I got, even though Xu Tianming is no longer there, the master of Blood Thousand kills, Xu Tianming, has appeared, and that guy's strength is probably not in the blood. Now the Blood Fiend Sect seems to have undergone a change, and the strength is not as censored as when the Blood Fiend Heaven is in charge of the Blood Fiend Sect. Jian Wushui said solemnly. Hearing Jian Wushui's words, Jian Chongshan's brows couldn't help but twisted together tightly. The reputation of Xu Tianming in the Blood Evil Sect was even better than that of the Blood Evil Heaven. If it hadn't been for the time when Xu Tianming hadn't been in the Blood Evil Sect for a long time, the leader of the Blood Evil Sect might not have fallen on the head of the Blood Evil Sect. There is Xu Tianming sitting on the Blood Evil Sect. It is almost impossible for their Blood Sword Immortal Sect to shake the Blood Evil Sect. In addition to Xu Tianming, there is also the mysterious little guy named Jiang Chen. For the strength of that guy, Jian Zhongshan was equally jealous. If Jiang Chen also supports the Blood Thousand killing to become the leader of the Blood Fiend Sect, their Blood Sword Immortal Sect and the Blood Fiend Sect are undoubtedly seeking their own way of death. Jian Chongshan took a slow and deep breath, and immediately looked at Jian Wushui and said, "No blood, you have contacted Jiang Chen. What is his current attitude towards the Blood Evil Sect?" Jian Wushui quickly said. What he meant, the Blood Evil Sect and the Blood Sword Immortal Sect will develop peacefully in the future, and the previous grievances will be wiped out. An imperceptible cold light flashed in Jian Chongshan's eyes. After the Self-Blood Evil Sect split from the Blood Sword Immortal Sect, the two have been incompatible. The countless ancestors of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect fell into the hands of the Blood Fiend Sect. Between the Blood Sword Immortal Sect and the Blood Fiend Sect, there is no end to death. How can Jiang Chen write off this censored feud that has lasted for hundreds of millions of years? Jian Chongshan was able to design to hide from the sky and avoid the eyes and ears of the Blood Evil Sect with suspended animation. Naturally, he was not a reckless person. He also knows very well that it is not appropriate to face the Blood Evil Sect at this moment. It is undoubtedly the best choice for them to develop peacefully with the Blood Evil Sect, and then look for opportunities to destroy the Blood Evil Sect. Ancestor, it is not a wise choice for us to fight the Blood Evil Sect now. If we don't want to develop peacefully with the Blood Evil Sect, there is another way. Jian Wushui's eyes flickered slightly. According to your guess, isn't it possible that Jiang Chen is not the person who broke the universe? We just need to spread the news, and the 10 great immortals will naturally send people to deal with him in the Blood Evil Sect. This is just my guess. If this is not the case, once we do this, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect and them will really be torn apart. Jian Chongshan's old eyes flashed a sharp light, and he said solemnly, leave aside the matter with the Blood Fiend Sect. The next Fairy Gate Conference of Broxian Universe is about to be held. Our top priority is to accumulate our strength and strive to return to the 10 Immortals. Column of Doors. If it can return to the top 10 Immortal Gates, the Blood Sword Immortal Sect will not only increase its position in the Poxian universe, but it will also be able to win more resources. This is undoubtedly of vital importance to whether the Blood Sword Immortal Sect can return to its peak. As long as the Blood Sword Immortal Sect can return to its peak, will it not be easy to deal with a Blood Evil Sect? Since the Tianggu Shiyu had a terrifying change, with the support of Jiang Chen and Xu Tianming, the Blood Thousand Killer became the new generation of the leader of the Blood Fiend Sect. Under the thunder of Blood Thousand killing, the Blood Fiend Sect did not experience much turmoil, and the situation soon stabilized again. And when the Blood Thousand kills the Blood Evil Sect, Jiang Chen had been staying in the library of the evil spirits, reading some classics of the evil spirits. Through some of the classics of the Blood Fiend Sect, Jiang Chen also has a deeper understanding of the situation of the broken universe. The top powers of the Paxian universe today are mainly the prestigious 10 immortal gates. Among these 10 immortal gates, the 3 top immortal gates are headed. These 3 immortal gates are Hunyuan Sword Sect, Promise Immortal Sect, and Tai Immortal Sect that Jiang Chen is very familiar with. Chapter 2574, Fairy Gate Conference. The 3 top celestial gates have a long history in the Paxian universe, and their strength is unfathomable. It is said that Tai Immortal Sect, which is at the bottom of the 3 top immortal gates, has at least 10 Mahayana monks. Especially the strongest Hunyuan Sword Sect possesses countless Mahayana sword repairs. Among the 3 top immortal gates, there are even some powerful forces that surpass the Mahayana monks. For countless years, although the top 10 celestial gates of the Paxian universe will change, the status of the 3 top celestial gates is completely unshakable. The strength of the Paxian universe is really not that strong. After learning about some of the 3 top immortal gates, Jiang Chen couldn't help but murmured in his heart. This is still the case where the fairy road of Paxian universe is cut off. Jiang Chen couldn't even imagine what kind of grand occasion will be before the fairy road in the universe is cut off. He also had to rejoice in his heart that the Blood Evil sect had not announced it in the Paxian universe after learning the news of God's domain. Once the top forces of Paxian universe took action, the current God's domain might not have any resistance at all. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a deep breath. Although he has now allowed the Blood Thousand Killers to take charge of the Blood Fiend sect, he has only temporarily resolved the crisis in God's domain, and he wants to completely ensure the safety of God's domain. This is probably far from enough. After reading some ancient books and learning about the situation of Paxian universe, Jiang Chen didn't waste any time, and directly retreats to practice in the Blood Fiend sect. The strength of Paxian universe is too strong. Although Jiang Chen has become the master of martial arts, he is far from being able to contend the entire Paxian universe with one person. If Paxian universe really wanted to attack God's domain, he would have no way to stop it. The only way now is to cultivate hard and improve strength. As long as he can reach the pinnacle of dominance and even the legendary Immortal Realm, he will no longer have the slightest fear even when facing the 3 top celestial gates of the broken universe. And while Jiang Chen was absorbing the power of the fairy crystal fragments while madly cultivating immortals, time also slowly passed bit by bit. Jiang Chen's cultivation level was also smoothly promoted from the early stage of the domination realm to the middle stage of the domination realm. Finally, it's the middle stage of the domination realm. The energy I need to practice now is more than 1.5 stars more than the average martial masters. This time he practiced, even though he had broken through the middle of the dominance realm, the power of the fairy crystal fragment in his body had also consumed nearly half. Even if he completely absorbed the power of this fairy crystal fragment, I am afraid it would be good to be able to break through the late dominance stage. Such a situation was naturally expected by Jiang Chen. He cultivated the Azure Emperor Longevity's secret art of the immortal grade cultivation technique, and his body profile was also systematically built, reaching a very terrifying point, and it would naturally become much more difficult to upgrade. Although it is difficult to improve, Jiang Chen's combat power is definitely invincible in the same state. The monks in the early days of Mahayana in the broken universe were almost stronger than the martial arts masters in the early days of the dominance of God's domain. At this level, even if you want to fight beyond a small realm, it is very difficult. Jiang Chen had just broken through the dominance realm and was able to forcibly shake the cultivator at the mid-Mahayana peak, and his combat power was already very sky-defying. Now that he has broken through the mid-term dominance, even facing the monks in the late Mahayana period, Jiang Chen is completely capable of fighting head-on. If he tried his best, even facing the old monsters at the peak of Mahayana, Jiang Chen might not be able to contend against 1 or 2. Today's Jiang Chen, although he still does not have the strength to oppose the entire Paxian universe, there are few people in the Paxian universe who can truly pose a threat to him. Jiang Chen, who broke through to dominate the mid-term, was not satisfied with this. He intends to continue to practice and strive to break through to dominate the later stage as soon as possible. At that time, he will be invincible in this celestial breaking universe, standing invincible. Just when Jiang Chen was about to continue his cultivation, a sudden message suddenly came into Jiang Chen's mind. Blood Thousand Killers actually asked me to go to discuss matters. Isn't it because the Blood Sword Immortal Sect wants to take action on the Blood Fiend Sect? After Jiang Chen received the information, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Since the Blood Thousand Kills took charge of the Blood Demon Sect, Jiang Chen had never interfered with the Blood Demon Sect, and the Blood Thousand Kills would basically not bother him easily. Now that he is suddenly allowed to go out and discuss matters, something big must happen. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate either, and he appeared in the hall where Blood Thousand Killing was located with a flash of figure. Seeing Jiang Chen appeared, Shui Qiansha quickly stood up respectfully. Jiang Chen said indifferently, "Let's talk, you are so anxious to come to me, what happened?" The Blood Thousand Killer took a deep breath and slowly said, "Master, not long ago, the Hunyuan Sword Sect sent someone to the Blood Evil cult. Hunyuan Zhanzong." Jiang Chen couldn't help but condensed his eyes suddenly. What did they send someone to the Blood Evil Sect to do? Blood Thousand Killing quickly said, "It's about the Fairy Gate Conference. The Fairy Gate Conference, which is held every 100 years in the Broken Universe, is coming soon." Fairy Gate Conference. This Fairy Gate Conference is a grand event once in 100 years. This grand event is not only an exchange event for the great celestial forces in the celestial cosmos, but also a shuffle of the celestial cosmic forces. Even some of the powerful forces in the top 10 immortal gates may be replaced. The Blood Evil Sect has recently fallen one after another in the Mahayana cultivator who crossed the Jade Heaven arrogance. It can be said that the vitality is greatly injured. This immortal gate meeting is undoubtedly very unfavorable to the Blood Evil Sect. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "With you and your master, it should be no problem for the Blood Fiend to keep the position of the top 10 immortal gates. Poxian Universe, headed by the 3 top celestial gates of Hunyuan Zhanzong, and the remaining 7 celestial gates are also decision-makers who can participate in some core decisions of Poxian Universe. As long as the Blood Fiend Sect can keep the position of the top 10 immortal gates, even if Poxian Universe decides to invade God's domain, he will get news in the first time." Jiang Chen's only requirement was that the Blood Fiend Sect should be among the top 10 immortal gates. Jiang Chen didn't plan to participate in this Fairy Gate meeting personally. The place where the Fairy Gate Conference is held is the first Shanman Hunyuan Sword Sect in Poxian Universe. There will be many old monsters from Poxian Universe. Once his identity is revealed at the Fairy Gate Conference, it will undoubtedly be very troublesome. This is naturally no problem. Blood Thousand Killing nodded. Master Xueyantian was a monk in the late Mahayana period, and coupled with him, the quasi-Mahayana arrogant. Even if the Blood Evil Sect could not keep its current status, how could it not be removed from the top 10 immortal gates? Chapter 2575, Amazing News. In that case, I won't participate in the Fairy Gate Conference, you can handle it yourself. This Fairy Gate Conference didn't make much sense to him, and Jiang Chen obviously didn't intend to waste time at the Fairy Gate Conference. "Master, if it's just because of the Fairy Conference, I won't bother you easily." Blood Thousand Killing smiled bitterly. According to the messenger of Hunyuan Sword Sect, Hunyuan Sword Sect intends to use this Fairy Gate Conference to convene the Fairy Gate of Po Xian Universe to discuss the invasion of God's domain. Blood Thousand Kill had already known Jiang Chen's identity, and because of this, he notified Jiang Chen as soon as he got the news. Poxian Universe intends to invade God's domain. Hearing the words of Blood Thousand Killing, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed drastically. After solving the trouble of the Blood Fiend Sect, God's domain should not be threatened by the immortal universe in a short period of time. Unexpectedly, the first immortal door Hunyuan Zhanzong in Poxian Universe had already planned to summon the forces of Poxian Universe to invade God's domain again. "It looks like this so-called Fairy Gate Conference, I won't be able to go if I don't go." Jiang Chen's complexion changed slightly, and a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. Although the overall strength of God's domain and Heavenly Tao has risen a step after the recovery of God's domain and Heavenly Tao, he should have improved a lot in the past few years since he left, and it is even possible that a new domination realm has been born. But in front of Poxian Universe, the strength of God's domain is still too weak. Jiang Chen is now very clear about the strength of Poxian Universe. Not to mention that the Hunyuan Sword Sect summoned the power of the Poxian Universe to invade God's domain. Even if it was just a Hunyuan Sword Sect, it was far from what the current God's domain could contend. He must find a way to prevent Poxian Universe from invading God's domain. Even if it can't be stopped, he must delay as much as possible, and must not allow the Poxian Universe to aggressively invade God's domain at this time. God's domain is really going to be destroyed in the hands of Poxian Universe. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then slowly raised his head and said, now how long is there before the Fairy Gate Conference? Blood Thousand Kill quickly replied, there is still half a year. Half a year. Although after breaking through the dominance of martial arts, his cultivation progress has become more and more slow, but if he is given half a year, it is completely enough for him to absorb the fairy crystal fragments in his body. If you are using some of the resources of the Blood Fiend sect to break through the later stage of the dominance of martial arts, there shouldn't be much problem. He went to Hunyuan Shanzong to participate in the Fairy Gate Conference, and he could better deal with various situations. Jiang Chen's thoughts flickered, and he suddenly thought of the person in the Star Universe who was brought back to the Poxian Universe. He couldn't help but quickly asked, how about the person Shanzong who I brought to the Poxian Universe? They stayed there all the time. The Blood Thousand Killer was taken aback for a moment. Do I need to send someone to receive them to the Blood Fiend sect? A sharp light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. You find a way to send the people of the Star Universe out of the Poxian Universe, let them return to the universe, and bring the news that the Poxian Universe is preparing to invade God's domain on a large scale to the universe. Quote. If Poxian Universe really decides to invade God's domain on a large scale, with his current strength, it will not be an easy task to stop it. The Star Universe is one of the largest in the universe. If the Heavenly Star Universe gets the news that the broken universe has invaded God's domain, it will certainly not stand idly by. He joined forces with the Sky Star Universe, one inside and one outside. He would surely be able to severely damage the Poxian Universe, so that the Poxian Universe had no time to invade God's domain. Blood Thousand Killing nodded quickly and said, Master, don't worry, I will definitely send those people from the Heavenly Star Universe out of the Broxian Universe. As the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian Universe, the Blood Fiend sect is not low in the Poxian Universe. It is not a difficult task to send those from the Heavenly Star Universe to leave the Poxian Universe. That's it, call me when I go to Hunyuan Zhanzong to participate in the Fairy Gate Conference. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and his figure flashed before disappearing in front of the Blood Thousand Kills. And shortly after Jiang Chen left, the figure of Shui Yuntian also appeared silently beside Shui Qiansha. He looked at Shui Yuntian and whispered, 1,000 kills, have you really decided? Bringing the Blood Evil sect to seek refuge with Jiang Chen is a way of no return. Master, I have decided. Blood Thousand Killers said firmly, my Blood Thousand Killers can return to the broken universe and have the status today. All this is bestowed on me by the Master. Even if I go through fire and water, 1,000 Killers will never frown. Shui Yuntian said solemnly, but he is from God's domain. Blood Thousand Killing said indifferently, what does the grudge between God's domain and Poxian Universe have to do with us? As long as the Blood Evil sect can develop and grow, it is enough. Following the Master, this may not be an opportunity for the Blood Evil sect. Shui Yuntian was silent for a while and said, you just believe that he can shake the entire broken universe with his own power. A few years ago, when I met the Master in the starry sky of the universe, although he was unparalleled in combat power, his cultivation was only equivalent to crossing the catastrophe period. Blood Thousand Killing smiled slightly. To be honest, I never thought at the time that the Master could shake the Blood Fiend sect, one of the top 10 immortal gates, with his own power in such a short period of time. Hearing the words of Blood Thousand Killing, Shui Yuntian was also speechless for a long time. Jiang Chen's talent is indeed far beyond imagination. He could feel that Jiang Chen's current strength was much stronger than that of the day when the Tengu eclipsed the moon. Even if it was his later Mahayana cultivation base, facing Jiang Chen today, I am afraid that he would not have much chance of winning. With this guy's terrifying growth talent, I'm afraid it won't be long before, and there are few people in the entire Broxian universe that can get him. Since you have decided, I won't say much. Now Jiang Chen's identity must not be exposed. You must be careful when you act. Shui Yuntian's eyes flickered slightly. I have to leave recently. I will try my best to come back before the Fairy Gate Conference, and the Blood Fiend sect will be handed over to you. Blood Thousand Kill was startled. Master, what are you going to do? I want to confirm whether the censored ancestor is still alive. With the relationship between the old guy and the Blood Evil Sky, if he is still alive in this world, it will undoubtedly be a big trouble for us. When Shui Yuntian spoke, his tone became a little serious. Bloody ancestor. Hearing Shui Yuntian mention this, Shui Qianshan's complexion couldn't help but change slightly. You don't have to worry about this. Your teacher will take care of it. Please take care of the Blood Evil sect. After Shui Yuntian finished speaking, his figure flashed before disappearing silently in front of the Blood Thousand Kills. Chapter 2576, Hunyuan Tianyu, The Blood Evil Teaches the Depths. A quiet secret room. Jiang Chen sat motionless on the stone platform in the center of the secret room with his legs cross-legged, and a series of system prompts continued to sound in his mind. Under Jiang Chen's full cultivation, the power of dominance in his body is also increasing at a terrifying speed. For 5 full months, Jiang Chen's cultivation has also reached the point of dominating the midterm peak all the way, and it is only one step away from dominating the later period. In these 5 months, the power of the fairy crystal fragments in Jiang Chen's body was once again absorbed. In order to be able to break through the late dominating period before the Fairy Gate Conference, Jiang Chen didn't waste any time, and directly scraped some top resources in the Blood Fiend Religion treasury. After practicing this way for half a month, a pleasant reminder sound finally sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You successfully broke through the late dominance period. Feeling the majestic dominance in his body, I don't know how many times the power of the dominance, Jiang Chen's eyes opened suddenly, and a sharp light burst out. Dominating the late stage, he finally broke through. Now that he has broken through to dominate the late stage, even if he faces the cultivator at the peak of the Mahayana universe, he will not have the slightest fear at all. If it urges the immortal monument to use the power of the immortal prisoner, it is even enough to suppress the monks at the peak of the Mahayana in the immortal monument. Jiang Chen's current combat power, even in the Poxian universe, is also at the top of the existence. Even among the 3 top celestial gates in the Poxian universe, almost no one can pose a threat to him. With his current strength, even if his identity is revealed at the Fairy Gate Conference next, Jiang Chen is confident to retreat from the Hunyuan Sword Sect calmly. There shouldn't be much time before the Fairy Gate Conference, and it's time to leave. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and his divine consciousness quickly spread within the Blood Fiend Sect. After he sensed the breath of Blood Thousand Kills, his figure flashed directly in front of Blood Thousand Kills. Master, are you out? Seeing Jiang Chen who appeared in front of him, Blood Thousand Killing was stunned for a moment, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, and then asked, during this period of my retreat, what's going on in the universe? The Fairy Gate Conference is about to be held, and most of the forces in the Poxian universe that can be ranked are preparing for the Fairy Gate Conference this time, and nothing major has happened. Even the Zhuli Shanzong and Tai Shanzong, who had some conflicts not long ago, seemed to disappear in the end. Blood Thousand Killing explained with a smile. Qing Yuanzong actually had a conflict with Tai Shanzong. Hearing the words of Blood Thousand Killing, Jiang Chen couldn't help but squint slightly. There has never been any intersection between Qing Yuanzong and Tai Xianzong, and there can be no conflict between the two for no reason. In all likelihood, Tai Immortal Sect traced the remains of Taoist Tianyu, and finally found Qing Yuanzong's head. Tai Immortal Sect finally had nothing to do with Qing Yuanzong, and he didn't find any trouble with him in the future. Qing Yuanzong must have not exposed him. Even if Qing Yuanzong really exposed him, Jiang Chen would not care too much. If it were a few months ago that the Tai Immortal Sect knew that he had led Qing Yuanzong to seize the inheritance of Taoist Tianyu, he might still be afraid of Tai Immortal Sect by 3 points. Now his strength is not inferior to the monks at the peak of Mahayana. Even if he was facing Tai Immortal Sect, one of the 3 top immortal gates of Poxian universe, Jiang Chen would not have the slightest fear. He pondered slightly. The Fairy Gate Conference should start soon, right? Blood Thousand Killing nodded and said, it's less than a month since the Fairy Gate Conference. We are going to Hunyuan Zhanzong. Even if we drive with all our strength, it will take at least 20 days. If the master hasn't left after 3 days off, I can only invite you out. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance. In that case, you are ready, let's set off to Hunyuan Sword Sect. The Blood Thousand Killing replied respectfully, and then went down to make arrangements. Blood Thousand Kill and Xu Tianming joined Jiang Chen, ready to set off to Hunyuan Zhanzong. Seeing Xu Tianming who was coming with the Blood Thousand Killing, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wrinkle his brows slightly. What have you been doing recently? Why are you injured? Master, are you hurt? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Blood Thousand Kill was shocked. He couldn't help but quickly raised his head and looked at Xu Tianming. Master, have you discovered that censored ancestor? Xu Tianming was already a monk in the late Mahayana period. Even if he looked at the entire broken universe, he was also a first-class superpower. Except for those old monsters at the peak of the Mahayana, there are almost a handful of Poxian universes that can pose a threat to the censored sky. And when Shui Yuntian left the Blood Fiend sect some time ago, it was to determine if the bloody ancestor was alive. Now that Shui Yuntian has returned from a serious injury, in all likelihood, the censored ancestor is still alive. The old guy is indeed still alive, but he won't be born in a short time, so there is no need to worry too much. Shui Yuntian waved his hand and said, "Let's go, we will talk about this until the end of the Fairy Gate Conference." Bloody an ancestor. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't say much. The immortal road of Poxian universe is cut off, and there is a black hand behind the scenes, and it is impossible to give birth to an existence beyond the Mahayana period. The censored ancestor was at best a monk at the peak of Mahayana. If it is the old guy who knows a little bit more, it will be a big deal to suppress him. Hunyuan Tianyu, one of the oldest and largest universes in the Poxian universe. Here is also the head of the top 10 immortal gates of Poxian universe, the location of Hunyuan Sword Sect. The distance between the Blood Evil Heaven and the Hunyuan Heaven is extremely far away, and the space between the two is no less than 10 large or small. Jiang Chen and the others left the Blood Fiend celestial territory and used some cross-regional teleportation formations along the way, and it took nearly half a month to reach the Hunyuan celestial territory. As the well-deserved first universe of Poxian universe, Hunyuan universe is undoubtedly very prosperous. After Jiang Chen and the others entered the Hunyuan universe, they saw huge cities rise up along the way, covering an area of thousands of miles, and the city walls are as high as thousands of meters. They are located in the place where the spiritual veins converge. In these cities, from time to time there are monks with powerful auras flying out of the major cities. Through the powerful spiritual sense, Jiang Chen can even clearly feel that the spiritual veins that stretch for tens of thousands of miles, spread across the entire Hunyuan universe, like the large blood vessels of the human body, supplying the huge spiritual energy consumption of these cities. Chapter 2577, Encounter Julie Shanzong. It's worthy of being the first horizon of the Poxian universe today. It really is extraordinary. Jiang Chen felt the situation in Hunyuan Tianyu, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Hunyuan Tianyu, the environment here is really superior. For any cultivator in the broken universe, Hunyuan Tianyu is probably an excellent holy place for cultivation. The cultivation environment here, even if compared to the Tai immortal territory that Jiang Chen visited not long ago, is probably more than twice as good. The quiet blood territory under the control of the Blood Fiend sect was more than a star and a half away from this Hunyuan heaven territory. It is no exaggeration to say, any city in the Hunyuan Tianyu is probably comparable to the Shuiyanzhou city in the Silent Blood Tianyu. How big is the gap between the Silent Blood Cosmos and the Hunyuan Cosmos? Hunyuan Tianyu is hailed as the first heaven of the broken immortal universe, and it is of course not a vain name. If not, Hunyuan Sword Sect might not have always been ranked first among the top 10 immortal gates. Shui Yuntian said solemnly, today's Hunyuan Sword Sect is in charge of Hunyuan Tianyu, where the spiritual veins converge. Unless there is some kind of drastic change in the Poxian universe, even for thousands of years, I am afraid that no power can shake Hunyuan Sword Sect. Jiang Chen and the others were chatting while walking towards the center of Hunyuan Tianyu. As they gradually approached the center of the Hunyuan Tianyu, the number of monks passing by in the air became more and more. Many monks were obviously born in great religions, and they drove monsters or vehicles during the catastrophe period. These cultivators obviously also came to Hunyuan Tianyu to participate in the Fairy Gate Conference. And the place where the Fairy Gate Conference was held this time was the famous Hunyuan Holy City in Hunyuan Tianyu. If Shuiyanzhou City is the center of the entire Silent Blood territory, then Hunyuan Holy City is the core of the well-deserved core of the Hunyuan Tianyu. Because this city was built by the Hunyuan Tianzong, who is dominated by the Hunyuan Tianyu and ranked first among the top 10 immortal gates. Hunyuan Jianzong has a long tradition, and is recognized as the strongest immortal sect in the Poxian universe. Whether it is Promise Immortal Sect or Tai Immortal Sect, they are slightly inferior to Hunyuan Sword Sect. How strong the Hunyuan Sword Sect is, little is known in the entire Poxian universe. But just one point is enough to prove the power of Hunyuan Jianzong. Leaving aside some hidden old monsters, among the top 10 powerhouses in the Broxian universe, the top 3 existing ones are all from the Hunyuan Sword Sect. After flying through the Hunyuan Tianyu for 3 days and 3 nights, Jiang Chen and the others finally arrived at the most prosperous city in the Hunyuan Tianyu, the holy city of Hunyuan. It's really prosperous. After entering the holy city of Hunyuan, Jiang Chen, who was used to seeing strong winds and waves, was also shocked by the situation in the holy city of Hunyuan. The Hunyuan holy city is larger than any city Jiang Chen has ever seen. It is directly afraid that it will exceed 100,000 li, and the number of people it can hold is hundreds of millions. The aura in Hunyuan holy city is more than twice as rich as other places in Hunyuan heaven. The monks who come and go here are extremely powerful, and even monks in the tribulation period and the quasi-Mahayana period are almost everywhere. Even occasionally I could sense the breath of a Mahayana monk flying by in the air. The Fairy Gate Conference is a grand gathering of the century-old world in the universe. In addition to the 10 great immortals, at least one must have a first-rate force with quasi-Mahayana monks in charge before they are eligible to participate. Now that the Fairy Gate Conference is about to be held, it is not surprising that Hunyuan Holy City can gather so many powerful people. Blood Thousand Killing explained softly. Jiang Chen nodded, and then asked, "Where are we going now?" Blood Thousand Killing pondered slightly. "Go to the City Lord's mansion in the Holy City to find the person in charge of the Hunyuan Sword Sect Immortal Gate Conference. They will arrange a place for us." Jiang Chen didn't have any objections to this. After the three wandered around in Hunyuan Holy City for a while, they soon came to the City Lord's mansion in the center of Hunyuan Holy City. Outside the City Lord's mansion, on a huge square that is 1,000 meters long, there are already many figures of tyrannical aura, and there is a long line of people here. These figures are obviously all here to participate in the Fairy Gate Conference. When Jiang Chen saw the situation on the square, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. There are too many people here. There are no less than 100 domains in the Poxian universe. Each domain has the first-rate power of quasi-Mahayana monks, and there are no more. Now all of them are gathered in this Hunyuan Holy City, which is naturally very terrifying. Shui Qiansha smiled slightly and said, "According to the rules of the Fairy Gate Conference, the 10 great fairy gates and Mahayana monks don't need to line up. Let's go directly in." Blood Thousand Kill will take Jiang Chen and walk towards the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, a faint chuckle came suddenly from behind Jiang Chen and the others. "Ha, Shuiyantian, I didn't expect that the blood evil teaching who led the team to participate in the Fairy Gate Conference this time would be you, old fellow." The sudden voice also caused the Jiang Chen trio to be taken aback. They couldn't help turning their heads and looking in the direction of the sound, and they saw 4 extraordinary figures walking straight towards them. The master is from the 9 Li Immortal Sect. Shui Qiansha's complexion changed slightly, and he could not help but whispered in Jiang Chen's ear. Even if he didn't need to remind him of Blood Thousand Kills, Jiang Chen already knew that the 4 people in front of him were from the 9 Li Immortal Sect. Because among these 4 people, there is a figure that Jiang Chen is very familiar with. It is Li Xiao, who had a conflict with him in Qingyuanzhou City. When Jiang Chen was in Qingyuanzhou City, he changed his appearance. Now that he recovered his original appearance, Li Xiao naturally didn't recognize Jiang Chen for a while. "Li Tianchong, I didn't expect that you, the sect master of 9 Li Immortal Sect, would personally lead the team to participate in this Fairy Gate Conference." Shui Yuntian looked at the domineering burly middle-aged man, and couldn't help but smile faintly. "This Immortal Gate Conference is extraordinary. This suzerain naturally has to come here in person." Li Tianchong said. His gaze swept across Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen, and a surprised look appeared in his eyes. "Blood Yuntian, it is not easy for you to teach these 2 little guys." With Li Tianchong's eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that Blood Thousand Killing is already a quasi-Mahayana arrogant. And another younger young man is even more mysterious, even he can't even see through the aura on his body. "Sect Master Li is absurdly praised. How can my disciples of the Blood Fiend cult compare with your 9 Li Immortal Sect? If Sect Master Li has nothing else to do, then I will take the first step." After Shui Yuntian finished speaking, he did not intend to entangle with Li Tianchong, so he turned and headed towards the City Lord's mansion. Seeing this, Li Tianchong did not continue to talk nonsense, and a faint voice resounded. "Blood Yuntian, Li Mo does have one thing that he wants to prove to you, the Blood Evil Sect." Chapter 2578, Conflict. Shui Yuntian frowned slightly. "What's the matter?" Li Tianchong said faintly. "Not long ago, my elder Li Tianyuan of the 9 Li Immortal Sect accidentally fell into the Qingyuan Tianyu." Shui Yuntian's eyes narrowed slightly. Sect Master Li, your elder of the 9 Li Immortal Sect has fallen in the Qingyuan heaven, what does it have to do with my blood evil sect? Although Shui Yuntian had long known from the mouth of Shui Qiansha that Li Tianyuan of the 9 Li Immortal Sect had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands, at this moment, Shui Yuntian would naturally not admit it easily. The strength of the 9 Li Immortal Sect is only stronger than that of the Blood Fiend Sect. Especially the Blood Fiend Sect, whose vitality is severely injured, is far from being compared with the 9 Li Immortal Sect. At this time, Shui Yuntian did not want to conflict with the Zhu Li Immortal Sect. Li Tianchong stared at Shui Yuntian steadily, saying every word, because at the beginning of the Qingyuan Tianyu, only your blood evil sect has this strength and motivation. In the Qingyuanzhou city that day, the Qingyuanzong could not participate in the battle for the Pill of Transfiguration. In addition, the only top 10 immortal gates that appeared in Qingyuanzhou city were the Blood Fiend Sect and the Zhu Li Immortal Sect. In addition to the Blood Fiend Sect, who else has the ability to kill a Mahayana monk? Sect Master Li, you can't talk nonsense. You said that Li Tianyuan's fall is related to my blood evil sect, what evidence is there? Shui Yuntian coldly snorted with an unkind expression. My blood evil spirit guardian, Blood 9 Underworld, also fell in the Qingyuan Tianyu. Can I also suspect that your Zhu Li Immortal Sect did it? Li Tianchong's complexion couldn't help but sink slightly. Li Tianchong had known about the situation in Qingyuan Tianyu from Li Xiao's mouth a long time ago. Because the Cold Wind Immortal Gate gave an irresistible price, Li Tianyuan finally chose to abandon the fight for the Pill of Transformation. He and the old Mahayana monk Glacier, who had been invited by the Cold Wind Immortal Gate, joined forces to severely inflict Shui Juming, but they did not choose to kill Shui Juming. For one thing, the Blood Evil Sect is almost the same as the Zhu Li Immortal Sect. Li Tianyuan does not want the Zhu Li Immortal Sect to directly conflict with the Blood Evil Sect. Secondly, through analysis, Li Tianyuan inferred that the two people who bought the immortal treasures in the Qingyuanzhou City Free Trade Market and photographed the fragments of the immortal artifacts are most likely to be the two of the Blood Thousand Killers who rioted in the Blood Evil Sect. Li Tianyuan decided to use the Blood 9 spirits to draw the two people out of the Blood Thousand killings. After the two sides struggled and lost, he secretly took advantage of the fisherman's profit. No one thought that after Li Tianyuan left, he would never return to the Zhu Li Immortal Sect. Although Li Tianchong knew that the Blood 9 Underworld of the Blood Demon Sect had also fallen, he still had an intuition that this matter could not be separated from the Blood Demon Sect. Although Blood Thousand Kill has long been regarded as a traitor by the Blood Evil Sect, it is ultimately a person of the Blood Evil Sect. Especially some time ago, the Blood Fiend Sect had suddenly undergone a tremendous change. The blood cloud sky that had disappeared for many years was born out of thin air, and it helped the Blood Thousand Kills to take the position of the leader of the Blood Fiend Sect. For all these reasons, Li Tianchong felt that the fall of Li Tianyuan was very likely to be related to the Blood Evil Sect. Li Tianchong's eyes flickered slightly, and immediately with a movement of his palm, a black stone exuding strange waves emerged from his palm. His gaze swept across the bodies of Jiang Chen and Blood Thousand Killers, and said indifferently, "This is a treasure that Li Tianyuan has sacrificed in front of him. No matter who is related to Li Tianyuan's fall, once he touches this stone, it will inevitably result." Induction, can you let the two next to you come forward? Although the two people beside Shui Yuntian looked completely different from the two described by Li Xiao, Li Tianchong could vaguely guess the identity of the two. That quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao, who is somewhat similar to Shui Yin Tianzhao, should be the Blood Thousand Kill in all likelihood. And beside the Blood Thousand Kill, the mysterious young man who made him unable to see through, obviously should be the original companion of the Blood Thousand Kill. These two people may really have the possibility of killing Li Tianyuan. The conflict between Jiang Chen and his party in the 9 Li Immortal Sect quickly attracted the attention of many cultivators around, and their gazes also turned towards Jiang Chen and the others. Who are they who dare to have a conflict in the territory of Hunyuan Sword Sect? I think they are getting impatient. A cultivator of tribulation from a certain small domain looked at the situation in front of him, and his face couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Shut up. A quasi-Mahayana cultivator hurriedly shouted next to this monk, they are the 9 Li Immortal Sect and the Blood Sect of the 10 Great Immortals. If you don't want to cause trouble to your upper body, just shut up. The monk Dujia's complexion changed suddenly, and he could not help closing his mouth quickly. 9 Li Immortal Sect and Blood Fiend Sect, these are among the top 10 immortal gates, with Mahayana monks sitting at the center, and their strength is unfathomable, and neither party can afford to offend them. And more people watched this scene in front of them, and there was a strange look in their eyes. The 9 Li Immortal Sect and the Blood Fiend Sect among the 10 Great Immortals actually clashed at this time. I am afraid that there will be a good show. Shui Yuntian looked at the stone in Li Tianchong's hand, his complexion couldn't help but change slightly. It is an indisputable fact that Li Tianyuan fell into Jiang Chen's hands. If the stone in Li Tianchong's hand really had such a function, once Jiang Chen touched the stone, it would definitely make the stone react. Li Tianchong, who do you think you are? You said that if you let them come forward for a test, they have to come forward for the test. Let me say it again, the fall of Li Tianyuan has nothing to do with my blood evil sect. After that, Shui Yuntian ignored Li Tianchong, and turned around to take the two of Jiang Chen towards the gate of the city lord's mansion. A cold light flashed in Li Tianchong's eyes, and his figure flashed in front of Shui Yuntian out of thin air, coldly said, Shui Yuntian, you are so anxious to leave, I think you are a guilty conscience. Shui Yuntian said indifferently, I just don't bother to care about you. Get out of the way, don't block my way. What if I say no? Li Tianchong smiled coldly, Shui Yuntian, whether you agree or not, I will get a result from both of them today. Hearing Li Tianchong's words, Shui Yuntian's expression also instantly became gloomy. Li Tianchong, don't think I give you a bit of face, you really think I'm afraid of you. This is Hunyuan Holy City, not your Zhuli Tianyu. Are you still planning to do something here? Li Tianchong said expressionlessly, if you insist on not letting the two of them test, I don't mind doing it here. Even if someone from Hunyuan Sword Sect comes, it will be the same. Shui Yuntian suddenly smiled with anger and said, if that's the case, let me see, what is your current sovereign of the 9 Li Immortal Sect? Chapter 2579, Tianzhao Strong Gathered. Am I still afraid of your failure? Li Tianchong let out a cold snort, and the breath of the late Mahayana was swept away from him. The two powerful auras of the late Mahayana flooded the world, causing countless monks around them to instantly turn pale, as if they were about to suffocate. At the moment when the two of Shui Yuntian's vitality exploded, a thick and old voice suddenly came from the depths of the city lord's mansion. Hunyuan Holy City is forbidden to do it in private. No matter what grievances you have between you, this is not the place where you do it. If you insist on doing it, then you should blame the old and you are not welcome. With this old voice resounding over the Hunyuan Holy City, the pressure of the two blood in the sky that suffocated countless people also disappeared instantly. This sudden old voice also made Shui Yuntian and Li Tianchong's hearts slightly stunned. This old voice in Hunyuan Holy City was stronger than the two of them. He was obviously an old monster at the pinnacle of Mahayana. Such existences, even Shui Yuntian and Li Tianchong, would definitely not provoke them easily. Blood Yuntian, I will never end this matter from the 9 Li Immortal Sect and your Blood Evil Sect. When the Fairy Gate Conference is over, I will find you to settle the matter. Now that the old monster at the Mahayana pinnacle of Hunyuan Sword Sect speaks, Li Tianchong will naturally not risk offending Hunyuan Sword Sect and continue to work with Shui Yuntian. He snorted lightly, and immediately walked into the city lord's mansion with the three people behind him. Shui Yuntian took a deep breath, and quickly entered the city lord's mansion of Hunyuan Holy City under the gaze of countless eyes around him. Because the Blood Fiend Sect was the top 10 immortal gates of the broken immortal universe, Jiang Chen and the others were also warmly received by the Hunyuan Sword Sect after they entered the Hunyuan Holy City lord's mansion. Jiang Chen and the others settled in an independent courtyard in the city lord's mansion under the arrangement of Hunyuan Zhanzong. 3 people, the Fairy Gate Conference will officially open in 3 days. This courtyard is the residence prepared by my Hunyuan Sword Sect for you. If the 3 have no other needs, then I will retire first. A Hunyuan Zhanzong disciple said to the 3 Jiang Chen very politely, and then he slowly withdrew from the courtyard. After the Hunyuan Zhanzong disciple left, Shui Yuntian looked at Jiang Chen and said, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, we will stay behind closed doors for the next 3 days. Prepare for the Fairy Gate Conference. Jiang Chen nodded, and then asked curiously, what exactly is going on at the Fairy Gate Conference? The Fairy Gate Conference is an exchange event held in Poxian Universe once every 100 years. This event is also a reshuffle of all the forces of Poxianu. For example, the top 10 immortal gates need to show enough strength to be able to stabilize the position of the top 10 immortal gates. And some of the top forces under the 10 great immortal gates will impact the 10 great immortal gates. In short, the the stronger the power displayed by any party in the Fairy Gate Conference, the higher the status and the more resources it will be able to obtain. Shui Yuntian slowly explained. In other words, the purpose of the Fairy Gate Conference is mainly to rank the top forces in the broken universe, right? Jiang Chen's eyes pondered slightly. I wonder what exactly is this ranking determined by? Generally speaking, the Fairy Gate Conference is divided into two stages. Shui Yuntian did not conceal the slightest bit of concealment, and introduced Jiang Chen to the specific rules of the Fairy Gate Conference. In the first stage of the Fairy Gate Conference, Hunyuan Zhanzong will open a secret realm called Fairy Fantasy Space. Young Tianzhao from various forces will enter the secret realm to fight for the front, and finally a ranking will be drawn. The second stage is the struggle of the older generation of strong men. For example, if there is a young Tianzhao outside of the top 10 Immortal Gates in the top 20 in the first round, that force will be eligible to be promoted to the top 10 Immortal Gates. As long as the force can send a Mahayana monk to defeat any Mahayana monk from any side of the 10 Great Immortal Gates, it will be able to replace it and occupy a place in the 10 Great Immortal Gates of the Poxian universe. As for the ranking competition of the other forces outside of the top 10 Immortals, the rules are also the same. After hearing Shui Yuntian's introduction, Jiang Chen also had a general understanding of this so-called Fairy Gate Conference. The Blood Fiend Sect wants to keep the position of the top 10 Immortal Gates. As long as it is in the top 20 in the first stage, there will be almost no big problem. The Blood Fiend Sect is not low in the top 10 Immortal Gates today. Even in the second round of confrontation between the Mahayana monks, I am afraid that few forces would choose to challenge the Blood Fiend Sect. After chatting with the two of Shui Yuntian about the Fairy Gate Conference, the three Jiang Chen returned to their rooms and quietly waited for the Fairy Gate Conference to open 3 days later. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the bed in the room, and his powerful spiritual consciousness also slowly spread across the City Lord's mansion in the holy city of Hunyuan. In the City Lord's mansion of Hunyuan Holy City, there are really strong gatherings. Feeling the incomparably tyrannical aura around him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. He just scanned it, and found no less than 10 Mahayana monks around him, and the breadth of quasi-Mahayana monks was more than geometric. Jiang Chen was only slightly astonished for a moment, and soon he was relieved. The Fairy Gate Conference is a top event in the broken universe. Almost all forces with quasi-Mahayana monks are gathered in the holy city of Hunyuan. As for those who are eligible to live in the City Lord's mansion of Hunyuan Holy City, apart from the top 10 Immortal Gates, the rest is undoubtedly not one of the top-ranking forces in the universe. These forces gather here, and the number of strong people gathered together will undoubtedly be very terrifying. The strength of Poxian universe seems to be a bit stronger than I thought. Jiang Chen withdrew his consciousness, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. On the bright side, there are not many Mahayana monks in the broken universe. Except for the 10 Great Immortals, there are almost few Mahayana monks in existence. And the young Tianzhao in the quasi-Mahayana realm is only a handful of 3. But Jiang Chen just scanned it, and found that there were more than 10 forces with Mahayana monks sitting, and even the quasi-Mahayana aura that was not inferior to the Blood Thousand Kills. I am afraid that they could not be counted with one hand. The Mahayana monks of the Poxian universe and the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao should far exceed the number on the bright side. Jiang Chen even had some doubts that among the 3 top Immortal Gates headed by Hunyuan Sword Sect, there was even a Mahayana Tianzhao in existence. Regarding all this, Jiang Chen didn't care too much. With his strength, it would be easy for Shui Shajiao to stabilize the position of the top 10 Immortal Gates in the first round. Chapter 2580, Fairy Space. In the early morning of the day, Jiang Chen came out of the room early and gathered with Shui Yuntian and Blood Thousand Killers. Where is the Fairy Gate Conference held? Feeling the still calm atmosphere in Hunyuan Holy City, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. Some of the grand meetings that Jiang Chen has participated in the past will inevitably cause a huge sensation when the grand meeting is held. This time, the day when the Fairy Gate Conference of Poxian Universe was held, it did not cause half a wave in Hunyuan Holy City, which was really a bit weird. The location of the Fairy Gate Conference is naturally in this Hunyuan Holy City. Shui Yuntian explained with a smile. The first stage of the Fairy Gate Conference will be held in the Fairy Fantasy Space, and the entrance of the Fairy Fantasy Space is above the Hunyuan Holy City. After a while, the Hunyuan Sword Sect will open the Fairy Fantasy Space. Quote. The fairy space is an unusually mysterious secret space that Hunyuan Zhanzong has mastered. Where did this secret realm space come from? Few people know the entire universe. The strange mystery of the fairy fantasy space is already well known in the universe of Broken Fairy. In the fairy space, the main thing that stands out is a magic word. Because this mysterious world is completely a mysterious fantasy world, all the young Tianzhao who participated in the first stage of the Fairy Gate Conference cannot enter into it. They only need to inject the divine consciousness into the fairy space to project it in the fairy space. An illusion. This illusion has almost the same strength as the body. All the young Tianzhao who entered the fairy illusion space competed in the fairy illusion space with this illusion, and the body would fall into a deep sleep. This Immortal Gate Conference of the Broken Immortal Universe is a bit different. Hearing Shui Yuntian's introduction, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a strange look appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen became more interested in this so-called fairy fantasy space. A dazzling light suddenly flashed in the sky above Hunyuan Holy City, and a huge space vortex that looked like a dream also slowly emerged. Above that space vortex, a radiant light with tremendous pressure enveloped the entire Hunyuan Holy City, making all the monks in Hunyuan Holy City feel as though they were almost out of breath. A stern and mighty voice is also constantly echoing over the holy city of Hunyuan. The current Fairy Gate Conference is officially opened. All the young Tianzhao who participated in the first stage of the Fairy Gate Conference will immediately enter the fairy space to participate in the Fairy Gate Conference. In the fairy space, the initial points of all contestants are 1 point. Every time a contestant is killed, all the opponent's points will be obtained, and the killed will be eliminated straight out. The opening time of the fairy space is 3 days, and the final ranking will be determined after 3 days. Hearing this voice resounding over Hunyuan Holy City, Jiang Chen couldn't help being surprised and said, "You can kill the young Tianzhao who enters it at will in the fairy space. Doesn't this affect the body?" "No. If the illusion in the fairy space is killed, the main body will wake up, and it will only be eliminated from the fairy space. If you kill enough illusions in the fairy space, you can get huge benefits instead." Shui Yuntian smiled slightly and said, "Next, the first stage of the Fairy Gate Conference will be handed over to you." For the first stage of the Fairy Gate Conference, Shui Yuntian naturally won't have the slightest worry. Although he also knew that the strength of the major forces in the Broken Immortal Universe was stronger than the strength revealed on the surface. But even so, the strength of the Mahayana Tianzhao with 1,000 blood kills, as long as there is no accident, there is no big problem with the final points ranking in the top 20. This time they still have the existence of a villain like Jiang Chen. With Jiang Chen's terrifying strength enough to kill the Mahayana monks, even if there is a Mahayana Tianzhao in the 10 great immortal gates, it may not be able to win Jiang Chen nothing. Jiang Chen's gaze slightly pondered and said, "After we enter the fairy illusion space, will anyone attack our body?" After entering the fairy space, the body will fall into a deep sleep. If someone from the outside world shot their body at this time, they wouldn't have any power to fight back at all. This is a very dangerous thing. Relax, the fairy illusion space is extremely mysterious, and everyone who enters the fairy illusion space will be protected by the fairy illusion space. Even the Mahayana monks can't hurt your body. What's more, Hunyuan Zhanzong will not allow this to happen. Once anyone dares to attack the body of the person who enters the fairy illusion space in Hunyuan Holy City, he will be an enemy of Hunyuan Immortal Sect. Hearing that there is no danger to the body, Jiang Chen looked at the spatial vortex in midair, and then injected his divine sense into the spatial vortex. Jiang Chen felt that his spiritual consciousness was verified by a certain law of the fairy space. After passing the verification, Jiang Chen only felt a huge, irresistible suction from the fairy illusion space, and his consciousness was instantly drawn into the fairy illusion space, and his vision was hazy. When Jiang Chen regained his vision again, he realized that he had come to a huge city. Towering buildings, tall city walls, spacious streets. Everything makes Jiang Chen very familiar. This is Hunyuan Holy City. Feeling the surroundings, Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. He unexpectedly appeared in Hunyuan Holy City. Could this fairy illusion space be aware that he is not a cultivator of the universe, so he could not enter the fairy illusion space? Jiang Chen soon discovered that there was something wrong with the Hunyuan Holy City in front of him. Hunyuan Holy City is the most prosperous central city in the entire Hunyuan universe. Even in weekdays, it is also very lively, and there is an endless stream of monks. But in today's Hunyuan Holy City, the original Zixarandrang crowd has disappeared. All the surrounding streets have become very empty, and even the shops on both sides of the street are closed. The entire Hunyuan holy city, as if turned into a dead city, seemed particularly deserted. No. This place should be the fairy fantasy space. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his divine consciousness quickly filled the Hunyuan holy city in front of him. Jiang Chen was in this Hunyuan holy city, and he felt the breath of a few young Tianzhao, obviously all the young Tianzhao who entered the fairy space to participate in the Fairy Gate conference. Jiang Chen quickly understood. This should be the fairy space. The so-called fairy space is actually like a projection of the real world. It not only projects those people who enter the fairy space, but even the real-world environment is projected. Chapter 2581, The Terrible Law of Immortality. Tisk tusk. It's interesting. Unexpectedly, there is still another person's method in this broken immortal universe. It seems that this broken immortal universe may also hide a lot of secrets. Just when Jiang Chen was shocked by the fairy fantasy space in front of him, the exclamation voice of the immortal monument also instantly rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen was shocked and asked quickly, "Senior knows this fairy space?" This is the law of immortality mastered by a powerful person in the immortal world, which can create and reproduce a world that is almost identical to the real world. However, this world has existed for a long time, and the law of immortal Tao has been incomplete, and only a Hunyuan universe has been reproduced. If the law of immortality in this world is perfect, it would be easy to reproduce a universe of broken immortals. Shanbei talked freely. After hearing the words of the immortal monument, Jiang Chen also did not recover from the shock for a long time. According to the law of immortality, to create a reenactment of the universe, what a supreme magical power that shocks the world and defies the sky. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and then couldn't help but check his body. Jiang Chen discovered with horror that the body he entered into the fairy space was not illusory, but almost exactly the same as the body. His cultivation base, his technique, his physique, and even various items such as the weapon Man-Emperor sword, are all perfectly projected. Everything he has in this fairy fantasy space is not bad at all, and he can almost fully exert the strength of his body. It's worthy of the immortal law of the immortal world. It's incredible. Jiang Chen couldn't imagine what kind of existence was the great power of the fairy world that created this fairy illusion space. Looking at the surrounding environment that was exactly the same as reality, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of a very terrible thing. Since this fairy space can perfectly reproduce everything he possesses, can it also reproduce everything in the Hunyuan Holy City? This Hunyuan Holy City is Dang Baofeng, and even the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce has a branch in Hunyuan Holy City. If this fairy space reproduced all the items of the Pill Pavilion Baofeng, wouldn't it be that this Hunyuan Holy City is now full of treasures? Your guess is correct. This world can indeed replicate the treasures of the real world. And once you use the treasures here to increase your strength, your body's strength will also increase after you go out. But the things reproduced here can only be used here, and cannot be taken out. The voice of the immortal monument resounded in Jiang Chen's mind again. Jiang Chen was shocked. He didn't hesitate to walk into a weapons shop next to the street. Sure enough, he found a dazzling array of weapons and magic weapons in the shop. This is just an ordinary weapons shop. Most of the weapons and magic weapons in it are for the monks below the tribulation period, so naturally they can't enter Jiang Chen's eyes. Although these things can't enter Jiang Chen's eyes, they also make Jiang Chen have to believe a fact. This fairy illusion space, except that it did not reproduce the human beings in the real world, was almost exactly the same as the real world. Since Shanhuan space reproduced not only Hunyuan Holy City, but the entire Hunyuan Tianyu, wouldn't the Hunyuan Sword Sect in the Hunyuan Tianyu also be reproduced by this fairy fantasy space? Hunyuan Zhanzong, as the worlds know, one immortal sect in the broken immortal universe, has unfathomable strength and must have many stunning treasures and inheritance. If he could take a trip to Hunyuan Zhanzong, he might be able to use the resources of Hunyuan Zhanzong to reach the pinnacle of dominance in one fell swoop. Even breaking through the dominance realm and reaching the legendary immortal realm is not impossible. You think it's pretty beautiful. Although Hunyuan Zhanzong has been reproduced in this world, as the first immortal gate of the broken immortal universe, even if no one guards it, it is definitely not something ordinary people can break into. The immortal monument could not help pouring cold water in Jiang Chen's mind. No matter what, you have to try it. Although Shanhuan space has reproduced the Hunyuan Sword Sect, there is no strong man from the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Although with the background of Hunyuan Sword Sect, even if no one is in charge, the monks at the peak of Mahayana may not be able to break into it easily. But Jiang Chen had a system in his body, and he might not have the chance to enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect. In the fairy fantasy space, many disciples of the Hunyuan Sword Sect entered it. If Jiang Chen had expected it well, these Hunyuan Sword Sect disciples would definitely be able to enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect. As long as he waits for the rabbit and lie in wait outside the Hunyuan Sword Sect, the next Hunyuan Sword Sect disciple may be able to get a way to enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen obviously didn't plan to stay too much in Hunyuan Holy City. Although there are many resource treasures in this Hunyuan Holy City, most of them are difficult to get into Jiang Chen's magic eyes, far incomparable with Hunyuan Zhanzong. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, his figure flashed up into the sky, and quickly flew in the direction of Hunyuan Sword Sect. And just as Jiang Chen and the others entered the fairy fantasy space, above the holy city of Hunyuan, a huge golden scroll slowly emerged from the fairy space. In the blink of an eye, the golden scroll spread out quickly in the void, spanning thousands of miles of space, like a picture of the universe that could hold the world. Lines of golden fonts are constantly emerging from the golden scrolls. These golden fonts impressively write the name of a young talent in Poxian universe. Behind these names, there is a column of points, and everyone's points are currently 1 point. This golden scroll recorded the information of all the people who entered the fairy space. And the ranking of the first round of the Fairy Gate Conference will eventually be ranked by the list on the golden scroll. Tisk tusk. This Fairy Gate Conference is truly unprecedentedly grand. The names on the fairy fantasy list are probably already over 10,000. Yes, I remember the last Fairy Gate Conference, there were no more than 5,000 people on the fairy fantasy list. This is a rare world of great controversy. I'm afraid that many amazing talents will stand out in this Fairy Gate Conference. After this Fairy Gate Conference, the pattern of the broken fairy universe will probably be rewritten as a result. In Hunyuan Holy City, countless people looked at the dense golden names on the immortal fantasy list, and couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 2582, Kill with One Sword. Today's Poxian universe has really reached an unprecedentedly powerful level. It seems that the true strength of the major immortal gates is much stronger than the strength on the surface. Shui Yuntian looked at the golden mouth hanging horizontally above Hunyuan Holy City, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Thousands of years ago, when he participated in the Fairy Gate Conference, there were at most 3,000 people on the fairy fantasy list. The young disciples who participated in the Fairy Gate Conference in this realm have exceeded 10,000. Today's Poxian universe, the strength is probably several times stronger than that of thousands of years ago. Although Poxian universe's current strength is a bit beyond imagination, Shui Yuntian did not have the slightest worry about the first stage of the Fairy Gate Conference. If there is only one person with blood 1,000 kills, facing the current situation, he may still be a little worried about whether blood 1,000 kills will rank in the top 20. But this time, in addition to blood 1,000 kills, the Blood Fiend sect also had a heaven-defying existence like Jiang Chen. Although Shui Yuntian didn't know how strong Jiang Chen was right now, his instinct told him that even with his late Mahayana strength, I am afraid he would not be Jiang Chen's opponent at all. With Jiang Chen's strength, in the first stage of the Fairy Gate Conference, he was absolutely invincible. As long as Jiang Chen is willing, not to mention ranking in the top 20 of the fairy tale list, even if it competes with the 3 top fairy gates of Po Xian universe for the top 3 positions, it is not impossible. Fairy space. After Jiang Chen left Hunyuan Holy City, he flew straight in the direction of Hunyuan Sword Sect. Not long after Jiang Chen left the Hunyuan Holy City, the 5 powerful auras below also clashed, directly surrounding Jiang Chen firmly in the center. Jiang Chen glanced slightly over the 5 of them. The 5 people who appeared in front of him were all young Tianzhao who had crossed the tribulation period. Among them, the strongest person had achieved the peak of the crossing tribulation. All 5 of them wore all-colored cyan robes, and the robes were painted with mysterious and incomparable thunder patterns. Thousand Lei Shanzong people. Jiang Chen now has a very good understanding of the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe, and he can see the identities of the 5 people in front of him almost at a glance. Wan Lei Immortal Sect ranks 5th among the top 10 immortal gates of the broken immortal universe, second only to the 3 top immortal sects and 9 Li immortal sects, and its strength is much stronger than the Blood Fiend sect at its peak. In my first battle in this fairy fantasy space, I unexpectedly encountered the people of the 10,000 Thunder Immortal Sect. Boy, do you do it yourself, or do you want me to send you out myself? The burly young man who had crossed the peak of the tribulation looked at Jiang Chen indifferently, and the thunder-like voice also blew directly in Jiang Chen's ears. I think it should be you who should go out. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly, and he stretched out 5 fingers directly at the 5 people, and said indifferently, since all of you have taken the initiative to send them to the door, I will reluctantly accept it. Huh, where did the Mauto boy come from? He dared to speak wildly when he died, let me die. An immortal sect of 10,000 thunders in the early stage of the tribulation snorted coldly, and immediately stepped on Jiang Chen with the breath of the world. His left foot instantly turned into 1,000 feet in size, with a terrifying thunder True Yuan, falling from the sky like a giant leg of thunder god, with the aura of crushing everything, as if to crush Jiang Chen together with the surrounding space into nothingness. Jiang Chen stood proudly in place with his hands blank and expressionless. An invisible sword aura blasted into the sky directly from his body, tearing the thunder god's giant foot to shreds in an instant. The disciple of the 10,000 Thunder Immortal Sect suddenly uttered a sorrowful scream, and the whole person was instantly torn to pieces by the invisible sword energy, and finally disappeared completely in the fairy illusion space. Seeing this scene, the remaining 4 disciples of the 10,000 Thunder Immortal Sect, their expressions could not help but change drastically. The little named Mauto boy in front of him, with just an understatement, killed one of their 10,000 Thunder Immortal Sect, a smiting arrogant. The burly young man headed by Wan Lei Shanzong's complexion instantly became frightened. He hadn't been able to see how this kid moved his hand just now, and one of his own companions had already fallen inexplicably. Such a character, even in the Heavenly Crossing Jade Pride of Po Xian universe, is still a ranked existence. Jiang Chen raised his head and cast a glance at the burly young man, and said indifferently, I am the one who sent you out. If you want to get us out of the game, you have to see if you have the ability to do it. Let's do it together. A sharp thunder light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the burly youth, and the powerful aura of the peak of the tribulation broke out without reservation. The other 3 disciples of the immortal sect of 10,000 thunders also did not hesitate at all. They broke out with all their strength, ready to cooperate with the burly youth to issue a thunderous blow to Jiang Chen. The burly youth gave an order, and the war broke out in an instant. The strength of the young man in black is mysterious and unpredictable. If he fights alone, the burly young man is not sure of defeating him. Being in a fairy space, you can't tolerate the slightest sloppy. Once you are slightly careless, the consequence is probably to be eliminated. They have just entered the fairy illusion space, and have not been able to get half of the benefits in the fairy illusion space, and naturally they don't want to leave the fairy illusion space so easily. The burly young man had no plans to single-handedly challenge Jiang Chen, and he took the remaining 3 disciples of the 10,000 Thunder Immortal Sect and killed them together towards Jiang Chen. The 4 Thunder Dao magical powers, with different powers and powers, blasted towards Jiang Chen almost at the same time. Especially the burly young man who crossed the peak of the tribulation, saw the terrifying thunder light above his fist shining. With his punch, the terrifying thunder and lightning instantly pierced the sky, cracking the void, and the world seemed to be transformed into a thunder and purgatory at this moment. Wan Lei Shanzong mainly cultivates Thunder Dao, and his power has always been extremely domineering. The 4 burly youths and the other 4 heavenly jitters joined forces to attack, and the power was even more terrifying. It was Jiang Chen they met this time. The light of the rice grains dared to be brilliant with Haoyu. Facing the combined blow of the 4 burly young men, Jiang Chen couldn't help but show a sneer of disdain. The human emperor sword appeared out of thin air directly in his palm. Jiang Chen used the Azure Emperor longevity art, a murderous peerless sword light, instantly centered on the human emperor sword, and quickly filled the void. With the power to destroy everything, this peerless sword light instantly wiped out the offensive of the 4 burly young men and their bodies. It was just an understatement. The 4 heavenly journeymans of the 10,000 Thunder Sect did not even have a chance to react, and they all fell. Chapter 2583, Mingdong Quartet, outside the fairy space, Hunyuan Holy City. With the official opening of the first stage of the Fairy Gate Conference, the powers of the major forces have their eyes firmly locked on the fairy tale list in the void. Many people gathered in Hunyuan Holy City to watch the Fairy Gate Conference couldn't help but talk. The first stage of the Fairy Gate Conference has begun, and I don't know who can get to the top of the fairy fantasy list this time. Do you still have to ask? The top of the fairy illusion list is probably the Yuan Tianqi of the Hunyuan Zhanzong. That's not necessarily true. Although Yuan Tianqi is hailed as the world's first arrogant of the world, the Promise Shanzong and Tai Shanzong are not bad, not to mention the fact that the Fairy Gate Conference is unprecedentedly grand. There will be many peerless geniuses coming out. Everyone expressed their opinions one after another, but most of them are still optimistic about the Yuan Tianqi of Hunyuan Zhanzong. Hunyuan Zhanzong is the well-deserved #1 fairy gate in the universe. Yuan Tianqi, as the world's #1 kendo genius, not only bears the unparalleled fairy roots, but also the physical bloodline. Among Poxian Universe's peers, there are indeed few people who can compare with it. Look at it, there have been changes on the fairy tale list. At this moment, a monk looked up at the fairy illusion list above Hunyuan Holy City, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Everyone looked up, and sure enough, they found that the ranking on the fairy illusion list had changed. I saw that the first place was the Yuan Tianqi of Hunyuan Zhanzong. At this moment, the points behind his name had already become 11 points. It's worthy of being the world's first arrogant of the universe, and it has risen by 10% this time. Look at it, the second-ranked guy turned out to be a guy named Jiang Chen. Who is this guy? Why haven't I heard of it? Tisk tusk. It seems that there are quite a few dark horses in this Immortal Gate Conference. Now that the first stage of the Fairy Gate Conference has just started, it's normal for someone to get ahead by chance. If they can persist to the end, then they can be regarded as a real dark horse. The opening time of the fairy space is 3 days, and the time ratio between the inside of the fairy space and the outside world has reached 10:1. 3 days in the outside world is equivalent to 30 days in the fairy fantasy space. If you want to be in the forefront of the fairy tale for such a long time, if you don't have enough strength, it's definitely not an easy task. While everyone in Hunyuan Holy City was talking about it, Hunyuan Holy City Lord's Mansion, in the courtyard where the 10,000 Thunder Immortal Sect is located, 2 deep-breathing lay-robed elders sat cross-legged in the courtyard quietly. These 2 lay-robed elders were the Mahayana monks who were led by Wan Lei Shanzong to participate in the Fairy Gate Conference. In front of the 2 of them, there were 7 or 8 thunder-robed youths, standing motionless like 7 or 8 statues. These 7 or 8 Lei Pao youths are naturally the young talents of 10,000 Lei Shanzong who came to participate in the Fairy Gate Conference this time. At this moment, they obviously have entered the fairy fantasy space. This Immortal Gate Conference is unprecedented. My 10,000 Thunder Immortal Sect wants to go further among the 10 great immortal gates. I'm afraid it won't be easy. An old man with a slightly older face on the left looked at the fairy tale in midair and couldn't help sighing lightly. Another silver-haired old man smiled and said, Hunyuan Sword Sect, Promise Immortal Sect, and Tai Immortal Sect, the status of the 3 sects is difficult to shake. But I, Wan Lei Shanzong and Julie Shanzong can still compete. Wan Lei Shanzong is now ranked 5th in the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe. The position of the 3 top immortal sects, the 10,000 Thunder Immortal Sect may also be difficult to easily shake. Their 10,000 Lightning Immortal Sect and the 4th-ranked 9 Li Immortal Sect should not be inferior. In the first stage of the Fairy Gate Conference, Wan Lei Shanzong dispatched a quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao who had been hidden for a long time and 7 Dujia Tianzhao, who would surely be able to achieve a good result in the first stage of the Fairy Gate Conference. Just as the silver-haired old man's voice fell, a strange wave suddenly rippled in the courtyard. I saw the disciples of the 10,000 Thunder Immortal Sect who looked like 8 statues in front of them. 5 of them woke up almost at the same time. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the 2 Li Pao elders couldn't help but suddenly change. The awakening of the body means that the mirror clone in the fairy space has been eliminated, and it has been eliminated in the first stage of the Fairy Gate Conference. Less than a stick of incense in the fairy space just opened, 5 disciples of the 10,000 Thunder Immortal Sect were eliminated. It also includes Lei Kuang, one of the 2 great tribulation peaks of the 10,000 Thunder Immortal Sect. Lei Kuang, what happened? How come you were eliminated just after entering the fairy fantasy space? The silver-haired old man looked at the 5 Lei Kuang with unbelievable expressions in his eyes. Lei Kuang is the arrogant figure at the peak of their 10,000 Lei Shanzong crossing tribulation. In the crossing heaven arrogance, the combat power is definitely at the top level. How could he be eliminated so quickly? Lei Kuang's complexion was extremely gloomy. We just met a black-clothed youth in the fairy space, but we didn't expect that the black-clothed youth was unfathomable, and only a single sword would kill us in seconds. The silver-haired old man's pupil shrank suddenly. A sword kills you in a second, how is this possible? With Lei Kuang's strength and the few transmitting jade arrogances beside him, even if he was facing Mahayana Tianzhao, he might not be able to contend one or two. It seems that this Immortal Gate Conference really has the existence of Mahayana Tianzhao. At this moment, another old man with an old face looked up at the fairy illusion list that had been refreshed in the air, and slowly said, "That sword kills you, it should be Jiang Chen, who is ranked second in the fairy illusion list." N.S. Lei Kuang and the others were taken aback for a moment, and immediately looked up at the fairy tale list in midair. When they looked at Jiang Chen, who ranked second on the fairy tale list and had already scored 6 points, their expressions instantly became extremely gloomy. Yes, this kid. Today, only Yuan Tianqi ranked first and Jiang Chen ranked second with more than 6 points on the fairy fantasy list. For Yuan Tianqi, Lei Kuang and others are naturally no strangers at all. The one who killed them with a single sword in the fairy space before, since it was not the Yuan Tianqi of the Hunyuan Sword Sect, it was undoubtedly this guy named Jiang Chen. A Mahayana Tianzhao, I don't know which of the 3 top immortal gates this son came from. The old lay robe elder with an old face stared at the fairy tale in midair, and a sharp light flashed across his muddy old eyes. The Mahayana Tianzhao who had cultivated to the pinnacle in less than 1,000 years was not easy to cultivate. In the entire Broxian universe, I am afraid that only the 3 top immortal gates have that capital. Mahayana Tianzhao comes out. This time the Fairy Gate Conference is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 2584, Unfathomable Hunyuan Zhanzong. Brother, the Fairy Illusion space has just opened, and I eliminated 5 disciples from the 10,000 Thunder Immortal Sect. The situation seems very bad. The silver-haired old man glanced at the 5 Lei Kuang, his eyes were also a little more solemn. Why panic? The old Lei Robo old man said indifferently, aren't we still 3 disciples in the Fairy Illusion space? Even if there is no one in the first round of 10,000 Lei Shanzong, who wants to replace 10,000 Lei Shanzong? You have to ask me whether I agree with it. The first round of the Fairy Gate Conference is indeed an opportunity for the forces other than the 10 great Fairy Gates to win the top 10 Fairy Gates. Only when the Tianzhao disciples sent by them were ranked in the top 20 of the fairy tale list, could they be qualified to attack the top 10 Fairy Gates. This first round did not have much impact on the 10 great immortals. The top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe were mainly determined by the power of the Mahayana monks. Even if there is no disciple of the top 10 immortal gates in the top 20 in the first round, as long as they can win the second round of the Immortal Conference, they can still keep their status as the top 10 immortal gates. The fairy space in the first round of the Fairy Gate Conference is actually a place of experience for the Tianzhao disciples of the 10 great fairy gates. The fantasy space is a world that reproduces the universe of Hunyuan. In the fairy illusion space, all the resources of the entire Hunyuan Tianyu are equivalent to being unowned, which can be obtained by anyone who enters the fairy illusion space. Obtaining resources to practice in the fairy illusion space is also the true purpose of most Tianzhao disciples in the Poxian universe entering the fairy illusion space. When the silver-haired old man heard the words, he said nothing more. The first round of the Fairy Gate Conference, for most of the forces, was actually sending the disciples under the sect to the fairy fantasy space to seek opportunities, and was not so concerned about the ranking of the fairy fantasy ranking. In the first round of the ranking of the fairy illusion list, even if there is no one in the top 20 of the 10,000 Thunder Shanzong, in addition to the appearance of some unsightly, it does not affect the position of the 10,000 Thunder Shanzong in the top 10 immortal gates. Wan Lei Shanzong now has a quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao in the fairy illusion space. As long as there are no accidents, a quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao who wants to be in the top 20 of the fairy tale list will not be a big problem. While the outside world was shaking because of Jiang Chen's name, in the fairy space, after Jiang Chen killed several 10,000 Thunder Immortal Sect Tianzhao with one sword, he quickly flew in the direction of Hunyuan Sword Sect. Along the way, Jiang Chen also encountered some Tianzhao disciples from other forces one after another. However, the strength of these Tianzhao disciples is not considered strong, and the strongest is not just a transitional stage cultivation base. Such a Tianzhao disciple, in Jiang Chen's eyes, is almost the same as the ant. Jiang Chen killed all these Tianzhao disciples almost effortlessly. Jiang Chen's score exceeded 10 points. Jiang Chen just rushed to kill the Tianzhao disciples he encountered along the way. An ancient sacred mountain shrouded in countless chaotic auras finally emerged in Jiang Chen's sight. Is this the Hunyuan mountain where Hunyuan Sword Sect is located? Jiang Chen looked up at the ancient sacred mountain at the end of his sight, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. He didn't hesitate at all, and directly accelerated towards the ancient sacred mountain ahead. The closer he got to Hunyuan Zhanzong, the more Jiang Chen witnessed the surging atmosphere of the first immortal gate in the universe. There are thousands of auras, mists like rain, and the charm of Kendo shines brightly. It was hundreds of millions of years, the sound of enlightenment left by countless peerless sword repairs of Hunyuan Zhanzong, which made people shocking and embarrassed, and there was a kind of thought of enlightening Tao on the spot. It's worthy of being the first immortal gate in the Poxian universe, it is indeed a holy land of immortal family. Jiang Chen stood proudly on the void hundreds of miles away from Hunyuan Zhanzong with his hands, and there was also an unconcealable exclamation on his face. Looking away from the charm of the swordsmanship of Hunyuan Zhanzong, Jiang Chen quickly settled and looked around Hunyuan Zhanzong carefully. Jiang Chen was around Hunyuan Sword Sect, and he felt an extremely large supreme sword formation. This sword formation brought together the power of the heavens and the earth, the heavens and the stars of the week, and it was extremely complex and mysterious, almost integrated with the heavens and the earth. Even with Jiang Chen's eyesight, he couldn't see the slightest clue. Although Jiang Chen couldn't see through the Hunyuan Zhanzong's guardian formation, he could instinctively sense the horror of this sword formation. Even if a monk at the pinnacle of Mahayana dared to forcibly break into the Hunyuan Sword Sect, he would be killed instantly by the supreme sword formation of Hunyuan Sword Sect. This Hunyuan Zhanzong is really unfathomable. Jiang Chen slowly took a deep breath, and his gaze at Hunyuan Sword Sect also looked extremely solemn. Boy, I told you a long time ago that even if the Hunyuan Sword Sect is empty, it is not so easy to enter. The Hunyuan Sword Sect's guardian formation is a real immortal formation. Unless the real immortal comes to the world, anyone who dares to break into the Hunyuan Sword Sect, the only result is the destruction of the gods. At this moment, the reminder of the immortal monument also sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. It was really a little afraid that Jiang Chen had a fever for a while, and wanted to forcibly break into the Hunyuan Sword Sect. This was no different from death. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid yet. Jiang Chen couldn't help rolling his eyes in his heart. The Hunyuan Sword Sect's guardian formation was much stronger than those in the Tianyu Taoist ruins. And this formation is perfect, almost without any flaws. Jiang Chen naturally knew very well what the consequences would be if he broke into such a supreme sword formation. He had never thought of breaking into the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Now he wants to enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect. There are only two ways. The first method is to comprehend the formation in front of you, trigger a hundredfold comprehension, and use the power of the system to comprehend the supreme sword formation in front of you. It would take a lot of time to comprehend the real immortal formation of Hunyuan Zhanzong. I am afraid that before he can fully comprehend the formation, the fairy illusion space has been completely closed. He wants to enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect. I am afraid he can only wait for the Hunyuan Sword Sect disciple here, and get a way to enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect from the Hunyuan Sword Sect disciple. Hunyuan Zhanzong, as the first immortal gate of the broken immortal universe, has at least 10 disciples of Tianzhao entering the fairy fantasy space this time. These Tianzhao disciples of Hunyuan Sword Sect must not be able to let go of this opportunity to use Hunyuan Sword Sect's resources for cultivation at will. Jiang Chen could conclude that disciples of Hunyuan Sword Sect should come soon. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance, while looking at the supreme sword formation of Hunyuan Sword Sect, while waiting for the arrival of Hunyuan Sword Sect's disciple. Chapter 2585, I am here waiting for you. Jiang Chen stood proudly outside Hunyuan Zhanzong, quietly watching the supreme sword formation around Hunyuan Zhanzong. He used the power of the system to trigger a hundredfold comprehension, and knew that this formation of the Hunyuan Sword Sect was the Shanyuan Hunyuan Heavenly Sword formation. Even if it is a systematic 100-fold comprehension, he can only comprehend 1 in 10,000 every time he comprehends. Within a few months, it was almost impossible for him to fully comprehend this Hunyuan Heavenly Sword formation. But the time for the fairy illusion space to open was limited, and he didn't have so much time to comprehend the formation in front of him. Jiang Chen shook his head, simply too lazy to form the formation, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Hunyuan Zhanzong. Disciple. This kind of waiting did not last long. After about a stick of incense, a silver sword light pierced the sky, rushing towards the direction of Hunyuan Sword Sect. Jian Guang appeared thousands of feet away behind Jiang Chen. Above that sword light was a silver-robed young man with a cold face and sharp eyes like an eagle. The silver-robed youth looked at Jiang Chen standing proudly outside the Hunyuan Sword Sect. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Boy, who are you? Why did you appear in my Hunyuan Sword Sect?" The Hunyuan Sword Sect reenacted in Shanhuan space, except for the existence of no Hunyuan Sword Sect, is almost exactly the same as the Hunyuan Sword Sect in reality. Including the Hunyuan Zhanzong Guardian Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Formation, it was also perfectly reproduced. With the existence of the supreme immortal formations such as the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Formation, except for their disciples of the Hunyuan Sword Sect, even the superb cultivator at the peak of the Mahayana would never be able to break into it. Long ago, when the fairy fantasy space was opened, many people tried to force the Hunyuan Sword Sect, but they were instantly killed by the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Array without exception. Every time the fairy fantasy space opens, even everyone who enters the fairy fantasy space knows that the Hunyuan Sword Sect here is a land without a master, but no one dares to come and contaminate the resources of the Hunyuan Sword Sect. The silver-robed youth obviously didn't think about it either. This time someone would come to Hunyuan Zhanzong. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the silver-robed youth in front of him. He couldn't help but smiled faintly. "You should be a disciple of Hunyuan Sword Sect. I'm here to wait for you." The silver-robed youth raised his brows. "I have never known you. What are you waiting for me here?" "To be precise, I am here waiting for you Hunyuan Sword Sect. If I guess right, your Hunyuan Sword Sect disciples should have a way to enter here, right?" Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense with the silver-robed youth, and said straightforwardly, "Tell me how to enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect, I will spare you not to die." As Jiang Chen said this, the complexion of the silver-robed youth instantly became extremely gloomy. Hunyuan Zhanzong is the first immortal gate in the universe that is well deserved. Even the Promise Immortal Sect and Taixu Immortal Sect are much inferior to the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Every time the Fairy Gate Conference opens, other forces encounter their Hunyuan Sword Sect in the fairy space, almost always avoid it, not to mention the idea of using Hunyuan Sword Sect disciples to fight the Hunyuan Sword Sect. And the mysterious young man in front of him came directly to the Hunyuan Sword Sect and waited for him, wanting to get into the Hunyuan Sword Sect from these disciples of the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Since the fairy illusion space appeared in the Poxian universe, the black-clothed youth in front of him is definitely the first person in history to dare to do so. "Boy, I am mixed with Yuan Zhanzong's things, not everyone can get involved." The silver-robed youth looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. "A little-known little boy who dares to run wild in front of me. Since you have to find your own death, I, Yuan Haoyu, will do you today." Yuan Haoyu's cold voice fell, and a bright silver sword light suddenly shot out all over his body. The silver sword light was extremely powerful, and it was directly tearing the void and slashing towards Jiang Chen. With a move, Jiang Chen moved 1,000 feet in an instant, avoiding the silver sword light. The silver sword light instantly split the space where Jiang Chen was previously, and even divided the space behind Bailey into two. The terrifying silver sword light extended to the surroundings of Hunyuan Sword Sect before being annihilated by an invisible sword formation. Became nothingness. "Hey, it's a bit of strength, no wonder I dared to come to my Hunyuan Sword Sect to be wild." Seeing Jiang Chen avoiding his sword so easily, Yuan Haoyu's eyes couldn't help but pass a look of surprise. Hunyuan Sword Sect is not only the first immortal gate in the broken immortal universe, but also specializes in swordsmanship. Every Hunyuan Sword Sect disciple is unparalleled in combat, and it is almost impossible to meet opponents in the same realm. As the quasi-Mahayana realm Tianzhao of Hunyuan Zhanzong, even in quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao, few people can compare with him. Even if it is a general tribulation pinnacle Tianzhao, it would never be easy to avoid his sword just now. The guy in front of him was able to avoid his sword, obviously he had some ability. Quasi-Mahayana swordsman Tianzhao, it seems that you mixed Yuan Zhanzong or far more than one quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, then shook his head and said, "But, with your strength, it is still not enough in front of me. If you are more acquainted, you will obediently hand over the method of entering the Hunyuan Sword Sect." Yuan Haoyu smiled, his breath suddenly changed. His eyes were hollow and his breath was ethereal, as if the Supreme Sword Immortal overlooked the mortal world. With a move of his palm, a dazzling divine sword whispered without wind, uttering a majestic sword aura, Yingguang Ye. Although this Fairy Gate Conference was a rare and great controversy in the world breaking the immortal universe, the peerless arrogance of the major forces, no matter what they were hiding in the dark, emerged. But as the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao of Hunyuan Zhanzong, Yun Haoyu was still very confident in his own strength. In this fairy fantasy space, almost one hand can count the things that can pose a threat to him. Nowadays, a brat boy even dared to speak up in front of him. How could this make Yun Haoyu not irritated? Yun Haoyu didn't have the slightest reservation. The true essence mana of the quasi-Mahayana monk burst out with all his strength. A powerful silver sword shadow appeared behind it, setting off Yun Haoyu's elegant and romantic, as if detached from the mortal world. Yun Haoyu looked down at Jiang Chen indifferently. A terrifying silver sword aura suddenly descended towards Jiang Chen, and the vast void above Jiang Chen's head collapsed. It's just like ants. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sneer of contempt. He had his hands on his back, his feet on the sky and the earth, and the Emperor Sword of the Divine Body and Visionary Man behind him was directly crushed out. Chapter 2586, Yuan Haoyu. How strong is Jiang Chen's combat power now? In fact, he didn't even know. He has a system in his body, and along this path, the foundation of each stage is very deep, and his combat power is almost invincible in the same realm. He cultivated the Qing Emperor Longevity Ju of the Supreme Immortal Technique, mastering the sword technique of the Qing Emperor and the techniques of sword immortal killing technique. Every time his strength increases by a level, he is able to exert the true power of these immortal spells. Now that Jiang Chen's cultivation base has reached the late dominant stage, even Jiang Chen himself has not tried what kind of combat power can be exerted when he burst out with all his strength. Although Jiang Chen didn't know how strong he was right now, the quasi-Mahayana arrogance like Yuan Haoyu was really no different from the ants in his eyes. Jiang Chen condensed the Emperor Sword of the Divine Body Vision Man, and crashed against the silver sword aura that crushed the void. I saw that Yun Haoyu gathered a silver sword energy condensed by mana, which was like paper paste, easily crushed by the human Emperor Sword. After the human Emperor Sword extinguished the silver sword energy, the speed did not decrease at all, still carrying the bright golden light into the air, and slashed towards Yun Haoyu. Yun Haoyu's figure was shocked, and his whole body was smashed into the void for a distance of thousands of meters, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirted out wildly. He forced down the chaotic aura in his body, and his gaze towards Jiang Chen finally revealed a panic that was hard to conceal. With just one move, he was seriously injured by the black-clothed youth in front of him. He is the quasi-Mahayana Kendo, censored, of Hunyuan Zhanzong, and there are few rivals among quasi-Mahayana cultivators in combat power. Now it was a sekle that was downplayed by the young black man in front of him. Unless the black-clothed youth in front of them, like their Yuan Tianchi of the mixed Yuan Sword Sect, has broken through the Mahayana period and has become a real Mahayana Tianzhao. In addition to their Hunyuan Sword Sect, are there really other forces that gave birth to the Mahayana Tianzhao? I'm someone you can't afford to offend. Jiang Chen stared at Yuan Haoyu indifferently, with an impatient expression on his face. I am not in the mood to waste time with you. Finally, I will give you a chance to tell me how to enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect. With Jiang Chen's current strength, like Yuan Haoyu's quasi-Mahayana arrogant, he could kill with a finger. If it weren't for a way to enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect, he had always had reservations. The blow just now was probably enough to blast Yuan Haoyu into nothingness. You want to enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect, you dream. Yuan Haoyu shouted angrily, and immediately slapped the silver divine sword in his hand. A terrible sword light shot up into the sky from the silver divine sword in his hand. The sword light was murderous, and the silver light overflowed, causing the void to tremble and the world to pale. Your sword is good. Jiang Chen carried his hands on his back, his expression was neither happy nor sad, and his eyes were flat. This is the weapon left by one of the ancestors of my Hunyuan Sword Sect. That ancestor back then was a peerless sword repairman who overshadowed an era, invincible in the world. You can let me activate the power of the ancestor in this sword, it's proud enough. Yuan Haoyu stood holding a sword, his entire popularity rose again and again, almost reaching the peak of a quasi-Mahayana monk. It is indeed a good sword, and the previous generation of the sword's owner is really good, but it is a pity that the people who use the sword now are too rubbish. Jiang Chen spoke lightly. With his eyesight, he can naturally see the extraordinariness of this sword. This is a peerless sword repairman at the pinnacle of the Mahayana. After countless years of experience, this peerless divine sword contains a mysterious power. If the Mahayana swordsman urged this power, it might still make him face it a bit. With Yuan Haoyu's quasi-Mahayana cultivation base, even if this power was urged, how could it pose a threat to him? Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes at all from beginning to end, Yuan Haoyu's expression also instantly became extremely hideous. He urged the power in the silver divine sword with all his strength, and slashed down at Jiang Chen with a sword. This sword is silent and transparent like water, but it carries a mysterious power. Even the monks in the early Mahayana period would be cut down by this sword. Hunyuan Sword Sect is worthy of being the #1 fairy gate in the Poxian universe. The former master of this sword, the kendo mastered, is really interesting. Looking at the sword that Yuan Haoyu had cut, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a look of surprise in his eyes. The power of Yuan Haoyu's sword was extremely similar to the power of his Azure Emperor's sword, the sword Wafen, and seemed to be able to cut off the opponent's cultivation base. Compared with the transformation into a sword in Emperor Jiang Chenqing's sword technique, Yuan Haoyu's sword is not far behind. With Jiang Chen dominating the later stage of cultivation, the power of this sword fell on him, and it was impossible to shake him at all. Seeing that after Jiang Chen suffered a sword from his own life, his aura hasn't changed at all. Yuan Haoyu couldn't believe his eyes, and his expression instantly became horrified. He knew exactly how terrifying the ancestor of Hunyuan Sword Sect was left in the sword. When he was still in the tribulation period, he urged that power to cut down the quasi-Mahayana monk's cultivation base with a single sword. Now that his cultivation has reached the quasi-Mahayana stage, he has once again urged this power. Even a true Mahayana monk, I am afraid he may not be able to easily resist it. Yuan Haoyu wanted to break his head but couldn't understand, how could this kid in front of him ignore the existence of his sword? Yuan Haoyu, the power of your sword is good, but unfortunately it is too weak. I want to cut off my cultivation base, but it is far from enough. Jiang Chen shook his head, and then said faintly, since you have used this sword, today I will show you the true power of a sword that transforms the mortal world. Jiang Chen finally stretched out a hand from his back, and the human emperor sword also emerged from the palm of his hand. He swings the human emperor's sword and draws a weird arc in midair obliquely. An invisible sword energy containing mysterious power and rules pierced through everything. Yuan Haoyu didn't have time to react at all, his body had already been penetrated by that invisible sword energy. I saw Yuan Haoyu's quasi-Mahayana breath, falling down in an instant, but in the blink of an eye, he fell to the tribulation period, and this fall was far from stopping. Yuan Haoyu's body has no half of his cultivation base long ago, and his whole person has completely turned into a mortal with no cultivation base at all. From the quasi-Mahayana monk to the mortal, it only took less than half a minute. Qingdi's swordsmanship, one sword transforms the world. With Jiang Chen's current strength, this sword can be used again, not to mention the quasi-Mahayana monks like Yuan Haoyu. Even among the Mahayana monks, those who can block this sword are probably one of the few. Chapter 2587, Sorry, I can't believe you. You. How do you master this kendo? Yuan Haoyu looked at Jiang Chen with a pale face, and his eyes were filled with incredible horror. This kind of supreme swordsmanship that Yijian cut off the cultivation base, but it is extremely rare. Even the Hunyuan Sword Sect, who inherited an extremely long history in the Poxian universe, has only given birth to a patriarch who mastered this kind of kendo. The kendo mastered by this ancestor, a sword can only cut off a realm of cultivation. The mysterious young man in front of him, it was a sword that completely cut his cultivation base. Such kendo is really terrifying. How can you imagine my method? Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, looking at Yuan Haoyu indifferently. I don't have the mind to waste time with you. Tell me how to enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Boy, my Hunyuan Sword Sect's things, not everyone can get involved. Do you know what the consequences of offending my Hunyuan Sword Sect will be? Yuan Haoyu looked up at Jiang Chen, his expression extremely gloomy. Although he is a genius disciple of Hunyuan Sword Sect, his status in Hunyuan Sword Sect is not low, but Hunyuan Sword Sect is not without talents more outstanding than him. He will also be greatly restricted when he obtains resources from Hunyuan Zhanzong. In the fairy space, as long as he enters the Hunyuan Sword Sect, he can squander all the resources of the Hunyuan Sword Sect at will. If he can make good use of this opportunity, it is not impossible for him to break through the quasi-Mahayana period and become a true Mahayana arrogant. After Yuan Haoyu entered the fairy fantasy space, he didn't even think about killing the geniuses of other forces to get points, but rushed to Hunyuan Zhanzong for the first time. Yuan Haoyu never thought of it. After he came to Hunyuan Sword Sect, he would meet such a perverted mysterious young man, and he cut off his cultivation base with a single sword. With no expression on his face, Jiang Chen directly stretched out his hand to grab Yuan Haoyu in the air, like an eagle catching a chicken, and grabbed Yuan Haoyu's body in his hand. You are too much nonsense. Don't think that if you don't talk, I won't know how to enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect from you. When Jiang Chen spoke, the powerful spiritual sense was firmly locked on Yuan Haoyu's body. He was too lazy to waste time with Yuan Haoyu, intending to forcibly read Yuan Haoyu's memory and get away to enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Although Hunyuan Zhanzong is powerful, it may not be easy to win him. After the Fairy Gate Conference, Hunyuan Sword Sect deliberately gathered the power to break the universe to invade God's domain again. He and Hunyuan Sword Sect were destined to be unable to be kind, so would he care to offend Hunyuan Sword Sect? For Jiang Chen, it is undoubtedly the most important thing to use Hunyuan Sword Sect's resources in this fairy fantasy space to improve his cultivation. If his cultivation base can reach a higher level and reach the pinnacle of dominance, even facing the peerless old monsters of the Mahayana pinnacle of the broken universe, it can be easily suppressed. Even if the Hunyuan Sword Sect gathered the power of the entire broken universe, it would not even be able to shake the gods. Wait, I am willing to take you into the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Feeling Jiang Chen's divine consciousness that is not many times stronger than himself, Yuan Haoyu screamed in panic on his face. The terrifying strength Jiang Chen displayed was obviously the Mahayana Tianzhao who had broken through the Mahayana period. As long as this guy is willing, he can forcibly read his memory and get away to enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect. His resistance is meaningless. Once Jiang Chen forcibly obtains his memory, he will probably die without a place to bury him. Although dying in this fairy illusion space will not cause any impact on the body, it means that he will be eliminated by the fairy illusion space. Now that the fairy fantasy space has just opened, why is Yuan Haoyu willing to be eliminated like this? Since he could not stun the guy in front of him with the name of Hunyuan Sword Sect, he could only find a way to stabilize this guy first, and then use some methods of Hunyuan Sword Sect to solve this guy. Although his current cultivation base in the fairy space has been cut off by Jiang Chen with one sword, as long as he enters the Hunyuan Sword Sect, he will be able to use the resources of the Hunyuan Sword Sect to return to the peak, and even to a higher level. It is precisely because of this that Yuan Haoyu chose to compromise with Jiang Chen. As long as he can stay in the fairy fantasy space, he still has any possibility. Once he is eliminated from the game now, then there is really no chance. There are many talented disciples of Zhanzong Hunyuan, but the competition is very fierce, and now there is more than one Tianzhao who crosses the peak of the catastrophe. This time in the fairy space, they are all very likely to become the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao. If his strength cannot be improved in the fairy fantasy space, he will be affected by this in the future in the Hunyuan Sword Sect. As long as I forcibly obtain your memory, I can still enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Why do you need to lead the way? Jiang Chen smiled coldly, never letting Yuan Haoyu go. Jiang Chen naturally knew exactly what kind of calculation Yuan Haoyu had in his heart. After all, Hunyuan Sword Sect is the first immortal gate of the broken immortal universe, and Yuan Haoyu is a disciple of Hunyuan Sword Sect's Tianzhao, causing him a lot of trouble. Instead of letting Yuan Haoyu lead himself into the Hunyuan Sword Sect, it would be better to forcibly obtain Yuan Haoyu's memory, which would be much safer. There are several important places in the Hunyuan Sword Sect. The disciples of the Hunyuan Sword Sect cannot open it. Even if you get a way to enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect, without the help of my Hunyuan Sword Sect disciples, you will not be able to get a huge amount. The benefits of Yuan Haoyu's expression changed, and he could not help but said hurriedly. Hearing Yuan Haoyu's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Fairy fantasy space can completely reproduce the Hunyuan Sword Sect, and the Hunyuan Sword Sect should be very clear. Although the Hunyuan Sword Sect's guardian formation is already extremely powerful, it is impossible for ordinary people to break into it, but if the Tianzhao who wins a Hunyuan Sword Sect like Jiang Chen, it is not that he has not entered the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Possible. In order to prevent the Hunyuan Sword Sect's resources from falling into the hands of other forces, it is not ruled out that Hunyuan Sword Sect also prepared some backhands. He raised his head to look at Yuan Haoyu in his hand, and said faintly, "Sorry, I can't believe you. So, I think it is safe to read your memory after all." Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the powerful spiritual consciousness also unreservedly fell into Yuan Haoyu's mind. Yuan Haoyu suddenly looked desperate and horrified. He resisted with all his might, trying to expel Jiang Chen's consciousness from his mind. Now that he has lost his cultivation base, how could he be Jiang Chen's opponent? In the blink of an eye, his consciousness was completely swallowed by Jiang Chen's powerful spiritual sense. Chapter 2588, The Shock of Hunyuan Zhanzong. After Jiang Chen swallowed Yuan Haoyu's consciousness, Yuan Haoyu's body also instantly turned into a little light, and dissipated in the fairy space out of thin air. As long as the Tianzhao who entered the fairy illusion space fell in the fairy illusion space, they would immediately dissipate, leaving no trace in the fairy illusion space. Jiang Chen also ignored Yuan Haoyu who had disappeared from his palm. He closed his eyes and sorted out Yuan Haoyu's fragmented memories, and immediately opened his eyes suddenly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, he didn't choose to believe Yuan Haoyu just now. This guy is really ill-intentioned. Through Yuan Haoyu's memory, Jiang Chen quickly found a way to enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect. There are only two ways to enter and exit the Hunyuan Sword Sect through the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Array. The first method is for the people of Hunyuan Sword Sect who presides over Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Sect to start a large formation, and they can come and go freely. In this fairy fantasy space, the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Array is not presided over, so it is almost impossible to open the large array. In addition, there is another way to master a kendo secret technique of Hunyuan Sword Sect. This kendo secret technique can condense a sword order, called the Heavenly Sword Order. The Heavenly Sword Order is the pass to freely enter and exit the Hunyuan Sword Sect. In Hunyuan Sword Sect, generally only some Tianzhao disciples and elders have the qualifications to practice this kendo secret technique. Yuan Haoyu, as the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao of Hunyuan Zhanzong, naturally mastered this secret technique. If he hadn't just swallowed Yuan Haoyu directly and obtained this guy's memory, but let this guy take him into the Hunyuan Sword Sect. As long as this guy uses this secret technique to do some tricks, he will definitely be attacked by the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Array. Even with his current strength comparable to the peak of the Mahayana, I am afraid that even if he does not die, he will have to peel off his skin. Yuan Haoyu didn't lie to him at all. Hunyuan Sword Sect had two important points, and it really needed Hunyuan Sword Sect's disciples to open it. But Jiang Chen didn't care too much. Hunyuan Zhanzong is the #1 fairy gate in the celestial breaking universe. There are many cultivation resources in the sect. Even if he didn't enter those two places, he could still get a lot of benefits in Hunyuan Sword Sect. Yuan Haoyu was far more than the disciple of Hunyuan Zhanzong entering the fairy illusion space. He believed that other disciples of Hunyuan Sword Sect could not easily give up coming to Hunyuan Sword Sect. After he entered the Hunyuan Sword Sect, sooner or later a disciple of the Hunyuan Sword Sect would open those two places for him. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore, and began to practice the kendo secret technique Yuan Haoyu remembered. This kendo secret technique is not complicated for Jiang Chen, who has reached the dominance level in his cultivation. A simple palm-sized sword order was directly condensed in Jiang Chen's palm. Jiang Chen controlled the Heavenly Sword Order and approached the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Array cautiously. After confirming that there would be no problems, he stepped across the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Array and swept towards the depths of the Hunyuan Sword Sect. At the same time Jiang Chen killed Yuan Haoyu and entered the Hunyuan Sword Sect. In the center of the city lord's mansion of Hunyuan Holy City, in a magnificent ancient hall, a rickety white-haired old man sat quietly in the middle of the hall. There is no breath in the old man, he looks like an ordinary old man with a dying year. Only the pair of deep eyes, even if it is just a glance, seems to have a feeling of piercing a person's soul. Beside the white-haired old man, there is also a middle-aged man in brocade robe, whose cultivation has reached the early stage of Mahayana. This Jinpao middle-aged man is no one else, but Ji Yuanyang, the lord of Hunyuan Holy City. And the old man beside him was Yuan Tianhua, the great elder of Hunyuan Zhanzong, and also one of the few Mahayana peak monks in Paxian universe, and one of the top 3 powerful existences in Paxian universe's top 10 powerhouses. Elder, Tianchi is worthy of being the Mahayana Tianzhao that my Hunyuan Zhanzong hasn't seen for a long time. He is already far ahead of the second place. It seems that this time the top position of the fairy illusion list should belong to him. Ji Yuanyang couldn't help but said with a smile looking at the rankings on the fairy fantasy list. For Hunyuan Zhanzong, the meaning of the fairy illusion space does not lie in the fairy illusion list. I hope they will not turn the cart before the horse. Yuan Tianhua looked at the more than a dozen Hunyuan Zhanzong disciples standing motionless in the hall, and finally his eyes fell on Yuan Tianqi's body, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. The fairy space is a mirrored world that reenacts the Hunyuan Tianyu. In the fairy fantasy space, everything in the Hunyuan Sword Sect is real. In the fairy fantasy space, the disciples of the Hunyuan Sword Sect can squander the resources of the Hunyuan Sword Sect at will to maximize their strength. Hunyuan Zhanzong can always be the number one fairy gate in the Poxian universe, and it leaves other fairy gates far behind, and has an inseparable relationship with the fairy fantasy space. They use the fairy illusion space to cultivate countless supernatural arrogance powerhouses, and this allowed the strength of the Hunyuan Sword Sect to reach an unprecedentedly powerful level. Just as the two were talking, a strange spatial fluctuation suddenly came from the hall. I saw a Hunyuan Zhanzong disciple's body trembled slightly, and soon he woke up from a deep sleep state. This Hunyuan Zhanzong disciple is no one else, it is Yuan Haoyu, who was dealt with by Jiang Chen. Yuan Haoyu, how did you get eliminated? Ji Yuanyang returned to his senses, and an unbelievable look appeared in his gaze towards Yuan Haoyu. Yuan Haoyu, this is the quasi-Mahayana arrogant of their Hunyuan Zhanzong. Who is it that has the power to kill Yuan Haoyu so that he can be eliminated from the fantasy space so quickly? Seeing that he had returned to the real world, Yuan Haoyu's expression was also ugly to the extreme in an instant. He took a deep breath, and then said solemnly, "After I entered the fairy fantasy space, I went directly to Hunyuan Sword Sect. As a result, I met a mysterious young man outside Hunyuan Sword Sect." Yuan Haoyu did not conceal the slightest amount of concealment. He explained how he was killed by the opponent with a single sword, and how he was easily killed by the opponent. Hear Yuan Haoyu's narration. Whether it was Yuan Tianhua, the great elder of Hunyuan Zhanzong, or Ji Yuanyang, the lord of Hunyuan Holy City, there was a touch of horror that could not be concealed. Yuan Haoyu's talent, even in Hunyuan Zhanzong, can rank in the top 3. With his quasi-Mahayana strength, there are only a handful of them in the entire Poxian universe that is twice as young. Even though a lot of hidden celestial arrogances were born in every big immortal gate this time, Yuan Haoyu's strength is definitely the top batch. That mysterious young man can kill Yuan Haoyu with a single sword. I am afraid it is very likely to be a real Mahayana arrogant. Chapter 2589, Hunyuan Zhanqi, Mahayana Tianzhao. In addition to their Hunyuan Sword Sect, there are actually other forces that gave birth to the Mahayana Tianzhao. Yuan Haoyu, how many points did you have in the fairy space just now? Yuan Tianhua looked up at the fairy tail in the sky, and suddenly began to say. Yuan Haoyu was stunned for a moment. After I entered the fairy space, I didn't politely earn points, but on the way to Hunyuan Sword Sect, I also killed 5 people. Yuan Tianhua stared at the second place on the immortal fantasy list, and a sharp glow flashed in his muddy old eyes. It seems that the mysterious young man you met is probably the guy named Jiang Chen. He suddenly jumped by 6 points just now, and once again returned to the second place on the fairy tale list. Yuan Haoyu stared at the name on the fairy tale list, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, as if to imprint the name deeply in his memory. The opening of the fairy fantasy space was because of this guy's existence, which made him be eliminated early and lost the opportunity to impact the Mahayana period. Sooner or later, he will make this kid pay a heavy price for it. Unexpectedly, this son turned out to be a Mahayana. Arrogant. No wonder he can rank second on the immortal fantasy list. I don't know if this guy comes from the Promise Immortal Sect or Taixu Immortal Sect. Ji Yuanyang couldn't help but murmured. In his opinion, in addition to their Hunyuan Sword Sect, the entire Poxian universe is probably only Promise Immortal Sect and Taixu Immortal Sect, who may be able to cultivate a Mahayana Tianzhao who is less than 1,000 years old. Yuan Tianhua said indifferently, for so many years, the fairy illusion space has been opened countless times. Neither Promise Immortal Sect nor Taixu Immortal Sect has ever been involved in Hunyuan Sword Sect. They should not easily risk offending Hunyuan Sword Sect, to encroach on the resources of Hunyuan Zhanzong. The great elder even said that that guy not only openly waited for the disciples of Hunyuan Sword Sect, but also forcibly obtained my memory, intending to enter Hunyuan Sword Sect, Promise Immortal Sect and Taixu Immortal Sect. People shouldn't have that courage. Yuan Haoyu nodded quickly. What? That kid forcibly obtained your memory and entered the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Listening to Yuan Haoyu's words, Yuan Tianhua's complexion couldn't help but suddenly change. I could not help but see a touch of chill in his muddy old eyes. The fairy space is a world that replicates the Hunyuan Tianyu. Although everything in it belongs to the unknown, the Hunyuan Sword Sect does not allow anyone to get involved in the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Hunyuan Sword Sect has the guardian of the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword formation, and under normal circumstances, no one dares to get involved easily. For so many years, even the promised Shanzong and Tai Shanzong have never thought of the idea of mixing Yuan Zhanzong in the fairy fantasy space. But I didn't expect that this time, someone would forcibly seize Yuan Haoyu's memory in an attempt to encroach on Hunyuan Zhanzong. The Hunyuan Sword Sect in the fairy space is almost exactly the same as the Hunyuan Sword Sect in reality. That kid robbed Yuan Haoyu's memory, which meant he had mastered many of the secrets of the Hunyuan Sword Sect, which was absolutely not allowed by the Hunyuan Sword Sect. No matter what the identity of that kid, Hunyuan Zhanzong will have to pay for it. Jiu Yuanyong took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Elder, that guy has taken Yuan Haoyu's memory and must have entered the Hunyuan Sword Sect. My Hunyuan Sword Sect's things must not be used by outsiders. I have to think about it. How to stop that guy. There is still a clone in the Hunyuan Sword Sect in Tianqi, and I have already sent it to get in touch with the deity." Yuan Tian was said lightly. Mahayana Tianzhao, by no means ordinary people can contend. Now in the fairy fantasy space, to prevent that kid from getting involved with the resources of their Hunyuan Sword Sect, only Yuan Tianqi can do it himself. Fairy fantasy space, Hunyuan Zhanzong. After Jiang Chen forcibly obtained Yuan Haoyu's memory, he quickly condensed the Heavenly Sword Order and entered the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Through Yuan Haoyu's memory, Jiang Chen also had a very comprehensive understanding of the situation of Hunyuan Zhanzong. Hunyuan Zhanzong, as the first immortal gate of the broken immortal universe, possesses extremely rich resources. There are 3 core places in the entire Hunyuan Sword Sect: an inheritance fairy hall, which contains the swordsmanship inheritance accumulated by Hunyuan Zhanzong for countless years; a treasure chest, which contains countless resources accumulated by Hunyuan Zhanzong. In these 2 places, every time before the fairy fantasy space opens, Hunyuan Sword Sect will arrange some special methods, and non-Hunyuan Sword Sect core disciples cannot enter them. Except for these 2 places, Hunyuan Sword Sect's remaining core place is Hunyuan Sword Pond. Hunyuan Sword Pond is a magical sword pond of Hunyuan Sword Sect. Legend has it that this sword pond was left by the ancient sword immortal in the Poxian universe, and contained incredible power. Hunyuan Zhanzong, only a handful of genius disciples, had the opportunity to enter Hunyuan and persist in practicing. Once you enter the Hunyuan sword pool, you can be reborn and get huge benefits. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and he headed towards Hunyuan Sword Pond. Because of the memory of Yuan Haoyu, the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao of Hunyuan Sword Sect, Jiang Chen now knows almost everything about Hunyuan Sword Sect. He didn't spend much effort at all, and he came to the peaceful small world of Hunyuan Zhanzong. This is a fairyland world with a gentle atmosphere. A huge pool of about 100 meters in radius also appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen. The water in the pool is like stars, shining with a little bit of starlight, reflecting the stars in the sky. Above the pool, a series of mists exuding colorful rays of light shrouded. These colorful mists faintly solidified in the sky above the pool into a chaotic ancient sword, exuding a mysterious aura that makes people dare not look at it. Is this the Hunyuan Zhanzong's Hunyuan Sword Pond? It really is extraordinary. Jiang Chen looked at the pool in front of him, and there was an unconcealable exclamation in his eyes. Tisk tusk. It's interesting. This pool contains the power of Hunyuan. Could it be that the Hunyuan Sword Sect that broke the immortal universe is related to the legendary Hunyuan Sword Emperor? At this moment, the shocked voice of the immortal monument also rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen was surprised. Hunyuan Sword Emperor. A great power who was once at the peak of this immortal world is still too far away for you now, and you don't need to know too much. You should hurry up and practice here. The immortal tablet said indifferently. The power of Hunyuan, even in the immortal world, is the top power. Although this sword pond is only a prototype containing a trace of the power of Hunyuan, if it can absorb 1 or 2, it will be enough to benefit you endlessly. Chapter 2590, Mahayana Tianzhao Yuan Tianqi. When Jiang Chen heard this, he did not continue to ask more. He entered the Hunyuan sword pond in a flash, and then quickly entered the cultivation state. Not long after, the system prompt sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You absorb the immortal power of Hunyuan and get the power of dominance 1000*100. Ding! You absorb Hunyuan's celestial power, your physique bloodline is strengthened, the divine body vision has evolved, and the current evolutionary progress is 1000th. What an overbearing Hunyuan Shanli. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a breath. The speed at which the Hunyuan Shanli increased his strength was 10 times faster than the fairy crystal fragments he had obtained at the beginning. If it takes him half a year to absorb the fragments of the fairy crystal and break through the peak of the dominance from the late dominance period, now it takes only 10 or 20 days to cultivate in this Hunyuan sword pond. This Hunyuan Shanli can also strengthen his physique bloodline, allowing his divine body vision to evolve. This time I came to Hunyuan Sword Sect, it really came right. Jiang Chen was also very excited. Not to mention the other resources of the Hunyuan Sword Sect, the Hunyuan Sword Pool in front of him alone made Jiang Chen a worthwhile trip. The opening time of the fairy space is 3 days in the real world, and the time flow inside the fairy space is 10 times that of the outside world. This also means that he has a full month in the fairy illusion space, which is completely enough for him to use the power of the Hunyuan Sword Pond to break through the peak of dominance and complete the evolution of the divine body vision. Unless the immortal comes to the world, there will probably be no one in the entire broken universe to be his opponent. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, he just focused on entering the cultivation state, and practiced in the Hunyuan Sword Pond with all his strength. And while Jiang Chen was practicing in Hunyuan Sword Pond, in the fairy space, a million miles away from Hunyuan Zhanzong, there was a young man in white with a sword eyebrow star standing proudly with a sword. The white-clothed youth is no one else, it is Hunyuan Zhanzong, the world's first Kendo Tianzhao Yuan Tianqi. I saw indifferently at the pale-faced Dujia Tianzhao in front of him, only a light sword drawn out. The silent light of the sword did not give that Dujia Tianzhao the slightest chance to react, so he smashed it into a sword. In 2 halves. The figure of Du Tianzhao also quickly dissipated out of thin air in the fairy illusion space. The 27th. One sword killed the Dujia Tianzhao in front of him, and the indifferent voice of Yuan Tianqi also sounded in the world. The fairy illusion space is a world that reproduces the entire Hunyuan Tianyu. Everyone's position after entering the fairy illusion space is random and not fixed. Yuan Tianqi's luck was not good. After entering the fairy fantasy space, a place very far away from Hunyuan Sword Sect appeared. Even if he has been rushing towards Hunyuan Zhanzong after entering the fairy fantasy space, he has not yet reached the Hunyuan Zhanzong. When Yuan Tianqi met the disciples of Tianzhao from other forces, almost all of them relentlessly killed with a sword. In addition, the genius disciple who died under the sword of Yuan Tianqi, who was killed by him just now, is already a total of 27. It's really boring. In today's Poxian universe, I am afraid that no one of my peers can take my sword. This place is not far from the Hunyuan Sword Sect, so let's go directly to the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Yuan Tianqi said to himself, and was about to head towards Hunyuan Zhanzong. At the moment when Yuan Tianqi was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something and his expression suddenly changed. Someone entered the Hunyuan Sword Sect and killed Yuan Haoyu with a single sword, and forcibly seized his memory and entered the Hunyuan Sword Sect. It's so daring, Yuan Tianqi muttered to himself, and a sharp sword light burst into his eyes. Yuan Tianqi is very clear about Yuan Haoyu's strength. Although this guy is slightly inferior to him, he is definitely the swordsman goddess of Hunyuan Zhanzong. Yuan Tianqi now only has a quasi-Mahayana cultivation base, and it has been inherited from a peerless sword repairman of Hunyuan Sword Sect, and his strength is extremely powerful. Even if the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao of other forces wanted to defeat Yuan Haoyu, it was by no means an easy task. The existence that can kill Yuan Haoyu with a single sword, the cultivation base has reached the Mahayana stage in all likelihood. Unexpectedly, there are other Mahayana Tianzhaos in the current Poxian universe. This Immortal Gate conference is really getting more and more interesting. The corner of Yuan Tianqi's mouth could not help but raised a slight arc of ghosts and charms, and immediately the whole person turned into a sword-like conflict and rushed towards the direction of Hunyuan Sword Sect. The distance of 1,000,000 miles is not too far for Yuan Tianqi. Yuan Tianqi's figure had already landed above Hunyuan Zhanzong. Without any hesitation, he directly urged the secret technique to condense the Heavenly Sword Order, and then stepped into the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Hunyuan Sword Sect's 3 core places, the Inheritance Hall and the Treasure House, cannot be easily entered. In all likelihood, they should go to Hunyuan Sword Pond first. Yuan Tianqi's gaze flickered slightly, and Zan even went straight to the direction of Hunyuan Sword Sect. Yuan Tianqi came to the small world where Hunyuan Sword Pond was located in the depths of Hunyuan Sword Sect. When he saw the strange young man in black sitting cross-legged in the Hunyuan Sword Pond, his eyes couldn't help but condensed slightly. Hunyuan Sword Pool. When Jiang Chen entered the Hunyuan Sword Pond to practice, he knew that a disciple of the Hunyuan Sword Sect might come at any time, so he was naturally prepared. The first time Yuan Tianqi came here, Jiang Chen sensed the existence of Yuan Tianqi. He could not help temporarily suspending his cultivation, and then suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze fell straight on Yuan Tianqi's body. Mahayana Tianzhao. He almost didn't need to think about it, the one in front of him should be the strongest Tianzhao Yuan Tianqi of Hunyuan Zhanzong. Boy, who are you, dare to forcibly seize the memory of the Hunyuan Zhanzong disciple and break into my Hunyuan Zhanzong? Two sharp sword lights in Yuan Tianqi's eyes instantly penetrated the space, shooting directly at Jiang Chen, and the cold voice also resounded in this space. Jiang Chen directly ignored the sword light erupting in Yuan Tianqi's eyes. His gaze was plain and said, "You are wrong, this is the fairy space, a secret space that is shared by the broken universe, it is not your Hunyuan Sword Sect." Yuan Tianqi stared at Jiang Chen sternly, and a fierce killing intent filled his whole body. "For so many years, you dare to come to Hunyuan Zhanzong in this fairy fantasy space, you are the first." Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at Yuan Tianqi and said faintly, "Yuan Tianqi, if you are a bit more acquainted, roll me aside, don't disturb my practice here, otherwise I don't mind even you solve it together." Chapter 2591, Total Suppression. "Boy, you are the first to speak this way in front of me for so many years." Yuan Tianqi was full of murderous intent. He hasn't drawn his sword yet, his slightly thin figure exudes a sharp edge, as if the whole world seems to be under his sword power. Let him cut. I thought that this Fairy Gate conference would be very boring, but I didn't expect that there would be such a Mahayana Tianzhao like you. While Yuan Tianqi was talking, the long sword was unsheathed behind his back. A golden sword light with a length of hundreds of feet suddenly swallowed from the long sword. Yuan Tianqi was holding a golden long sword, pointed at Jiang Chen with the tip of the sword, proudly said, "Shoot, let me see the strength of your Mahayana Tianzhao." Jiang Chen slowly stood up from the Hunyuan Sword Pond, and said with a sneer on his face, "If you want to see my strength, I'm afraid you don't have that qualification yet." Yuan Tianqi's complexion sank, and two sharp sword lights burst out of his eyes, which directly pierced the void through two dark cracks. Yuan Tianqi let out a cold snort, his wrist flicked slightly, and the golden long sword in his hand suddenly uttered a heaven-shaking sword chant. I saw the sky above Jiang Chen's head, a golden gap suddenly opened, and a golden sword aura shot out like an electric light, quickly slashing towards Jiang Chen. The terrifying sword power contained in this golden sword aura penetrated the hearts of the people. Even the average Mahayana monk, facing the sword of Yuan Tianqi, I am afraid there is a feeling of suffocation. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face. He directly pinched his fingers into a sword, and pointed a finger towards the sword that had been cut from Yuan Tianqi. This pointing on the golden sword aura from Yuan Tianqi instantly annihilated that golden sword aura into nothingness. One finger shattered Yuan Tianqi's attack, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but said with contempt, "Yuan Tianqi, it seems that you, the Mahayana Tianzhao of the Hunyuan Sword Sect, are nothing more than that. It's interesting, I didn't expect you to be a sword repairer too." Yuan Tianqi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he swung a sword at Jiang Chen again. This sword quickly divided into 5 in midair, slashing straight towards Jiang Chen from 5 different directions. The 5 sword auras with different attributes, but they are living together, swept towards Jiang Chen with an unstoppable force, and the amazing sword light directly rendered the entire world into color. Jiang Chen's face was as calm as water, and the extremely powerful sword power of Yuan Tianqi could hardly affect his mind. With a move of his palm, the human emperor sword also flashed out of thin air in his palm, and then slashed out with a fluttering sword. This sword seemed incomparably plain and didn't make waves, but the invisible sword light was the 5 sword auras that slashed Yuan Tianqi in an instant, swallowing all of them cleanly. Jiang Chen stood proudly in the Hunyuan Sword Pond with 1 sword and 1 man, his expression incomparably calm. Seeing that a blow of 90% of his strength hadn't hurt the black-clothed youth on the opposite side, Yuan Tianqi's complexion couldn't help but sank suddenly. "Boy, you really have some ability, no wonder you dare to come to my Hunyuan Sword Sect to be wild. For so many years, Among your peers in the Po Xian universe, you are also the first opponent to let me face Yuan Tianqi, but that's all. Yuan Tianqi's indifferent voice fell, the air currents between the heavens and the earth began to fluctuate wildly, and countless stars flashed out of the void of space. If you observe carefully, you will find that these starlights are actually a series of spatial sword auras, which spread all over the entire void, like a sky full of stars, and the number is not tens of thousands. Sneeze. The stars flashed, and the space sword energy quickly interweaved in the void, covering Jiang Chen overwhelmingly, with no gap at all. This sword seemed to wipe out Jiang Chen and all the vitality in the surrounding space. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, the man in his hand just waved the imperial sword in the air, and an invisible sword aura slashed out again in the air. This sword has mysterious power, which directly caused Yuan Tianqi's sword that destroys the sky and the earth to weaken rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally disappeared completely in the void. One sword extinguished Yuan Tianqi's offensive, and the remaining strength of the invisible sword energy swept directly towards Yuan Tianqi. Yuan Tianqi didn't have time to react at all, and the whole person was cut by the invisible sword energy. Yuan Tianqi only felt that the power in his body, under the influence of that invisible sword aura, flowed away at a terrifying speed. Yuan Tianqi was horrified in his heart, and quickly urged the true essence mana in his body to expel the invisible sword energy from his body. How can this guy's kendo be so weird? Yuan Tianqi looked up at Jiang Chen standing proudly in the Hunyuan sword pond, and there was also a panic that could not be concealed in his eyes. If it hadn't been for his full blow just now, the opponent's mysterious sword aura would have little power left. Once he was a little careless, the realm would be cut down by that invisible sword aura. Yuan Tianqi took a deep breath and couldn't help but stared at Jiang Chen. There is absolutely no way such Mahayana Tianjiao like you in the Poxian universe, you. Who are you? As Hunyuan Zhanzong's first kendo Tianjiao, Yuan Tianqi has always been very confident of his talent and strength. Even if you look at the entire Poxian universe, almost no one can compare with him. Although he didn't have a long time to break through the Mahayana period, his combat power was far beyond that of ordinary Mahayana monks. If you do your best, even if facing some ordinary monks in the middle of the Mahayana, Yuan Tianqi is confident to defeat it. But the black-clothed youth in front of him suppressed him to death. Yuan Tianqi even had a feeling that even if he used his forbidden skills with all his strength, he might not be able to get any advantage from the black-clothed youth in front of him. The combat power of this black-clothed youth is probably at least comparable to the powerhouses of the late Mahayana period. Yuan Tianqi believed that even though the Promise Immortal Sect and Taixu Immortal Sect really gave birth to the Mahayana Tianjiao, it would not be possible to have such a strength against the sky. The Promise Immortal Sect and Taixu Immortal Sect are not good at kendo. How could such a heaven-defying kendo Tianjiao be born? Except for the Immortal Sect of Promise and the Immortal Sect of Taixu, the other forces in the Poxian universe are even more unlikely to give birth to such a Mahayana Tianjiao. There seemed to be some inexplicable differences between the swordsmanship of the black-clothed youth in front of them and their swordsmanship. Yuan Tianqi felt that the black-clothed youth in front of him was not the one who broke the universe. If this black-clothed young man is really not a person from the Poxian universe, how did he get into the Poxian universe and also participated in the Fairy Gate Conference of the Poxian universe? To break the Immortal Universe Fairy Gate Conference, at least one must have the first-class power of the quasi-Mahayana cultivator to be eligible to participate. Chapter 2592, Yuan Tianqi's Plan. Jiang Chen ignored Yuan Tianqi at all. He swung the Emperor's sword in his hand quickly, directly displaying the sword art of killing immortals, turning it into a dazzling sword of killing, and slashed at Yuan Tianqi without mercy. Feeling the terrifying power of Jiang Chen's sword, Yuan Tianqi's complexion couldn't help changing slightly. Taixu sword art, return 10,000 swords to Yuan. Yuan Tianqi screamed, and a sword mark exuding strange spatial fluctuations also instantly lit up from between Yuan Tianqi's eyebrows. A terrifying force of kendo suddenly swept away from Yuan Tianqi, causing the surrounding world to tremble violently at this moment. Heaven and earth are transformed into an endless sea of swords, each of which exudes terrifying kendo power. It may be as cold as ice and snow, but it can be frozen for thousands of miles, or it can be as fierce as fire, which can burn everything. At the moment when Jianhai condensed, the sword art of killing immortals displayed by Jiang Chen also came in a blast. The space was shaking, and the terrible energy collision sounded throughout the world. I saw Yuan Tianqi's mighty sword see, Under Jiang Chen's sword, it was directly twisted and changed, and a terrible storm of sword energy erupted. The entire Janai was shattered under the impact of the sword chi storm, defeating Invisible. Yuan Tianqi snorted, and the whole person flew upside down hundreds of meters away in embarrassment, and the red blood also constantly spilled from the corners of his mouth. How is the sword fairy technique? How is it possible? Yuan Tianqi looked at Jiang Chen. In the proudly Hunyuan sword pond with a pale face, and finally there was an inconceivable panic on his face. Although Poxian Universe's immortal road has long been cut off, even things related to immortals are extremely rare in Poxian Universe. But Hunyuan Zhanzong, as the first immortal gate in the Poxian Universe, is not without immortal traces. In the Hunyuan Sword Sect's Inheritance Palace, there are half-style sword immortal supernatural powers. As the first arrogant of the Hunyuan Sword Sect, Yuan Tianqi has naturally seen the half-style sword fairy magical powers in the Inheritance Hall. And the sword that the black-clothed youth on the opposite side had just cast was obviously more terrifying than the half-style sword fairy magical power of Hunyuan Sword Sect. I am afraid that only the real sword fairy magical powers can possess such terrifying power. Yuan Tianqi took a deep breath, suppressing the horror in his heart. The talent and strength of the black-clothed youth in front of him was more powerful than him, and he also mastered the real sword fairy magical powers. With his strength, he is not the opponent of this guy at all. If he continues to stay here, I am afraid that he might really fall into the hands of this guy and be eliminated by this guy. Yuan Tianqi glanced at Jiang Chen sternly, and immediately turned into a sword light to escape into the space, leaving only a cold voice sounding in Jiang Chen's ears. Boy, you wait for me, my Hunyuan Zhanzong will not let you off easily. Jiang Chen glanced at the direction of Yuan Tianqi's disappearance, but it was not a pursuit. Although Yuan Tianqi is a Mahayana arrogant, he has just broken through the Mahayana period not long ago. Even if his combat power is extraordinary, it is at best comparable to the middle Mahayana period. With Jiang Chen's current strength, if he really wanted to kill Yuan Tianqi would never have a chance to escape. This fairy space, after all, is just a re-engraving of the world of Hunyuan Tianyu. Even if he killed Yuan Tianqi again, Yuan Tianqi was only eliminated from the fairy fantasy space. As the Mahayana Tianzhao of Hunyuan Sword Sect, if Yuan Tianqi is eliminated at this time, it will inevitably cause Hunyuan Sword Sect to attach great importance to it. In addition, Yuan Tianqi had vaguely guessed that he was not the person who broke the universe. Once Yuan Tianqi revealed the news, it would be against him. Although Jiang Chen came to participate in the Fairy Gate conference this time, Jiang Chen had made plans to reveal his identity, but it was not now. Hunyuan Sword Sect mastered the method of opening the fairy illusion space, and most likely also mastered the method of closing the fairy illusion space. If Hunyuan Zhanzong knew everything now, maybe they would close the fairy illusion space in advance, which Jiang Chen would not want to see anyway. Jiang Chen would choose to leave Yuan Tianqi. Only in this way, he will not be stunned, he can make good use of the fairy space to practice for a month, and strive to reach the pinnacle of dominance in one fell swoop. Even if his identity is exposed, he no longer has any fear. I hope this guy will not lead his own disciple of Hunyuan Sword Sect to seek his own death. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, then shook his head and entered the cultivation state again. He knew very well that Yuan Tianqi was absolutely impossible to give up so easily. Now Jiang Chen can only seize the time as much as possible to use the Hunyuan Sword Pond to practice, and strive to break through to dominate the pinnacle as soon as possible. Yuan Tianqi used the escape sword technique, and directly escaped from Hunyuan Sword Sect and appeared in a void outside Hunyuan Sword Sect. He stared at the Hunyuan Sword Sect below, his expression also looked gloomy. Yuan Tianqi claimed to be the world's first arrogant of the world, and no one can compare with him. This time at the Fairy Gate conference, Yuan Tianqi also always thought that no one among his peers would be his opponent at all. Yuan Tianqi never expected that there would be a mysterious young man in this fairy fantasy space, and he could hardly fight back. Although in the previous confrontation, Yuan Tianqi still had reservations. But Yuan Tianqi knew very well that even if he really did his best to fight the black-clothed youth, he would not be the black-clothed youth's opponent in all likelihood. Everything in Hunyuan Sword Sect must not let outsiders get involved. Yuan Tianqi took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. I saw that he quickly pinched a sword tactic with both hands, condensing more than a dozen sword lights on his chest, and then carved one name after another on these sword lights. Every time he portrayed a name, a sword of light flew out. More than a dozen sword lights quickly flew out in all directions. The black-clothed young man inside was too powerful, and he was not an opponent at all by his own strength. Now he can only summon all the disciples of the Hunyuan Sword Sect, and gather everyone's strength to deal with the black-clothed youth inside. He must also gather the disciples of Hunyuan Zhanzong as soon as possible. Hunyuan Sword Pond is definitely the first place all Hunyuan Sword Sect disciples want to go to after entering Hunyuan Sword Sect. Once their Hunyuan Sword Sect disciples enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect without knowing it, they will inevitably be defeated by the guy inside. As long as the disciples of the Hunyuan Sword Sect who entered the fairy space are gathered together, they can display the Hunyuan Sword Sect's peerless sword formation. Even though the black-clothed youth inside has a strength comparable to that of the late Mahayana, they are also completely capable of fighting. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.